Chapter 1, Welcome to Hell. You're a hero? Well. Choi Hyun-seok was terrified. Not nervous. Not worried. Genuinely, bone-deep terrified. If he hadn't once been known as Earth's strongest man, he might have already wet himself. As he fumbled for words, the bull-headed monster's scowl deepened. You idiot! You call yourself a hero and can't even speak properly. Suddenly, something clicked inside Hyun-seok's brain like a thunderclap. Boom! He remembered. I'm a hero. A hero defeats the Demon King. A hero is the strongest in the world. A hero is unbeatable. This must be a tutorial, he told himself. Asterisk a warm-up fight. A test. A challenge asterisk. And the red-skinned, horned minotaur before him? Nothing but a scary-looking tutorial boss. His confidence reignited. He was the undisputed world champion of MMA. If he couldn't handle this, what was the point? Don't get cocky, he growled. What did you say? The bull-headed creature leaned in, as if doubting his own ears. Say that again. Go on. I said don't get cocky, you son of a bitch. Wham! Choi Hyun-seok launched a devastating head kick, a move that had knocked out champions. It landed perfectly. He smirked. Until the monster looked up completely unharmed. What do you think you're doing? Its eyes bulged. Veins flared. It grabbed Hyun-seok's ankle with crushing force. Didn't you say you were a hero? This shouldn't hurt. Wait, hold on, Jurg. TCH. Our fortress is being swarmed by clowns like you lately. Before Hyun-seok could speak, a massive red fist swung forward. Crack. Darkness swallowed him. Dash. Red Nightmare Riadrin. Commander of the 2nd Slave Unit. Executive of the Demon King's army. His crimson skin and merciless rule earned him a fearsome reputation. The fortress whispered of him with dread. Even among slaves and demons, his name inspired panic. He ruled not by threats, but presence and overwhelming magical force that shattered human wills. And yet, Riadrin sighed. Where the hell are these lunatics coming from? Every week, another delusional human showed up screaming about justice, treasure, or women. I am a hero. Face me, Demon King. Hand over your gold and women. He'd killed dozens of them. Nothing new. But the recent one, Hyun-seok, was different. His physique was absurd. His technique had been precise. That kick, it hurt. A madman, yes, but maybe a useful one. Dash. In the dungeon. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. Hey, open this up, you bastards. Bring me that cowhead again. Round 2. Hyun-seok yelled, shaking the prison bars. Then came the voice. Who's making all this racket? A small goblin appeared, barely 150 centimeters tall, scrawny, wielding a sword longer than its body. You wanna die, human? One more shout and I'll turn your thighs into stew. The blood-stained blade spoke louder than his threats. Hyun-seok clamped his mouth shut. After the goblin stomped off, he sighed. Hero my ass. Where's the sacred sword? The village chief? The innocent daughter? Instead, he woke up on a stone floor with no gear, no powers, and got stumped by a bull. Then, hey there, you knew. A voice from the next cell. Who's that? Park Tae-soo. Korean. You're Korean too. For the first time in this insane world, Hyun-seok felt a bit of comfort. I died and got sent here by some angel named Rachel. Said I'd be a hero, but what the hell is th? Welcome to hell, hero. You're the hero? Seriously? Well. Choi Hyun-seok's throat tightened. He was terrified, truly, helplessly scared. If not for the title of world's strongest man weighing on his shoulders, he might have already pissed himself. The bull-headed monster's face contorted into something even more monstrous as Choi hesitated. You pathetic worm? Can't even answer straight and you dare call yourself a hero. Then boom. A lightning bolt seemed to explode inside Choi Hyun-seok's skull. His eyes snapped wide open. That was it, he had an epiphany. Wait. I am a hero. What was a hero? Someone who survives till the end. Someone who defeats the Demon King. The strongest, the invincible, the one who never bows. That's a hero. This is just the tutorial. A practice round. The bull-headed monster in front of him was nothing more than a warm-up. An over-the-top test to awaken his greatness. If he could crush this beast, the real adventure would begin. Let's go, Choi Hyun-seok. Time to act like a hero. His eyes flared with confidence. World champion. Earth's strongest man. Now otherworld hero. How could he lose to a glorified mini-boss? Don't get cocky. What? The bullhead blinked. Had he misheard? He cupped a hand to his ear, stepping closer. What did you just say to me? I said don't get cocky, you oversized cow. Crack. Choi Hyun-seok's foot whipped up with stunning speed, landing a perfect head kick. His signature move, undefeated in the ring. The bull-headed monster had even leaned into it, practically offering his jaw. Perfect hit. He grinned. Victory was. What do you think you're doing? The smile died. The bullhead didn't fall. He glared. Veins bulged across his neck like ropes. His eyes pulsed with fury. This isn't funny. Suddenly, Choi was airborne, no, dangling. The bull-headed monster had grabbed his ankle. Pressure. Unbearable, bone-crushing pressure. Arg. You said you were a hero. Act W, wait. Then this pain should be nothing. Erg. It felt like his ankle was about to snap off. Another hero? Huh. This fortress is getting crowded. Where are all you lunatics coming from? GHH. Despite the agony, Choi's mind scrambled for a way out. Maybe a triangle choke. But a red fist was already flying toward him. I'm so screwed. Darkness swallowed him whole. Red Nightmare. Riadrin. A commander in the Demon King's army. Second slave unit leader under the 3rd Corps. A demon whose blood-red skin earned him the nickname Red Nightmare. His arrival was said to flood battlefields with rivers of blood. Lord Riadrin, thank you for your guidance. Even fellow demons feared him not from stories, but because of the sheer oppressive presence he radiated. No human could stand before him without collapsing in fear. And yet, this legendary monster was sighing like a man deep in paperwork. Where are all these lunatics coming from? They called themselves heroes. They showed up in ridiculous clothes, shouted about the Demon King, and demanded women or treasure. Some even challenged him to duels. Fools. Every one of them. He'd killed dozens already. But it wasn't the heroes that concerned him. It was the pattern. Too many were arriving. Is there a leak in the fortress? Hemorn Fortress, barely rebuilt, was dangerously close to human territory. If spies were slipping through, Riadrin rubbed his temple. And then there's that one. The muscular human from earlier. A real fighter. Fast. Skilled. That kick actually hurt. He could be useful. Maybe not a hero, but perhaps a slave master. If trained right, he might just serve a purpose. Later that night. Clang, clang, clang. Hey, open up. You hear me, you bastards. Choi Hyun-seok rattled the iron bars of his cell like a caged beast. He remembered the fight. Remembered being knocked out. Now he was lying on a cold, stinking stone floor in a prison. Bring that cow-faced bastard here. Let's go another round. He'd completely forgotten how thoroughly he'd lost. A door creaked. A short, scrawny monster stepped into view. About 150 centimeters tall. Barely any muscle. But in its hand was a bloodstained, terrifyingly large sword. Wanna die, human. Tap, tap, tap. The blade gently tapped against the bars. I said, do you want to die? Choi shut his mouth instantly and nodded. The monster smirked and walked off. He sighed in relief once the footsteps faded. What the hell is going on here? He was supposed to be a hero. He was promised adventure. A beautiful village chief's daughter. A sacred sword. A grand journey. Instead he was imprisoned by demons. Rachel. That angel lied. No gear. No magic. Just a buff guy thrown into hell. Clink. A voice came from the cell next door. Hey, new guy. Who's there? Park Tae-soo. I'm Korean. You're Korean. Hearing Korean after a full day in an alien language was surreal. But more than that, it was comforting. What is this place? Please tell me what's happening. Choi pressed up against the wall. I died. I met an angel. She said I'd become a hero? But this isn't what I signed up for. Park Tae-soo chuckled. Hero? Huh? I'm a hero too. Huh. I may look like an old fart now, but I used to be king of fists in my Yeongdong. Choi stared blankly. Then, I'm a hero too. So am I. Count me in. Dozens of voices echoed through the prison, all claiming to be heroes. Laughing. Smirking. Broken. What is this place? Park Tae-soo grinned. There are a lot of heroes in this fortress, but I thought I was special. Everyone does, rookie. Thanks to Park Tae-soo, Choi Hyun-seok learned a few things. This was the Demon King's fortress. Humans were used as slave labor to rebuild it. That bull-headed monster? Riadrin, the fortress commander. That short freak with the sword? A goblin named Jack. And most importantly, this wasn't where he was supposed to be. This is all that Dem Rachel's fault. Park cursed. Choi blinked. What? Yeah, that bee dropped us in the wrong place. Riachel. Self-proclaimed heroes around the prison erupted in rage. Screaming. Cursing. Howling her name like wolves. It was chaos. I met someone who actually started in a proper city, Park added. There are starting zones. Yup. Normal places. Safe villages. No one starts here. This is hell. Choi clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Why him? What did he do to deserve this? Why? I don't know. But I do know one thing. Park's voice dropped low. We're screwed.
Hey everyone. I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Geez, I'm so busy. Why are they calling me now? Today, Rachel's face was deeply wrinkled with frustration. It was because she'd been summoned by her superior. I need to get my bonus for achieving top performance this month too. These days, it's not easy to send people as heroes because they're so listless. Nevertheless, Rachel had achieved the top position in hero transfer performance for several months, and she was still struggling to maintain that position. Ahem. Lost in thoughts about her performance, she'd arrived at her destination. A corridor lined with white marble. Rachel adjusted her clothes as she stood before the door at the end. She opened the door with her best attempt at a bright smile. You called for me. Yes. She was greeted by a stern-looking man. He was Rachel's superior, named Frizzell. Rachel. The man called Choi Hyun-seok. Do you remember him? Frizzell suddenly brought up Choi Hyun-seok's name. Rachel was momentarily flustered but quickly regained her composure. Of course. He was an important hero candidate with SSS grade potential. The only man from Earth with SSS grade potential. She couldn't have forgotten him, especially since she received a special bonus for sending him as a hero. You said that you completed Choi Hyun-seok's transfer without any issues. That's right. Rachel was puzzled. Why would her superior Frizzell bring this up? Though she couldn't understand why, an ominous feeling began creeping up. Where did you transfer Choi Hyun-seok to? I sent him to the capital of the Domi's kingdom, like the other heroes. Even though he had SSS grade potential, giving special treatment from the start would violate regulations. I see. So you sent him to the capital of the Domi's kingdom? Yes. But you know. Frizzell seemed to grind his teeth, trying to contain his anger. Since when did the capital of the Domi's kingdom become a Demon King's army fortress? What? Did the Domi's kingdom fall without my knowledge? What do you mean? Rachel couldn't understand what her superior was talking about at all. Choi Hyun-seok is a very, very important hero candidate. That's why I checked separately whether he was transferred properly. Even though it violated regulations, it was that important. Frizzell approached and thrust his face close to hers. And I couldn't believe my eyes. Why on earth is Choi Hyun-seok imprisoned in a Demon King's army fortress? Demon King's army fortress. That's not all. There are 93 other hero candidates imprisoned there. What? I checked the records, Rachel. They were all heroes you sent. All within the past 3 months. Frizzell's eyes flashed angrily. To boost your performance, you recklessly sent people without even checking their hero qualifications. Without any special benefits even. And if that wasn't enough. Frizzell's voice grew increasingly louder as he spoke. You dumped all the heroes in a Demon King's army fortress? Even Choi Hyun-seok with SSS grade potential? Have you lost your mind? That can't be. I just checked your transfer equipment. The transfer coordinates were written incorrectly. Coordinates. At that moment, for some reason, a certain scene flashed through Rachel's mind. Macarons really are the best. 1 month ago, on that day when she was enjoying coffee and macarons as usual. Slurp. Hot. She had spilled coffee on the typewriter, and wiped the typewriter with a cloth. Could it be then? Rachel's expression became like that of someone who had lost their soul. Frizzell grinned as he placed his hand on Rachel's shoulder. Are you starting to understand the situation now? Well, Rachel, I trust you're prepared. Demon King's Army 3rd Corps, 2nd Slave Unit. Thousands of human slaves were being mobilized here to expand the fortress. We are the great Demon King's Army. Choi Hyun-seok sang the 3rd Corps' anthem while swinging his pickaxe. Let's kill humans. Let's eat humans. How long had he been swinging the pickaxe with vacant eyes? Work is done for today. Everyone get inside. Jack, the goblin leading Choi Hyun-seok's slave group, shouted. I said get inside. You useless humans. Jack kicked the slaves' backsides repeatedly. That bastard. Short little punk. The ugly monster goblin with green skin was small in stature. Any decent adult male could easily overpower him. However, people didn't dare to challenge Jack. It was because of his cruel nature. Jack, who recklessly swung his meter-long sword, was practically synonymous with terror for the slaves here. Human? What are you dawdling for? The spark flew to Choi Hyun-seok. Jack approached and slapped the back of his head with his palm. Huh? What are you waiting for? You slug. Jack was too short to reach the back of 198 cm tall Choi Hyun-seok's head, so he had to hop up and down to hit it, which made him even more angry. This goblin bastard. For a moment, fire flashed in Choi Hyun-seok's eyes, but he desperately controlled himself. I am going. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok forced a smile and bowed his head. Hurry up and go. Stupid human. Why yes. Yes. Choi Hyun-seok hurried back to his cell. You're really not going to die peacefully. He would have his revenge someday. He would hit that annoying goblin's head 500 times until he begged for death. How long had he been sharpening his blade of revenge? Before he knew it, all the slaves had returned. Jack locked the prison door and left. Phew. Finally, it's quiet. Choi Hyun-seok sighed. Now the prison was actually more comfortable. At least here there were no demon army soldiers forcing them to work or harassing them. Now, let's check today's progress. These days, Choi Hyun-seok was obsessed with something. More precisely, it could be called his only hope. That was the status window. The status window was similar to interfaces used in games. He learned about it from the people here. It's a special ability that only heroes possess. The status window that his knowledgeable fellow slave Park Tae-soo told him about had a very familiar user interface. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 1. Strength, 28. Agility, 29. Stamina, 31. Magic power, 10. Bonus points, 0. White small square hero points, 0. White small square ability, pickaxe usage, D. White small square skills. Oh, my stamina increased by 1. A bit of life returned to Choi Hyun-seok's dead fish eyes. He had heard that abilities would increase with hard work. But after a week with no response, he had half given up, and finally an ability score increased. Has your ability score increased already? The neighboring slave Park Tae-soo called out. He must have heard Choi Hyun-seok's muttering. Yes. My stamina went up by 1. That's amazing. As expected of a world champion, haha. What good is being a world champion when I'm a slave? Choi Hyun-seok smiled bitterly. No, you'll definitely be able to escape this place and become a real hero. Park Tae-soo was sincere. How surprised he had been when he first learned Choi Hyun-seok's identity. To think that famous world champion fighter was right here. Plus, his ability scores were extraordinary. The average ability scores of heroes who come here are 10 to 15. Even at their highest, they were only in the late teens, but Choi Hyun-seok started with ability scores reaching 30. I've only heard this, but they say starting ability scores affect growth potential. That's what a hero who was captured and died here recently had said. If that's true, then Choi Hyun-seok has the potential to become a hero surpassing all others. That thought became even more certain watching Choi Hyun-seok's growth rate. Did you say your pickaxe usage is rank D? Yes. You really are different. Pickaxe usage ability was something every hero slave here possessed. It was extremely common. However, considering Choi Hyun-seok had only been at the fortress for a week, it was incredible. Usually, this would be when the pickaxe usage ability would just start appearing. Not only had Choi Hyun-seok already developed the ability, but he had advanced it 2 levels. He's not a fake hero like us, but has the makings of a real hero. Some might say he's making too much of just pickaxe usage, but Park Tae-soo sincerely believed it. Someday, Choi Hyun-seok would escape this hell and become a true hero. I better stay on his good side. There are 2 ways to survive in the wild. Either be exceptional yourself, or know the right connections to make. Park Tae-soo's instincts, honed by 30 years of corporate life, told him that Choi Hyun-seok was the highest grade lifeline. That night, despite the late hour, Choi Hyun-seok couldn't get to sleep. Sigh. He could feel the cold stone floor against his back. There was a bed roughly made of straw in the cell, but it smelled so bad he couldn't even look at it. How long will it take to get out of here by raising abilities like this? These days, these ability scores were Choi Hyun-seok's only hope. Maybe I'll get stronger when I reach an average of 100. Currently, his average ability score excluding magic power was around 30, so he needed to raise each by 70, meaning a total increase of 210. 1 point per week means 210 would take about 1,470 days 4 years. It was really a pointless calculation. There was no guarantee abilities would keep increasing weekly from now on. Choi Hyun-seok knew this. He was just doing this because it seemed like the only way to endure this hell. This is all because of Rachel, that bewitching woman. Just thinking about Rachel made his teeth grind, even in his sleep. How could someone with such a pretty face do something like this? How could she do this? He had even been willing to convert to Christianity because of Rachel, but to pull such a shameless act. You're a hero? When you wake up, the village chief will come running barefoot saying hero, and serve you food. Village chief? What actually appeared was a muscle monster with a bull's head breathing fire from its horns. After completing the mission, what's this? The village chief's late-born daughter is a pure beauty in her 20s. There was no beauty. There were only short goblins that induced disgust just by looking at them. Swinging swords crusted with blood was optional. Choi Hyun-seok ground his teeth. I absolutely can't die like this. I'll survive somehow. Hero? He didn't care about that anymore. He wasn't interested. Choi Hyun-seok's goal was to survive, and to get revenge. The ugly goblin guard Jack, the bull-headed Captain Riadrin, and finally Rachel, the devil wearing an angel's mask. Until I get stronger. Until then, I'll stay low. He had to get stronger somehow. He heard that in this other world, one could gain superhuman powers through something called magic power. Magic power? 10. Though it was only 10 now, there must be some way to increase it. This wasn't his only hope. What is this hero point? It seems really important. Choi Hyun-seok focused on the hero point item at the bottom of his status window. White small square hero points, 0. Unfortunately, no one knew about this. Everyone just made vague guesses. I heard you can buy legendary weapons if you collect those points. They say you can return to Earth. They say it gives you enough power to destroy rocks with 1 punch. There wasn't anything particularly helpful. What would these fake heroes know anyway? They were just slaves who fell into the fortress as soon as they started. They just happened to arrive a little earlier than Choi Hyun-seok and picked up some rumors. Hero points. I feel like I need to know what this is. As Choi Hyun-seok was furrowing his brow in thought, a familiar voice came from behind. Shall I tell you? Hearing the voice, Choi Hyun-seok's eyes widened. This voice, it can't be. His head turned slowly. Choi Hyun-seok knew who the voice belonged to. How could he forget this voice? Though their meeting was brief, he would probably never forget it for the rest of his life. Why you? It's been a while, hero. Rachel greeted him with a shy smile. Hope you enjoyed the chapter? If you would like to support me or read advanced chapters, you can do so by unlocking chapters. Golden hair flowing down to her waist. Distinct facial features delicately arranged. Pure white wings sprouting from her back. Rachel, who appeared before Choi Hyun-seok, looked the same as before. However, there was one difference. She was extremely small. Her height had been reduced to about 30 centimeters. She looked like a figurine. Though one might wonder why she had shrunk, Hyun-seok didn't ask. He was simply shocked and enraged that Rachel had appeared. You want to know about hero points? I'll tell you. Unaware of Hyun-seok's mood, Rachel rambled on. Hero points are important for developing heroes. Ayok. Hyun-seok grabbed Rachel. What are you doing? Rachel's voice trailed off as she tried to shout in surprise. You. Fire. Hyun-seok's eyes were blazing like flames as he looked at her. When Hyun-seok, who already had a fierce expression, got angry, he looked scarier than a high-ranking demon. Hero. First, let's have you take some hits. What? Hyun-seok grabbed Rachel by the ankle and began swinging her around. Thwack, whack, thud. First, let me just gawk. Wait, ugh, just a moment? Ouch. Though he apparently couldn't bring himself to slam her against the stone floor, Hyun-seok was striking Rachel against the smelly straw instead. Of course, from Rachel's perspective, this was still torture. As she was being smashed into the straw covered in all sorts of filth, Rachel resented her superior Frizzell. In truth, she hadn't wanted to come here either. How could she show her face to someone who was trapped in a Demon King's army fortress because of her mistake? Rachel had come here purely due to Frizzell's coercion. Become Hyun-seok's dedicated fairy. A dedicated fairy wasn't anything special. They were basically errand runners who provided guidance while cleaning up after the hero. You want me to become a dedicated fairy? Yes. It's originally a hero's special privilege to choose one, so there shouldn't be any problem. Rachel naturally protested. I got rid of that dedicated fairy label 100 years ago. If you don't want to be a dedicated fairy, I can just send you down to Earth as a human. What? You want me to become human? You're joking, right? Rachel asked in shock, but Frizzell's eyes were serious. Does it sound like a joke? If you don't want to be a dedicated fairy, I plan to throw you into the Demon King's army fortress without any powers, just like you did to him. How could you? She had no choice. It was impossible to survive in the Demon King's army fortress as a human. The duration is until Hyun-seok defeats the Demon King. Any complaints? No. Rachel finally agreed to become Hyun-seok's dedicated fairy. After finishing her conversation with Frizzell, Rachel was sent to where Hyun-seok was without even being able to pack the macarons she had stashed at home. And now she was getting her head smashed into straw and filth. Wait, gawk, let me, just, talk, ugh. Hyun-seok was swinging Rachel around like a madman. After spinning Rachel around like a windmill, he slammed her into the straw with all his might as if possessed by a Major League Baseball player. Thwack. Rachel, now completely like a rag, stood up staggering. Hero. Please calm down and listen to what I have to. Calm down. Hyun-seok grinned at the word calm. His eyes were gleaming with a strange madness. This is just the beginning. Die. Thus, a hell within hell was being created. After the commotion ended, Hyun-seok seemed to be calming down bit by bit. I should hear what she has to say first. Hitting Rachel wouldn't solve the problem right away. He needed to hear the circumstances of how this all happened. And that's what happened. Rachel hung her head low after finishing her explanation. Of course, everything until now couldn't be heard by others as she had blocked the sound with magic. So, you've become my manager. Is that it? Yes. Until hero Hyun-seok defeats the Demon King. Until I defeat the Demon King. Hyun-seok muttered before shaking his head. Sorry, but I'll pass on being a hero. What? I said I won't do it. Being a hero? What do you mean? Hyun-seok frowned and glared at Rachel's question. Why should I fight the Demon King and save the world? I heard most heroes just live normal lives anyway. Of course, there are many potential heroes like that. Most live ordinary lives until they die. However, Rachel clenched her fists. Hero Hyun-seok is different. I told you already. You have SSS grade potential. This is extremely exceptional. How can I trust your words? What if you're lying again? That was a mistake. Hyun-seok cut off Rachel's attempt to make excuses. Enough. Let's say you're right. Let's say I have high potential. But does that mean I should sacrifice myself? My goal is to escape this fortress and become an adventurer. That's all. He was serious. From the start, his decision to become a hero wasn't simply because he was tempted by Rachel's words. He just wanted to live his life freely again. My previous life was quite tough. The position of world fighting champion wasn't easily obtained. Waking up at dawn every day to exercise, strictly following a diet. Every day passed the same way, like a hamster wheel. Though he traveled abroad quite often for matches, sightseeing was out of the question. He had to maintain his condition. That's how Hyun-seok pushed himself to his limits. And now he didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. But hero Hyun-seok. What? I hate to say this myself. But this world isn't so easy. To be honest, it's very dangerous. Even if you want to become an adventurer, you'll need power. Hyun-seok smirked at Rachel's words. I'm not that naive. Of course I plan to get stronger. Since I've ended up in another world, shouldn't I learn magic and swordsmanship? Then why? I just won't develop a sense of mission getting caught up in the illusion of being a hero. Hyun-seok spoke calmly. That made things more difficult for Rachel. Was he originally like this? At first, she had the prejudice that he was just a simple-minded person who only exercised. That's why she rushed things when sending him as a hero, but she hadn't known he was hiding this side of himself. He can't return unless he defeats the Demon King. Rachel was now completely subordinate to Hyun-seok. She had to absolutely follow his words and share his fate. While she could advise him on the path he wanted to take, she couldn't force him. Anyway, you said you have to follow my words no matter what, right? I plan to leave the fortress, so cooperate. I understand. Just as Rachel hung her head weakly. Suddenly Rachel's form disappeared. As Hyun-seok was confused, Rachel's voice rang in his head. Hero? Someone's approaching. Who's approaching? Hyun-seok's question was quickly answered. Human? Human. The goblin guard Jack banged on the iron bars. Come out. Why are you standing there stupidly? I said come out. It was almost bedtime. So why was he being told to come out alone? Though the other slaves were silent, he could feel them secretly watching. This bastard, surely not. Coming outside, Hyun-seok looked down at Jack with a bitter expression. More precisely, he stared at the giant's sword in his hand. I might have to kill him if necessary. Jack had been particularly troublesome to him from the start. If he was secretly planning to harm him, he had no intention of staying still. However, what came out of Jack's mouth was completely unexpected. It's a summons from Lord Riadrin. Standing 2.5 m tall with red muscles covering his entire body. A high-ranking demon with a bull's head and horns that spewed fire. Riadrin. He was sitting in his office waiting for Choi Hyun-seok. I heard you've been working diligently lately. Pardon. I heard from Jack. He said you're working the most enthusiastically among the slaves. Choi Hyun-seok turned to Jack in surprise. This shorty praised me. It was hard to believe. He wanted to ask Jack about the whole story, but Riadrin continued speaking. At first, I thought you'd gone mad like the other idiots, but it's good to see you working hard. So, Riadrin smiled warmly, which didn't match his fierce appearance. How about becoming the slave master? What? The work pace hasn't been good lately. This place is right in front of the battlefield. We can't have the fortress expansion delayed like this when humans could attack at any time. So, Choi Hyun-seok, I'd like you to become the slave master and improve work efficiency. Just as Riadrin finished speaking. Absolutely not. Rachel's voice echoed in his head again. How dare you ask a hero to become a minion of the Demon King's army? It was more puzzling to hear such an uncouth word as minion from Rachel the angel, but Choi Hyun-seok couldn't ask about it. What was that just now? I thought I heard a strange sound. Riadrin glared at Choi Hyun-seok with narrowed eyes. Eep. Even Rachel, who hadn't expected Riadrin might sense her presence, was startled into silence. Choi Hyun-seok hastily opened his mouth. Then he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Lord Riadrin. Oh ho, I'll do my best to drive the slaves hard. Choi Hyun-seok shouted energetically. Ha ha ha, good. You're better than my first impression of you. Riadrin placed his hand on Choi Hyun-seok's shoulder. If this goes well, I'll personally put in an official application for you to join the Demon King's army. He's offering to submit an application to the Demon King's army for a hero, no less. Hero Choi Hyun-seok nodded with a bright smile. Leave it to me. Crazy? Crazy? Crazy. Rachel buzzed around Choi Hyun-seok like a mosquito. Are you insane? How could you accept such an offer? And you call yourself a hero? This is so annoying. Crazy? 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 Quick, go back and tell him you can't do it. Hurry. Want me to keep getting distracted? Besides, didn't you see that bullhead's face earlier? If I go back now and say I can't do it, he'll tear me apart alive. She couldn't argue because it really seemed that way. Riadrin looked truly frightening. So, why did you accept such an offer in the first place? I have my reasons, so don't worry. Choi Hyun-seok grinned and opened his status window. There was a new message he hadn't seen before. It was a hero quest. Hero quest? You who dropped into the Demon King's fortress from the start due to some idiot's mistake. You might feel as gloomy as finding no toilet paper in the bathroom, but don't be discouraged. Fortunately, an opportunity has arrived. Win the favor of Riadrin, the Demon King's army executive. To become a true hero, you must know how to use your enemies. Objective, gain Riadrin's favor. Reward, 100 hero points. While checking the hero quest, Choi Hyun-seok clenched his fist. This is my chance to gather the hero points that have been shrouded in mystery until now. A new breakthrough began to appear. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. If you would like to support me or read advanced chapters, you can do so by unlocking chapters. https://ko-fi.com/ippos translations. Demon King's Army 3rd Corps, 2nd Slave Unit. This place held 3,000 human slaves in total. Until now, no one had ever held the special position of slave master. Choi Hyun-seok's case was extremely unusual. This also meant that Riadrin had been keeping a close eye on him. What are you doing there? A normal person would feel overwhelmed having to suddenly lead thousands of people. But not Choi Hyun-seok. At first, he seemed to be getting a feel for the atmosphere, but he had fully adapted in just a few days. My grandmother could run faster than that? Can't you move any quicker? Choi Hyun-seok was a proud Republic of Korea Army sergeant. His experience handling numerous slaves during his military service was now shining through. Move faster? Think you will meet today's quota like that? The slaves who had been trudging along began running at Choi Hyun-seok's thunderous command. As Choi Hyun-seok watched them with eagle eyes, you have commanded numerous people for an extended period. Hidden stat charisma has increased. Muhahahaha. Choi Hyun-seok laughed maniacally after checking the system notification. Everyone shook their heads watching him. He's completely mad. Where did someone like him roll in from? I heard he's supposed to be a hero. A hero? Him. Though his ears were itching, Choi Hyun-seok paid no attention. He had his own thoughts about this. That's when it happened. Hero? Please come to your senses. Rachel sat on Choi Hyun-seok's head and started pulling his hair. Hey, won't you get lost? Hero? Something terrible will happen if this continues? Hey, this is all part of becoming a hero. Just stay quiet. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes were already half crazed. The onlooker's eyes were filled with pity. Now he's even talking to himself. What? Process of becoming a hero? More like becoming a demon king. Rachel was currently concealing herself with magic. Naturally, it looked like Choi Hyun-seok was talking to himself. The slaves thought Choi Hyun-seok had completely lost his mind. Group 3 over there? What are you doing? Did you skip lunch today? Why is everyone crawling? Choi Hyun-seok would notice and rush over like a ghost whenever work slowed down anywhere. Even the guards managing the slaves were impressed by his ability. Just as he was deeply focused on the work, a system alert sounded. Riadrin's favor ability has increased. Not much remaining until favor ability goal is achieved. Choi Hyun-seok grinned upon seeing the alert. He suddenly shouted in an emotional voice. Thank you, Lord Riadrin. Crazy? Crazy? A hero praising a Demon King's army executive. Just bash your head in and die. Kaeok. Choi Hyun-seok threw away Rachel who was fidgeting beside him. He climbed up on a high platform and shouted. Now, we'll sing the Demon King's army third core song. Begin. Begin the song dash. Befitting his large build, Choi Hyun-seok's voice was extremely loud. Loud enough to echo throughout the fortress busy with construction. Of course, his newly gained charisma stat also contributed to his increased voice volume. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 1. Strength, 30. Agility, 29. Stamina, 33. Magic power, 10. Charisma, 12. Bonus points, 0. White small square hero points, 0. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C, command, F. White small square skills. Checking his stats that had increased over the past few days, Choi Hyun-seok sang energetically. We are the great Demon King's army. Choi Hyun-seok led the song. We are the great Demon King's army. The other slaves followed with dying voices. Defeat the humans, devour the humans. Defeat the humans, devour them. Another peaceful day was coming to an end at Hemorn Fortress. That night, Rachel sat on Choi Hyun-seok's shoulder. She pressed him angrily. Hero, what are you thinking? Are you going to keep doing this? Wow, this fruit is delicious. Choi Hyun-seok ignored Rachel's words, put his feet on the table, and ate fruit. Currently, he was receiving special treatment, living in a clean room instead of prison. He was quite satisfied with the decent meals he was getting too. Wake up? Didn't you say you wanted to go on adventures? Didn't you say you'd escape the fortress? Of course I will. I'm doing all this because I have a plan. What plan could you possibly have? Geez, so noisy. Choi Hyun-seok caught Rachel and sat her on the table. Listen well. I'll explain how good the current situation is. Go ahead, explain. First, I gained a new stat called Charisma, and an ability called Command. Both are steadily growing. I know that. But your duty as a hero. Hero's duty? I'm just doing what your hero system tells me to do. If this isn't hero's duty, what is? What's the quest content? I told you. It says to gain Bullhead Riadrin's favor. There's no way such a hero quest exists. I'm telling you it's real. Only the individual could see their status window, and the hero quest was part of the status window. Naturally, Rachel couldn't see the quest content. No matter how much Choi Hyun-seok explained the quest content, she wouldn't believe him. Look, it's written right here. Choi Hyun-seok opened the quest window and started reading. You who dropped into the Demon King's fortress from the start due to some idiot's mistake. Win the favor of the Demon King's army executive Riadrin. I'm telling you there's no way such a hero quest exists. From Rachel's perspective, she couldn't help but be suspicious. Originally, hero quests were obviously righteous tasks, literally befitting a hero, like slaying monsters, or saving people in danger. But winning the favor of a Demon King's army executive, such an absurd. Plus, the content was ridiculous. Some idiot's mistake? That clearly referred to Rachel herself. The usually formal hero quests would never use such language. I've never heard of such a hero quest. I must be special. You said so yourself. Something amazing like SSS grade potential. No, even so. At that moment, a thought flashed through Rachel's mind. Could it be Lady Frizzell? Rachel's superior Frizzell. She had been particularly attentive to Choi Hyun-seok. With Frizzell's authority, it would be possible to change quest content or give new quests. Did Lady Frizzell really do this? If so, there must be a reason. Although he's weak now, Choi Hyun-seok is an important hero candidate who might someday defeat the Demon King. Maybe Frizzell used her power to arrange this to save him. And you know, Choi Hyun-seok's words snapped Rachel out of her thoughts. I have my own thoughts too. Do you think I enjoy torturing people and helping that monster? You don't. Of course not. Choi Hyun-seok shouted angrily, but Rachel didn't drop her dubious gaze. Anyway, I need to focus on collecting hero points right now. TCH. Just wait a bit. I think I'll finish raising Riadrin's favor ability soon. Today's system alert said it. Not much remaining until the favor ability goal is achieved. At this rate, he could complete the hero quest in a few days. Just then, Choi Hyun-seok's door swung open. Human. It was the goblin guard Jack. Choi Hyun-seok hadn't seen him since becoming slave master, so he wondered why he suddenly came. What is it? Insolent fool. Lord Riadrin summons you. Come out immediately. Choi Hyun-seok, who had been sitting indifferently, jumped up at the mention of Riadrin. Lord Riadrin. Yes? Follow me. Yes? Understood. Choi Hyun-seok looked more energetic than most Demon King's army soldiers. He'd probably jump up even from sleep at Riadrin's name. Sigh. Rachel could only quietly sigh. Riadrin's office. This was his second visit. I'm not as nervous as before. Choi Hyun-seok wondered if he felt more comfortable because it was his second visit. In truth, he just had more guts than others. Welcome. Riadrin greeted Choi Hyun-seok with a smile. I hear you've been working very hard lately. Not at all. Nonsense. I received reports that work efficiency has increased by nearly 1.5 times today. It must all be thanks to you. I'm just a lowly human. Everything is thanks to Lord Riadrin's wise guidance. Rachel clicked her tongue hearing the flattery flowing like water. Tisk tisk. Is he a hero or a Demon King's army lackey? Choi Hyun-seok ignored the voice in his head. Slave Master Choi Hyun-seok. I called you today to commend your achievements, so be at ease. Is there anything you want? Nothing at all. I'm satisfied just being able to work for Lord Riadrin. Choi Hyun-seok unleashed his previously unknown talent for flattery to its fullest extent. But perhaps the flattery wasn't to his liking? Riadrin nodded with a slightly stiff expression. Oh no, was the flattery too much? Excessive flattery can actually breed antipathy. Just as Choi Hyun-seok was berating himself. Riadrin's favorability has increased. Favorability has reached the target. A system alert sounded. What? He was just embarrassed. It seemed Riadrin's stiff expression was simply due to being unused to and shy about receiving flattery. Hero quest completed. Obtained 100 hero points. Beginner hero shop unlocked for first point acquisition. Great. Perfect timing. Choi Hyun-seok had been waiting for this moment. He wasn't sure exactly how much favorability the hero system was referring to, but if it was enough to complete a quest, it must be a significant amount. At this point, Choi Hyun-seok planned to propose a deal to Riadrin. The timing couldn't be better since Riadrin had just asked if he wanted anything. Lord Riadrin. What is it? If it's alright with you, may I make one request? Speak freely. Choi Hyun-seok swallowed hard before continuing. I want to train the slaves. At the same time, not far from Hemorn Fortress where Choi Hyun-seok was, hundreds, thousands of tents were spread across the vast plains. It was the Human Alliance army formed to counter the Demon King's army. In the largest tent at the center, key figures of the alliance were gathered. This was because Orlabin Grimir, Duke of the Drasen Empire and commander of the alliance forces, had called an unusually late meeting. Thank you all for coming. With many high nobles from various countries present, Orlabin maintained proper etiquette as he opened the discussion. I called this meeting today because of Hemorn Fortress. Hemorn Fortress. Everyone's expression darkened at the mention of Hemorn Fortress. Yes. As you all know, Hemorn Fortress is a strategic point located on the path to the Great Plains of Maradan. We absolutely must capture it. In fact, the Alliance had already attempted to attack Hemorn Fortress once before. The result was defeat. They succeeded in partially destroying the fortress, but had to retreat when the Demon King's army arrived with reinforcements just before they could capture it. Currently, the Demon King's army is quickly rebuilding the fortress. Once construction is complete, taking the fortress will likely be even more difficult than before. So I propose here, how about we attack the fortress once more before it's too late? Several nobles raised their hands. But Commander Orlabin, the soldiers' morale is already very low after one failed attempt. That's right. Besides, isn't it too early when we haven't even finished recovering from our previous losses? Orlabin nodded at the noble's words. Of course, what you say is true. However, Orlabin exuded a powerful presence that belied his elderly age of 60. The Demon King's army also suffered losses. And in the last battle, the biggest obstacle was Hemorn Fortress itself. What if we could lure them out of the fortress? The nobles were taken aback by his words. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. I have a clever plan to draw them out of the fortress. In that case, we annihilate them once they're outside the fortress. After that, we just need to occupy the empty fortress and victory will be ours. And Orlabin nodded with a stern expression. We can rescue our citizens who are being worked to death as slaves in the fortress. There wasn't a hint of deception on his face as he spoke passionately. He was the image of a great soldier who truly loved his people. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. If you would like to support me or read advanced chapters, you can do so by unlocking chapters. You want to train the slaves. Riadrin's expression subtly contorted. Choi Hyun-seok calmly explained without panicking. It's to increase work efficiency. Increase work efficiency. Yes. After observing as slave master for several days, I've noticed that the slaves here lack both unity and discipline. This was only natural. The second slave unit currently held humans captured from all over the continent. Most of them were farmers, and even then, they came from different countries, making disorder inevitable. But slaves are just slaves. Human bodies are weak, they can barely handle the work as is, let alone additional training. It would probably lower efficiency instead. That may be true at first. However, things will change soon. Just think about it. Choi Hyun-seok raised his hands like an orator giving a speech. Elite working slaves who move in perfect unison to every command. No trace of laziness to be found, with each slave doing the work of 3 people, true working professionals. Our unit will become renowned as the finest slave unit, and praise for Lord Riadrin will echo throughout the Demon King's army. Really? Yes? If you give me the chance, I will create the strongest, greatest working slave unit. Finally, Riadrin was completely won over. I permit it. Thank you. With Riadrin's permission granted, Choi Hyun-seok bowed at a 90-degree angle before leaving the office. Hehe. A deep smile spread across Choi Hyun-seok's face as he entered the corridor. You took the bait. Choi Hyun-seok returned to his room with light steps. Whew. Glad that worked. Finally, behind closed doors, Choi Hyun-seok let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, Rachel started chattering. Crazy? Crazy? Crazy. Why are you making such a fuss? Hero, did you really get shot in the head? Greatest working slaves? And what was that about praise echoing through the Demon King's army? And you call yourself a hero? I told you I'm not going to be a hero. And shot in the head? Where do you learn such vulgar expressions? Is that really what's important right now? Choi Hyun-seok covered his ears as Rachel kept nagging. It's so noisy I could die. Die then? Die, you Demon King's army lackey. Rachel kept punching Choi Hyun-seok's chest, though her punches were weaker than kitten paws. Stay still for a moment. Choi Hyun-seok grabbed Rachel and sat her at the desk. Listen carefully. The real fight starts now. Choi Hyun-seok suddenly turned serious. Are you trying to deceive me with your silver tongue again? You're the expert at deceiving with a silver tongue. Momentarily irritated as he recalled past events, Choi Hyun-seok calmed himself and cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, I'll explain the plan going forward. Although Rachel maintained her suspicious gaze, Choi Hyun-seok ignored it and continued. I plan to train the slaves and initiate a rebellion. Our rebellion. SHH. Someone might hear. Rachel covered her mouth in surprise. There are 3,000 slaves in this fortress, but there aren't even 500 Demon King's army soldiers managing them. Choi Hyun-seok explained what he had learned while serving as slave master. Among those 500 soldiers, if we count only the ones with superior combat ability, the number drops to less than half. All this time, Choi Hyun-seok hadn't been flattering mindlessly. Everything was for this grand plan. A battle of 3,000 versus 500. Even with monsters among the Demon King's army, Choi Hyun-seok thought it was worth trying. If he could train the slaves in combat techniques using Earth's knowledge, it would be possible. The key was their will. Whether they could shake off their fear and stand against the Demon King's army was crucial. Will that really work? We won't know until we try. Should we give up before even starting just because it seems impossible? That's true, but even if the rebellion succeeds, what then? I heard the Human Alliance army is stationed near this Hemorn fortress. Then. Right. Once we occupy the fortress and request support, the game is over. Hero. Tears welled up in Rachel's eyes. And I didn't know any of this, sniff. You couldn't have known. It's okay. When I first saw you, I thought you were just a musclehead who only knew fighting. I'm really seeing you in a new light. That's a compliment, right? Right. Of course. Hero, you're a genius. Choi Hyun-seok grinned at Rachel's praise. If we succeed in this, I might receive a great reward. Of course. You'll have conquered a fortress? You might even receive a noble title. Then your path as a hero will be smooth sailing. Oh ho, is that so? Yes. Being a noble means starting at a different level from other heroes. It's like using a cheat key from the start. Choi Hyun-seok kept nodding. Haven't I spent too long as a Demon King's army slave to call this a start? Though it was on the tip of his tongue, he chose not to say it. Choi Hyun-seok gazed steadily at Rachel. Come to think of it, quite some time has passed since I started living with Rachel. At first, he really disliked her. No, to be honest, it was beyond dislike. He wanted to separate her head from her body. But I'm not an emotional person. A fighter must stay cool-headed in any situation. They must always watch their opponent's eyes and create the best outcome in any situation. So Choi Hyun-seok thought about Rachel's usefulness. It had become impossible to get rid of Rachel anyway. The wise choice was to find and utilize Rachel's usefulness somehow. At least she has more knowledge than me. Though that only means compared to Choi Hyun-seok, not that Rachel is actually smart. And she can use magic. Rachel could use various types of magic useful in daily life. Hide appearance, block sound, heat bath water, and so on and so forth. Although not very useful right now, Rachel said she could use more varied magic once Choi Hyun-seok magical power grows stronger. I can simply use her as a scout. Rachel is small so she can move around anywhere easily. Rachel's usefulness is limitless depending on how she's utilized. And most importantly, let's overlook it because she's cute. Rachel is insanely pretty and cute. When in his past life did Choi Hyun-seok ever travel with such a beauty? That fact alone was enough. Even if the destination is a Demon King's army fortress that's like hell. You know what they say, right? If you can't avoid it, enjoy it? That had become Choi Hyun-seok's favorite saying since coming here. By the way, hero. What? Didn't you say earlier that you completed a hero quest? Right. Rachel's words reminded him. I got hero points, and a hero shop opened up. Only then did Rachel let out a sigh of relief. The hero shop only opened after completing the first hero quest. This meant that Choi Hyun-seok talk about the crazy hero quest was true. So it wasn't a lie. How many times do I have to tell you it wasn't? Let's quickly check out the shop. Fine. Choi Hyun-seok shook his head and opened the hero shop. Now that he was actually opening it, he felt oddly nervous. What could be in there? He could finally find out what the mysterious hero points were used for. At last the hero shop opened, and there was not much there. Beginner hero shop. Abilities. Items. For now, it was broadly categorized into 2 sections. Choi Hyun-seok checked the abilities first. Hold breath, F better at holding breath. Hold poop, F better at holding in poop. Choi Hyun-seok face hardened like a rock when he checked the abilities. Hold breath, hold poop. To think these were the abilities available with points he collected through such hardship. Choi Hyun-seok checked the detailed description of hold poop with wide eyes. Hold poop, F. Description: a hero never knows when they'll have to fight a long battle. For such heroes, bodily functions are truly troublesome. We present the perfect ability for those who have trouble accessing a bathroom. Hold poop stops your bodily functions for up to 24 hours. Required hero points, 50. Are you crazy? What is this? Choi Hyun-seok denied reality. This must be a joke? It has to be a prank. But even when he looked again, the description was the same. The 100 hero points he barely earned through all sorts of flattery. To think the abilities he could buy with that were just being slightly better at holding his breath and holding in poop. Unbelievable. This absolutely cannot be. Ha. There were several other holding series abilities, but the situation was similar. In other words, they were useless. Choi Hyun-seok grabbed Rachel by the collar. Are you kidding me? Well. Rachel explained in panic. It's because it's still a level 1 shop. Later when you collect hero points and level up, there are so many useful abilities. Rachel said cheerfully while holding up her index finger, but it had the opposite effect. Shut up. Choi Hyun-seok shouted with spit flying, completely enraged. Just as he was about to throw Rachel out the window. Wait a moment. Hero. Please calm down and look carefully. There are plenty of good abilities in the hero shop besides the holding series. There are other abilities. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Please take a good look. Ha ha ha. Choi Hyun-seok looked through the abilities section again. Past the various holding series like hold breath, hold poop, hold sleep, finally other abilities started to appear. Cooking, cleaning, laundry. Choi Hyun-seok's face became more and more distorted. When exactly do the useful abilities show up? After thinking for a moment, Rachel made an extra cute expression. Maybe they'll appear when you level up? Teehee. Choi Hyun-seok's face hardened even more coldly. But Rachel didn't back down. In this case, I'll push through with ego tactics. Rachel winked with all her might. Teehee. Just die. Choi Hyun-seok grabbed Rachel with a serious expression. Wait a moment? Kaya. Rachel's screams echoed until sunrise that day. Several days passed. During that time, Choi Hyun-seok overcame his disappointment with the garbage hero shop and focused on his daily routine. Among these, the most important was morning education. Every morning, teaching the slaves before work begins. Although it was only a short time of 1 hour, Choi Hyun-seok had no intention of wasting it. Before we begin education, we will salute the Demon King. Everyone salute. Chuck. Nearly 3,000 slaves raised their hands in unison. Though still a bit awkward, their form was decent thanks to days of practice. Good. At ease. At Choi Hyun-seok's words, the slaves took their attention in perfect order. Next we will sing the third corps anthem of the Demon King's army. Begin. As Choi Hyun-seok shouted loudly, the third corps anthem echoed throughout Hemorn Fortress. We are the great Demon Lord's army. Defeat humans, eat humans. Though it was a bizarre scene of humans shouting about eating humans, Riadrin, the deputy commander watching all this, felt his chest swell with pride. How pleased would the Demon King be if he saw this? Standing 2.5 m tall with muscles covering his entire body. Though Riadrin had a bull's head with horns that spewed fire, he couldn't help but tear up at this magnificent sight. Tears welled up in his characteristically round bull eyes. Ahem. Riadrin wiped his eyes with his thick hand. I made the right choice allowing this training. Riadrin made a vow that he would definitely recruit Choi Hyun-seok into the Demon King's army. Though he may be human, he is a man more suited to the Demon King's army than anyone. The great Demon King would surely be very satisfied upon seeing Choi Hyun-seok. That's when it happened. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the office door. Who dares? He had ordered that no one should come during morning training time no matter what. Though Riadrin's anger rose, the uninvited guest obliviously knocked again. Knock knock. What is it? Lord Riadrin. Urgent news. The one who opened the door and entered was Jack, a goblin guard. Riadrin decided to hear what he had to say before crushing his ugly face. Urgent news. The human army is marching here. What are you talking about? Riadrin was shocked. The human army is marching? That's impossible. Just yesterday they received reports that the human forces were retreating. Thanks to that, the Demon King's 8th Division stationed near the fortress had departed to annihilate the fleeing humans. The humans who should all be dead are returning to the fortress. Well, it seems it was a trap. A trap. Yes. Currently the 8th Division has been defeated and the humans are advancing straight to the fortress. Riadrin pressed his lips tight. The 8th Division under the 3rd Corps is the largest unit in this area. If such an 8th Division was defeated, there is no army to stop the humans advancing on Hemorn Fortress. Lord Riadrin, you must evacuate immediately. The 2nd slave unit that Riadrin leads is not a combat unit. As the name suggests, it's a unit for leading slaves to work. They only have 500 unit members total. This isn't enough to stop the human army numbering in the thousands or tens of thousands. Other units, aren't they coming to support? It seems the humans have already taken measures. All nearby units are already tied up. It seemed the cunning humans had already played their tricks. In the end, they had no choice but to hand over the fortress to the humans. Unable to contain his anger, Riadrin struck the desk. Damn it. Kwang? The massive wooden desk shattered into pieces. To think we have to give up the fortress so feebly when reconstruction was almost complete. This is the price of underestimating human cunning. Lord Riadrin, there's no time, they'll be here soon. You must evacuate quickly. I understand. I'll leave right away. Just as Riadrin was about to leave, grinding his teeth. 1, 2. The sound of training echoed forcefully from outside the window. Choi Hyun-seok figure was reflected in Riadrin's large eyes. Choi Hyun-seok, the man passionately training slaves in the yard. Riadrin couldn't abandon him. Wait. Yes. We must take Choi Hyun-seok with us no matter what. Riadrin, executive of the Demon King's army. He was a commander who loved talented people. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. If you would like to support me or read advanced chapters, you can do so by unlocking chapters. At the central plaza of Hemorn Fortress, Choi Hyun-seok was doing physical training with 3,000 slaves. Match the cadence? 1, 2. While it appeared quite energetic at first glance, in reality, Hyun-seok's mind was filled with worry. I need to start combat training soon. Initially, he had them do formal drills and sing military songs just for show in front of Riadrin. If he suddenly started combat education, it would obviously raise suspicion, and he needed to increase work efficiency first. The plan was to gradually increase education time as progress showed, and secretly mix in combat training. Why is he so interested? Riadrin watched Hyun-seok's training every single day. It's okay, he'll lose interest soon, right? That's how it'll be. Hyun-seok and Rachel predicted his interest wouldn't last long. Riadrin was a high-ranking officer in the Demon King's army. What entertainment could there be in watching slaves train? But unfortunately, excellent. Riadrin was genuinely enjoying it. It wasn't just a passing interest. His attention to morning training grew stronger with each passing day. He started actively offering opinions to Hyun-seok, and now he even moved his office to a location overlooking the training ground, plaza. At this rate, combat training was just a dream. What should I do? Hyun-seok rubbed his face with his hands. I guess the only good thing is that my charisma stat keeps increasing. About 10 days since starting the training. During that time, his charisma increased by 8 points to reach 20. His leadership ability also rose from F rank to E rank. But this alone wasn't enough to satisfy him. Hyun-seok's goal was rebellion, a coup d'état, to overthrow the bull-headed Riadrin and take control of this fortress. No, calm down. I shouldn't rush things. Take it slow, step by step. Just as Hyun-seok was continuing his thoughts. Dash. A commotion could be heard from afar. What's that? What's happening? The slave's atmosphere became unsettled. Hyun-seok clapped his hands to gather attention. Everyone focus. Training isn't over yet. Whatever was happening, it probably had nothing to do with slaves like themselves. For now, focusing on training was the right thing to do. Just as he thought that, Choi Hyun-seok dash. A massive shout that made the fortress shake rang out. Turning around, he saw the large-bodied Riadrin running at an incredible speed. It was such a terrifying speed that dust clouds rose behind him like in a cartoon. Why yes, there's no time. We must leave the fortress immediately, Riadrin said while grabbing Hyun-seok's wrist. Hyun-seok's eyes began rolling 360 degrees. What is he suddenly talking about? What was this crazy bullhead saying? Just then, people in armor began running from afar. There he is. That's the commander, the Red Nightmare Riadrin. Regular soldiers fall back. Knights will handle him. 5 heavily armored knights charged towards Riadrin. Seeing this, Hyun-seok immediately understood the situation. The human army has come. Though he didn't know the exact circumstances, the human alliance forces had invaded Hemorn Fortress. The fortress had fallen, and Riadrin was clearly trying to escape. But why is this crazy bullhead trying to take me with him? Hyun-seok carefully glanced at Riadrin from the corner of his eye. What should I do? Should I strike him now? Hyun-seok hadn't forgotten his first day at this fortress. Riadrin showed no damage even after taking his head kick directly. An incredible constitution. And what about his strength? Just from his grip alone, Hyun-seok's ankle almost became crippled. But I've grown stronger since then too. Plus, I have reinforcements this time. The 5 knights charging toward Riadrin. Even at a glance, they were wearing heavy armor. Yet they were moving at superhuman speeds. They were clearly exceptional fighters. I'll watch for an opportunity to escape while the knights deal with Riadrin. He planned to shake off Riadrin and flee to the human side if possible. At that moment, Riadrin suddenly disappeared. Swoosh dash. It happened in an instant. Riadrin had already reached the 5 knights. Boom, crack, bang, crash, pawa. It happened too fast to see what occurred. Just as Riadrin waved his hand, the armored knights flew like cannonballs. Hyun-seok's jaw dropped to the ground. They went through the wall. The people were smashed into the wall. Not just smashed, they were driven through it. Their armor exploded outward, and their once proud bodies had long since been reduced to bloody pulp. Choi Hyun-seok. What are you doing? I said we need to go, Riadrin urged while shaking the blood off his fist. The dazed Hyun-seok finally came to his senses and nodded. Yes, Lord Riadrin. As Hyun-seok ran out of the fortress, a single tear rolled down his eye. It was a peaceful journey. The air was clear, and all around were endless plains stretching to the horizon. Several carriages were traveling along the road that followed the landscape. The carriages were pulled by Drakhan, beast horses with similar appearances to regular horses. Clatter, clatter. In the quiet, only the sound of running Drakhan could be heard. Hyun-seok sat alone in the cargo section of the carriage. His eyes were unfocused, like those of a deranged person. He had been staring at the sky for 5 hours straight. I'm finished now. Hyun-seok let out a deep sigh. A day had already passed since leaving Reborn Fortress. During that time, the Human Alliance forces had sent pursuit teams several times to catch Riadrin. There they are. We've almost caught up. The pursuit team galloped proudly on horseback. Their numbers were around 100. The few surviving Demon King's army soldiers could only tremble in fear. Riadrin stepped forward alone. So you're the Red Nightmare, Riadrin? Yes. Today I'll cut off your head to restore the kingdom's prestige. The pursuit team commander who was going to cut off Riadrin's head to restore the kingdom's prestige. He died with his head ripped off. While still alive, at that, the pursuit team froze at the sight, and a massacre ensued. The Red Nightmare Riadrin. At that moment, Hyun-seok properly understood why Riadrin was called the Red Nightmare. To think I tried to defeat someone like that. I must have been out of my mind. Riadrin was not someone humans could handle. He felt foolish for trying to oppose such a being. Hyun-seok gave a miserable smile. Goodbye, otherworld. Goodbye, adventure. Goodbye, my second life. Hyun-seok had dreamed. Going to another world to embark on a great adventure and becoming a hero who defeats the Demon King? Then meeting a kind and beautiful blonde noble lady, having a sweet romance leading to marriage, having lots of rabbit-like children and building a happy family. In his later years, spending time watching grandchildren play in a modest mansion, he had such grand plans. It's over now. A hero who defeats the Demon King? The reality was becoming a slave who couldn't even handle one Demon King's army officer. I'll just be dragged around like this forever until I'm no longer useful, then get eaten. What blonde noble lady? The only people he'd seen since coming here were fellow disheveled slaves. Ha! Just as Hyun-seok let out a sigh deep enough to sink the ground. Hero? Hero. Rachel whispered while sitting on Hyun-seok's shoulder. Snap out of it. Hero. Call me slave, not hero. Please snap out of it. Rachel raised her tiny hand and slapped Hyun-seok's cheek. Slap? But Hyun-seok showed no reaction. It would have been better if he had at least gotten angry. Yug. Rachel trembled with clenched fists as she continued speaking. Hero? They say you can survive even in a tiger's den if you keep your wits about you. How do you even know that saying? That's not important right now. What I mean is, we can turn this situation into an opportunity. At the word opportunity, Hyun-seok's head turned weakly. What opportunity? We can properly understand the real situation of the Demon King's army. Once we escape later, it will surely be a huge help in becoming a hero. Don't talk about escaping. Hyun-seok grabbed Rachel. If you hadn't sent me to the Demon King's army fortress in the first place, none of this would have happened. Rachel was taken aback by Hyun-seok's words. Her eyes darted around before she hung her head low. I'm sorry. Hugh. Forget it. What good does it do thinking about the past now? Blaming Rachel now wouldn't change anything. Hyun-seok muttered self-deprecatingly. Choi Hyun-seok. What's the matter? Suddenly, a massive head reminiscent of a bull popped out. It was the Red Nightmare, Riadrin. Nothing at all. Haha. Hyun-seok laughed brightly as if he had never been dejected. You look healthy. That's good. Of course. I'm dead without my health. Good. We'll arrive at the 3rd Corps headquarters soon, so I'll be counting on you then. Pardon. Choi Hyun-seok made a dumbfounded expression. Take good care, he says. Of what? Riadrin continued his explanation. Didn't I tell you? You'll be meeting the Corps commander. We plan to formally induct you into the Demon King's army. As Riadrin spoke, honey was practically dripping from his eyes. Brain frozen, Choi Hyun-seok could only babble incoherently. Is there a problem? Suddenly, Riadrin's eyes turned fierce. Choi Hyun-seok startled back to his senses. No, I was just so honored that I couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. I see. Kahaha. As expected, you're a man most suited for the Demon King's army. Well, not as much as you, Lord Riadrin. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Ha 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 ha. For a while, the carriage was filled with the laughter of the two men. At the same time, the Human Alliance forces occupying Fort Reborn were releasing the people who had been slaves. Citizens of the Kingdom of Riadrin, please come this way. This is the Drasan Empire's area. The atmosphere was quite chaotic. Fort Reborn had held as many as 3,000 captive people. It seemed it would take quite some time to send them all back to their respective hometowns. Where should I go? Park Tae-soo, Choi Hyun-seok's fellow slave. He fell into deep contemplation. I can't just suddenly claim to be a hero, this is troublesome. There were nearly 100 people in similar situations here. The unfortunate ones who, despite being heroes, had fallen into a Demon King's army fortress. Just as they were gathered in one place, unable to move forward or backward, a soldier approached. Are you all perhaps heroes? The people's faces brightened at the soldier's words. Yes, that's right. Heroes, please follow me. The soldier guided the prospective heroes. The heroes began to get excited with slightly flushed expressions. We're finally going to be treated properly now, right? Of course, we're heroes after all. As expected, there's no way we'd be treated like this. If it weren't for that Rachel girl, we could have lived comfortable lives. Now things are finally moving like a proper other world. While everyone was excited and making comments, only Park Tae-soo maintained his silence. Something feels off. Park Tae-soo was a man without any special abilities. Yet there was one reason he managed to survive over 30 years of social life. He was good at reading situations. Whether at work or in society, he had an uncanny sense for knowing which strings to pull to survive and climb up. The atmosphere is strange. Park Tae-soo's instincts rang alarm bells. That this path was like a rotten rope. If he tried to climb it, the rope would break and he would fall. Being careful never hurts. Park Tae-soo carefully slipped away from the line. It was to observe the situation for a moment. Due to the chaos, it wasn't difficult to slip away. I'll follow secretly and join later if things look okay. The prospective heroes continued to move following the soldiers' guidance. Finally, they arrived at an open space. There were many heavily armed knights and soldiers. In the middle was an elderly man. Orlaban Grimir, Duke of the Drasen Empire and commander of the Allied forces, greeted the heroes with a welcoming face. Welcome, heroes. Commander Orlaban stepped forward. May I ask, is there anyone here who is not a hero? The heroes shook their heads at Orlaban's question. We all came here as heroes. I see. At that moment, Orlaban showed a twisted smile. Begin. Begin what? The question didn't last long. Swoosh dash. Arrow rain poured from all directions. Kaya. Kahek. Kek. Save me. The heroes tried to escape but it was impossible. The soldiers had already blocked all escape routes. Kuerk. Cook. Kahek. The hellish scene ended in an instant. Before one could finish drinking a cup of tea, all heroes were dead. The soldiers showed thoroughness by stabbing the fallen people's chests one by one to confirm their deaths. They seemed quite familiar with this. It didn't look like their first time. Commander, all have been eliminated. Good. There weren't any who escaped, right? They had originally gathered all heroes in one area of the fortress for management. No one should have slipped away. Is that so? Those Demon King's army bastards can be useful sometimes. Ha ha ha. Commander Orlaban laughed heartily as if truly enjoying himself. And watching him from afar, Park Tae-soo trembled like an aspen tree. What is this? He needed to escape from here. The moment they heard he was a hero, he would die. If I could just rejoin the line. Just as Park Tae-soo was carefully returning, a soldier blocked his path. Are you perhaps a hero? Yes? No, I'm not. A flustered Park Tae-soo frantically waved his arms. That's strange. Black hair means you're either a hero or a demon race. Are you perhaps of the demon race? Suddenly being called a demon race, he was no such being. Park Tae-soo shook his head while keeping his mouth firmly shut. Then you must be a hero? Please follow me. We're giving special guidance to heroes. No. The soldier's face was filled with an irrefutable kindness. Hope you enjoyed the chapter? If you would like to support me or read advanced chapters, you can do so by unlocking chapters. They say even in a tiger's den, you can survive if you keep your wits about you. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes shone brightly. I will survive. On the way to the Demon King's Army 3rd Corps headquarters. Over the past few days, Choi Hyun-seok desperately composed himself. I succeeded in gaining Riadrin's favor. Why can't I do the same with other Demon Army members? Whether it's the Corps Commander or the Demon King, I'll win them all over. It's fine even if it looks servile. He can grovel until his hands become feet. He just needs to survive somehow. Then someday, an opportunity will come. Hehe. I won't give up. His head was filled with thoughts of having a sweet romance with a blonde beauty, having lots of rabbit-like children, and spending his later years watching grandchildren play in a magnificent mansion, just as Choi Hyun-seok's eyes were gleaming with strange madness. Hero, get a grip. Defeating the Demon King comes first. Rachel, sitting on Choi Hyun-seok's shoulder, whispered. Choi Hyun-seok turned to look at Rachel with a serious expression. Am I not allowed to live happily? What? Am I not allowed to be happy? I could live happily too, right? This damn cursed world? Why does it have to be just me? Hero, the demon army will hear your voice. Yeah, is that so? Choi Hyun-seok shouted frantically, foaming at the mouth. He's completely lost it. There was no getting through to him. It felt like watching a deranged demon. Rachel nodded with a forced smile. Sure. Haha, sure. Suddenly, Rachel disappeared. At the same time, a head popped into the carriage. Choi Hyun-seok. What's going on? It was the bullhead Riadrin. Choi Hyun-seok showed a bright smile as if he had never been serious. I'm just so happy about meeting the Corps Commander that I can't contain myself. Haha, sorry if I was noisy. Indeed, having an audience with the Corps Commander is an honor. It certainly is. The Corps headquarters isn't far now. You'll be able to meet the Commander soon, so don't be too anxious. Yes? Understood. Then get some rest. Having finished his business, Riadrin returned to the front of the carriage. Choi Hyun-seok let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost ended this life as a bachelor too. Choi Hyun-seok shook his head. Wasting 2 lives without even dating once. It's horrifying just to imagine. Hero, look over there. Rachel, who had reappeared, pointed somewhere. What is it? Choi Hyun-seok looked where her tiny finger was pointing. Is that a castle? How long had it been there? A massive black castle stood there. It looks 10 times bigger than Fort Hemorn, maybe even more than that. It was so large that it distorted one's sense of distance. Even as Choi Hyun-seok stared absent-mindedly, the huge black castle kept growing larger. As they got closer to the castle, finally someone shouted loudly, "We're approaching the 3rd Corps headquarters." They had arrived at the Demon King's army 3rd Corps headquarters. This other world was more enormous in scale than expected. The 3rd Corps headquarters looked like a city surrounded by massive walls, an imposing castle towering in the center. Entering inside, Choi Hyun-seok stood before a large door made of antique black wood. Choi Hyun-seok, the Corps commander is inside. Yes. Be careful not to show any disrespect. Unless your life isn't precious to you, I'll keep that in mind. Show disrespect? That would never happen. Choi Hyun-seok was prepared to lick the commander's toes if that's what they wanted. Though it's questionable whether a Demon Army Corps commander would want that. Knock knock. Riadrin knocked on the door. Come in. The voice from inside was surprisingly beautiful. To use an old-fashioned comparison, it was truly like sweet jade beads rolling. Creak. The antique black door opened. Finally, the owner of the voice appeared. Thump. Choi Hyun-seok felt his heart beating violently. Beautiful. The woman before him stood with her back turned. Though it was just her back view, her beauty couldn't be hidden. Flowing black hair reaching down to her waist. Below that, a curvaceous and sensual figure moved as if seducing him. Maybe it doesn't have to be a blonde beauty after all. Normally, this would have been the moment for Rachel's retort of "What nonsense is that?" But it was quiet. She seemed to be holding back in front of the Corps commander. Corps Commander Hemis. Riadrin called out to the Corps commander. A beautiful woman turned around. Stay calm. No matter how beautiful she is, she's still a Demon Army Corps commander. I need to be ready to flatter her at any moment. As Choi Hyun-seok was thinking this, his eyes widened in shock. Corps Commander Hemis had turned around, and her entire face was covered by an enormous mouth. A huge mouth split vertically. Inside, sharp teeth were writhing. Riadrin. You came. The beautiful. No, the large-lipped monster spoke. It's an honor to see you, Corps Commander. Riadrin bowed respectfully. Oh my, why so formal between us? Ho ho ho. The lip monster covered her mouth while laughing, though she barely covered half of the massive lips. Riadrin. Your muscles have become even more magnificent since I last saw you. You've become even more beautiful, Corps Commander. Riadrin spoke in an uncharacteristically greasy voice. Bullshit. Choi Hyun-seok watched the situation while holding back his nausea. I heard Hemorn Fortress fell. I apologize. I am ashamed. No. How is that your fault? It was that stupid 8th Division commander's mistake. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from Hemis the lip monster. An enormous magical power, like a massive tidal wave, constricted their entire bodies. I can't breathe. Choi Hyun-seok barely maintained consciousness while gasping roughly for air. The 8th Division commander. That crocodile head had the nerve to return alive. So I'm thinking of making him into a bag. Crocodile head bags are in fashion these days. Ho ho. Hemis laughed while making what could have been either a joke or a serious statement. At the same time, the suffocating pressure disappeared. Choi Hyun-seok was dripping with cold sweat. One finger movement and I'm dead. Even Riadrin was an unapproachable monster, but this Corps commander named Hemis felt like an alien existing in a completely different dimension. Though visually, she'd make even aliens faint. But the truly shocking part was yet to come. Riadrin. Have you heard the news? Which news are you referring to? The Demon King's pet dog just had puppies. Yes, I heard rumors. It's cause for celebration. So there was a small dispute among the Corps commanders about who would get one of the puppies. At that moment, Hemis's huge lips split into what seemed to be a smile. I won? You don't know how cute it is. Want to see? Riadrin nodded. What followed was beyond imagination. Shrurup dash. The lips on Hemis's head expanded to about 2 meters, and from inside, a black dog as large as a tiger jumped out. Look, isn't it super cute? Indeed, it's worthy of being the Demon King's pet. Even as a puppy, it has dignity. I named it Bobo. Bobo. A name that suggests strong power. Right? I knew you'd understand, Riadrin. Listening to their conversation, Choi Hyun-seok felt like he was going crazy. That's not the important part here. How could they be so casual about this? A tiger-sized puppy just jumped out of someone's mouth? Well, not a person's mouth but... Anyway, the lips just stretched and... No, more importantly, how did something that massive fit inside such a small body? And they're calling that a puppy? Even a baby elephant would be smaller than that. There were too many things to point out. He didn't know where to start. Sigh, I give up. In the end, Choi Hyun-seok decided to remain quiet. That's when Hemis's attention turned to Choi Hyun-seok. Or rather, should we say her lips turned toward him, since eyes weren't visible? By the way, Riadrin. Who's this human? This is Choi Hyun-seok, the human I reported about before. Ah, the clever one. The show-off Riadrin had already finished bragging about Choi Hyun-seok to the Corps commander. Yes, I brought him to formally recruit him into the Demon King's army. Oh ho, talent chosen by Riadrin? This is exciting. Hemis approached Choi Hyun-seok. Such a cute face, and such delicate muscles. I like it. Cute face. Delicate muscles. All words completely foreign to Choi Hyun-seok description. See Corps commander, your lips are truly beautiful. Oh my, really? Hemis thrust her face forward. Choi Hyun-seok forced a smile while dripping with cold sweat. Save me. The massive lips looked ready to swallow him whole at any moment. Thank you for the compliment, even if it's just flattery. Fortunately, Hemis backed away, and Choi Hyun-seok let out a sigh of relief. But Riadrin, even if I like this human, it might be a bit difficult. Is it hard to accept him into the Demon King's army? No, joining the Demon King's army isn't difficult. It wouldn't be the first time. Then, Riadrin stroked his chin as if he had an idea. Right. Even if we accept him into the Demon King's army, can this human actually survive? Hemis's doubt was reasonable. While the slave unit where Choi Hyun-seok originally belonged was part of the Demon King's army, it wasn't a direct combat unit. All slaves are the Demon King's property. I'll tear the mouth of anyone who dares to drool over the Demon King's property. Thanks to Riadrin's threat at the fortress, the Demon King's army didn't lay hands on the slaves. But where I'm heading next is different. A real Demon King's army fighting humans. Can Choi Hyun-seok survive in a group that eats humans as snacks when bored? I guarantee he won't last a day, let alone a week. True, but I believe in Choi Hyun-seok. Oh really? Hemis looked at Riadrin with surprised eyes. To think that he, known as the Red Nightmare, would trust a human. It was hard to accept such a sight. Choi Hyun-seok possesses excellent leadership abilities. Though his power is insignificant now, he will gain great strength soon. Why do you think that? I plan to teach him myself. Choi Hyun-seok was startled by Riadrin's words. The bullhead is going to teach me himself. Hemis was equally surprised. To think that Riadrin, the Red Nightmare, would teach a human. It made her doubt if this was the same demon she knew. Riadrin, you're stepping up personally. You must really like this human. Though Choi Hyun-seok is human, I know he's the most suited for the Demon King's army. Is that so? At that moment, Hemis's lips split into a wide grin. This is making me a bit jealous. Choi Hyun-seok instinctively felt it. Though he wasn't sure exactly, he knew things were taking a bad turn. If Riadrin speaks so highly of him, I should accept him. Thank you, but direct teaching is not allowed. Pardon. Our Riadrin shouldn't waste time on a mere human. I have other tasks for him too. Hemis approached Choi Hyun-seok. She slowly caressed his chest. Instead, I'll take special care of you. Since Riadrin treasures you so much, I should pay extra, special attention. Every time Hemis's touch met his skin, it sent chills down his spine. Don't pay that kind of attention. He felt like blasting away both the bullhead Riadrin and the lip monster Hemis. Of course, that was just a feeling. Choi Hyun-seok was a man who knew how to survive. It's an honor to my family to receive such special attention from the corps commander. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok shouted as if he couldn't contain his joy. Yes, yes. From now on, you'll be assigned as my pet dog's caretaker. Pardon. Pet dog caretaker. The pet dog clearly referred to Bobo, who was panting beside Hemis. A massive dog, that looked like it could chew up even a decent-sized tiger. They want me to raise that. The only animals Choi Hyun-seok had ever raised were 2 pet hamsters he received as a gift in elementary school. Feels more like I'll be the snack rather than the caretaker. With Hemis, she'd probably just laugh it off even if he got eaten. Oh my, how nice that our cutie has such a good appetite. Just like me? Oh ho ho. She'd probably say something like that. It was absolutely certain. Why that expression? Don't you like it? At that moment, Hemis's large lips twisted slightly. Realizing his mistake, Choi Hyun-seok hurriedly smiled. How could that be? I was just worried if someone like me deserves to care for such a dignified and magnificent Lord Bobo. Oh my, you have such a way with words. Yes, our cutie is indeed dignified and magnificent. Hemis split her large lips into a satisfied grin. By the way, maybe because our Bobo is still growing, he has quite an appetite. So make sure not to run out of snacks. I'll keep that in mind. You better. Otherwise, you might become a snack yourself. It's quite a task to keep assigning new caretakers as he keeps eating them. I wonder who he takes after with such a big appetite? Oh ho ho. Surely after the beautiful and excellent corps commander. You think so? Oh ho ha. Of course. Ha ha ha. A tear rolled down Choi Hyun-seok's eye as he laughed along with Hemis. Corps commander Hemis. And her massive pet dog, Bobo. From now on, Choi Hyun-seok has to take care of Bobo. Suddenly becoming a caretaker, Choi Hyun-seok was sighing while looking at something. Hero quest? You've become Bobo's caretaker. Why does a hero like me have to do this? It may be too depressing, but endure it. Even rolling in dog poop is better than dying, they say. For now, let's gain Bobo's favor to survive and plan for the future. Objective, gain Bobo's favor. Reward, 200 hero points. For better or worse, a hero quest had appeared. The objective was to gain Bobo's favor. Unlike with Riadrin, the notable difference was the increased reward of 200 points. Not just a Demon King's army executive, now I have to gain the favor of a corps commander's pet dog. He couldn't help but doubt if this was really a hero quest he was looking at. No choice. I'll follow it for now. Anyway, the only way for Choi Hyun-seok to survive now was to gain Bobo's favor. Choi Hyun-seok observed Bobo carefully. He's kind of cute when sleeping. Bobo was sleeping while drooling, growling, pohung. Perhaps due to his large size, drool and snot sprayed everywhere each time he breathed out. Am I going to raise this big guy alone from now on? Just as Choi Hyun-seok muttered this. Greetings, worthless human. A phlegmy voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw a short goblin. I am Hoken, who serves Lord Bobo. Choi Hyun-seok quickly stood up and bowed 90 degrees. Nice to meet you, I'm Choi Hyun-seok. He thought he was alone, but apparently there was a senior staff. However, Choi Hyun-seok didn't like this senior at all. Why did it have to be a goblin? Goblin Hokan didn't look reliable at all. I would have preferred a large and fierce demon instead. The goblin before him seemed more likely to be a hindrance than help. Wait a minute, come to think of it. Suddenly, Choi Hyun-seok remembered what Corps Commander Hemis had said. Our cutie Bobo seems to like tender goblin meat since he's still young. Oh ho ho. Choi Hyun-seok now understood why a goblin was the caretaker. At this point, he was clearly being treated as a snack. If that's the case, don't call us caretakers, just call us lunchboxes. Choi Hyun-seok let out a deep sigh. Lord Hokan. What is it, human? Are there no other senior caretakers? No, they're all dead. Ah, I see. It wasn't particularly surprising since he had expected it. Human, listen well. Suddenly, Hokan shouted while placing his hands on his waist. It was a pose commonly used by military instructors when trying to set the mood. I will now tell you what we must do as Lord Bobo's servants. Yes. Choi Hyun-seok was secretly impressed. Was this what being a senior meant? His confident demeanor showed hints of being a veteran. Our job is to prepare Lord Bobo's meals. Yes. Choi Hyun-seok swallowed hard while waiting for the next words. But no matter how long he waited, there was nothing more. Is that all? That's all. Got a problem? No sir. The urge to ask why he put on such airs rose to his throat. Hold it in. Fortunately, the disaster of speaking his thoughts out loud was avoided. After all, Choi Hyun-seok was a professional Korean who had survived in a society where rank was everything. Lord Hokan, do we really just need to prepare meals? That's right. Meals? Most important. Hokan nervously glanced at Bobo. If we don't prepare meals, Lord Bobo will eat us. Choi Hyun-seok nodded. It seemed they needed to work hard preparing meals to avoid becoming lunchboxes themselves. Keek, it's already this time. This is bad. Suddenly Hokan shouted in a fuss. We need to prepare snacks. Human, quickly move to the kitchen. Just as Hokan urgently grabbed Choi Hyun-seok's arm. Kwang. Bobo woke up. Hokan hurriedly stood before Bobo. Great and adorable Lord Bobo. Did you have a pleasant rest? Suddenly Hokan's vocabulary became rich. Kwang. I've prepared a meal here. Hokan held out a food bowl bigger than his own body. Inside were various unidentifiable meat scraps piled high. Growling. Bobo's expression wasn't good as he looked at the bowl. Something seemed unsatisfactory. Are you not pleased? Rawr. Bobo strode over to Hokan. Drool dripping from his mouth, he was clearly looking at Hokan as food. No. Hokan trembled and looked around. His eyes met Choi Hyun-seok's blank stare. I've prepared a human special, Lord Bobo. Hokan pushed Choi Hyun-seok forward. You crazy goblin? What are you doing? Shut up human. Lord Bobo wants his special meal. Stop spouting nonsense. Choi Hyun-seok put Hokan in a headlock. Though he showed respect as a senior, Choi Hyun-seok was a former world heavyweight champion fighter. Subduing a goblin small enough to crush under his chin was nothing. Hiya! Choi Hyun-seok threw Hokan with all his might. Gah! Save this goblin! Hokan screamed as he flew through the air. Rawr! Bobo leaped up with a mighty roar. Chomp! The tender, delicious goblin Hokan went straight into Bobo's mouth. Crunch! Crackle! Nom! Nom! The sound of crushing bones and chewing flesh could be heard. Burp! Satisfied with his meal, Bobo belched with a smile. He ate well. Senior soldier Hokan, who taught the importance of meal preparation with his whole body. Choi Hyun-seok quietly honored his death. Not long after Senior Hokan's death, Rachel, who hadn't been seen in a while, was having a hard time. Kaya, hero, do something about this bastard. What's with an angel saying bastard? Like a cat chasing a butterfly, Bobo jumped all around trying to catch Rachel. Thump thump. Despite being a giant dog, Bobo was incredibly agile. He was so fast that dust flew up wherever his feet touched the ground. Hey, take it easy. What if Bobo gets hungry? You gonna take responsibility. Is that important right now? Of course it's important. The moment he gets hungry, I'll become a lunchbox like Hokan. I'm about to become fairy sashimi right now. Sashimi. Sashimi's good. I want some sashimi. It had been quite a while since he'd had proper food. Hera, be quiet. I'm thinking. Though it seemed like he was just making thoughtless jokes, that wasn't the case. Choi Hyun-seok was deep in serious contemplation. How to feed something that big until it's full. The disaster of Bobo getting hungry absolutely must not happen. Choi Hyun-seok could only survive by keeping Bobo's stomach full 24 hours a day. The good news is there's special food for Bobo. Next to Bobo's house was a storehouse filled with all sorts of unidentifiable meat. The problem is Bobo won't even look at it. However, Bobo seemed uninterested in his food, mixed meat. Just earlier too, when Hokan held out the huge food bowl, Bobo wouldn't eat it. Rather, the fresh Hokan bringing the food looked more delicious. Need some different food. If it could have been solved with just the regular food, Hokan wouldn't have emphasized the importance of meals so much. Kaya. Think. Despite the chaos around him, Choi Hyun-seok desperately pondered. Rawr. Kaya. Hokan. Food. Hokan is food. Hokan was delicious. Lost in thought, Choi Hyun-seok suddenly stood up. Hokun's last words before death. He remembered Hokun's final words? Must prepare snacks. Human? Quickly move to the cooking area. Snacks? Cooking area? These two words had to be the solution. He must have gotten different ingredients from the cooking area. Hokun must have satisfied Gourmet Bobo's appetite with secret food from the cooking area. But where is the cooking area? Choi Hyun-seok had just arrived at this massive castle today. Right after arriving, he met with the lip monster, the commander, and was immediately assigned the position of Bobo's caretaker with its 99% mortality rate. There was no way he'd have that kind of information. Can't go searching alone either. A human wandering the castle alone could meet a terrible fate. The demon army fundamentally hated humans. Even Hokun just now showed aversion to Choi Hyun-seok. Other demon army members would be just as bad, if not worse. Think of a way. He needed to find a safe way to get to the cooking area and bring back food. Should I ask the commander? Choi Hyun-seok shook his head as he thought of Hemis. No, not that. That lip monster wouldn't care about him. He'd be lucky not to face retaliation. A mere soldier asking to see the commander might anger her. Choi Hyun-seok squeezed his eyes shut, imagining his head being engulfed by Hemis's lips. Should I ask Riadrin? This option had a higher chance of success. But there was still a problem. I don't know where Riadrin is right now. Unfortunately, Riadrin had urgently disappeared somewhere after meeting with Hemis. It seemed Hemis had given some special orders. Please think of the best idea. Even now, Bobo was busy chasing Rachel, meaning his stomach was emptying in real time. Kaya, get lost you mutt. At this rate, he'd be hungry soon. The moment Bobo's stomach growled again, he would end up as a lunchbox. There must be some way. That's when something suddenly flashed through Choi Hyun-seok's mind. The hero shop. Choi Hyun-seok hurriedly opened the hero shop. Then he started searching for something, holding his breath in concentration. After a moment, finding what he wanted, Choi Hyun-seok let out a cheer. I knew it was here. It was pet supplies. The hero shop basically had two categories of items. Hero shop LV.1. Abilities. Items. Choi Hyun-seok checked the items. There were all sorts of random things here. To describe the items sold in the hero shop, they had everything except what wasn't there. Drug pillow that knocks you out as soon as you lay your head down. Dry firewood that catches fire easily. High-quality sleeping bag for outdoor sleeping. Items that made you wonder why on earth a hero shop would sell such things. Some even seemed to have questionable intentions. Super strong drink that gets you wasted in one sip. Just what do you think a hero is? While these items made him question the very meaning of being a hero, that wasn't important right now. I knew it was here. Pet supplies. He remembered seeing them when he checked the hero shop before. Why on earth do they sell pet supplies? Please be patient, hero. It might be useful somewhere. Useful my foot. Life is unpredictable indeed. Back then he had scolded Rachel for talking nonsense, but now he was actually going to buy pet supplies. Giant bone that large dogs love. Who knew this would actually become useful? Honestly, it sounded useless from the name alone, but right now it was the best item possible. Choi Hyun-seok checked the item's detailed description. Giant bone that large dogs love. Description, it's a giant bone that large dogs love. Effect, large dogs love it. Can gain favor with large dogs. Required hero points, 30. Despite the description showing zero effort, Choi Hyun-seok couldn't help but smile. This could work. Choi Hyun-seok's first plan for survival. Choi Hyun-seok threw a bone as thick as his forearm. Bobo started running at an incredible speed. Bobo, fetch. Kwang. That's right. Nice catch. Bobo leaped beautifully through the air and caught the bone in his mouth. Heck. Heh. Bobo put down the bone and shot a look seeking praise. Choi Hyun-seok carefully patted Bobo's head. Good boy. Our Bobo is so well behaved. Was he pleased with the praise? Bobo wagged his tail like crazy. Whoosh, whoosh. Maybe because his tail was so large, a fierce sound could be heard every time it moved left and right. If you get hit by that, it's at least 4 weeks of injury. Bobo, who was bigger than most tigers, was incredibly muscular. On top of that, his hide was so tough and durable it was like he was wearing armor. I need to stay on good terms. Just as Hyun-seok was stroking Bobo with his most friendly smile, Bobo's affection level has increased. Hearing the system alert, Hyun-seok cheered. Nice. This was already the 5th alert. At this rate, it didn't seem like it would take long to reach the target affection level. Good. Let's keep this up. If he could completely train Bobo, there would be nothing to fear. Why, you ask? Because Bobo is an adorable puppy who wouldn't hurt even the Corps Commander if she put him in her mouth. The pet dog of Corps Commander Hemis, the highest-ranking official here. And the handler the pet dog follows the most? If we apply the syllogism, that makes me the handler that the Corps Commander cherishes the most. Hyun-seok said proudly. Rachel, who was standing next to him, scrunched up her face and spoke. Hero. What? Did you hit your head on the ground or something? Why are you ruining the good mood with your nagging? No, where in the world is there such a syllogism? I don't know. If I say it's like that, then it is. Right, Bobo? Kwang. See, even Bobo agrees. Ugh, I shouldn't even bother talking. Rachel shook her head. Hyun-seok ignored Rachel and stroked Bobo's head. Just wait a little. Once Bobo completely follows me, that's when life in the demon army really begins. Of course, he didn't plan to hide behind Bobo forever. It's just that immediate survival was important right now. It was best to use whatever could be used. Stop licking? Haha. Bobo licked Hyun-seok's cheek with his tongue. Although it was painful enough to feel like his skin was being torn off due to the rough tongue, Hyun-seok smiled. This is all evidence that we're becoming closer. At that moment, Hyun-seok suddenly felt his surroundings grow dark. When he looked up, a wide-open maw filled his entire field of vision. Kwang. Bobo? No. Just before being swallowed by Bobo, Hyun-seok hurriedly backed away and desperately waved the bone. Good boy Bobo, we need to keep playing, right? If you eat me, we can't play with bones anymore. Kwang. At the mention of not being able to play anymore, Bobo deflated and closed his mouth. But he kept smacking his lips, seeming regretful. This dog doesn't even appreciate me playing with him. After throwing the bone for 2 whole hours until his arm nearly fell off, he almost became Buddha right then and there. Hyun-seok took a deep breath and watched Bobo carefully. Now his stomach clock is starting to ring. It had been quite a while since Bobo ate Senior Officer Hokan. During that time, he'd been running around with Rachel and playing fetch with him, so it was about time he got hungry again. Should I try giving him feed? Although he didn't eat it when Hokan gave it to him, this time would be different. Unlike Hokan, he had become quite close with Bobo. Plus, Bobo is really hungry right now. As they say, hunger is the best sauce. No matter how much of a gourmet Bobo was, he surely wouldn't refuse this feed, mixed meat. Bobo, want to eat? Hyun-seok filled Bobo's huge food bowl with lots of meat and held it out. Bobo slowly approached and sniffed the meat. Kwang. Bobo took a mouthful of meat. Munch munch munch. That's right. Good boy, Bobo. Tui. Bobo spat out the meat right away. Hyun-seok dragged his hand down his face. Damn. What kind of dog is this picky? Bobo was even more of a gourmet than Hyun-seok had thought. It seemed he wouldn't eat this mixed meat unless he was on the verge of starving to death. In the end, I'll have to get different ingredients from the kitchen. It would be a big problem if Bobo kept getting hungrier. As time passed, he would look more and more like delicious meat in Bobo's eyes. Who knows when this ungrateful guy will suddenly turn and try to eat me. After contemplating for a moment, Hyun-seok made a decision. It might be too early, but there's no choice. Hyun-seok approached Bobo. Bobo. At Hyun-seok's call, the dejected Bobo turned his head. Shall we go for a walk? At the word walk, Bobo perked up as if he'd never been down. Heck. Indeed, there was no dog in the world that hated walks. Lepel was a veteran who had been in the demon army for over 10 years. Nevertheless, he had never been promoted and remained a low-ranking soldier. Perhaps because of this unique career, there wasn't a single soldier at the 3rd Corps headquarters who didn't know Lepel's name. You mean cowardly Lepel? That bald guy. To survive 10 years on the battlefield without dying, he must really know how to save his own skin. Lepel was well aware of his reputation. He was very dissatisfied with it. Being bald is true, but I'm not a coward. Yes, he could tolerate comments about his bald eagle-like appearance. But he was definitely not a coward. Do you even know how many humans have died by my hands? Just as Lepel was shouting with clenched fists. Human. A human passed by in front of him. Why was there a human here? This was the Demon Army's 3rd Corps headquarters. It wasn't a place where humans dared to set foot. Oomph. Bald Eagle Lepel puffed up his chest muscles. He was trying to appear as threatening as possible. Then he strode toward the human. Hey, you. Yes. The human turned around with a bewildered expression. Who are you? Why is a human loitering here? Lepel swallowed his words mid-sentence. Because he made eye contact with the huge dog following the human. I'm in the middle of walking Lord Bobo. Lord Bobo. Lepel was startled at the mention of Bobo. There wasn't a single soldier at Corps headquarters who didn't know about Bobo. Rumors about Bobo had spread far and wide. They say he's bigger than most ogres. I heard he tore apart a troll in one bite. You know Gorgon, who was selected as a handler from the neighboring unit? They say he didn't last even a day before being eaten. Of course, very few soldiers had actually seen Bobo. But with unit members selected as handlers disappearing one after another, rumors were bound to spread. But what does that have to do with a human being here? Let's say the beast before him was the famous Bobo. That still didn't explain why there was a human here. That's when Hyun-seok spoke. I'm Choi Hyun-seok, recently assigned as Lord Bobo's handler. Hyun-seok extended his hand. Lepel nodded while reflexively shaking hands. I'm Lepel. Sweat dripped down Lepel's shiny head. Is this real? Being assigned as Bobo's handler here was a kind of death sentence. No handler had lasted more than 3 days so far. Could it be they've decided to assign prisoners as handlers from now on? Lepel thought. Perhaps Corps Commander Hemis had issued new orders. Just as Lepel was speculating about Hyun-seok's identity, Bobo, who was sitting beside them, licked Lepel's head with his tongue. Scrop. The rough tongue passed over the smooth head like sandpaper. His expression was as serious as a gourmet tasting food. Lepel's eyes began to shake wildly. Oh no, Bobo, don't. You'll get sick if you eat just anything. Hyun-seok said while patting Bobo's head. Get sick if he eats. That's a joke, right? At Lepel's question, Hyun-seok shook his head with a serious expression. We're just coming back from him swallowing my senior Hokan whole. By the way, Sir Lepel, do you know where the kitchen is? Lepel desperately raised his arm that had frozen stiff. If you go straight that way, you'll find the kitchen. Then, excuse us. Lepel grabbed Hyun-seok as he was about to leave. Wait, you said you're Hyun-seok. Yes. Work hard from now on. Though you're human, I have expectations. Thank you. Hyun-seok bowed his head. Lepel, will be watching. Lepel put on his most impressive expression and turned around proudly. Phew, I hope they didn't notice. He had accidentally wet himself when Bobo licked his head. If word got out that he wet himself in front of a human, he might kill himself from shame. Even I think that was excellent acting. He had shown the perfect image of a senior soldier. That stupid human must be looking at his back with admiring eyes, not even realizing how he had trembled in fear. What's with that idiot? What does he mean he'll be watching? Hyun-seok said, watching Lepel walk away in the distance. He seemed to think he looked cool walking with his chest puffed out and waddling, but he just looked quite stupid. Ugh. More importantly, why did he suddenly pee himself? The smell is overwhelming. Rachel wrinkled her nose while covering it with her hand. Who knows? Incontinence maybe. Hyun-seok could smell it too, but wasn't particularly bothered. No, this could actually be considered a good sign. The plan worked. This was proof that his prediction was right. He could safely reach the kitchen while traveling with Bobo. No one would be crazy enough to mess with the Corps Commander's pet. Aside from his tremendous power, Bobo was the pet of Hemis, the leader here. Unless they were insane, no soldier would pick a fight with someone leading such a precious creature. Good. We'll go to the kitchen like this and get fresh food that Bobo likes. Then all our immediate problems will be solved. And after that? After that? Yes. You're not planning to spend the rest of your life as a hero cleaning up dog poop, are you? Hyun-seok shook his head at Rachel's question. As if. I can't die until I marry a blonde noble lady. Sigh. That's quite a noble goal. How would you understand my feelings? Hyun-seok snapped angrily. Whatever. Let's hurry to the kitchen. Who knows when hungry Bobo might cause trouble. Right. Just as Hyun-seok was about to walk toward the kitchen. Wait. What? Where did Bobo go? Bobo, who was definitely next to them just now, was nowhere to be seen. Hyun-seok frantically looked around. But no matter how much he searched, there wasn't a trace of Bobo. What? Where did he go? Wait. I'll fly up and look. Rachel flew up into the sky, while Hyun-seok called out loudly for Bobo. Bobo? Where are you? Bobo? Bobo? Where are you? Be good? Let's play with the bone? Okay. Just as Hyun-seok was waving his secret weapon, the bone. Heck. Bobo came running from far away. Phew, felt like 10 years off my life. Whatever he'd been up to, Bobo looked quite pleased. Oh my, where did our cutie go? You gave Big Brother quite a scare. Horror filled Hyun-seok's eyes as he spoke. Blood. Bobo's mouth was covered in blood. Where had he gone for such a pleasant meal in the meantime? Burp. Bobo let out a satisfying belch. Thud. A pile of bones fell from Bobo's mouth. Bobo, did you eat something tasty by yourself? Kwang. Bobo answered energetically. At the same time, commotion began to be heard from far away. Company Commander Regis is dead. What? Who did this? Find the culprit quickly. In the middle of the commotion, Hyun-seok silently dragged his hand down his face. Sigh. Rachel, who had appeared beside him, whispered. Hero. Could this be? Yeah. Looks like we're screwed. A massive catastrophe occurred when Bobo ate one of the Demon King's army's commanders. Choi Hyun-seok could only sigh deeply without words. Hero, do something. Rachel frantically circled around while shouting. I get it, so please just shut up. We can't just stand here doing nothing. Can't you see? Those muscleheads are charging at us in a group. Rachel pointed in one direction. Looking where she pointed, a wild kingdom from another world unfolded before them. Bull heads, bird heads, horse heads, pig heads, and more. All sorts of muscular Demon King's army soldiers with animal heads were charging angrily towards them. That's the one? I saw that beast eat Commander Regis. After it. Thanks to Commander Regis, we'll feast on beast meat tonight. Wahaha. Watching the muscle monsters approach, Hyun-seok ran his hand through his hair. This isn't some animal bodybuilding contest. Incredible. Is that supposed to be a joke? That's so not funny. I wasn't trying to be funny. Anyway, think of something to do. They're already here. I'm thinking, so please shut up. Hyun-seok was desperately racking his brain. How could they get out of this predicament? Those Jim brothers charging over probably didn't know that Bobo here was Hemis' pet. Even Lepel, the bedwetter they just met, didn't believe it until Hyun-seok told him. Would it be possible to convince them in this situation? But there wasn't enough time to find a solution. Everything happened too suddenly, and the Demon King's army was approaching too quickly. Thud 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 thud. The ground shook slightly from their tremendous charge. Got you, you bastards. Kahihi, tonight we're having dog soup. The Demon King's army instantly surrounded Hyun-seok and Bobo. Rachel quickly hid herself in Hyun-seok's arms. Hero, this is the end for us. Rachel muttered while trembling. That's when Hyun-seok spoke in a low voice. It's not over yet. What? What do you mean? I'm already a man who's gone as far as I can go. Someone once said, life is a series of choices. There are only two options. Right now, there were two choices. Either die quietly here, or struggle until the very end before dying. Even if I die, I'm going to die with some guts. Dying quietly wasn't Hyun-seok's style. HNNGH. Hyun-seok took a deep breath. Just before bursting, he exhaled with all his might. Hey, you bastards. Hyun-seok's shout echoed throughout the castle. For a moment, silence fell. Everyone stared at Hyun-seok with round eyes at his sudden outburst. What is that? Looks like a human. Human? What are you talking about? Look at his face. He's clearly one of us. No, no, look carefully. He's definitely human. Human? Is it a holiday today? Either way, we'll have good nourishment. The Demon King's army soldiers whispered among themselves. By the way, didn't he just curse at us? That can't be. Unless a human's gone mad, they wouldn't dare. He already looks mad though. That's true. Just as the Demon King's army discussed, Hyun-seok wasn't in his right mind. His eyes were rolled back and twitching, and foam was coming from his mouth. If I lose the momentum, it's over. The only thought in Hyun-seok's mind was that he had to dominate the Demon King's army. He shouted again. You bastards! What are you looking at? His desperate cry echoed throughout the castle. His vocal prowess was indeed first class, but the Demon King's army wasn't the type to cower at mere shouting. The arms are mine. Don't touch them. I want the breast meat. I've been lacking protein lately. Everyone stop. Anyone who touches the leg meat dies by my hand. The Demon King's army wasn't intimidated at all. They were just busy discussing how to butcher and share Hyun-seok. By the way, what kind of beast is that? Never seen it before. Who cares what kind of beast it is? It attacked Commander Regis, so we have to dispose of it. Right. Let's make it into a stew. Bobo was being treated the same as Hyun-seok. By regulation, beasts that attack the Demon King's army are to be killed immediately. In the first place, magical beasts were literally just that, beasts. It was quite common for magical beasts to attack the Demon King's army when they couldn't overcome hunger or stress. And on such days, that unit could feast. Is Kral coming for dinner tonight? Yeah. Kral ate a newbie yesterday. Ha ha ha. Let's eat with gratitude to the newbie and Kral. Ha ha ha. To summarize, eating dead comrades and magical beasts was common in the Demon King's army. Naturally, the reason why the Demon King's army came running was obvious. Commander Regis. I hope he's not fully digested yet. Why? I've always wondered what he tastes like. Just hunger. That was all there was to it. Revenge for their commander? They shouldn't have expected human-like emotions from those whose thought patterns were different from humans from the start. Shall we begin the dismemberment then? I told you the human's legs are mine? Don't you dare touch them. That's when it happened. A soldier resembling a wild boar stepped forward. His name was Bullred. He was the vice commander, said to be the strongest after the commander. Human. Are you prepared? Bullred asked with a sneer. What nonsense about being prepared? In that instant, Hyun-seok swung his hand. Slap. Bullred's eyes widened as he was suddenly struck across the face. After processing what happened, his eyes filled with rage. This bastard dares. His jowls quivered with anger. His massive tusks shook along with them. But Hyun-seok didn't back down. Hey, how dare you? What makes you think you can bear those vicious tusks? What? Do you know who this is? Hyun-seok pointed at Bobo. Bullred glanced at Bobo once before looking back at Hyun-seok. Why should I care who some mere beast is? This is Lord Bobo. Bobo. Bullred hesitated at the mention of Bobo. At the same time, murmurs broke out among the gathered Demon King's army soldiers. Bobo, could it be that Bobo? You mean the beast raised by the corps commander? Hey, isn't this serious? Hyun-seok smiled inwardly. It was time to press the advantage. That's right. This here is the cute, magnificent, luxurious Lord Bobo. There wasn't a single soldier at the 3rd Corps headquarters who didn't know Bobo's name. However, besides the caretaker, almost no one had actually seen Bobo, so there were only rumors. Vice Commander Bullred shouted. You think I, Bullred, would fall for such a lie? As expected of a human, resorting to petty tricks. The Demon King's army soldiers nodded at Bullred's words. Of course it couldn't be. Right. How could Lord Bobo be here? We can't fall for the human's cunning tongue. The momentum quickly shifted to Bullred's side. They really were simple-minded. Bullred smiled triumphantly. Hyun-seok ground his teeth. This stupid boar bastard. It was certain that this was Bobo. And if anything happened to Bobo, Hemis definitely wouldn't let it slide. She might even execute all the soldiers here. But what did that matter? What's important is how I survive right now. I couldn't care less about what punishment these muscleheads would receive later. The only important thing now was surviving this life-threatening situation. Is Bobo okay? Hyun-seok briefly checked on Bobo. Purr. Kuong. Bobo was dozing off, apparently having food coma. Ha, I have to do it myself. Somehow I need to take control of the situation. Hyun-seok's eyes gleamed once more. Are your eyes just for decoration? How dare you not recognize Lord Bobo when he's right in front of you? Human. Give up. No matter how much you wag that tongue, no one will fall for your words. Just as Bullred was speaking confidently, Housework carefully raised his foot. Then he stomped on sleeping Bobo's tail with all his might. Crunch. The dozing Bobo let out a terrible shriek in surprise. Quayaa. Indeed, worthy of being a premium beast raised by the Demon King himself. Bobo's cry, startled awake by his tail being stepped on, carried unfathomable rage and killing intent. The soldiers flinched at that presence, and Hyun-seok seized the moment to shout, "Can you still deny this is Lord Bobo after seeing such dignity? A mere beast dares." Quayaa. In that moment, Bobo turned to look at Hyun-seok with blazing eyes, a look demanding to know who dared step on his tail. Hyun-seok raised his hand and pointed at Bullred. This boar dared to disturb Lord Bobo's sweet slumber. Bobo's mouth opened wide. It was a split-second moment. Chomp! Vice Commander Bullred's head instantly disappeared into Bobo's mouth. Crunch, crack. As his head was crushed inside, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. From the start, ranks in the Demon King's army were determined by pure strength alone. Since Bobo had already eaten a commander, there was no reason he couldn't eat a vice commander. Sir Bullred is dead too. Could it really be the Lord Bobo? The soldiers backed away in confusion. That's right. This is Lord Bobo. Hyun-seok stepped forward. Anyone else want to become Lord Bobo's snack? Huh. The soldiers' fearful eyes darted around. No matter how ruthless the Demon King's army was, they were still living beings. Like all living things, they couldn't help but fear death. Come at me, I'll cut you to pieces for daring to lay hands on Lord Bobo, Hemi's pet. Hyun-seok shouted triumphantly. Finally, the soldiers began to kneel one by one. We weary sorry. We were too stupid to realize. Please forgive us. All the soldiers knelt and pressed their heads to the ground. Hyun-seok put his hands on his hips and proclaimed loudly before them. Very well, I'll specially forgive you this time. Thank you. Remember this well? This here is Lord Bobo, and I am Choi Hyun-seok, Lord Bobo's caretaker. Understood? Yes. Just as Hyun-seok was nodding with satisfaction. You have subdued numerous Demon King's army soldiers with overwhelming charisma. Hidden stat charisma has increased. Well, this is unexpected. Just surviving would have been something to be thankful for. But he even gained an unexpected stat increase. Is this what they call turning crisis into opportunity? Hyun-seok smiled contentedly. Be careful from now on. Got it. After dispersing all the soldiers, Hyun-seok looked back toward where the chef was. Good. Now it's over once we get to the chef. All problems were solved. All that remained was getting the ingredients from the chef. That's what he thought for certain. Until he heard the voice from behind him. You seem to be having fun. A beautiful voice rang out. At the same time, Hyun-seok's face froze. No way. It can't be. Normally he would have admired a beautiful woman's voice, but not now, because he knew who that beautiful voice belonged to. Cold sweat began pouring down his entire body like rain. I must have heard wrong, right? Yeah, that can't be possible, right? Right. Though Hyun-seok desperately tried to deny reality, the voice cruelly awakened him to it. I heard a commotion all the way to my office, so I came to see what was happening. Hyun-seok's head turned slowly like a broken robot. And I find you doing something cute. Corps Commander Hemi's. Her red lips filled his field of vision. Hemi's headed straight to her office. Choi Hyun-seok followed behind with an expression like a cow being led to slaughter. My luck really couldn't be worse. While feeling dejected, he saw Bobo walking ahead. Wiggle, wiggle. He was swaying his hips enthusiastically as he walked. He seemed happy to have met his owner again. You're lucky to have no worries. After walking for a while with these pointless thoughts, Choi Hyun-seok found himself arriving at Hemi's office. So, shall we hear what happened? Hemi said seductively, perching on her desk. Through her see-through outfit, her fair skin and sensual figure were visible. It was certainly an ideal figure that would catch any man's eye. However, Hyun-seok's eyes were fixed elsewhere. I won't get eaten, right? Those red lips filling her face. The scene of those large lips splitting over 2 meters wide to retrieve Bobo was still vivid in his mind. Let's just be honest. It seemed better to tell the truth than make unnecessary lies. Hyun-seok took a deep breath and began explaining. That's what happened. It didn't take long to tell the story. Hyun-seok delivered the facts as plainly as possible. How Bobo ate the senior soldier. How they headed to the kitchen to survive. How an accident occurred, and how he managed to control the soldiers with quick thinking. When the story ended, Hemi's lips split into a wide grin. Oh ho ho ho. Hemi's laughed excitedly, half covering her mouth with her pale white hand. How interesting. Very interesting. So you thought to survive by selling out me and Bobo in a situation where you could have been torn apart. I've committed a mortal sin. Hyun-seok bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mortal sin? I'm praising you right now. Pardon. Suddenly being praised. It made no sense. I accepted you because Riadrin brought you, but honestly, I had no expectations. I thought you wouldn't last even a day. Truth be told, he almost didn't last a day, just as she said. He had faced death several times in that short period. But you're more interesting than I thought. Hemi's continued, resting her chin on her hand. Should I say you're very human-like? You have a craftiness that can't be found in the idiots here. But unlike a human, you seem to have quite some guts too. Thank you. Hyun-seok quietly breathed a sigh of relief. For whatever reason, she seemed to like this situation. Do you know how commanders are chosen in the Demon King's army? I heard the strongest becomes the leader. That's right. The only thing that matters here is power. That's the problem. Hemi's let out a quiet sigh. The Demon King's army is full of idiots. They disregard everything except strength, so they're caught in a vicious cycle of becoming increasingly stupid. You know, I'm not sure. Well, you'll naturally understand as you stay here. Suddenly, Hemi's walked towards Hyun-seok. So about that. Hyun-seok gulped. Up close, Hemi's lips were newly terrifying. Hemi's, who had come right up to his face, slowly parted her lips. How about becoming an executive? What? Work under me? Is that hard to understand? Not at all. Then you accept. At Hemi's question, Hyun-seok's eyes rolled wildly. Damn, this hero's life is spectacular. from being a slave in the Demon King's army to now being asked to become an executive. This is the kind of content you'd only find in the autobiography of a high-ranking demon who started from the bottom. Hyun-seok gathered his breath and opened his mouth. But don't you need to be strong to become a commander in the Demon King's army? With my current abilities. Of course, with your current abilities, it's not possible. Here, strength is everything. Hemis pressed her finger firmly against Hyun-seok's chest. But in this place where strength represents everything, how long can a human like you last? A week? A month? I guarantee, even getting by with cleverness will soon reach its limit. You weren't thinking of surviving by continuously selling out me and Bobo, were you? Of course not. Good. You should at least have that much sense. Hemis continued with a smirk. From now on, I'll protect you. If I step in, no one in this third corps would dare touch you. Despite the offer of protection, Hyun-seok's face remained stiff. There was no way she would make such an offer without reason. However, this comes with conditions. As expected, Hemis set conditions. What do I need to do? 1 month. Within that time, fight and win against someone I choose. Every time you win, I'll extend the protection period by 1 month. You'll climb the ranks by gradually killing those above you. Once you reach battalion commander, won't you be quite useful? Simply put, she wants him to kill designated members of the Demon King's army monthly to climb the ranks. Easier said than done. Even regular soldiers in the Demon King's army would be considered monsters on Earth. To become a high-ranking officer among such beings? It would be impossible for an ordinary human. But Hyun-seok had no choice but to accept this proposal. I'll do my best to meet your expectations, Corps Commander. Oh ho ho, I like your spirit. Corps Commander, may I ask one thing? What is it? Go ahead. What exactly is Lord Riadrin's rank? Riadrin was the only Demon King's army executive whose combat Hyun-seok had witnessed firsthand. Knowing his rank would give him an idea of what level a battalion commander would be. Oh my, did you think I'd expect Riadrin's level from you? Riadrin is above battalion commander. Thank you for the answer. Hyun-seok felt slightly relieved. As expected, Riadrin was no ordinary executive. Well, if that was the normal level, humanity would have been extinct already. This was Riadrin, who could turn a fully armored knight into a bloody mess with one punch. If the Demon King's army was full of such powerful beings, humans would have already vanished from this land. Do well from now on. It's not like there hasn't been precedent. Yes? Just leave it to me. If you lose in the duel, don't think you'll die easily. What? Hemis's tongue slid across her red lips. Then, I guarantee you'll learn to your bones what it means to wish for death. After leaving the office, Hyun-seok headed straight to the kitchen. He needed to get Bobo's ingredients. Our cutie seems to like you. Please take good care of him. Every month from now on, he would have to duel against soldiers Hemis designated. Though he made this deal that wasn't really a deal, he couldn't escape his original duty as Bobo's caretaker. Bobo, want to fight in my place? Kwang. Bobo barked energetically at Hyun-seok's question. It was as if he was saying to just trust him. You cute thing. Hyun-seok earnestly patted Bobo's head. Sigh. Why the sigh? Rachel, sitting on his shoulder, was sighing deeply. I guess we'll be parting ways with Hero in a month. Want to say something more unlucky? Even as Hyun-seok glared at her, Rachel remained unchanged. That's just how it is. Hero, you're still level 1. Usually, this would be the time to chase rabbits around, but suddenly you have to duel one-on-one with the Demon King's army. Rachel shook her head. We should just consider it over. Hey, didn't you say I had some SSS grade potential? Hero, do you not know what potential means? It literally means latent power. Power hidden inside. Potential comes out as you gradually grow by leveling up. Do you think it'll just burst out suddenly because you're fighting? Normally he would have hit Rachel, but he didn't. Because everything she said was right. Actually, Hyun-seok knew too, that his situation was hopeless. An orc named Kirkin. Think you can win? Of course. Hemis immediately told him who his duel opponent would be. He answered confidently in front of her, but the honest truth was that he was afraid. Fighting with my life on the line. On Earth, Hyun-seok had fought countless battles, and he even earned the title of world's strongest man. But that was fighting with rules in a ring. He had never experienced raw combat like this, wielding weapons with lives at stake. Still, I must win. Hyun-seok steeled his resolve. Marriage to a blonde noble lady. About 5 children. Can't die until I can watch my grandchildren playing in the mansion's yard in my old age. To be going on about blondes even in this situation. Hero, you're really something else. Just amazing. Rachel gave him a thumbs up. What would you know about the heart of a man who died single? Seeing you, I don't even want to know. How dare that mouth of yours? Hyun-seok grabbed Rachel and held her out to Bobo. Bobo, eat her. Kaya, are you crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. What are you going to do about it? Bobo, eat her quickly. Kwang. Ugh, disgusting. Rachel made a crying face. Her body was completely soaked with Bobo's saliva. Just disappear already. I need to enter the kitchen now. Hyun-seok finally reached his destination, the kitchen. After Rachel concealed herself, he immediately opened the kitchen door. A human. The first thing he saw was a muscular Demon King soldier. Must be a cook. He was definitely a cook, holding a knife and wearing an apron. There were just minor issues like his kitchen knife being bigger than most axes and his apron being completely soaked in blood. I'm Choi Hyun-seok. I'm Kulkin, the head chef. You must be the human the corps commander mentioned. Head chef, meaning he was the leader here. Hyun-seok was inwardly surprised that Kulkin seemed to know him. Has an official document already been sent down? Though not much time had passed since leaving Hemi's office, it seemed orders had already been issued. So, what business does a human have here? Meat ingredients. I'd like to get snacks for Lord Bobo. Ah, you're the caretaker. Yes, that's right. Kulkin seemed to have received visits from caretakers several times before. That's a relief. This might go smoothly. Hyun-seok secretly rejoiced. Now he just needed to receive ingredients like the senior caretakers had done, and that would be it. But things didn't go so smoothly. I can't give you ingredients. What? Why should I help you? The corps commander's order was just not to harm you. There was no mention of helping you. Hyun-seok sighed inwardly. Damn, nothing comes easy. His head was already about to burst just preparing for the duel in a month, and now endless troubles kept appearing. Human, you want ingredients? Yes, I want them. Hyun-seok answered energetically. He absolutely needed ingredients to live with Bobo going forward. Otherwise, he'd be eaten by Bobo before even getting to the duel. However, what came from Kulkin's mouth was completely unexpected. Then get them yourself. Pardon. It's time to gather ingredients anyway. Follow me. Hyun-seok bewilderedly followed Kulkin into the kitchen. For some reason, there was a party going on inside. Chomp, chomp. Becoming a cook was definitely the right choice. What meat is this? The texture is so tender. It's Patek who died yesterday. No wonder. Patek is the best. Kahaha. Though disturbing content could be heard in their conversations, Hyun-seok deliberately ignored it. Sir Kulkin, what's this situation? We sometimes have feasts like this before going hunting for ingredients. Hyun-seok tilted his head. There was something strange about Kulkin's words. Hunting for ingredients. Hunting. And a luxurious feast before going hunting. This feels ominous. It's like they're going off to die or something. They say bad premonitions always come true. He didn't know it yet. That his prediction would turn out to be exactly right. Hyun-seok left the castle with the cook soldiers. Their destination was a vast forest located behind the 3rd Corps headquarters. I wonder if Bobo is okay. Currently, Bobo was left behind in the kitchen. This was because head chef Kulkin had opposed bringing Bobo along. Lord Bobo cannot come with us. What? Why not? If Lord Bobo comes, the magical beasts will run away and we won't be able to hunt. Hyun-seok had no choice. He had to do what he was told. Bobo, please don't cause any trouble. Please. He wasn't worried about Bobo getting hurt. Given how widely rumors about Bobo and Hyun-seok had spread, no one would be crazy enough to mess with Bobo. He was just worried that Bobo might go somewhere and eat a Demon King's army executive. That was his biggest concern. By the way, how far are we going? Hyun-seok looked around. It was quite a dense forest. They seemed to have walked for about 30 minutes since leaving the castle, but they still hadn't reached their destination. At that moment, something flashed through Hyun-seok's mind. Wait a minute. Couldn't this be my chance to escape? The situation was perfect. A forest good for hiding. There were no troublemakers here. No lip monster that gave him chills just by looking at it. No bullhead that could turn knights into a bloody pulp with one punch. No giant dog that treated the Demon King's army like snacks. There were the cook soldiers who were big and looked a bit stupid, but compared to the threats he'd faced until now, they were nothing to worry about. A perfect opportunity to escape from the demon army. Heaven hasn't abandoned me after all. First, he would focus on getting out of here. Then he would seek Rachel's advice about getting to the human world. That path would surely be difficult, but it didn't matter. It would still be 100 times safer than being stuck in this insane Demon King's army world. He would move as soon as he saw an opening. Hyun-seok's eyes began to sparkle. Just then, one of the cook soldiers shouted, "Boilder ahead." Boilder? What's that? Hyun-seok's question was quickly answered. Queek. It had a similar appearance to a wild boar. The difference was that it was as big as a decent-sized elephant. Crazy. They're going to hunt that thing. Even a normal wild boar could be lethal if it charged properly. But this magical beast called a boilder was as big as an elephant. If it hits you, there won't be enough bones left to collect. More precisely, you'd become meat paste. It was obvious that if something like that rammed into you, your body would become a flat dumpling. But the cook soldiers were brave. This is tonight's dinner. Let's slice it up. Why? The cook soldiers charged at the boilder with their huge kitchen knives, shouting battle cries. Growling, pohung. The boilder snorted loudly and charged back at the cook soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the boilder stabbed, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Stop. At that moment, one cook soldier bravely stood in front of the boilder. Oh, is he going to show us something? Hyun-seok's eyes lit up. Standing alone against a house-sized wild boar. You couldn't do that unless you were crazy. Hyun-seok expected the brave cook soldier to possess some incredible power like a raid launcher. Boom, arg. The cook soldier flew through the air. With that short death cry, he seemed to have ended his life. That thing killed Morgan. Let's avenge Morgan. Why? The cook soldiers charged at the boilder with battle cries. They looked like moths flying into a fire pit. Hyun-seok held his forehead and sighed. Unlike his expectations, the cook soldiers didn't possess any special abilities. They were just recklessly stupid. Boom, ugh. A head gets crushed under the boulder's front legs. Boom, gawk. Another becomes meat paste and flies through the air from a back kick. What the hell is this? Hyun-seok's eyeballs shook frantically. He had only come to gather ingredients for the kitchen. He definitely hadn't signed up to join a suicide squad. If he had known the kitchen was full of such lunatics, he wouldn't have come anywhere near it. Human, what are you doing? The chef Kulkin who I first met then approached me. Yes. If you just watch, you'll leave without gaining anything. Look. The first hunt is already over. As Kulkin said, the boulder was already down. What? They caught it already? When I first saw it, I thought they would fail the hunt and be wiped out. But the cooking soldiers quickly hunted the boulder. Their abilities seemed quite decent compared to what I expected. Chef Kulkin, the hunt is over. Casualties. 12 dead. There were no wounded. Because they died instantly when hit by the attack. Good. Excellent. Although quite a few soldiers died, Kulkin smiled instead. Collect the bodies properly. We must not let our comrades' deaths be in vain. Yes. The cooking soldier left to clean up. Kulkin placed his hand on Hyun-seok's shoulder. Human. If you want to take the meat, you'd better put in more effort. Yes. I started to seriously worry about the journey ahead. A brief maintenance time after battle. Hyun-seok said he needed to use the bathroom and moved to a secluded spot. When the surroundings became quiet, Rachel appeared with a poof. In midair. Hero, hero, hero. Rachel was barking frantically as soon as she appeared. Why are you making such a fuss again? How can I not make a fuss? What are you going to do now? What else? We have to hunt. Rachel was horrified at Hyun-seok's words. Are you crazy? You're going to catch that brutal magical beast? It's absolutely impossible. Then what? Should I run away? I guarantee I'll become famous as a raw meat restaurant before taking a few steps. I cleanly gave up the thought of escape. Even with 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to escape this forest alone. This is rather good timing. How is this good timing? I can't fight in my current state for the duel in a month anyway. I need to raise my skills and level before then. And get ingredients while I'm at it. But I think you'll become a raw meat restaurant before your level goes up. I have a plan for that. Hyun-seok showed an uncharacteristically confident smile. Rachel, you said it before, right? Killing demons or magical beasts is the fastest way to level up. I did. Rachel made an expression as if saying you can't mean. By any chance, do you get experience points just for landing the final blow? Let those idiots do the fighting, and I'll just swoop in for the final blow to snatch the experience points. Ha! Rachel let out a deep sigh. This hero was more trash. No, craftier than she thought. You're probably right that you can level up just from final blows. But there's a problem. What problem? In the chaos of battle, do you think it'll be easy to precisely finish off a magical beast? Plus, you're a complete novice. That's true. Hyun-seok nodded at Rachel's words. He had thought the same thing. Sorry. I've misunderstood you until now. Huh? Misunderstood what? Just. I didn't know you were capable of thinking. Hearing that from you makes me feel twice as bad. What? Both Hyun-seok and Rachel frowned. It seemed this round of dissing would end in a draw. Anyway, as you said, I don't think landing the final blow will be easy. No, it'll definitely be difficult. Then do you have another plan in mind? No. Hyun-seok said confidently. I'll just have to go all in. What else can I do? That's so like you, hero. Rachel let out a deep sigh. To be honest, it's not like I have absolutely nothing planned. Actually, Hyun-seok had thought of another method. It was using the hero shop. But this plan wasn't refined in detail yet. There was also too little information. Since the plan would require quite a lot of hero points to execute, he decided to put it on hold for now. Let's go back. They might get suspicious if we're gone too long. Yes. Rachel disappeared again. And Hyun-seok headed toward where the cooking soldiers were gathered. Seeing Hyun-seok return, Kulkin said, "Did you take care of your business?" "Yes. I was worried you might stupidly try to run away, but I'm glad." "How could I do that?" "Ha ha ha." Hyun-seok, who was secretly guilty, laughed exaggeratedly. "Sir Kulkin, so when is the next hunt?" "Oh, planning to jump into battle like a man this time." "Of course. Even though I may not look it, I'm also a member of the Demon King's army. Watching such heated battles makes my body itch to join in." Ha ha ha. When it came to flattery and lies, Hyun-seok spoke as smoothly as if his tongue was oiled. In fact, it was enough to make one suspect he might have been a con artist rather than a fighting champion. It seemed his hidden talents were quickly shining through, probably because it was directly linked to survival. That's when it happened. Kulkin's expression hardened after hearing Hyun-seok's words. It was an unexpectedly cold response. Did I make a mistake? Or maybe he doesn't like flattery. Hyun-seok bit his lip nervously. For a human, you're saying quite pleasing things? Kahahaha. Kulkin laughed brightly. Ha 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 ha. No, I'm just a newbie compared to our excellent chef. No, you have the qualities to become an excellent member of the Demon King's army. Oh my, thank you. Hyun-seok scratched the back of his head with a shy face. So I'll put you in the vanguard for the next hunt. What? The vanguard is the most honorable position. Usually, we never give it to newcomers. But this time is an exception. At Kulkin's words, Hyun-seok's face froze. If it's the vanguard, surely. He remembered the soldier who was at the very front when they first encountered the boulder. His name was probably Morgan. Stop. Morgan, who bravely stood alone blocking the boilder's path. Quayayak. The result was becoming such a thorough meat pancake that it was hard to find traces of when he was alive. Shit, absolutely not. Hyun-seok quickly waved his hands. Chef Kulkin, I'm truly grateful, but I cannot accept such an honorable position. Why not? How could I, a mere human, have the audacity to take the honorable and glorious vanguard position? Besides, if someone like me becomes the vanguard, the other cooking soldiers will be dissatisfied. Please reconsider. His tongue was spinning like it had a motor attached. Better to roll in dog poop than die, as they say. For survival, he could throw his pride in the toilet for all he cared. I'm not suicidal. Hyun-seok desperately tried to persuade Kulkin. This isn't an opportunity that comes easily. Think about it again. Kulkin said with a serious expression. I don't need it. You crazy bastard. Hyun-seok frantically shook his head. No matter how I think about it, the vanguard position is too much for me. It would be better to yield such an honorable position to other cooking soldiers. Just as Hyun-seok was speaking. Chef, magical beasts are attacking. What? Howling sounds began to be heard. It was similar to wolf howling. A woo. It wasn't just one sound. Kulkin made a serious expression at the howls coming from all directions. Of all things, it's a Yuran pack. They've already surrounded us. Suddenly surrounded. Hyun-seok's expression also became serious. Is it dangerous? Kulkin shook his head at Hyun-seok's question. No, it's not dangerous. Huh? Then why? Yuran meat doesn't taste very good. That was truly a cooking soldier's concern. Can't be helped. Let's deal with them quickly. Kulkin shouted to the cooking soldiers. We're adding Yuran stew to tonight's menu. Yees. Everyone, grab your tools. The cooking soldiers raised their blood-soaked knives. Charge dash. Yaaaa. The cooking soldiers charged forward with energetic battle cries. Meanwhile, Hyun-seok picked up a kitchen knife that had fallen on the ground. So it finally begins. Although there were various twists and turns, fortunately things were flowing according to plan. Phew, I can do this. Hyun-seok took a deep breath to steady himself. There were already enough mob gatherers, and enough tanks drawing aggro. If he couldn't take advantage of this, he'd be an idiot. This is basically power leveling. Hyun-seok gripped the kitchen knife tightly, and he ran forward at full speed while shouting, Uaa, the final blow is mine. The time for power leveling was approaching. There is a famous saying that life is a comedy when viewed from afar, but a tragedy when seen up close. Choi Hyun-seok was experiencing this wisdom firsthand. Urgh. Ow. The wolf-like monster Yuran and the kitchen staff were engaged in a chaotic battle. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere. Death was frighteningly close. In the midst of this chaos, Choi Hyun-seok's eyes widened. Focus. Who knows when another chance like this would come? If he lost focus, the battle would be over in no time. I need to land the finishing blow somehow. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. This was his first battle since coming to this other world, so it couldn't be helped. Even now, the kitchen knife gripped tightly in both hands was trembling slightly. Although Choi Hyun-seok had been a veteran fighter who had competed in countless matches on Earth, that experience wasn't much help here. Fighting with rules in a ring versus fighting monsters to the death. There was an unbridgeable gap between the two, but he couldn't just stand there like an idiot. Think about it. The blonde noble lady. 5 rabbit-like kids. Retirement in a mansion. Choi Hyun-seok shouted with vigor. Rachel, who was beside him, watched with disgust. You can say such nonsense even in this situation. What? Why are you here? What if you get caught? Don't worry. I've concealed myself with magic. Rachel stepped on Hyun-seok's head. Wait a moment. I'll cast a simple buff spell on you, hero. I don't know what that is, but do you really need to step on my head to do it? SHH. Be quiet, you're disturbing me. Rachel closed her eyes and started muttering something. A faint light then enveloped Choi Hyun-seok's body. Since I'm low on magical power, I can only increase your health and strength a little, but it's better than nothing. Rachel, you. Choi Hyun-seok looked at Rachel with a surprised expression. Rachel rubbed her nose bridge shyly. Humph. I only did it because our fates are linked. No need to be too grateful. If you had something this good, you should have done it earlier. Seriously. What did you say? Never mind. How long does this last? About 3 minutes. That's ridiculously short. TCH. After I helped you, Rachel complained, but it didn't reach Hyun-seok. He was already running off into the distance. With such a short buff duration, he had no choice. Wah! I'll protect my retirement myself. It was truly an honest and straightforward battle cry. The goal is just to land the finishing blow. For that, I need to strike a vital point and kill in one hit. At that moment, Hyun-seok spotted one Yuran. A limping one with injuries. Obviously not in normal condition. Got one. Choi Hyun-seok swung down what might have been a kitchen knife or an axe with all his might. Slash. Perhaps due to lack of strength and technique, cutting the neck in one go was too much, but the blade did embed itself deep in the Yuran's neck. Kakak, kak. The still-breathing Yuran glared at Hyun-seok while choking. Sorry. Hyun-seok kicked the Yuran's head with no trace of actual remorse. Crack. Unlike his clumsy knife work, his extremely well-trained kick was clean and powerful. The Yuran, already dying from the knife in its neck, couldn't withstand the attack and collapsed. Is it dead? Hyun-seok carefully examined the Yuran. At that moment. Level up. Level up, level up, level up. A cheerful alert sound rang out repeatedly. 4 levels at once. To think he'd gained so many levels just from one finishing blow. It was an unexpected achievement. Hyun-seok's heart began to race. At this rate, I could surpass level 20 today. His level would increase by 20 in just one day. Though he wasn't sure how strong level 20 would make him, it would at least be better than now. Finally, I can become stronger. Truth be told, Hyun-seok had been feeling intimidated in many ways since coming to this other world. Back on Earth, he had been called the strongest man in the world. But in this world, he'd encountered too many monsters on a completely different level. And of all things, his first encounter was with Riadrin, an executive of the Demon King's army. What more needed to be said? After meeting Commander Hemis later, he had practically given up on the physical aspect. After all, the opponent was a monster that hundreds or thousands like him couldn't handle. But not anymore. The situation had changed. Now that he could level up, he too would become stronger. What if I become so strong that I can even defeat the commander? He was getting way ahead of himself. This isn't the time. I need to hunt the next one quickly. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. He was looking for another weakened Yurun. At that moment, he spotted a kitchen soldier in his view. He. Arrogant little mutt. The kitchen soldier was swinging his knife to finish off an Yurun. Seeing this, Hyun-seok started running like mad. Danger. What? I said you're in danger. Hyun-seok performed a body tackle with all his might. Ugh. The suddenly ambushed kitchen soldier went flying. Phew, thank goodness. Hyun-seok smiled brightly. The Yurun's eyes widened at the sudden turn of events. Keek. Farewell. Hyun-seok brought down his knife without hesitation. The battle ended quickly. Although a fairly large pack of Yurun had attacked, the kitchen soldiers exterminated them without much trouble. They're better than I thought. Hyun-seok reassessed the kitchen soldiers. At first, he thought they were just stupid suicide troops, but they seemed quite capable. Sir Kulkan, are we heading back now? Hyun-seok asked Kulkan. No, we can't go back yet. Do we need to hunt more? What are you talking about? The hunt is over. Huh? Then why? In response to Hyun-seok's question, Kulkan grinned. Why do you think we do this dangerous kitchen soldier work? Kulkan grinned while saying something unclear. I'm not sure. Look, it's about to begin. Soon after, Hyun-seok could understand what Kulkan meant. Hey, bring more meat over here. Chomp chomp. Munch munch. A party had broken out. They were feasting on the boilder and Yurun they had hunted today. Is it okay to eat the ingredients like this? The reason kitchen soldiers conducted such dangerous hunts was separate. It was for the special meals distributed to the executives at the 3rd Corps headquarters. Freshness is most important for monster meat. Once time passes and the magical energy escapes, it loses its taste. The purpose of this hunt was to supply fresh meat to the somewhat gourmet executives. He couldn't help but worry seeing them devour such important ingredients. This is a kitchen soldier's privilege. Privilege? Yes, the reason everyone chooses such a dangerous position is all for this moment. Munch munch, Kulkan said while tearing into the meat. When would regular soldiers ever taste such fresh meat? It's impossible unless you're a kitchen soldier. So you're saying people become kitchen soldiers to eat delicious meat? That's right. Fresh meat is the reason for living. Hyun-seok couldn't help but close his eyes. I knew they were idiots, but to this extent. Kitchen soldiers fight monsters every day. Dozens die each day. But there's no problem. Because there were too many willing volunteers. There were plenty of idiots in the Demon King's army willing to risk their lives just to eat fresh meat. Eat up, Hyun-seok. You too fought risking your life as a warrior. You've earned the right to eat this meat. Thank you. Hyun-seok accepted the boilder meat. Is this really that delicious? What could be so special about mere meat that they'd risk their lives for it? Hyun-seok stared at the meat before taking a bite. Munch munch. The meat he tasted after a long time was certainly delicious. Even without any seasoning, it had a strong meaty aroma and rich flavor. But it was somewhat lacking. Too bland and tough. Perhaps because it was grilled without even salt. As he ate, his jaw started hurting, and the bland meat quickly became tiresome. Hyun-seok put down the meat and looked at the other kitchen soldiers. Chomp chomp chomp. This is indeed delicious. Meat is truly life's truth. Everyone was busy eating frantically. While watching them, Hyun-seok stroked his chin. Should I try? Before coming here, Hyun-seok had noticed the hero shop and thought of one plan. That was to cook. If he showed outstanding cooking skills, he might win the favor of other kitchen soldiers and executives. Of course, Hyun-seok's cooking skills weren't particularly outstanding. Just the level of occasionally cooking as a hobby while living alone. But in the hero shop, there were things that could supplement his lacking cooking skills. Hero Shop LV.1. Abilities. Items. The two categories that existed in the shop. Among them, both abilities and items had what he needed. Cooking, F. Become better at cooking. Message-rich flavored salt. Cooking ability and flavored salt item. A combination that could create sufficient synergy. But there was a problem. Though it seemed like a decent plan, there was an issue. That was the Demon King's army's taste preferences. Hyun-seok didn't know how picky the Demon King's army's palate might be. What if the kitchen soldiers and executives were unexpectedly gourmet? If he couldn't satisfy them, he'd just waste his hero points. Now's a good time to try. Hyun-seok was confident. The kitchen soldiers were eating tough, unseasoned meat as if it was better than Michelin restaurant steak. Looking at how they eat, just sprinkling flavored salt would drive them crazy. Currently, he had 70 hero points. He had spent 30 on Bobo's toy bone last time. From here, he needed 50 points to buy the cooking ability and 20 points for the flavored salt. After buying both, he'd have exactly 0 points. It's fine. I'll get 200 points once I become friends with Bobo anyway. The reward for the hero quest to raise Bobo's favor ability was 200. Since achieving that goal wasn't far off, he thought it wouldn't be bad to use the points now. Here goes. Hyun-seok gulped and pressed the purchase button. A faint light enveloped his body, and a small bottle dropped in front of him. This is all. The flavored salt in the bottle was barely 200 g, a small amount. Can't help it. I'll try with this for now. Hyun-seok quietly got some boiled meat. Cook well. He carefully sprinkled the flavored salt and grilled it. Sizzle sizzle. Perhaps due to the strong heat, the meat started cooking quickly. Just slightly char the outside. Carefully, so it doesn't get tough by cooking through. Perhaps thanks to the cooking ability. The meat cooked deliciously just as Hyun-seok intended. After some time passed. It's done. Finally, the meat was fully cooked. Hyun-seok carefully took a piece and ate it. Munch munch. Suddenly, while eating, Hyun-seok stood up. Then he approached Kulkan. Sir Kulkan, what is it? Please try this meat. Hyun-seok offered the boiled meat to Kulkan. Kulkan tilted his head. I was starting to feel full. This is meat I grilled with all my heart. If the great Sir Kulkan would eat this meat, I could die without regrets. Hyun-seok said with wide eyes while offering the meat. Well, if you put it that way. Kulkan accepted the meat with bewilderment. Let me taste it then. Kulkan took a bite of the meat. Chew, chew. Kulkan chewed the meat silently. Munch munch. Chew. Kulkan continued chewing like that. Gulp. Finally, the meat went down his throat and Kulkan silently stared at Hyun-seok. His eyes were wide open with a completely stiff expression. Though he looked like he might be angry, Hyun-seok knew. Kulkan was currently overwhelmed with joy. How does it taste? At Hyun-seok's question, Kulkan's face suddenly began to contort. Sir Kulkan. At that moment, a tear streamed down from Kulkan's eye. Sniff. Heek. Once one tear fell, like a broken dam, tears began pouring out like a waterfall. Then Kulkan started crying like a child. Why, it's so delicious. The cooking operation was a huge success. The cooks all shed tears of joy after tasting the meat grilled by Hyun-seok. From now on, I'll train you thoroughly. Hyun-seok was lost in happy thoughts about how he would utilize the cooks going forward. Good work everyone. Organize the ingredients and start preparing the meal. As soon as they returned to the base after hunting, the cooks began moving busily. Kulkan, the head chef, approached Hyun-seok who was quietly watching from the side. Here's your share. He coolly handed over a bundle of meat. Just by looking, it was clearly heavier than expected, much more than anticipated. A bright smile bloomed on Hyun-seok's face. Thank you, Sir Kulkan. May I come again next time? Of course. Come anytime. Kulkan readily agreed. Well then, I must go. I need to prepare dinner. Thank you for your hard work. Hyun-seok waved as Kulkan left. Finally, after Kulkan disappeared into the kitchen, Hyun-seok smiled slyly. Come anytime, he says. I'll come every single day and milk this for all it's worth. He had used a whopping 70 warrior points for this operation. Given that investment, he planned to squeeze the cooks dry until they were like dried squid. Good. The leveling up problem is solved. Now I just need to solve the Bobo problem. The fundamental reason he came to the kitchen was because of Bobo. Since the gourmet Bobo had such a picky palate, fresh meat was necessary. They said the taste lasts for about 2 days after the monster dies, so it should be fine. Apparently, monster meat doesn't change much in taste for a certain period after death. The meat Hyun-seok was holding now was freshly butchered and still warm. This should surely satisfy Bobo. By the way, where did he go? Hyun-seok looked around. After all the trouble getting the meat, Bobo was nowhere to be seen. I definitely tied him up here. As his brow furrowed, something caught Hyun-seok's eye. This is the rope that had been used to tie up Bobo before the hunt was lying on the ground, snapped. Hyun-seok suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Bobo before leaving. Brother will bring back some delicious meat, so wait quietly, okay, Kwang. Bobo had responded energetically as if saying not to worry, but the result was as expected. Hero, where did that dog bite? I mean, where did Bobo go? Rachel, who appeared out of thin air with a poof, perched on Hyun-seok's shoulder. Don't know. I definitely tied him up here. That's why I told you such a weak rope wouldn't work. I know, so shut up for a bit. Hyun-seok knew well that such a rope couldn't hold Bobo. But there wasn't enough time to leave Bobo at home and come back to the kitchen. So he had no choice but to use the rope as a makeshift solution. I just hope he hasn't caused trouble somewhere. Just as anxiety was creeping up from his toes, they heard Bobo's bark, Kwang, Kwang. Looking over, they saw Bobo running towards them enthusiastically. Bobo, you rascal, where did you go? I was worried. Heck, Heb. Bobo, seemingly in a good mood, snuggled up to Hyun-seok with a smiling face. Did something good happen? Why are you so excited? Hyun-seok smiled while patting Bobo's face. Chef, the stored ingredients have disappeared. The meat storage is a mess. Who messed with the storage? Suddenly, commotion started coming from inside the kitchen. Hyun-seok stared at Bobo. Bobo, heck, Heb. Don't tell me. Burp dash. Bobo, who had been smiling innocently as if knowing nothing, let out a satisfying burp. Hyun-seok and Rachel silently looked at each other. Then, as if by agreement, they nodded simultaneously. Let's bolt. Let's bolt indeed. The hero and fairy were in perfect sync at times like this. Hyun-seok and Bobo returned to Bobo's house. As soon as they arrived, Bobo showed interest in the meat Hyun-seok brought. Want some? Instead of answering, Bobo swallowed the meat in one bite. Munch munch. Fortunately, the meat seemed to satisfy Bobo's picky taste. Watching Bobo enthusiastically chewing the meat, Hyun-seok sighed. Phew, Bobo, is it tasty? Kwang. After eating so much today, you can still eat more meat. Kwang. Bobo barked energetically as if this much food was no problem at all. Indeed, the appetite of a child in full growth mode was frightening. Suddenly thinking about how enormous Bobo might become when fully grown, Hyun-seok shook his head. Let's not think about that. It was already hard to handle Bobo now, but if it got even bigger, disasters would occur every time Bobo wagged its tail. Even a light playful headbutt could crush all the bones in his body. Surely it won't grow that big. Hyun-seok dismissed the thought and patted Bobo's head. Eat lots. Brother will bring more delicious meat tomorrow too. Kwang. At that moment, system notifications came in succession. Bobo's affection level has increased. Affection has reached the target. Hero quest completed. Gain 200 hero points. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 23. Strength, 31. Agility, 29. Stamina, 33. Magic power, 10. Charisma, 23. Bonus points, 22. White small square hero points, 200. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C, leadership, E, cooking, F. White small square skills. Great, 200 points received. Oh, you completed the hero quest. Rachel exclaimed excitedly along with Hyun-seok's cheer. Yeah, feels reassuring. Hyun-seok smiled contentedly looking at the increased points. What should I do with these? His expression showed a glimpse of happiness as he considered how to use the points. It was a complete 180 from when he first saw the hero shop and felt disappointed. Come to think of it, the hero system has been quite helpful in many ways. From the raid run to meeting Hemis and coming here. The hero system, quests, shop, points, had a huge impact. Without the hero shop, I wouldn't have even become friends with Bobo. Forget friendship, he would have been inside Bobo's stomach at their first meeting. And I wouldn't have won over the cooks either. Currently, the cooks were like a ray of light in this harsh life among the Demon King's army. They were important suckers who would help with leveling up from now on. He needed to sweet-talk them well from now and milk them for all they're worth. For now, let's save the hero points for when we really need them. As he nodded while organizing his thoughts, Hyun-seok suddenly frowned. The bonus points increased. The bonus points at the bottom of the stats. The previously unchanging bonus points had somehow increased. Bonus points, 22. Ah, those are stat points given every time you level up. At Rachel's explanation, Hyun-seok's eyes widened. There was such a thing. To think additional stat points were given with each level up. This was his first level up, so he had no idea. Why didn't you explain this earlier? Haven't you ever played games? It's common sense that you allocate stats when leveling up. Rachel answered with an expression that seemed to say how could you not know something so obvious? Ha, whatever. Hyun-seok sighed and looked at his status window again. 22 points. Since I went from level 1 to 23, that means I got 1 point per level up. That's right. They're really stingy. Hyun-seok frowned. Like you said, games usually give 3 or 5 points. Hey, but leveling up is faster here. And isn't getting even 1 point better than nothing? You're unnecessarily positive at times like this. Hyun-seok scratched his head with an indifferent expression. So where should I invest these bonus points? You should distribute them among the 4 basic stats, strength, stamina, agility, and magic power. What about charisma? Hyun-seok currently had unlocked charisma as a hidden stat besides the basic ones. Hidden stats can't be increased through leveling up. Then where should I invest? Hyun-seok looked at his status window again. White small square level, 23. Strength, 31. Agility, 29. Stamina, 33. Magic power, 10. Charisma, 23. Bonus points, 22. After staring at the status window for a while, Hyun-seok suddenly clenched his fist. Let's dump it all into strength. What nonsense is that? Rachel shouted angrily. Just hear me out. But Hyun-seok hadn't spoken without thinking. Strength, agility, stamina, they're all important in battle, but if I had to pick one, it's strength. If you're overwhelmed in strength, it's hard to win no matter what you do. And, conversely, if I overwhelm in strength, then the possibilities are endless. Hyun-seok continued with gleaming eyes. No matter how monstrous these guys are, they'll still die if they can't breathe, right? That's right. Exactly. Just a simple choke hold and the game is over. He didn't necessarily need to overwhelm with strength. Just enough strength to apply techniques on opponents. With that minimum requirement met, Hyun-seok was confident he could crush his opponents. Well, it would be limited against monsters that are too huge. Fortunately, that's not the case this time. His upcoming duel opponent, Orkkirken, certainly had a large build. But Hyun-seok wasn't small either. That's enough to try applying techniques. so let's increase strength. I understand what you're saying, but... Rachel shook her head. Still, you must raise stats evenly. Especially magic power, it's essential. Why? Wait a moment. Rachel pulled out red-rimmed glasses from inside her chest. She also had a small baton from somewhere. She was in full teacher mode. Hero, listen well. At first, basic physical abilities are important as you said. But as time passes, magic power becomes increasingly more important than physical abilities. Why? Think about it. What good is strength alone? What if your opponent magically throws house-sized rocks at you? What if they shoot lasers that pierce through everything? Will you block those with strength? This isn't Earth. In a world full of bizarre and dangerous magic, physical abilities alone had limitations. Magic power is the beginning and end. Even the physical abilities you mentioned can be enhanced with magic power. Oh-ho. Anyway, magic power is crucial. I guarantee, if you try to block high-level magic barehanded, not even dust will remain. Hyun-seok nodded after hearing Rachel's rapid-fire explanation. Okay, I understand. I'm glad you understand. So you're saying I should dump everything into magic power? Rachel's eyes widened at his words about dumping everything into magic power. Of course not. Is that thing on top of your neck just decoration? Why are you freaking out? Didn't you just say magic power is everything? That's true, but... Anyway, no dumping everything into one stat. Why not? It's about efficiency. Having balanced high stats is better than just high magic power. You seem flustered. Are you just making this up because you don't really know? And no, I'm not. A flustered Rachel wildly waved her baton in the air. All right, just stay still. You're making me dizzy. Ahem. Rachel cleared her throat to compose herself. You don't even know how to use magic power right now anyway. That's true. So for now, focus on strength as you said, but try to raise stats as evenly as possible. Got it. Hyun-seok immediately began distributing his stats. White small square level, 23. Strength, 40. Agility, 34. Stamina, 36. Magic power, 15. Charisma, 23. Bonus points, 0. Strength 9. Agility 5. Stamina 3. Magic power 5. He used all 22 points. This distribution should work, right? Not bad. But don't forget that you need to gradually increase the ratio of magic power going forward. Yeah. Right, that existed. Rachel suddenly clapped as if remembering something. Hero, buy the basic magic control ability from the shop now. Magic control? What's that? As it says, it's an ability that lets you use basic magic power. It's what you need most right now. Oh. As Hyun-seok expressed amazement, Rachel lifted her chin proudly. It should cost 100 hero points. With that, your basic preparation will be complete. Rachel put her glasses back in her chest pocket as if there was nothing more to explain. Hyun-seok looked at Rachel with surprise. So you can be useful after all. How rude to say that to such an excellent partner like me. And it seems so sincere, which makes it even more offensive. Well, it's true though. Had Rachel ever been helpful since they met? Thinking about it, almost never. Honestly, besides having someone to talk to, there was nothing. But recently you've been using magic and providing information. You seem quite helpful. I completed fairy partner training over 100 years ago. This much is basic. Rachel said proudly with her shoulders squared. I hope you continue to show such excellence often. Of course. Just as Rachel's nose was pointing to the sky with pride. By the way, Rachel. Hyun-seok called Rachel with a frown. That basic magic control you mentioned. It's not in the hero shop. It's not there. A flustered Rachel blinked her eyes. Yeah, I can't find it anywhere. That can't be. Rachel rolled her eyes around before smiling awkwardly. It's been a while since my training. Maybe the shop system changed since then. Ha ha ha. I see. Ha ha ha. Well, that must be it. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hyun-seok and Rachel laughed loudly as if it was really funny. After laughing for a while, Hyun-seok suddenly turned serious and turned his head. TCH. I should have known. Useless after all. I can hear you. I meant for you to hear that. Good that you did. I'm relieved. Hyun-seok smiled with one corner of his mouth twisted. Rachel gritted her teeth at that annoying expression. She kept punching Hyun-seok's chest but... POF. Her punches, weaker than kitten paws, didn't even tickle. Sigh. Even your punches are useless. Kaya, you're really annoying. 3 weeks have passed since the first hunt. During that time, Choi Hyun-seok hunted every day without rest alongside the kitchen soldiers. Having gained an impressive 22 levels on the first day, Hyun-seok continued to grow steadily after that. That was really tough. Of course, hunting wasn't easy. He must have faced death dozens of times. It was literally hell. Hyun-seok endured those times solely to survive. As a result, finally level 100. Hyun-seok finally reached level 100. He opened his status window with emotional eyes. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 100. Strength, 54. Agility, 51. Stamina, 53. Magic power, 50. Charisma, 26. Bonus points, 0. White small square hero points, 200. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C. Leadership, E. Cooking, F. White small square skills. Overall, his stats had noticeably increased. It took longer than I thought. Hyun-seok shook his head. Honestly, he didn't expect it would take 3 weeks to reach level 100. After all, he gained over 20 levels just from fighting briefly on the first day. By simple calculation, it should have taken only 5 days to reach this level. However, reality wasn't so accommodating. As his level increased, the experience gain decreased exponentially. Recently, it was a struggle just to gain a few levels per day. Sigh, are there any other heroes who had to suffer like this to level up? What are you saying? You're living the dream compared to most heroes. What? A murderous glint appeared in Hyun-seok's eyes. I'm living the dream. Just today, a magical beast's front leg the size of an elephant had grazed his eyebrow. If he had been even a little slower in dodging, it would have grazed not just his eyebrow but his entire head. If that happened, the kitchen soldiers would be dancing around my corpse making soup out of it right now. And you're calling this living the dream? Huh? Do you just say whatever comes to mind? Now that I think about it, maybe living the dream wasn't quite right. But your growth speed is still amazing, isn't it? Hyun-seok made a skeptical expression at the mention of his growth speed. Is it? Of course. You reached level 100 in just 3 weeks since you started hunting. This is an insane speed. Since leveling speed varies greatly between individuals, it's hard to define what's normal. But it was clear that Hyun-seok's growth speed was beyond common sense. Usually, it takes at least half a year of diligent hunting for a hero to reach level 100. Well, that's somewhat comforting. Half a year to reach level 100. Although he started leveling late, Hyun-seok had only been here for about 2 months. So his speed could indeed be considered extremely fast. Rachel, with this level, could I win in a duel? I'm not sure. Level is a hero-specific thing to begin with, so it's not really an absolute measure of strength. Really? Then do you know what level the strongest hero was? The strongest hero's level. Yeah, I thought it might give me some idea of how strong I've become. After thinking for a moment, Rachel continued. If I remember correctly, the last hero who challenged the Demon King was over level 2000. 2000. Hyun-seok was shocked at the unexpectedly high number. It was the result of over 10 years of effort from someone with exceptional talent. Sigh. I still have such a long way to go. Don't feel too pressured. You're just getting started. Just as Rachel was consoling Hyun-seok, suddenly the door burst open and someone entered. Animal keeper Choi Hyun-seok. The Demon King's army soldier who entered called out to Hyun-seok directly. Hyun-seok, who had been lying on Bobo's back, stood up abruptly and waited for the next words. The Corps Commander summons you, Hemis, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Demon King's army. To Hyun-seok, she was mainly known as the Lip Monster, a high-ranking demon. Commander, Choi Hyun-seok has arrived. Come in. Her voice was still beautifully melodious as ever. Entering Hemis's office with the Demon King's army soldier, Hyun-seok gulped. Why did she suddenly call me? Her office, which he visited after a long time, remained unchanged. The only furniture was a desk and chair sparsely placed in the spacious room. Like the day they first met, Hemis, who was sitting seductively on the desk, opened her mouth. Welcome, Hyun-seok. You look better than before. Have you adapted to the work somewhat? It's all thanks to the commander's heavenly grace. Oh ho ho. Hemis laughed at Hyun-seok's habitual flattery. I hear you go hunting with the kitchen soldiers every day lately. Yes, I'm working hard every day without fail to deliver fresh magical beast meat to Lord Bobo. Is that why? You've become quite strong compared to when we first met. Your magical power seems to have more than doubled. Hemis immediately noticed Hyun-seok's condition. Suppressing his inner surprise, Hyun-seok nodded. Yes, I've made some progress while hunting magical beasts. I see. Still, your growth seems too fast. Is it thanks to the hero's leveling system? Yes, thanks to leveling up, my stats. Hyun-seok's eyes suddenly widened. What did she just say? Hero. Leveling up. These were completely natural terms for Hyun-seok. But they were words that should never have come from Hemis's mouth. Oh ho ho, don't look so surprised. I didn't call you here to harm you. I've known you were a hero from the beginning. What? To think she had known he was a hero from the start. Shocked, Hyun-seok reflexively questioned her. How long do you think I've been fighting humans? This much is basic. I'm sorry. Oh ho ho, there's nothing to be sorry about. Hemis, who had been laughing pleasantly, suddenly turned serious and muttered, actually, I found out because of that woman. Hyun-seok was momentarily puzzled. Who is that woman? Someone whose mere memory seemed to upset Hemis. Though curious, he had to quickly dismiss it from his mind. So, why do you think I called you today? Is it? Desperately racking his brain, Hyun-seok carefully spoke. Because of Lord Bobo's training. Hemis shook her head. Then about my duel. Correct. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? How could he possibly forget? Hemis protects Hyun-seok. In return, Hyun-seok must duel against opponents she designates each month. If he loses the duel, he doesn't even want to imagine what would happen. If you lose the duel, don't think you'll die easily. I guarantee you'll understand the true meaning of wanting to die. He would probably experience firsthand what Hemis's previous words meant. Of course I remember. Good. About a week left, right? You need to fight and win against Orkkurkan within that time. Yes. But you know. Suddenly, Hemis's tongue traced her red lips. Aren't you being too complacent? Pardon. I think you lack a sense of crisis. Hyun-seok felt his lips go dry. I'm too ignorant to understand your wisdom, Commander. Didn't I tell you? I knew you were a hero from the start. Do you think someone like me wouldn't know about a hero's extraordinary growth rate? Hyun-seok bit his lip firmly. Hyun-seok, I like you. You've survived using methods I never imagined, and you're growing stronger quickly. You're entertaining me in many ways. However, Hemis got down from the desk she was sitting on. She slowly approached and brought her face close to his. She was so close that he could feel her breath on his ear. If this is all you're capable of, I'll be disappointed. And you will die, Hemis whispered. At the same time, a subtle magical power leaked from her body. Struggle more. For my sake. Understand. Hyun-seok was dripping with cold sweat. His whole body was soaked as if he'd been caught in the rain. Trying his best to calm his trembling body, Hyun-seok spoke. I will keep that in mind, Commander. After the meeting with Hemis, returning to Bobo's house, Hyun-seok sighed. The conversations with Hemis quickly flashed through his mind. Hemis knows I'm a hero, and she knows how quickly heroes can grow. Yes. Yet she gave me a month until the duel. I wonder why. Maybe because she wants you to get stronger and win the duel. Hyun-seok nodded at Rachel's words. That's not entirely wrong. I'm probably an interesting toy to Hemis right now. She'll want me to survive longer. That's good then. No, it's not good at all. It's actually dangerous. Why? Do you know what's the most interesting situation in sports? Rachel tilted her head at Hyun-seok's sudden question. The most interesting situation? Yeah, there are many, but personally, I find it most enjoyable when there's an upset. Hyun-seok was a professional MMA fighter. But before being a pro fighter, he was also an ardent fight fan. When you watch matches every day, there comes a point where you get tired of it. This applies to any sport. Why? Because it's predictable. The same person keeps winning. Of course, watching a star's journey is enjoyable in itself. But there's something even more interesting. Is that the upset? Yes. Unexpected developments. Underdogs. The birth of new stars. I understand what you mean. Rachel nodded as she spoke. So you mean something fresh is more interesting than something predictable? Simply put, yes. But what does that have to do with our current situation? I said it earlier, right? That I'm an interesting toy to Hemis. Yes. Then from Hemis's perspective, what do you think would be the most interesting scenario? That's... Rachel made an expression of sudden realization. Hyun-seok nodded. It would be me winning a match that I should have no chance of winning. In other words, she's setting up a fight that you're meant to lose. Exactly. From the start, Hemis is going to force me into a fight that I absolutely cannot win. Hyun-seok was certain. Hemis had said it herself. Didn't I tell you? I knew you were a hero from the start. Do you think someone like me wouldn't know about a hero's extraordinary growth rate? Despite knowing how fast heroes could grow, Hemis gave him a month. Why? The answer was simple. She had designated an opponent that would be impossible to defeat even with a month's worth of growth. Yet paradoxically, Hemis wanted Hyun-seok to win. Purely for entertainment. Seeing Hyun-seok defy expectations and win would bring Hemis the greatest pleasure. When I think about it this way, all the puzzles fit together. He felt like he was finally solving the doubts he'd had all along. Why did they accept a human like him into the Demon King's army so easily? Why, after accepting him, did they assign him as Bobo's caretaker, which was practically a death sentence? Why were they so interested in the movements of a mere human like him? The answer to all these questions became clear. They just needed a new toy. A toy that could be broken at any time without consequence. That was Hyun-seok's current position. Hyun-seok clenched his molars. This won't do. Then what are you going to do now? For now, I need to keep hunting and growing stronger. But before that, there's something I need to do. What is it? Information gathering. Hyun-seok opened the hero shop. Simply leveling up won't be enough. We need to know what kind of person Kirkin is. How strong he is. What techniques he uses. Hyun-seok continued with an uncharacteristically serious expression. The most important thing to do before a match is analyzing your opponent. There's a saying that knowing yourself and knowing your enemy leads to victory in every battle, right? Hero, you seem kind of cool today. Really? Yes? For the first time, you actually seem like a smart person. I really wish you hadn't said that. So Hero, how are you planning to gather and analyze the information? I have something in mind for that. Hyun-seok opened the hero shop. Then he went to the items section and bought something. This is it. What is this? Rachel narrowed her eyes at the item Hyun-seok had bought. Combat power meter. What? A combat power meter. Hyun-seok nodded with a confident expression. We'll gather information with this. In front of Choi Hyun-seok lay a familiar-looking pair of goggles. It had a design that covered one ear with a green lens attached. It's a combat power meter I bought for 50 points from the hero shop. What? Rachel made a completely puzzled expression. Choi Hyun-seok began explaining with a kind face. Haven't you watched cartoons when you were young? See this green lens? When you look at someone through this, you can see their power level. I know what those Sun-like goggles are. Then what's the problem? What I want to say is it really worth spending as much as 50 hero points? Of course it is. Choi Hyun-seok continued with a smile. I'll use this to check the overall power levels of the Demon King's army. And examine Kirkin, my duel opponent, too. And then, I'll ask the cooks to spar with me. Spar. Yeah, I'll pick a cook with a similar power level to Kirkin and fight them. Won't that be incredibly helpful for the real battle? That does make sense. Currently, all the cooks, including head chef Kulkan, were completely enslaved to the seasoning. They would agree to a sparring request without hesitation. Plus, this scanner can be used on monsters too. It will definitely help a lot with hunting in the future. Do you need a combat power meter for hunting? Of course. Absolutely need it. Rachel tilted her head at Choi Hyun-seok's answer. That's strange. You just hide and cowardly land the finishing blow anyway. Do you really need it? I'd prefer if you used nice words like clever instead of cowardly. Let's skip the minor details. Fine. Choi Hyun-seok sighed and continued. Anyway, you're not wrong. Usually, it wouldn't be necessary. But the situation has changed. What situation? Maybe because my level has risen quite a bit. Lately it seems like I'm not getting much experience just from landing finishing blows. At first, just delivering the final strike was enough to make his level shoot up. However, now at level 100, it wasn't easy to level up using that method. It's going to get harder from now on. So I'll use the combat power meter to pick out manageable opponents first and gain proper combat experience. Oh, that's actually a good idea. Rachel nodded while holding her chin. Good. Then let's start right away. Choi Hyun-seok picked up the meter. Crappy combat power meter. Description: measures combat power by combining the target's strength, stamina, agility, and magic power. Ability: can determine the approximate combat power of the target. The item description isn't very reliable, but that's fine. As long as it works properly without breaking down. Choi Hyun-seok put on the combat power meter and looked at Rachel. Then the power level, which had been stopped at 0, began to rise gradually. Oh, so this is how it works. Beep. The measurement finished quickly. Power level, 375. Looking at the number on the lens, a question suddenly arose. How strong is a combat power of 375? Your combat power is 375, but I don't know how strong that is. Well, why don't we measure yours to find out? Then this time, you look at me. How am I supposed to use this? Rachel struggled to lift the combat power meter. Since Rachel was quite small at only 30 centimeters tall, she couldn't wear the meter that was as big as her body. Let's do it like this. Choi Hyun-seok picked up the combat power meter and placed it on the table. Just bring your face close to it. That should work, right? Oh, you're right. Choi Hyun-seok smiled seeing Rachel's quite excited state. It was quite cute watching her bring her face close to the lens that was bigger than her head, amazed by it. Is it measuring? Yes. The numbers are going up. The continuously rising power level finally stopped. Beep. What's the reading? At Choi Hyun-seok's question, Rachel made an uncomfortable expression. Ugh, I think this thing is broken. Why? Your combat power being 1560 is way too high. Combat power, 1560. Seeing the combat power that was nearly 5 times higher than her own, Rachel made a sulky expression. Rachel. Choi Hyun-seok came closer and placed his finger on Rachel's shoulder. Aren't you just too weak? Yug. Train harder? With that power level, you're 50,000 years too early to catch up to me. At Choi Hyun-seok's teasing, Rachel made an indignant expression. No way, this thing is broken. No, if I was in my original state, I would have scored over 10,000. It's just because I'm a dedicated fairy right now. Yeah, I hear you, but how about getting past 1,000 before talking about 10,000? Ugh, so annoying. Ha. Watching Rachel's frustration, Choi Hyun-seok laughed loudly with satisfaction. This is fun. Should we check Bobo next? Do whatever you want. Rachel turned her head away sharply, but she was secretly watching with narrowed eyes, apparently curious about Bobo's combat power too. Stay still, Bobo. Choi Hyun-seok put on the combat power meter and looked at Bobo. Kwang. Bobo, who was yawning lazily after dinner, glanced at Choi Hyun-seok before closing his eyes again. He seemed quite sleepy. Oh, it's going up. The power level reading on the lens rose quickly. Choi Hyun-seok watched the situation with expectant eyes. Suddenly, Choi Hyun-seok furrowed his brow. The combat power reading was strange. What's going on with this? What's wrong? The combat power went over 10,000. What? And it's still going up. The combat power, which had already exceeded 10,000, started rising even faster. Beep. Finally, the soaring combat power reading stopped. What is it? How much did it show? Rachel approached with a curious face, demanding to know the result. 47,422. Combat power, 47,422. No matter how many times he looked, the result was the same. A figure exceeding 40,000. Hearing the result, Rachel sneered. Pfft. After all that talk about my low number, turns out you're nothing special either. No, like you said, I think this thing is broken. Choi Hyun-seok said with a serious face. But there was no way Rachel would fall for that. Come on, there's no way equipment you just bought is broken, right? You're just incredibly weak. Accept reality. Choi Hyun-seok silently approached Bobo. Then he carefully started petting his head. Bobo, is there anything you want to eat? Regardless, Bobo still looked sleepy. Let's stay close friends from now on. Kverwong. Ah, cute thing. Bobo closed his eyes while yawning. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes were infinitely warm as he watched. The next day, Choi Hyun-seok left Bobo's house before sunrise. You're leaving really early today. Yeah, going to look around on my way. Choi Hyun-seok was currently wearing the combat power meter. It was to check the combat power of other Demon King's army on his way to the kitchen. As expected of the Demon King's army, Choi Hyun-seok checked the combat power of each passing soldier, and the average combat power was quite high. Combat power, 960. Combat power, 1620. Combat power, 1350. Combat power, 1100. Well, these guys are monsters by nature. Only now can I say I'm finally on a similar level. Choi Hyun-seok was an ordinary human. In contrast, the Demon King's army here consists of monsters called demonkind. Choi Hyun-seok realized this fact once again and maintained his vigilance. The goblins seemed to be the easiest targets. Occasionally there were ones with particularly low power levels, and they were all goblins. Combat power, 231. Most goblins had combat power below 300, likely due to their small stature. That's when Choi Hyun-seok's jaw dropped unconsciously. Whoa, what's that? It was because one Demon King's army soldier's combat power was exceptionally high. Combat power, 14,300. A figure exceeding 10,000. It was an overwhelming number compared to the surrounding soldiers. Why is it so high? Is this thing actually broken? Hyun-seok's question was quickly answered. Company Commander Volkman, where are we heading today? Today's operation. Listening to the conversation, Hyun-seok nodded. A company commander. It seemed officers and commanders were on a different level compared to regular soldiers. They say if you have good bloodline, your strength is on a different dimension. The world really is unfair. He had picked up various pieces of information while serving in the Demon King's army. One of those was about bloodlines. They say bloodlines are even more important for demonkind than humans. You could say their limits of strength are determined almost from birth. This was evident just from the fact that Bobo, who wasn't even fully grown yet, had combat power exceeding 40,000. Hero, what are you doing? We need to go check out that pighead Kirkin too. Right. Today's main objective was to observe Kirkin the orc, his duel opponent. Remembering Rachel's words, Hyun-seok immediately started walking. How strong would that pig be? Well, since Kirkin is also a platoon leader, wouldn't he be similar to the others? From what they'd observed today, platoon leader's combat power was around 2,000 to 3,000. Therefore, he expected his duel opponent Kirkin to be similar. Probably no higher than mid-3000s. However, expectations are often wrong. Still unaware of this fact, Hyun-seok's steps remained light. I think it was around here. Shortly after, Hyun-seok arrived near Kirkin's barracks. He remembered it from his previous visit with Hemis. Boom, boom, what's that sound? Let's check it out. They heard noise from nearby. Following the source, they found Kirkin, his duel opponent, training. What is that? Yeah, even from a distance, Kirkin's rippling muscles were extraordinary. The muscular pig Kirkin was repeatedly striking a boulder with a thick iron club. Boom, boom, boom. Each time the iron club fell, the massive boulder shattered with a thunderous sound. Despite the considerable distance, fragments of the shattered rock flew to Hyun-seok's feet. Hero, what's that pig's combat power? Looking at the combat power displayed in his lens, Hyun-seok could only close his eyes. Combat power, 6,671. Why aren't you saying anything? What's his combat power? 6,600. 6,600. Rachel was shocked upon hearing Kirkin's combat power. What? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Maybe your eyes are playing tricks. No, it's the same even if I look again. We're really screwed here. When Hyun-seok first came here, he was just a normal human. His combat power probably wasn't even 500. And now they want him to defeat such a monster in just a month. They might as well have told me to die. Perhaps Hemis never intended to let him live in the first place? All sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. Hero, what do we do now? Rachel asked with an anxious expression. Only 2 weeks remained. It didn't seem possible for Hyun-seok to defeat such a monster in that time. Sigh. No, it's too early to give up. We have to try everything we can. He definitely didn't plan to die like this. Whether through poison or assassination, he would somehow kill Kirkin and survive. Hero quest? Oh my, your chances of beating that muscle pig seem close to zero, but I'm deeply moved by your determination to never give up even in such a desperate situation, so I want to give you a chance. Achieve combat power 3000 within a week. Goal, achieve combat power 3000 within a week. Reward, 300 hero points. The hero quest activated at just the right time. A hero quest appeared. What? I said a hero quest appeared. It says to achieve combat power 3000 within 10 days. Rachel's face fell at the mention of combat power 3000. It took 3 weeks to reach 1500. And now they want him to reach 3000 in the remaining week. That's impossible no matter how you look at it. We'll see about that. Hyun-seok gritted his teeth. It's do or die anyway. Hero Choi Hyun-seok. The word give up didn't exist in his dictionary. Not until the day he gets a blonde noble lady, 5 rabbit-like children, and a mansion for his retirement. After observing Kirkin, Hyun-seok headed to the kitchen. The warm sunlight was already shining down. He needed to arrive before the kitchen soldiers left for hunting. Whew. Fortunately I'm not late. Oh, Hyun-seok? Welcome. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Kulkin greeted him warmly. Yes. Did you rest well last night, Sir Kulkin? I'm always at my best. But. Kulkin stared intently at Hyun-seok. What's that strange thing you're wearing on your head? In his hurry, he had forgotten to take off the combat power measuring device. Hyun-seok made up a quick excuse. I saw another Demon King's army soldier wearing it and thought it looked cool, so I bought it. Is that so? You have unique taste. Kulkin didn't pay it much mind and moved on. Hyun-seok quietly let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Then suddenly, he became curious about something. I wonder how strong Kulkin is. Kulkin was the head chef, meaning, he was the strongest among all the cooks. Hyun-seok looked up at Kulkin. Drrrring. The numbers on the lens began to rise rapidly. Beep. Hyun-seok was shocked at the final number. 35,000. Kulkin's combat power exceeded 35,000. It was double that of other company commanders. Sensing something unusual, Hyun-seok quickly checked the combat power of other kitchen soldiers. Combat power, 1960. Combat power, 2,620. Combat power, 2,350. Combat power, 2,100. The average is over 2,000. What kind of monster group is this? The kitchen soldiers generally had combat power in the mid-2000s. It was clearly different from the Demon King's army soldiers outside. Even the weakest-looking kitchen soldier exceeded 1,500, and some even surpassed 5,000. They were amazing guys. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange at all. The kitchen soldiers fought with magical beasts almost every day. It would have been strange if they weren't strong. I grew this much in just 10 days. Considering the time period, maybe they're actually weak. This was a good thing. The kitchen soldier's strength was beneficial to Hyun-seok. Today I need to grill meat diligently. This was a gathering place for crazy people who risk their lives for food. Having already tasted the meat, they would give him anything he asked for. Should I bring up sparring before they go hunting? Hyun-seok approached Kulkin, who was preparing for the hunt. Sir Kulkin, I have a request. What is it? I'd like to spar with the kitchen soldiers. Spar? Yes. I was so impressed watching the kitchen soldiers fight the magical beasts. I wondered if I could become like that too if I received training. Ha ha ha. Kulkin laughed heartily at Hyun-seok's words. Hyun-seok, don't be too hasty. Pardon. You're getting stronger at a rapid pace. You're already quite strong for a human, so take it easy. Hyun-seok made a disappointed expression. That's unfortunate. I brought some meat to grill today as thanks for the teaching. Guess I'll have to eat it another time. Hyun-seok pretended to put back the meat he was taking out from his backpack. Thud. Kulkin grabbed Hyun-seok's wrist. Let's start right away. Who do you want to fight? The sparring preparations proceeded quickly. Hyun-seok chose an orc named Galbakyum as his opponent. The reason for choosing Galbakyum among the many kitchen soldiers was simple. First, he was an orc like his dual opponent Kurkin, and Galbakyum looked like the dumbest among the kitchen soldiers. Still, his combat power is 2,500 though. It was almost double compared to Hyun-seok's. To be honest, he didn't think he could win. Still, I have to win. The image of Kurkin displaying his tremendous strength flickered before his eyes. The orc in front of him was much weaker than Kurkin. If he couldn't even beat this guy, he wouldn't stand a chance against Kurkin. What's going on? We need to go hunting soon. Hyun-seok and Galbakyum are going to spar. The kitchen soldiers gathered at the news of Hyun-seok and Galbakyum's sparring match. Sparring? What's that? Fighting. Tisk tisk. You don't know? It's killing each other. What? Then that means Hyun-seok will die. The dim-wit kitchen soldiers exchanged words with serious expressions. Hey, if Hyun-seok dies, who will grill the meat? No, we can't live without that meat anymore. Let's kill Galbakyum first. That's a good idea. Just before the poor kitchen soldier Galbakyum's death sentence was pronounced, Kulkin stepped in to mediate. Everyone shut up, you idiots. Sparring isn't about killing each other. It's simply testing each other's strength. The kitchen soldiers whispered at Kulkin's words. Is it arm wrestling? Maybe it's tug of war. Sigh. Kulkin decided to just leave the idiots be. Listen well, Galbakyum. He just needed Galbakyum, Hyun-seok's sparring partner, to understand the situation. You absolutely must not kill Hyun-seok. Fight, but go easy on him. Understand? Grunt? I understand. The orc Galbakyum answered with a stupid expression. Scratching his head with unfocused eyes, he didn't look very reliable. But don't go too easy either. Hit him just enough to really hurt. Got it. Grunt. Sniff. Got it. Try not to break anything if possible. Grunt. Sparring is really difficult. Yes, yes. I'll give you more meat when this is over, so do your best. At that moment, Galbakyum's eyes flashed at the word meat. Leave it to me, head chef. Galbakyum suddenly spoke fluently and stepped forward. Hyun-seok. Let's begin the sparring. Yes. Please take care of me. Galbakyum and Hyun-seok stood facing each other with some distance between them. Kulkin, acting as referee, raised his arm between them. Ready. Begin. As Kulkin's arm dropped, the match began. Galbakyum took his stance. Sniff. I should not hurt him too much. Hyun-seok was the human who grilled meat. He didn't want to hurt him. Ta-da-da-da. Hyun-seok charged forward at full speed from the start. Galbakyum raised his arm. Gently. Just enough to crush his face. His heavy arm pulled back. All his muscles maintained tight tension. Here I go. He seemed to have already forgotten his thoughts from just 3 seconds ago about not hurting Hyun-seok. It was truly goldfish-level memory. Whoosh! Galbacuum's fist extended smoothly. But contrary to expectations, Galbacuum's fist didn't reach Hyun-seok. It only cut through empty air. Simultaneously, he saw Hyun-seok's kick coming. Swish! It seemed like he could hear the sound of wind being cut. Big shoes. The mud-covered sole of the shoe was gradually growing larger. I'm going to get hit. Thud. That was Galbacuum's last memory. In the forest behind the 3rd Corps headquarters. Even though the magic beast wasn't yet visible, Choi Hyun-seok was in a highly excited state. I've gotten stronger. Though quite some time had passed since the sparring match, the lingering impression still hadn't faded. I took down an orc with twice my combat power in one hit. Honestly, he hadn't expected to win. He had only thought about gaining experience. But contrary to expectations, Hyun-seok knocked out Galbacuum with one head kick. The faces of the cook soldiers who stared at him in shock were still vivid in his memory. This incident made it clear. Combat power doesn't determine everything. The difference in combat power between Hyun-seok and Galbacuum was a whole 1,000. Nevertheless, Hyun-seok took down Galbacuum in one strike. This was an extremely good sign. I can win. It meant that even if the difference in combat power with his dual opponent Kurkan was overwhelming, it was worth fighting. Of course, Kurkan was much stronger than Galbacuum whom he fought today. After all, he boasted strength that could rightfully be called monstrous. But he himself had also grown stronger. And he would continue to grow stronger. Though there's still a long way to go, if I keep growing, I'll surely be able to fight Kurkan. He resolved to hunt even more diligently today. Alright. Whatever comes out, just come out. Hyun-seok's eyes gleamed as he gripped the giant kitchen knife he was holding even tighter. There are baby Talas ahead. Finally, the words he'd been waiting for were heard. When he peeked out slightly, he could see spider-like magic beasts. So that's a Talas. For a baby, it was quite large. It was bigger than most large dogs. However, among magic beasts, this size was considered cute. Even being babies, it was perfectly understandable. How many? 7. That's strange. There weren't usually Talas groups in this area. Kulkan, who would normally have ordered an immediate charge, was somehow hesitating. Seeing Kulkan's continued silence, Hyun-seok approached him. Is there a problem? Perhaps Tala's meat doesn't taste good. No, Tala's meat is quite delicious. Especially the chewy Tala's marrow is a real delicacy. Then why? Talas live in groups. If we're not careful, they might come out in swarms. Especially the mother, that is, the queen Talas has strong maternal instincts, so it's more troublesome. If we mess with the babies wrongly, it could cause big trouble. Hyun-seok showed a surprised expression at Kulkan's explanation. Despite being part of the Demon King's army, he's thinking normally. He hadn't expected there would be someone capable of normal thinking among those belonging to the Demon King's army. But since Tala's meat is delicious, we'll have to catch them anyway, Kulkan said calmly. Hyun-seok nodded with an expression that seemed to say, well, that figures. Anyway, it's rare for the queen to show herself outside the nest, so it should be fine. Then let's go right away. Good. Everyone charge. Today's snack is Tala's marrow. Whoa! The cook soldiers started running with a battle cry. Hyun-seok also moved his legs busily, not wanting to fall behind. The number of enemies isn't large. There were 7 Talas visible ahead. In contrast, the charging cook soldiers numbered 100. In this situation, if one gets too greedy, they might not get any finishing blows at all. Don't be greedy, aim for a sure finishing blow. Hyun-seok's eyes gleamed. If he could land even one finishing blow, he would surely level up. Surround them so they can't escape. Don't wound them too much. All the delicious fluid will leak out. The cook soldiers instantly surrounded the Talas group. Kaya, Keek. The baby Talas pitifully cried out threats, but it was useless. Kahihi. I heard ripping off one leg and sucking on it is so delicious. When it comes to Talas, it's all about the marrow, isn't it? That's for the officers. If you touch it wrongly, you might end up in the evening menu. To the muscle-headed man gone crazy over food, the Talas were just a well-prepared meal. Of course, among them was also the hero Hyun-seok. He. The finishing blow is definitely mine. Hyun-seok's eyes glinted with madness. Experience points. Experience points? He. Grinning while holding a kitchen knife, he definitely didn't look normal. Kill them all cleanly. At that moment, head chef Kulkan shouted. The cook soldiers rushed at the Talas simultaneously. Why? It was a situation where butchers wielding giant kitchen knives were rushing in from all directions. The poor Talas group couldn't even put up proper resistance. In that moment, Hyun-seok desperately swung his kitchen knife to land the finishing blow. Final hit, final hit, final hit. After some time passed. I did it, I succeeded. Hyun-seok cheered. He had managed to take down 2 Talas. It was the result of his mad dedication and concentration towards leveling up. Level up. Hyun-seok celebrated as he heard the level up notification. This is it. Though the level up gain wasn't as large as it was at first, this was inevitable. It was because he had only landed finishing blows when his level was already quite high. Rather, considering the effort put in, it could be considered a very generous reward. Off to a good start. Let's keep pushing up. Just as Hyun-seok was checking his status window with a grin. Thud 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 thud. The ground began to shake with tremendous noise. What? Hyun-seok looked around in confusion. The cooking soldiers seemed equally surprised, all looking bewildered. Thud 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 thud. The noise and vibrations grew stronger. Stop. Then it suddenly disappeared as if it was a lie. At the same time, the surroundings became drastically darker. It was due to an enormous shadow being cast. Sir Kulkan. Hyun-seok slowly turned his head to look at Kulkan. Could that be the mother? More precisely, it's the Queen Talas. But didn't you say earlier that the Queen rarely comes out? Things don't always go as expected. I see. The Queen Talas was so massive that its body alone was larger than a decent-sized elephant. On top of that, it had thick legs that seemed to extend over 10 meters in all directions. It didn't seem possible to win at all. Hyun-seok used his combat power meter just in case. Combat power, unable to measure. Looking at the text appearing on the lens, Hyun-seok asked, Sir Kulkan, what do we do now? The Queen Talas's eyes were fixed on its dead offspring. Clear anger. The cooking soldiers who had been cutting off and organizing the limbs of the baby Talas were already half unconscious. In this tense moment, head chef Kulkan leisurely stroked his chin. Nothing else to do. Kulkan took a step forward. No way. Is he going to show it? Either way, Kulkan is a powerful figure with combat power exceeding 30,000. Perhaps they might see his true form here. Tata. Kulkan ran at an incredible speed. A few seconds later, he passes right by the Queen Talas. As Kulkan grows more distant, after putting some distance between them, he shouts with all his might. Let's all meet again alive. That son of a. Even while cursing at the fleeing Kulkan, Hyun-seok's legs were moving faster than anyone else's. Everyone run. Hyun-seok shouted loudly. As if that shout was a signal flare, the cooking soldiers began to run. It's a monster. The cooking soldiers scattered in all directions like cockroaches scurrying when the living room light is turned on. Of course, the Queen Talas wasn't just watching this scene. The Queen's legs, over 10 meters long, shot out like arrows. Swoosh, swoosh. The cooking soldiers started getting skewered on her legs like kebabs. Kelton, sorry? I'll definitely make your corpse into boiled meat. Get lost. The cooking soldiers fled, leaving their dying comrades behind. Since there was no camaraderie to begin with, there was no guilt either. Grrrrrrrrr. The Queen growled lowly while watching the fleeing cooking soldiers. She needed to kill all these creatures to avenge her offspring. But she couldn't do it alone. Realizing this fact, the Queen let out a monstrous cry. The entire forest trembled at the Queen's cry. Some cooking soldiers collapsed on the spot from the magic-infused scream. Hyun-seok also staggered and grabbed a tree. How can her voice be so loud? Just as he was looking at the Queen in bewilderment. Sha. The sound of rustling grass began to come from all directions. Hyun-seok looked around with uneasy eyes. This doesn't look good. Sha. The noise gradually grew louder. Trees and grass all around shook frantically. It was as if the entire forest was moving. Keek. Finally, the source of the noise was revealed. Holy shit. Hundreds of Talas? And they weren't babies like the ones they had just hunted, but full-grown adults. Though not as big as the Queen who was larger than an elephant, they were still the size of decent-sized cars. With hundreds of such creatures rushing in from all directions, everything went dark before their eyes. Hero, what do we do now? Rachel panicked. Kulkan? We need to find Kulkan. Hyun-seok gritted his teeth. The combat power of the Talas currently visible averaged around 8,000. In contrast, Kulkan's combat power exceeded 30,000. He should at least be able to clear a path. Just then, a Talas swung its leg at him. Hyun-seok quickly threw his body backward. Whoosh! The sharp foreleg brushed past his face. The Talas didn't stop its attack. Swish! Whoosh! Sharp forelegs came flying in. Getting stabbed would mean becoming a fresh kebab for sure. While barely dodging the attacks, Hyun-seok's eyes gleamed. Even though the combat power difference is huge, this might be doable. After all, he was the one who knocked out Galbakyum with a single hit. Maybe he could handle the Talas too. Tat. Hyun-seok dodged while looking for an opening. Now, the moment its leg passed before his eyes, he swung his kitchen knife at the leg. Clang! A noise like striking metal rang out. Hyun-seok shuddered as if electricity was coursing through his entire body. Erg. The grip holding the kitchen knife almost tore away. Although I clearly attacked, it felt like I was the one being attacked. This won't work. Let's run. That was enough to understand the situation. Hyun-seok turned around immediately. Where the hell did Kulkan go? As expected, finding Kulkan was the only answer. He frantically looked around. Kwang? Over there. Fortunately, he could spot Kulkan causing a commotion not far away. Pung? Although he was the first to run away, Kulkan was indeed the head chef. The Talas hit by Kulkan's fist exploded outward. It was strength on a different level from other kitchen soldiers. Kulkan was advancing forward, smashing Talas with such tremendous power. As expected, a power level of 35,000 doesn't come from nowhere. Hyun-seok hurriedly headed toward where Kulkan was. He planned to escape through the path Kulkan was clearing. However, he wasn't the only one who had this idea. Chef Kulkan? Please save me. Chef. The kitchen soldiers were also running toward Kulkan. Among them were some strong enough to defeat Talas, but none dared to fight. There were too many enemies, and the queen possessed an untouchable strength. In this situation, their only hope was their leader. This. Kulkin was startled seeing his subordinates running toward him. Don't come, the queen is coming this way. Chef, save us. Oyaa, get lost. Kulkin began clearing the path more frantically. Hyun-seok quickly followed behind Kulkin. The queen was also approaching this area where most kitchen soldiers were gathered. Kung. The sight of a spider as large as a decent-sized commercial building running toward them was horror itself. The queen quickly caught up to the kitchen soldiers and began stabbing them one by one. Keek. Kweong. The screams of kitchen soldiers impaled by the queen's legs echoed. Hyun-seok grew anxious. At this rate, everyone will die. Once the queen caught up, being behind Kulkin was no longer safe. Hyun-seok frantically looked around. Somewhere to hide. At that moment, something caught Hyun-seok's eye. A cave. A fairly large cave was visible through the grass. It was large enough for an adult Talas to pass through. The queen definitely can't enter. It would be trouble if adult Talas followed, but still better than being chased by the queen. He couldn't die just running away, so he decided to take the gamble. It's worth trying. With everyone frantically running away, no one would notice him breaking from the group. Everyone get lost. Moreover, the Tala's attention was fixed on the rampaging Kulkin. It was the perfect situation to escape secretly. Shashak. Hyun-seok discreetly changed direction. No one followed him. Hook. Having entered the cave in an instant, Hyun-seok breathed heavily. Did I lose them? Hyun-seok carefully looked outside the cave. Keek. Stop following me, you bastards. Outside was still pure chaos. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to this place. Hidden by the grass, it seemed no one had discovered it. I'm alive. Hyun-seok sighed in relief. He wanted to sit down and rest right away. Still, I have to keep moving. But there was no time to rest. He needed to escape quickly, not knowing when other kitchen soldiers or Talas might come here. Hero, are you going in here? Have to. Do you know what's inside? Should we go outside then? At Hyun-seok's question, Rachel looked outside. Another kitchen soldier became a skewer. Let's go inside. Right. It was an incredibly quick agreement. How far do we have to go? I wonder. Hyun-seok slowly entered the cave. Each step was extremely cautious, not knowing what might be inside. Still, it's fortunate. Doesn't seem like anyone's following us. Quite some time had passed since entering the cave. Now the outside noise was only faintly audible. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any other visitors here. Hero, what if there's an incredibly strong monster living in here? What's with that suddenly? Isn't it strange that no one entered when there's such an obvious cave? Everyone was in a hurry. And it wasn't that obvious. I was just lucky to find it. But what if the truth is that no one comes in because there's a super strong monster living here? Tisk, are you going to keep saying unlucky things? Hyun-seok frowned as he looked at her. Rachel turned her head with a pouty expression. I was just worried. He could understand Rachel's feelings. Although Hyun-seok had gotten stronger in a short time, he was still a rookie. It would be strange not to worry, considering this forest was crawling with monsters that even kitchen soldiers couldn't handle alone. What's this? Hyun-seok stopped. A huge cavity had appeared before him. This doesn't seem like just an ordinary cave. The cavity's size appeared as large as a decent-sized soccer field at first glance. An unidentifiable space. I'll go check it out first. Rachel entered the cavity first and looked around. Can you see anything? No. It's just an empty space with nothing in it. Really? Hyun-seok carefully entered the cavity while looking around. It's really wide. It is. Even the height was enormous. A space this size could even let the Queen Talas pass through. Yeah. A space where even the enormously sized Queen Talas could move without difficulty. Hyun-seok was curious about the identity of this space. At the same time, he felt very uneasy. This won't do. Let's go back. What? Why suddenly? A cave this big wouldn't just form naturally. And this sticky stuff too. Hyun-seok ran his hand along the cave wall. Jayoyok? Something unidentifiable stuck with a stretching sound. It was an extremely unpleasant sensation. I think I saw something similar on the way here. Anyway, with this stuff everywhere, there must be something. Just as Hyun-seok was speaking. Keek. An ominous sound came from behind. Hyun-seok turned around and was startled. Oh shit. An adult Talas that had appeared suddenly charged forward with a horrific cry. Hero, run. I know. Fighting wasn't an option. Because he had already realized it when he swung his sword at the Talas moments ago. This was not an opponent he could win against in a direct fight. Hyun-seok ran away with all his might. What kind of hero's life is this? Since he was the best fighter, he naturally thought he'd become the best hero. But in reality, he was just a slave in the Demon King's army. Then suddenly he became a slave leader, and at some point enlisted in the Demon King's army to become a dog caretaker. Recently, he hunted monsters with the Demon King's army cooks. Now he's in a situation where he's running away from monsters. All of this happened in less than 2 months. If I knew this was what being a hero meant, I would never have done it. Dreams and hopes. He dreamed of marrying a blonde noble lady and having a retirement in a mansion. But reality is endlessly in the gutter. Hyun-seok, who was running away, suddenly stopped. Shit. It's a dead end. He kept running and arrived at some room, but it was a dead end. What's this now? The floor was littered with round, unidentifiable objects scattered about. They seemed to be Talaz's eggs. Of all places to run to, it had to be the Talaz's place, and of all places to run from there, it had to be a dead-end hatching room. Could his luck possibly be any worse? This is seriously terrible luck. Unlike the depressed Hyun-seok, the Talaz looked extremely happy. It seemed to know that Hyun-seok had nowhere else to run. Hyun-seok gritted his teeth. I'm really sick of this crap. Come at me, you spider bastard. Did it understand Hyun-seok's words? The Talaz charged forward quickly. What should I do? Think fast. Hyun-seok racked his brain frantically. Though he shouted bravely, he didn't want to die. He hadn't even met the beautiful blonde lady yet. Hadn't even seen his rabbit-like children. He absolutely didn't want to end this life as a bachelor too. Meanwhile, the Talaz, who had approached very close, brought down its leg with tremendous speed. Ugh! Crack! Crunch! Every time the sharp leg struck the floor, a brutal sound rang out. Hyun-seok rolled on the floor, desperately dodging. Crack! 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 The legs coming down in succession. Cold sweat poured down his whole body at that terrifying force. At this rate, I'll really die? I have to do something. Just before becoming a spider leg skewer, Hyun-seok noticed something strange. The movements are unnatural. Something was off about the Talaz. The creature that had been frantically striking with its legs suddenly started swinging them unnaturally. Hyun-seok narrowed his eyes while dodging backward. What is it? Why is it suddenly acting like this? Though it was swinging its legs, the Talaz seemed to be hesitating, as if confused. That's when something caught Hyun-seok's eye. Could it be? His gaze fixed on the eggs on the floor. When he quickly picked up an egg, the Talaz froze as if turned to ice. You're concerned about this, aren't you? An evil smile spread across Hyun-seok's face. Hyun-seok repeatedly threw and caught an egg in the air. Every time the egg flew through the air, something like a scream leaked from the Talaz's mouth. Wow, this must be really precious? Huh? You can't even move. Keek. Oops. Careful, the egg's falling. Hyun-seok threw the egg with a swoosh. The Talaz rushed over in panic and very carefully caught the flying egg. Then it slowly placed the egg on the ground as if it were a treasure. Hyun-seok grinned and picked up another egg. Now, what should we do this time? Keek. The adult Talaz screamed as if in rage. But there was nothing it could do. This place was littered with eggs. Hero Hyun-seok was the worst of the worst who could stomp and kill even young ones with his military boots. From a monster's perspective, that is. This time it's going this way. Hyun-seok threw another egg. Talaz started running like a dog in training. Oh, not there. It's that way. Going over there too. Should I throw it this way? Or that way? Hyun-seok seemed to be enjoying playing with the Talaz. Hero, this isn't really the time to be playing. I'm not playing. At least say that without the corners of your mouth turned up. Caught red-handed, Hyun-seok gave a fake cough. Ahem. This is a process to drain the Talaz's stamina. Why not just throw it toward the wall instead? Wall. Yes. Then wouldn't it crash into the wall while rushing to catch the egg? Hyun-seok looked shocked at Rachel's words. You're really evil, aren't you? So you're not going to do it. I'm doing it right now. Hero Hyun-seok picked up an egg and threw it toward the wall. This time it's far. The egg flew whoosh toward the wall. The Talaz ran at an incredible speed while watching the egg crash. The monster's desperate struggle to save the egg. It was truly a touching sight. Keek. Just as the Talaz cheered after snatching the egg, it crashed hard into the wall. Bang! A pretty loud sound rang out and Rachel squeezed her eyes shut. Oh my, Hero, that looks like it really hurt. You're really evil. Hyun-seok glanced at Rachel and picked up another egg. Got to keep going. It's so tough that once won't be enough. Come on. Stop pretending to be nice, Hero. Telling a hero not to pretend to be nice. Don't you think something's seriously wrong there? Rachel rolled her eyes in thought for a moment before smiling brightly. I don't know anymore either. Haha. Really? Actually, me too. Ha ha ha. Hyun-seok laughed along as he threw another egg. Boom, boom, boom. The Talaz kept ramming into the wall, running at full speed and crashing. Even a tough monster couldn't help but take significant damage. How many eggs had he thrown? Green blood was now streaming down the Talaz's head. It seemed quite stunned as it couldn't stand straight and was staggering. Kahaha. Hey, the egg's going to break. You need to catch it gently. Hey spider, think you can save the egg like that? Ha ha ha. Hero Hyun-seok and his dedicated fairy Rachel burst into villainous laughter. It seemed they were releasing all their pent-up stress from the Demon King's army here. Keek. The enraged Talaz howled. But it didn't work on our heroes group. Oh my, Hero, that spider still looks pretty energetic. Really? Then we'll have to keep going. Hyun-seok picked up another egg to throw. But, the Talaz ignored the egg and instead charged at Hyun-seok. It seemed to have sensed that if things continued this way, it would lose. Hero, we're F***CKED. Perhaps too excited by the sudden incident. A rather crude curse slipped from Rachel's mouth. Rachel, cast the buff. Rachel immediately used the buff that increases physical abilities. Hyun-seok sensed that the time had come to finish this. Feeling the power surging through him, Hyun-seok picked up an egg from the floor. Then he ran straight toward the charging Talaz. The giant monster getting closer in real time. Honestly, he wanted to run away, but Hyun-seok gritted his teeth. I can win. Light gleamed in Hyun-seok's eyes. His playful demeanor from moments ago was completely gone. His eyes now held only the spirit of a fighter who had battled countless opponents. Catch. Hyun-seok threw the egg straight at it. The Talas reflexively caught the egg. At that moment, Tayat! Hyun-seok leaped into the air and landed on the Talas' head. Here goes. There was no time to think anymore. He had to end the battle before it could do anything. Die. Hyun-seok struck the wounded part of the Talas' head with his fist. At that moment, a faint light seeped into Hyun-seok's fist. Crack! His fist collided with the Talas' shell. Perhaps because it had been weakened from repeatedly hitting the wall, the Talas' shell couldn't withstand the impact and shattered. Then he felt something mushy in his hand. Hyun-seok pulled it out without hesitation. Swoosh! The Talas' brain and various internal organs came out along with green blood. Breathing heavily as the blood showered down on him, Hyun-seok gasped. Huff, huff. Ki. Just die quietly. Hyun-seok used his last remaining strength to tap its head. With that light final blow, the Talas collapsed as if giving up everything. Boom! The light gradually faded from the Talas' fallen eyes. Simultaneously, consecutive notification sounds hit his ears. Level up. Level up. Level up. Yuah. This was Hero Hyun-seok's first proper monster hunt. Perhaps because he had concentrated too hard. Even that brief struggle left him feeling drained. But I can't rest yet. It seemed his level had risen significantly from that hunt. He needed to check his status window quickly. This is. A smile spread across Hyun-seok's face as he looked at the status window. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, Hero Candidate. White small square level, 108. Strength, 54. Agility, 51. Stamina, 53. Magic power, 51. Charisma, 27. Bonus points, 8. White small square hero points, 200. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C. Leadership, E. Cooking, F. White small square skills. Has my level gone up by 8? The current bonus points are 8. That means I have raised a total of 8 levels. One of those points was gained previously by killing that Talas bastard. As a result, the levels raised from this hunt were a total of 7. And my magic power and charisma have also increased additionally. Even though I didn't invest any points, my magic power and charisma each increased by 1 point. It was a very satisfactory result. Alright, I should use them all up before it's too late. Choi Hyun-seok invested the 8 bonus points evenly. Now the balance between my magic power and other abilities is right. Choi Hyun-seok had steadily increased his magic power. He still doesn't know the exact utilization of his magic power, but it was an investment for the future. If my magic power becomes stronger, the magic that Rachel can use will also become stronger. Even this alone is a great benefit for now. The final invested ability stats were as follows. White small square level, 108. Strength, 56. Agility, 53. Stamina, 55. Magic power, 53. Charisma, 27. Good. Choi Hyun-seok nodded his head in satisfaction. Rachel perched on his shoulder. Hero, are you okay? Of course. It's nothing. But your fist is gushing blood. Huh. Choi Hyun-seok checked his own hand. Ugh, what is this? The fist that had struck Tala's carapace was half shattered. The pure white bone was protruding, and bright red blood was gushing out. It's a surprise that he was able to pull out the beast's innards in this state. Ugh, it really hurts. Once he realized the injury, the pain began to rush in. Can't this be fixed somehow? Wait, I'll cast a healing spell. Oh, is that also possible? This is basic stuff. But my magic power is running low, so I'll only be able to give first aid. A bright light emanated from Rachel's hand. Choi Hyun-seok's twisted bone realigned, and the wound began to slowly heal. Is it done? Yes, you're back to normal now. Visually, there was no trace of injury left. But his hand still throbbed with pain. It still hurts like hell, though. As long as it looks fine, that's what matters. Rachel kicked Choi Hyun-seok's hand. Seeing you react properly means you're definitely fine. I'm gonna die? For real. Choi Hyun-seok rolled on the floor and glared. Rachel grinned mischievously and met his gaze. At that moment. Oh, Choi Hyun-seok? You're alive as well. A familiar voice came from deeper within the cave. Choi Hyun-seok looked up in surprise. Chef Kulkan. The culinary chief Kulkan was striding into the cave. Meanwhile, at the same time, Riadrin. You've come. The 3rd Corps Commander Hemis was facing the squadron leader Riadrin in his office. I greet you, Commander. Oh ho ho, no need to be so stiff with formalities. Riadrin is always so consistent. Hemis laughed cheerfully. She was glad to see Riadrin, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. So Riadrin, how did the mission I entrusted you with go? I successfully captured the next Holy Maiden as you ordered. As expected, I knew Riadrin could do it. Some time ago, intelligence had come in that the Holy Maiden elect of the Holy Empire would be passing through the territory of the 3rd Corps of the Demon King's army soon. Riadrin, have you heard the news? Seeing this as an opportunity, Hemis immediately gave Riadrin the mission. That shameless bitch of the Holy Empire is brazenly passing through my territory. What would you like me to do? She seems quite useful, so capture her alive. If that fails, you can kill her. Understood. About 3 weeks had passed since Riadrin left. Riadrin had successfully captured the Holy Maiden elect of the Holy Empire. Good work. It must not have been easy with all those fanatical zealots around her. It was nothing. Of course, it wasn't exactly easy. Around the Holy Maiden-elect were numerous high priests and holy knights. There were also a few idiots who called themselves heroes. But none of them were a match for Riadrin. After tormenting them for several days, Riadrin succeeded in killing them all. I've piled them all up nicely together. Oh ho, well done. There's really no one as reliable a friend as you, Riadrin. You flatter me. All right, you should go now. You must be tired, so get some rest. Yes. Just as Riadrin was about to bow and leave the room, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The soldier who entered was panting, having rushed in. Commander, I have an urgent report. What is it? The cooks reported an accident while gathering ingredients. What? The word accident made Hemi's purse her enormous lips. That happens every day, doesn't it? The cooks die off regularly anyway. Hemi's regularly received reports to check the damage situation, so there was no reason for them to come here and tell her like this. But the scale of the damage is a bit larger this time. Only a few cooks have returned alive. Huh? What happened? They say a pack of talas has taken up residence in the forest. Ah, talas. At the mention of talas, Hemis fell into thought. Talas are delicious, especially the dish made with the queen's innards. Or just eating the freshly laid eggs raw. After a brief tangent, Hemis shook her head. A pack of talas, huh? They're quite dangerous fellows. But wasn't the culinary chief Kulkan there? That's correct. He should have been able to handle talas without a problem. They say the queen showed up, and they couldn't do anything. Currently, most of the cooks, including culinary chief Kulkan, are either dead or missing. Hemi stroked her chin, pondering something. What about Choi Hyun-seok? He's also in a missing status. Listening to the conversation, Riadrin interjected. Commander, is Choi Hyun-seok with the cooks? Ah, you didn't know, Riadrin? Choi Hyun-seok has been going on hunts with the cooks. At Hemi's words, Riadrin's face hardened. I've been having fun watching Choi Hyun-seok lately. It's a shame, he's probably dead for sure after meeting the queen. Commander, may I go take a look? Oh, really? Hemis brightened at Riadrin's offer. She did need to send someone to deal with the talas pack, after all. But talas are quite numerous and have high individual levels, making them a tricky monster. Especially the queen, who is strong enough that even a mid-level officer can't guarantee victory. I would have had to send at least a battalion. If you're willing to go, Riadrin, I'll be grateful. I'll depart immediately. All right. But Riadrin, don't get your hopes up. Choi Hyun-seok is probably already dead. Understood. Riadrin silently nodded and left the office. Watching his departure, Hemi's lips suddenly twisted. Kulkan greeted Choi Hyun-seok, who was covered in blood, with enthusiasm. Hyun-seok? You're alive. Lord Kulkan, how did you end up here? While running away, I found this cave and came in. Lucky, right? Apparently, Kulkan didn't know this was the talas' nest. Lucky my ass. Hyun-seok swallowed a bitter laugh. He wondered how Kulkan would react when he learned this was the talas' nest. By the way, what is this place? Right on cue, Kulkan asked. Hyun-seok smiled bitterly and said, this is the talas' nest. Ah, so it's talas' nest. Kulkan nodded while mumbling, then his eyes widened. What did you just say? I said it's the talas' nest. That can't be. I'm certain. I killed one talas here. Hyun-seok kicked the talas corpse on the ground. And these round things here seem to be talas eggs. Kulkan stared at the eggs with unfocused eyes, not responding. Lord Kulkan. So we've entered a talas nest. Are you all right? Suddenly, Kulkan smiled brightly. This is amazing. Pardon. These soft eggs are top-tier ingredients? Most people die without ever tasting them. Kulkan hastily tore into an egg. Then he buried his head in it and started eating ravenously. Poha, so fresh. Smack smack. Hyun-seok, hurry and eat. Wild eggs? And talas eggs at that, something even high-ranking officials can only dream of. Kulkan devoured the eggs like someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days. Haha. Hyun-seok couldn't help but laugh at how absurd this was. The springiness is to die for. What are you doing? Come enjoy this last supper. Here's a secret. It's great for stamina too. You'll regret not eating it now. Kahaha. Kulkan burst into maniacal laughter. This madman. Hyun-seok had to close his eyes. Nom nom nom. Kulkan was already tearing into his second egg, eating like a madman. Even though his belly was already swollen like a mountain, he showed no signs of stopping. Lord Kulkan, this isn't the time. Shouldn't we escape? Escape. Kulkan tilted his head at the mention of escape. We're already dead men. What? The ones chasing me have probably already started entering the nest. They'll be here soon. You saw the queen, didn't you? That's impossible to beat. I guarantee it would take someone at division commander level to handle it. Kulkan continued talking while gorging on eggs. I guess this is what they call a rat in a trap. Anyway, since we're already dead, let's at least enjoy this last supper. Ha ha ha. His eyes had completely lost their sanity. Hyun-seok decided to back away. I'll pass. You just eat your fill, Lord Kulkan. He unconsciously mixed in some rudeness. A disrespectful attitude he would never show normally. But the now insane Kulkan didn't seem to care at all. All right. Nom nom. Kulkan went back to frantically eating eggs. Hyun-seok let out a deep sigh. What do I do now? The Kulkan he had trusted had become nothing more than a useless glutton. Rachel. Is there any way out of this? Hyun-seok asked Rachel. Well, this really is a hopeless situation. Even Rachel couldn't see any solution after thinking it through. Currently, they were in a dead-end room with only one passage. Outside, countless Talas would be waiting. Perhaps even the queen might be there. What could they do in such a hopeless situation? As Rachel's brow furrowed deeply in thought. Hyun-seok, what's this? Kulkin had suddenly approached and thrust his face close. Startled Rachel screamed. Kaya, pervert. Hyun-seok sighed and answered half-heartedly. It's just something like my magic. What was the point of flattery when they were about to die anyway? It was questionable whether flattery would work on someone who had already gone mad. Oh ho, like a familiar. Yeah, something like that? Can I eat it? Get lost. Hyun-seok shot back with cold eyes. Kulkin looked at Rachel with disappointed eyes before returning to where the eggs were. Chomp chomp chomp. As Kulkin went back to devouring eggs ravenously. Against that background noise, Rachel smoothed her chest in relief. Phew, took 10 years off my life. That ugly face getting all up in my business. Leave him be. He's lost it anyway. Didn't I tell you? I said I didn't like that muscle pig from the start. Rachel glared at Kulkin while grumbling. Never mind that. Let's think about what to do next. Any ideas? Well, honestly, it's really bleak. I can understand why that muscle pig went crazy. Rachel's expression turned gloomy at Hyun-seok's question. Can't we do something with magic? What kind of magic? Well, like teleporting? Or hiding with invisibility and escaping? Can't we do something like that? You're talking about dragon-level magic for a first circle mage. Huh? What does that mean? Don't even dream about it with just 50 magic. Then don't you have some secret technique? Like a hidden trump card? No, this isn't a situation we can handle on our own. Rachel let out a deep sigh. So we're just going to sit here and die? We have to try something. Well, if there's something we could do. Rachel suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Then she grabbed Hyun-seok's shoulders and shouted. Hero. Hyun-seok was a bit taken aback by her sudden intensity. Check the hero shop. Why suddenly? Quickly, go in and use the search function to find the monster encyclopedia. Is it there? Yeah, it's here. As Rachel said, there was an item called Monster Encyclopedia. A useful encyclopedia, Monster Edition. Description, contains almost all information about almost all monsters. Ability. Required hero points, 50. Let's buy it. Why do we need this? It seemed like a somewhat vague item overall. He couldn't help but doubt whether it was worth investing precious hero points in this. You said it yourself? Are we just going to die like this? Well, no. So let's at least look up information about the Talas. We might find another way. That makes sense. Hyun-seok was quickly convinced. Let's think positively. This is also an essential item if I'm going to keep fighting monsters. Come to think of it, items bought from the hero shop had never disappointed him. The large bone that large dogs love. Message-enriched flavored salt. Though they cost 30 and 20 points respectively, Hyun-seok was ultimately very satisfied with them. Alright, I'm buying it. These points would be useless if they died here anyway. Hyun-seok closed his eyes tight and pressed the purchase button. A book dropped down with a thud. That's one brutal thickness. Hyun-seok clicked his tongue looking at the incredibly thick encyclopedia. What are you doing? Hurry and look it up. Every second counts. Alright. Hyun-seok quickly examined the encyclopedia. He wanted information about Talas. Fortunately, he was able to reach the desired page before long. Generally, it takes 3 years for a Talas to grow to adulthood. The queen's body length is around 4 m, and including legs exceeds 15 m. The legs are the hardest part. To take down a Talas, target the relatively weak body, especially the head. So that's how I was able to kill it. At first, there was only basic information. Things like its size, characteristics, threatening weapons, and weaknesses, and so on. This would be very useful for hunting, but it's not the information needed right now. Choi Hyun-seok quickly moved on to the next content. Talas creates huge caves by digging in places with weak ground. It strengthens the weak ground with saliva containing magical power. The book also explained how Talas could create such huge caves. After thoroughly reading all the explanations about Talas, Choi Hyun-seok closed the book. Did you find any solutions? It's unclear. A plan was forming in his head, but it was still incomplete, full of holes and flaws. But it's not completely hopeless. Choi Hyun-seok approached Kulkin. Sir Kulkin. Chomp chomp. Even when Choi Hyun-seok called, Kulkin was busy eating eggs. Sir Kulkin. Chomp chomp chomp. Hey, munch, munch. Hey, you. Choi Hyun-seok slapped Kulkin's cheek. Smack. Surprised by the sudden slap, Kulkin's eyes turned sharply. There was a fierce killing intent in his eyes. Sir Kulkin? Are you back to your senses? Huh. You seemed to be under an evil spell, so I had to wake you up. Is that so? Kulkin accepted it easily. It seemed he still hadn't fully regained his senses. Choi Hyun-seok, who was about to slap him again, hesitated. It might be dangerous to hit him more. It seemed like he needed to start persuading him in this situation. Sir Kulkin, do you happen to know any fire magic? Fire magic? Yes. Magic that shoots flames. If it's just shooting flames, I can do that. Oh. Unexpectedly, it seemed Kulkin could use magic too. What is this guy's true identity? Combat power overwhelmingly stronger than other team leaders. He seems stupid at times, but sometimes he appears knowledgeable. And now he can use magic too. Let's put that aside for now. The important thing is escaping. Choi Hyun-seok pushed aside his thoughts about Kulkin and continued speaking. There's a way to get out. Hyun-seok. Talaz's skin is resistant to fire. It would be difficult to kill Talaz with my magic. Especially for the queen, it would be like a warm compress. That doesn't matter. Because we don't need the fire to burn the Talaz. Kulkin made a confused expression at Choi Hyun-seok's words. You've been saying strange things. Have you lost your mind? Kaham. Choi Hyun-seok felt a surge of anger but managed to suppress it. Let's hear my plan first before you judge. Choi Hyun-seok explained his plan as briefly as possible. They needed to move as quickly as possible since they didn't know when the monsters would come. That's the plan. After hearing everything, Kulkin fell into thought. This was the serious Kulkin, not the foolish one. The probability is too low. It's extremely dangerous too. In fact, it barely qualifies as a plan. But it's not 0%, right? Better to try than die here. That's true, but... Kulkin hesitated. No matter how he thought about it, Choi Hyun-seok's strategy had too low a chance of success. At that moment, Choi Hyun-seok put his hand on Kulkin's shoulder. Sir Kulkin, don't you want to eat delicious things in the future? We need to survive somehow for that. Delicious things? At these magic words, Kulkin's eyes widened. Fine. Now that there's hope of survival, we can't just sit here. The man with combat power of 35,000, Kulkin, stood up. He's huge. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes widened. Kulkin's stomach, bloated from eating countless eggs, was as big as a mountain. I hope he performs as much as he ate. While Choi Hyun-seok was feeling anxious, suddenly, kitchen workers started rushing in through the entrance. Chef? You're alive. It seemed that some survivors had made their way here. Seeing them, something clicked in Choi Hyun-seok's mind. The final puzzle piece that was missing from the plan has fallen into place. They say heaven helps those who help themselves. Just when they were short on hands, good manpower had appeared. Let's try to survive this hell. It was time to begin the final operation where their lives were at stake. Is everyone mentally prepared? Choi Hyun-seok spoke with a grave expression. Before him stood Kulkin and about 10 kitchen soldiers. Remember? From this point on, you absolutely cannot stop. Choi Hyun-seok delivered the plan's explanation as quickly and briefly as possible. These idiots wouldn't understand a detailed explanation anyway, so this is better. By now, Choi Hyun-seok had completely figured out the Demon King's army. We run without stopping until we escape this cave? Go. Woah! Choi Hyun-seok and the kitchen soldiers began running with a battle cry. They were all carrying large eggs in their arms. They had taken all the eggs from the hatchery. I don't know if this will work, but it's better than staying still and dying. Choi Hyun-seok's strategy was simple. To escape this nest using the eggs as hostages. Judging from the previous battle, the Talas valued their eggs tremendously. So having the eggs should certainly restrict their movements. Kaeok. As they emerged from the narrow passage, giant spiders came rushing from all directions. The screams of dozens, hundreds of Talas filled the entire massive cave. Chef, the path is blocked. What do we do now? The group was instantly surrounded. Spiders everywhere they looked. Even when they threatened them with the eggs, the creatures only hesitated in place. They absolutely wouldn't clear a path. Get ready, Choi Hyun-seok shouted. He picked up one egg. This was expected from the start. Choi Hyun-seok had anticipated this situation from the beginning. There was no way they could escape this cave just by taking the eggs hostage. That's why he prepared the next strategy. HNNNG. Choi Hyun-seok took a deep breath and tensed his body. All his muscles tightened. His posture was like that of a shot-put athlete. Go. His tensed muscles exploded into action. Whoosh! The egg flew like a projectile. It quickly reached near the cave ceiling. Crack! The egg shattered against the cave wall. The fluid inside the eggshell burst outward. At the same time, Choi Hyun-seok shouted. Now! A flame shot from Kulkin's hand as if it had been waiting. Bang! The egg created a massive explosion when it met the flame. The impact shook the cave and flames spread in all directions. This completes the plan. The encyclopedia had written that Tala's body fluid was highly flammable, especially the eggs, which contained liquid that was practically like a bomb. Choi Hyun-seok decided to use this. Collapse the cave. Talas dig huge caves in areas with weak ground. Normally, it would be impossible to create such a huge cave in an area with weak ground. However, Talas have an ability that makes this possible. It's the Talas saliva. Their magical saliva covers the entire cave, supporting it. And Talas saliva, like their body fluid, is highly flammable. Here comes another. Choi Hyun-seok threw another egg. With the explosion, the cave shook again. The spreading flames melted the Talas saliva coating the entire cave. The Talas saliva was the mechanism maintaining the cave with weak ground. As it began to melt, the cave shook and soil and rocks began falling. Rumble. The entire cave was becoming unstable. Keek. The Talas scattered in panic, running around the cave. They were trying to repair the cave by applying their saliva to the walls. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes gleamed. As expected, they're in disarray. The Talas had to protect their eggs. But they also had to prevent the cave from collapsing. If the cave collapsed, not only would their lives be in danger, but all the other eggs scattered throughout would break too. Don't stop. Keep running. Choi Hyun-seok used the Tala's eggs like bombs to create even more chaos. We need to escape before we use up all the eggs. The eggs were so large that they could only carry a limited amount at once. The group currently had about 30 eggs. Before using all these eggs, they needed to either find another hatchery or locate an exit. Kwang! Another massive explosion occurred. The cave shook as if hit by an earthquake, and piles of dirt poured down from the ceiling. The Talas frantically crawled across the ceiling trying to repair the collapsing cave. Keek! Of course, some of them still persistently blocked the group's path. With their vast numbers, this was inevitable. Sir Kulkin? Please. Got it. Kulkin personally dealt with the enemies blocking their path. Despite appearances, Kulkin was a chef with overwhelming combat ability. In this situation where the enemy's attention was divided, he was more than capable of handling regular Talas that weren't queens. Wea! Kulkin opened a path while frantically swinging his limbs. Choi Hyun-seok and the kitchen soldiers followed closely behind him. Quack! My arm! During this, several kitchen soldiers were injured. It was inevitable that the kitchen soldiers would suffer some damage. With each egg thrown, the number of eggs the soldiers carried decreased. As their means of keeping the enemies in check diminished, they became more exposed to threats. The creatures' attacks came in order, starting with the soldiers who had used up their eggs first. Don't fight. Avoid them as much as possible. Choi Hyun-seok shouted while throwing another egg. How many are left now? Choi Hyun-seok looked back. 12. Before they knew it, only 12 eggs remained. They had to find an exit before using up all those eggs. Can we do it? Their clothes were already soaked with sweat from running so much. Moreover, this cave was like a maze centered around a massive cavity. While Choi Hyun-seok and the kitchen soldiers must have entered through some passage, everyone was in chaos. There was no way they could remember the path they took when they entered while fleeing. Over there? Light is coming from that direction. Just then, a kitchen soldier shouted. Looking carefully, they could indeed see light leaking through. Choi Hyun-seok and the kitchen soldiers ran toward the light without hesitation. Just a little more. By now, Choi Hyun-seok's body was covered in many small wounds. Several kitchen soldiers had already fallen behind and were being eaten alive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The continuing explosive attacks made the cave shake even more precariously. At this rate, the cave will collapse before we run out of eggs. Once the cave collapsed, that would be the end. They had to escape before that happened. We're almost there. The light gradually grew brighter. If they could just run a little further like this, they should be able to escape. Choi Hyun-seok prayed desperately. Just a little more. At that moment, Kulkin, who was in the lead, stopped. Sir Kulkin? Why are you stopping? Choi Hyun-seok closed his mouth mid-sentence. Because he noticed why Kulkin had stopped. Queen Talas. The queen was blocking the entrance with her massive body, waiting for them. The queen was furious. These pig-like creatures who dared to kill her precious children? She intended to tear them all to pieces. Key. The queen gathered all the adults in the nest to form an encirclement. The ugly creatures scattered in panic. But they would never escape alive. Keek. Just one bite of meat before I die. The creatures died one after another. Even as they were skewered and their limbs torn apart, they remained pathetic until the end. Having succeeded in killing most of the escapees, the queen. She returned to her nest with a somewhat lighter heart. But what she saw in the nest left her shocked. Weong? Save me. Over there? Light is coming from that direction. The cockroach-like creatures had stubbornly survived and infiltrated the nest. They had the audacity to take her precious eggs hostage. Don't come closer, or we'll destroy them. Huh. The adults could only retreat repeatedly, unable to approach properly due to their threats. This hostage situation alone was enough to make her first stand on end with rage. But there was something even beyond this. Something that made her brain tremble with anger. An atrocity too horrible to even speak of. That was using the eggs like bombs. Boom! The creatures threw eggs and shot fire at them. The Tala's outer shell is very resistant to fire. But the inside burns very easily. Especially the fluid that makes up the eggs, which is almost as flammable as oil. So when the egg's surface breaks and the fluid flows out, when it touches flame, it creates a massive explosion. Boom! Key. The adults scattered in panic, startled by the explosions. The queen felt like she was losing her mind. The cave she had worked so hard to create was shaking precariously. Countless eggs were destroyed. Her mind was going blank with rage. But even so, she had to maintain her rationality. She had to protect the remaining eggs. Among them might be the next queen, so the eggs must be protected at all costs. The queen made a vow. She would definitely protect the eggs. And she would never let those trash creatures escape alive. The queen Talas howled. Ki-dash. It was a volume on a completely different level from other Talas. It felt like their eardrums would burst, and the magical power in her cry made their entire bodies tingle. Rumble? Even the cave shook precariously. It was impossible to even guess how much power was contained in that cry. It's over. We're all dead now. I'm fine. At least I got to eat a Tala's egg before dying. That's true. The kitchen soldiers had already half given up. Kulkin carefully spoke up. Choi Hyun-seok. What should we do now? Please gather all the remaining eggs in one place. At Choi Hyun-seok's words, the soldiers gathered all the eggs. 10. Thanks to throwing them diligently on their way here, only 10 eggs remained. I'll make a deal with these. Choi Hyun-seok picked up one egg and stepped forward. Move aside. If you don't, I'll break all the remaining eggs too. The queen let out a horrific scream at Choi Hyun-seok's words. Key. Rumble. The cave shook again from the impact, and dirt poured down. Taking the falling dirt, Choi Hyun-seok shouted desperately. I said move? Do you want to see all the remaining eggs explode too? Huh. Keek. Kill it. Kill your children. Keek. Damn it. Just move aside. The gathered Talas had completely surrounded the group. Ha. Choi Hyun-seok sighed. No matter how much he threatened with the eggs, the queen wouldn't budge. From the circumstances, the queen definitely understands the threat. It was clear the queen was wary of the eggs breaking. If not, she would have rushed in and torn him apart immediately. But this way, they couldn't get out of the cave. The queen blocking the exit wasn't part of Choi Hyun-seok's original scenario. After pondering, Choi Hyun-seok clenched his fist. At this point, it's all or nothing. Choi Hyun-seok put down the egg he was holding. Then he stuck a leg taken from a Tala's corpse into the egg. Stab. The sharp Tala's leg pierced the egg. Key. The queen was horrified at the sight. But Choi Hyun-seok didn't stop there. Sir Kulkan. Please light this on fire. Huh. Make this leg burn like a candle. Understood. Kulkan used his magic. A flame started burning at the tip of the Tala's leg stuck in the egg. Sizzle. The Tala's leg burning slowly. The moment it burns completely and touches the egg, an explosion would occur. Choi Hyun-seok threw the bomb egg on top of the other eggs. See this? When this explodes, everyone dies. Even a single egg had quite strong explosive power. But what would happen if all 10 eggs burst at once? At least one thing was certain. This cave will collapse. It could collapse at any moment and it wouldn't be strange. If multiple eggs explode simultaneously, the cave surely won't hold. Then everyone dies. If this cave collapses, not only himself and the cooking soldiers, but also the Talas and the remaining eggs would all be buried alive. That's why, get out of the way, you bastard. Choi Hyun-seok shouted desperately. As if responding, the queen also screamed frantically. If you don't come out, everyone dies. Come out. Keek. Come out. Keek. The beast and human scream at each other in rage. Neither side gives an inch. Please, come out. Just as Choi Hyun-seok's voice was becoming hoarse, Kulkan shouted. Hyun-seok? There's no time. It's about to burst. The bombs fuse. No, the leg stuck in the egg was almost completely burned. In a few seconds when the flame reaches the egg, everything will be over. Did Queen Talas also know this fact? It screamed again. Then the Talas surrounding the party began to move. Ta-da-da-da-da! Hundreds of Talas charge in from all directions. Cheek! The bomb's fuse was almost burned out. Krrr! The cave could collapse at any moment. Enemies are charging in from all directions. Hyun-seok. Kulkan turned and shouted. Choi Hyun-seok gritted his teeth. Damn it! Whatever. Choi Hyun-seok threw the bomb toward the ceiling. At the same time, the bomb's fuse burned out completely. Kwang! A huge explosion occurred. Rurururururu! The cave begins to collapse. Unlike before when dirt and rocks fell bit by bit, now the entire ceiling was coming down. Kwaya! Keek! A scene from hell unfolded. The cooking soldiers and Talas scatter in panic, united in their fear. Key. Amidst this chaos, one Talas charged at Choi Hyun-seok. Oh no! Just as Choi Hyun-seok tried to step back. Kyung! A rock falling from the ceiling crushed the Talas flat. Level up! The system alert sound pierced Choi Hyun-seok's ears. Huh! Choi Hyun-seok was startled by the sudden level up alert. But before he could grasp the situation, his head started ringing incessantly. Crazy level ups. It was the beginning of power leveling. The collapsing cave was complete chaos. House-sized boulders were falling down. The dust rising from all directions made it impossible to see ahead. In the midst of this, Choi Hyun-seok was suffering from constant noise pollution. Level up. 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 Level up, 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 level up. The level up alerts kept piercing his ears non-stop. Shut up when I can't think straight. Right now, level UPS weren't what mattered. Somehow I need to get out of here. Choi Hyun-seok's goal was survival. For that, he needed to escape the collapsing cave. Level up. Along with the incoming alert, Choi Hyun-seok shouted. Rachel, buff. Got it. Now just the word buff was enough to know what to do. Rachel cast buffs that increased Choi Hyun-seok's physical abilities. I'll charge straight through. He planned to pass by the queen visible ahead and get out of the cave. Keek. At that moment, the queen Talas charged toward where Choi Hyun-seok was. Is it trying to get revenge now? Choi Hyun-seok's mind raced quickly. No, the queen's target is the eggs. The eggs remaining behind him. The queen was clearly charging to protect the eggs from the collapsing cave. There was solid evidence for his thinking. Because there was another crazy person trying to protect eggs even in this emergency. The delicious things must be protected. Chef Kulkan snatched up one egg and ran. The queen's gaze quickly shifted following him. Then I'll break through like this. Level up. Along with the level up sound, Choi Hyun-seok charged forward. The queen was charging head-on from the front, but it didn't matter. The queen's aggro is already drawn to the egg and Kulkan anyway. Of course, he knew this was like gambling. but right now was truly a situation where even a 1-second difference could determine life or death. In such an urgent moment, he couldn't waste time trying to go around the massive queen. Thump 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 thump. The approaching queen and Choi Hyun-seok confronted each other. Choi Hyun-seok dove between the queen's legs. Level up. Along with the level up alert, Choi Hyun-seok cheered. The queen had ignored him and passed by. Running under the queen's belly, Choi Hyun-seok looked up. It's huge. Time seemed to flow slowly. The queen's massive belly passed through his field of vision like slow motion. Finally, the queen and Choi Hyun-seok completely crossed paths. Level up. Time returned to normal flow. Kyung, kyung, kung. Dirt and rocks started falling from the sky again. Kwang. A house-sized boulder fell right in front of him. The ground shook and he almost fell, but barely maintained balance. Passing by the boulder, he looked outside. I can make it. Light was visible through the dust. The distance to the outside was about 200 meters. He could definitely do it. Keek. At that moment, a talus blocked his path. A sharp leg flew at him. No time. Get out of the way. He twisted his head to dodge the leg. He countered with a kick. Kwajik. He struck its head precisely. Keek. The monster only staggered briefly and didn't seem to have taken much damage. However, Kyung. It couldn't dodge the falling rocks in time. The talus crushed under the rocks turned into a bloody mess. Level up. Choi Hyun-seok ran again. This won't do. I need to raise my stats as I go. Even now, talus kept dying under the rocks. Thanks to that, the level up alerts kept coming without pause. He had to use whatever he could to reach his destination. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 179. Strength, 56. Agility, 53. Stamina, 55. Magic power, 53. Charisma, 27. Bonus points, 71. White small square hero points, 150. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C, leadership, E, cooking, F. White small square skills. The bonus points had accumulated to 71 before he knew it. Choi Hyun-seok invested in his stats at an incredible speed. Level up. Right then, he cleanly reached level 180 with the level up. Choi Hyun-seok invested all his points without leaving any. Combat power has reached the target. Hero quest completed. Acquired 300 hero points. It seemed his combat power had exceeded 3,000 with the point investment. However, there was no time to leisurely celebrate. Key. Another talus blocked his path. Swoosh. A leg flew in quickly. Choi Hyun-seok instead dove into the monster's embrace. Blood droplets sprayed as the leg grazed his skin. Hiya. He threw his fist with all his might. Crack. The talus's head cracked and fluid leaked out. But it wasn't dead. The monster was still breathing. Level up. Another alert sound. Choi Hyun-seok quickly invested his bonus points in strength. Then he kicked the staggering talus. Die. His heel precisely struck the already cracked shell. Thud. The talus's head was completely shattered. Level up. Choi Hyun-seok was certain. There was no need to run away anymore. I'll crush anything that blocks my path. The goal was to escape the cave. Until then, he just had to keep running forward. Keek. Get out of my way. Choi Hyun-seok kicked off the ground and jumped. It was jumping power that far transcended human limits. Landing above the talus's head in one bound, Choi Hyun-seok brought his fist down. Crack, crack, bang. He struck the same spot repeatedly in one breath. The talus's outer shell shattered instantly. Green fluid sprayed everywhere. Level up. Choi Hyun-seok ran again. Kyung, kung, kwae. Rocks and mounds of dirt came pouring down like crazy. The dust made it difficult to even keep his eyes open. The cave was now on the verge of complete collapse. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 198. Strength, 80. Agility, 77. Stamina, 79. Magic power, 77. Charisma, 27. Bonus points, 0. White small square hero points, 450. White small square abilities, mining, C, leadership, E, cooking, F. White small square skills. Choi Hyun-seok kept investing in his stats without rest. He was already at level 198. It seemed he would reach 200 soon. Level up. Another alert sounded. Almost there. The cave exit was right in front of him now. As the dust cleared, the light began to brighten. Rumble rumble rumble. The cave was completely collapsing. The ceiling had come down right above his head. The final. Choi Hyun-seok ran with all his might. Kwae. As the cave ceiling came down, dust spread in all directions. It was like the shockwave of multiple bombs going off at once. Level up. The final level up alert sounded. Choi Hyun-seok slumped down on the ground. Huff, ha. He was covered in wounds and looked unrecognizable. I'm alive. But Choi Hyun-seok had survived. Rumble. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Choi Hyun-seok was completely covered in dirt, looking like a clay figure. Tui, tui. Choi Hyun-seok spat out the dirt in his mouth. Damn. A hero's life is truly spectacular. Hero, you're alive? You're alive. I know. You came out alive from that hell? Can you believe it? Rachel bounced around excitedly. I knew you could do it. As expected of the SSS rank potential genius hero Choi Hyun-seok. I get it. Just do verse 1. Hero hero hero. I said I get it. Hero. Rachel slapped Choi Hyun-seok's cheek. Slap. Choi Hyun-seok turned around in surprise. Damn, what's that all of a sudden? Look over there. Huh. Choi Hyun-seok looked where Rachel was pointing. Something's moving. The rocks were shifting. Choi Hyun-seok tensed his body. Though he didn't want to move a finger, if it was an enemy, he couldn't miss the opportunity. Bang! Finally, the rocks flew away and what appeared was, I protected the egg. It was head chef Kulkin. Choi Hyun-seok couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You really are amazing in many ways. Perhaps this was befitting of someone with 35,000 combat power? The fact that he managed to protect the egg from breaking during all that was truly unbelievable. Sir Kulkin. Just then, Choi Hyun-seok's eyes widened. Oh, Choi Hyun-seok, you're alive? You're quite tough too. Sir Kulkin? Behind? Look behind you. What's behind? Kulkin couldn't finish his words as he turned around. Crack! The queen's leg that had suddenly flown in pierced right through Kulkin's head. Thud. Kulkin died while holding the egg he had so desperately wanted to protect. Rumble. The rocks and dirt piles shifted. The queen that had been buried underneath revealed herself. Ha! Please, really? Choi Hyun-seok let out a deep sigh. The fully risen queen shook her head as if shaking off dirt. Then she looked at her belly. She seemed to be checking if the egg she had been carrying was safe. Keek. Below was nothing but green fluid. The queen had held the egg to protect it, but that had turned out to be poison instead. Unable to bear the weight of the falling rock, it ended up bursting the egg. The lower abdomen was soaked with sticky green bodily fluid. The queen raised her head and looked at Choi Hyun-seok. Choi Hyun-seok made a troubled expression. Hey, humanely speaking, you can't blame that on me, right? Rachel nodded repeatedly at Choi Hyun-seok's words. Right. That's fair. But hero, what? Aren't you going to run? I want to run too. Then why are you standing still? Because I feel like I'll die the moment I move. The queen's size is enormously large. However, her movements were anything but slow. Just a moment ago, Kulkin's head was taken off before he could even react. From the start, the queen's speed wasn't something that could be outrun. So what do we do now? Let's see what she does first. Just as Choi Hyun-seok finished speaking, the queen started charging with a horrific scream. Choi Hyun-seok ran straight towards her. The queen's leg brushed right past him. Swoosh! A thunderous sound like a fighter jet passing by rang out. To survive, I need to grab the egg. There's no use in just running away anyway. Kulkin's legacy. The last remaining egg. That's the only hope. Got it. The moment Choi Hyun-seok tried to snatch the egg, whoosh, the egg disappeared before his eyes. The queen had been one step faster. The queen picked up the egg and safely placed it on her back. Keek, keek. Choi Hyun-seok somehow thought the queen was laughing. Hero, what do we do now? Good question. Choi Hyun-seok blankly stared at the queen. I really thought I'd made it. This is how it ends up. As he smiled bitterly, Choi Hyun-seok suddenly clenched his fist. No, I can't die like this. How had he endured until now? He had desperately survived by putting on all kinds of flattery. He had survived by rolling and 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 rolling. There's still a way. The last method remaining to him. The hero points earned from completing this hero quest. White small square hero points, 450. While running away, I'll somehow look for something useful in the hero shop. There must be some item that could help. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes gleamed. I'll dodge according to the queen's movement timing. Running creates limitations in movement. It was better to accurately observe her movements and dodge. Now, as the queen's leg lifted, Choi Hyun-seok threw his body. Kwae! A thunderous sound rang out as the queen's leg pierced the ground. Her legs continued to strike down. Choi Hyun-seok dodged the legs with reflexes that surprised even himself. But it's too early to celebrate. I don't have time to look through the hero shop. Focusing all his energy on escaping each moment, he had no capacity to check the hero shop. I'm out of stamina too. Choi Hyun-seok's stamina was already at its limit. Though he was forcing his leg muscles to keep going, how much longer could he last? Tack! At that moment, his foot caught on a stone on the ground. Choi Hyun-seok fell flat on the ground. Swoosh! The queen's leg came flying, not missing the opportunity. The queen's leg gets closer in real time. No. Choi Hyun-seok tightly shut his eyes. Kyung! A heavy noise is heard. Am I alive? For some reason, Choi Hyun-seok wasn't dead. He slightly opened his eyes. A red skin, muscular broad back comes into view. Lord Riadrin. Bullhead Riadrin was blocking the queen's leg. I knew you'd be alive, Choi Hyun-seok. Riadrin spoke without looking back. Choi Hyun-seok felt like he was about to cry. I'll handle what's behind. Flames began to surge from Riadrin's horns. He lifted the queen's leg with tremendous strength. That can be lifted. Riadrin grabbed the queen's leg and knocked her over. Kyung! The ground shook as the queen's massive body fell. Riadrin didn't stop and charged forward. Kwajik? Kwang? Choi Hyun-seok couldn't properly see what was happening. He could only tell Riadrin was attacking from the queen's screams. Hyup. Suddenly, black light poured out from Riadrin's body. He threw his final punch. Pyong! The queen's head exploded. Warm blood and entrails rained down from the sky. Taking those remnants, Choi Hyun-seok smiled dumbfoundedly. This is seriously fucking cool. Including Hyun-seok, a total of 105 cooks went on the hunt. Only 6 of them returned alive. The remaining 99, including head chef Kulkan, all died. I honestly don't know how I'm still alive. Hyun-seok said. Today, Bobo's head felt especially soft as he stroked it. Kwang. Are you happy to see your big brother again? Instead of answering, Bobo headbutted him. Ugh. Even though it was a light collision, it felt like being hit by a car. Playing is fine, but could you be a little gentler? Please, Bobo. Hyun-seok said, bowing apologetically. Rachel, who was standing nearby, sighed. Hero, stop with the unnecessary talk and come here. Why so suddenly? We need to prepare for the duel. We really don't have much time left. But what preparations can we do here? This is Bobo's house. There's nothing here particularly suitable for duel preparation. It wouldn't be good to run around pretending to practice. If they get Bobo excited while practicing, it could be serious trouble. One wrong move and a blind headbutt could shatter bones. There's also the problem that Bobo gets hungry when playing around. I'm already worried about where to get food from. They said they wouldn't go hunting for a while as they needed to recruit and train new cooks. Although Hyun-seok has gotten stronger, but he's not strong enough to go hunting alone. In other words, it has become harder to get meat. We're fine for now since we got so much talas this time. But it'll be trouble if we run out of it. Hyun-seok sighed. He was at a loss about where to get meat for Bobo in the future. Why the sudden sigh? I told you to come here quickly. All right. Hyun-seok reluctantly got up. So what preparations are we making? You've gotten quite strong now, haven't you? Hyun-seok nodded at Rachel's question. That's right. My level hit exactly 200. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 200. Strength, 80. Agility, 77. Stamina, 80. Magic power, 78. Charisma, 27. Bonus points, 0. White small square hero points, 450. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C. Leadership, E. Cooking, F. White small square skills. Rachel checked Hyun-seok with the combat power meter. Combat power, 3,548. The number visible through the goggles was 3,548. Considering it was 1,560 yesterday, his combat power had more than doubled in just one day. It's good that you've gotten unbelievably strong in just a day, but there's a problem. Remember Kurkan from that time? Kurkan, his duel opponent. Hyun-seok nodded as he recalled him. I remember. I think his combat power was around 6,600. That's right. But what's really important isn't combat power. Then what is it? That orc knows how to handle magic power. Magic power. Yes. Technically it's magical energy, but anyway, think about what he was doing when we went to spy on him. Hyun-seok recalled the orc Kurkan. I think he was swinging an iron club to smash rocks. It was strength that defied common sense. Rachel nodded and continued. Correct. Here's a question. Can you do that? Probably not. What if your stats increased and your combat power exceeded 6,000? Hyun-seok pondered again. Even then, smashing rocks with a club seems impossible. It wasn't just breaking them. He was pulverizing rocks like they were tofu. He didn't think he could do it even if his stats increased a bit more. I don't think I could. You observed well. You can't. Why is that? Such monstrous strength isn't something you can achieve just by having superior physical abilities. Then, you need to use magic power. To put it simply, it's like filling the iron club with magic power before striking the rock. Suddenly, a scene flashed through Hyun-seok's mind. When I caught my first talas, before his stats increased, Hyun-seok's strength couldn't inflict meaningful damage on the talas. Nevertheless, in the final moment, Hyun-seok shattered the talas's head with his fist. That sensation I felt then wasn't an illusion. He remembered his fist getting warm and emitting light. Until now, he thought it was just his imagination, but he suspected he might have unknowingly used magic power. I told you before, didn't I? Combat power is just a numerical representation of physical abilities, magic power, and such. Right. So even with high combat power, it's useless if you don't know how to use your abilities properly. Hyun-seok nodded in understanding. So I need to learn how to use magic power now. That's right. Now that your magic power has gotten quite strong, it seems like a good time to learn how to properly use it. Are you going to teach me, Rachel? Of course. Then why didn't you teach me until now? Hyun-seok asked with questioning eyes. Rachel became a bit flustered. It's a matter of efficiency. When magic power is weak, it takes longer to learn, and even if you learn it, there's hardly any improvement. Really? Hyun-seok felt something was off, but decided not to probe further. How long do you think it'll take? The duel is coming up soon. 3 days. 4 days at most should be enough. Good. Learning to use magic power in 3 days. Anyone who heard this would point fingers calling them crazy. Usually, it takes years even with systematic education from childhood. But Hyun-seok is a hero with generational talent. It was even more unbelievable that he reached level 200 in less than a month since he started leveling up. Then what should we start with? Rachel. Rachel suddenly disappeared. As Hyun-seok looked around in confusion. Hyun-seok. Lord Riadrin. Bullhead Riadrin had visited. Since he came without notice, Hyun-seok jumped up in surprise. What brings you here? Follow me. Let's go see the Corps Commander together. Yes. Hyun-seok followed Riadrin without asking why. This guy was really a monster too. He knew Riadrin was strong from before. I didn't know he was this strong though. He just didn't know he was strong enough to overwhelmingly tear apart and kill the Queen Tala's. Combat power, unmeasurable. So when he secretly checked his combat power, it was indeed unmeasurable. Let's absolutely not mess around. Hyun-seok silently nodded and followed behind Riadrin. Riadrin knocked on the office door. Come in. A beautiful voice came from inside, but Hyun-seok knew that the identity of that voice was a terrifying lip monster. Creak. The door opened, revealing the now familiar office scene. A single desk in an empty space. Corps Commander Hemis was sitting there as usual and greeted them. Riadrin. What's the matter? Bringing Hyun-seok too. I have a personal request for the Corps Commander. Oh, what could it be? A request from Riadrin. Hemis smiled. From her perspective, the current situation was quite interesting. It was the first time Riadrin, who was always businesslike and extremely polite, used the word personal. May I personally teach Hyun-seok? Why? I met the platoon leader named Kirkan that you mentioned yesterday. Riadrin had just returned to the unit yesterday. Because of this, he learned about Hyun-seok's duel belatedly. Along with concern, his curiosity was piqued. Riadrin went to personally meet Kirkan, Hyun-seok's first duel opponent. When Riadrin faced Kirkan, he couldn't help but be surprised. I've confirmed that Orc Kirkan, while a platoon leader, has abilities closer to that of a deputy company commander. And Riadrin wore a gloomy expression. While I'm also amazed at how much Hyun-seok has grown in such a short time, I think it's absolutely impossible for him to win against Kirkan in this state. As soon as he saw Kirkan, Riadrin realized it. That Hemis had chosen an opponent that could never be defeated. I want to see more of Hyun-seok's future. Hyun-seok is truly an excellent talent. This is because he possessed the leadership abilities and charisma that the Demon King's army lacked. On top of that, he now had an unimaginable rate of growth. How surprised he was to see Hyun-seok after nearly a month. Until just a month ago, Hyun-seok was an ordinary human. But now he has the combat ability of a junior knight. Riadrin, who had been at war with humans for a long time, knows how much painful effort it takes for a human to become a knight. Even for a low-ranking knight, it takes years of systematic education from childhood. Hyun-seok achieved this process in less than a month. Honestly, it was hard to believe even after seeing it. Hyun-seok is an outstanding talent. If the Corps Commander permits, I would like to properly train him myself. Riadrin spoke firmly with a weighty voice. Hemis rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Time passed silently. Hyun-seok was dripping with cold sweat. What's with this sudden development? He was suddenly called by Riadrin, and now he's offering to educate him. Of course, I'd be grateful if Riadrin taught me. But the problem is, would Hemis accept this proposal? Hyun-seok was just a toy to her. Her deal with Hyun-seok was just a game created for entertainment. Would she allow Riadrin to interfere with that game? The uncomfortable silence continued. Could this go wrong? Hyun-seok wondered if he should decline first. At that moment, fine, I permit it. Thank you. Riadrin bowed his head. Hyun-seok also bowed his head, following the cue. I'm grateful for the Corps Commander's generosity. If you're done, you may leave. Hyun-seok bowed once more and left the office. Creak, thud, as the office door closed carefully. Left alone, Hemis scratched her head. Hyun-seok. He's twice as strong as when I met him the day before yesterday. It was just 2 days ago. Until then, Hemis had thought that Hyun-seok's growth rate was really fast. But now it was beyond simply being fast. In just 1 day, Hyun-seok had appeared twice as strong. It was a growth rate that defied common sense. In hundreds of years of life, she had never seen or heard of such a case. This was an incredibly fresh stimulus for her, who had become numb to everything. It's interesting. Certainly interesting, but Hemis's smiling lips twisted. I feel a bit annoyed. Riadrin would personally train Hyun-seok. There are 4 days left. But if it's Riadrin, he can certainly make Hyun-seok strong enough within that time. Originally, Orc Kirkan wasn't meant to be an opponent that could be defeated. But now, a sufficient possibility has emerged for Hyun-seok. If she had to calculate the probability, it would be around 20%. But if Riadrin takes charge of the training, more than half, the probability of Hyun-seok winning would exceed 50%. This wasn't the picture Hemis wanted. Can't be helped. Should I go out for a bit? Hemis decided to leave her office for the first time in a while. Her destination was the barracks where the soldiers stayed. Since I gave Riadrin to Hyun-seok, it would be fair to give something to Kirkan too. She planned to give Orc Kirkan a nice gift. The 3rd Corps has hundreds of thousands of Demon King's army soldiers assigned to it. Corps Commander Hemis is the supreme commander at the top of them all. What would happen if someone of her status were to visit the barracks where ordinary soldiers gather without any warning? Lord Hemis. The sudden visit by Hemis threw the barracks into chaos like a disturbed beehive. Just ignore me and do your work. Though I suppose all you do is eat anyway. Her tone was quite caustic. But no one showed signs of being offended. After all, it wasn't wrong. Where's Kirkan? Hemis looked for Kirkan, Hyun-seok's duel opponent. Here, Corps Commander. Oh, were you training? Yes. Kirkan was drenched in sweat. Since the day you gave me this opportunity, I haven't rested a single day from training. Kurken spoke in clear, measured tones unlike a typical orc. You have indeed gotten stronger since then. Hyun-seok wasn't the only one who had developed over the month. Kurken had also become considerably stronger than before. He barely crossed the wall. There's always a plateau in growth. This is something no being can avoid, like fate. The Kurken that Hemi saw was no exception. When she chose Kurken as Hyun-seok's duel opponent, he had hit a wall. Through recent hard training, he seemed to have found a clue to breaking through that wall. It's somewhat admirable, but this isn't enough. Hemi's large lips twisted. Compared to Hyun-seok, Kurken was much stronger. Even with Hyun-seok's recent strengthening, the gap between them was still large. Nevertheless, Hemi's found it difficult to predict Kurken's victory. Since Riadrin is exceptional, he'll definitely find a way to make Hyun-seok win somehow. Below Hemi's corps commander rank are division commanders, and Riadrin is close to that division commander level. In other words, he's one of the top 10 strongest beings in the third corps, which consists of hundreds of thousands of demons. Especially in hand-to-hand combat, which is Riadrin's specialty, he's second to none. In the most primitive form of fighting, in hand-to-hand combat using fists and feet, Riadrin shows even more outstanding abilities. Such a Riadrin was now guiding Hyun-seok, a warrior with exceptional talent. Anything could happen. Therefore, Hemi's needed to make Kurken stronger. For a more interesting game. Kurken, what did I promise to give you if you win this duel? You said you'd let me eat delicious meat until I die. Right. That's what I said. But you know, Hemi's placed her hand on Kurken's shoulder. At this rate, it seems you'll never get to eat that meat. Corps Commander, I'm confident I can tear that mere human apart in an instant. Kurken shouted in panic. That's just what you think. Suddenly, coldness dripped from Hemi's voice. Realizing his mistake, Kurken trembled. His large muscles were shaking pitifully. So, suddenly Hemi's voice brightened. Her mouth stretched horizontally, which seemed to be a smile. Kurken, I'll give you power. Power, you say? Kurken rolled his eyes around. Suddenly being offered power. It was hard to understand her intention. Yes, I'll share my demonic energy with you. Can you handle it? Corps Commander's demonic energy. Demonic energy is magic power corrupted by demons. Simply put, it could be called demon-exclusive magic power. If a powerful being like Hemi's were to inject demonic energy, Kurken could become stronger in an instant. The question was whether he could endure it. The moment he's exposed to Hemi's demonic energy, there's a high chance he'll either go mad or his body will burst. In other words, he had to risk his life. Well, will you do it? Hemi's lips approached Kurken's ear. The choice is yours. A softly whispering voice. Kurken gulped. The choice is mine. In fact, he knew too. This was coercion. The choice Kurken had to make was already decided. I'll do it. After leaving Hemi's office, Riadrin was lost in thought. A considerable amount of magic power is already dormant inside Hyun-seok. All living beings basically possess magic power. However, Hyun-seok exceeded that level. If compared, it would be comparable to a human low-rank knight's magic power. The problem is that despite having such magic power, Hyun-seok has no idea how to use it. Well, it's not strange. It was ultra-rapid growth that happened in just a month. It's understandable that the person himself couldn't keep up with that growth rate. How can I make Hyun-seok use magic power? Riadrin's brow furrowed. There were 4 days left until the duel. He had to find a way to make Hyun-seok use magic power within that time no matter what. I'll have to resort to extreme methods. There was only one way to awaken dormant magic power in a short time. He needed to strike Hyun-seok using magic power. If this was repeated, Hyun-seok's survival instinct would naturally draw out his magic power. I'll need to concentrate for the first time in a while. It sounds simple when explained in words, but putting it into practice was a completely different matter. Striking someone who can't use magic power with magic power while keeping them alive. This required near-divine magic power control and precise modulation. It was something unimaginable for anyone but Riadrin. Still, problems remain. Even this was problematic, but there was an even bigger issue. Namely, Hyun-seok's talent. No matter how exquisitely Riadrin guided the magic power, it would be useless if the person lacked talent. Without talent, the magic power wouldn't budge even after days of beating. I'll just have to trust in Hyun-seok. There was no other solution. Simply trusting and acting on Hyun-seok was the only answer. We've arrived. While continuing his thoughts, Riadrin had arrived at his destination. Hyun-seok, who had been dragged along without knowing why, wore a puzzled expression. Where is this? My personal training ground. What? There's such a thing as a personal training ground. The corps commander specially prepared it. I see. Hyun-seok marveled at the vast training ground. It was surprising that an individual was using such a large training ground, and at the corps headquarters no less. But Lord Riadrin, why did we come here? I'll teach you how to use magic power. Thank you, Hyun-seok said with a smile. Seeing him smile innocently, unaware of what was about to happen, made Riadrin's heart ache. I need to steel myself. Without being able to use magic power, Hyun-seok couldn't win against Kurken. If he lost, a fate worse than death awaited him. Hyun-seok, if you want to live, you must use your magic power. Riadrin approached Hyun-seok with tears in his eyes. Hyun-seok, clench your molars tight. What? Learning through getting hit is originally the fastest way. Riadrin's education began. Riadrin lightly stomped the ground. An enormous amount of dust rose from the ground. Here it comes. With that thought, Riadrin was already in front of him. Riadrin extended his fist. I have to block it. Hyun-seok raised his arms to guard. The fist and arm collided lightly. Thud. But the result wasn't light. Kahawk. Hyun-seok spat blood as he flew like a cannonball. Hyun-seok. If you don't block with magic power, you'll die. Riadrin didn't stop. He quickly ran and caught up to the flying Hyun-seok in an instant. A considerable amount of magic power is already inherent in your body. Draw it out. He kicked while speaking. Hyun-seok instinctively raised his arms to protect his body, but it was useless. Kwiak. It felt like every bone in his body was breaking. Riadrin didn't stop. It takes a long time to control magic power with will. Let your instincts take over and use magic power. Then naturally controlling it with will becomes possible too. Hyun-seok was going crazy. He had been like this from the start. Suddenly sending him flying, then telling him to use magic power. Saying he would die if he didn't. He didn't know how many times he had crossed this huge training ground. Honestly, it's amazing my body can still move. It wouldn't be strange if every bone in his body was shattered. But mysteriously, his body moved. Riadrin never inflicted fatal wounds. He just beat him to the point where it felt like he's really going to die. Your concentration is scattered. Seems you can still take more hits. No. Hyun-seok couldn't finish his response. Riadrin's leg had already appeared and struck his back. Kahak. He coughed up blood again. This really hurts like hell. Is this how it feels when a child fights against an adult? No, it's beyond that. It was so overwhelming that he couldn't even guess what to do. A trail of red blood followed Hyun-seok's flight path. Don't think. You must block instinctively using magic power. Riadrin's voice penetrated his ears. I want to do that too. Cough. Choi Hyun-seok lay face down on the parade ground, coughing up blood. If you can't use magic right here and now, you'll lose to Kurkan. You know what happens after that, right? Huff. Huff. Choi Hyun-seok was panting. He wanted to answer but had no strength. He could only think. I'll lose the duel. What would happen if he lost the duel? He knew well what would come after. I promise you'll understand what it feels like to want to die, down to your bones. Hemi said. If he lost the duel, she would make him wish for death. She would definitely keep her word. Choi Hyun-seok. I guarantee that dying here would be better for you than losing the duel. It seemed Riadrin knew this fact well too. So if you don't want to die, use your magic. Riadrin moved again. Whoosh. Choi Hyun-seok couldn't even tell where he was going. Now he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. His side was completely exposed and defenseless. Given up on guarding too. Thwack. An insane pain surged through his side. A groan escaped involuntarily. Kyuk. He flew through the air. He could see Riadrin looking up at him as if in slow motion. This really hurts like hell. This time he was certain. His ribs were broken. Wonder if that was about 3 hits. He wasn't sure. Maybe all the ribs on his left side were shattered. Riadrin didn't stop, kicking off the ground and flying up. Even in this situation, you continue? Don't you know when to stop? Suddenly anger welled up inside him. I'm really going to die, you bastard. He could tell instinctively. If he took just a few more hits, he would really die. He'd already taken enough hits to kill a normal person dozens of times over. If you're trying to help, you should at least explain properly. What kind of help is beating someone to death? He felt wronged and angry. I haven't even seen that rabbit-like blonde noble lady yet. Forget about a mansion in his later years, he was living in what amounted to the Corps Commander's doghouse. I can't go out like this. As his consciousness was gradually fading at that moment. Can I see? Why was it? Riadrin's movements, which had been invisible until now, suddenly became clear to his eyes. The bullhead man approaching slowly. He clenches both fists. He would strike down on his back like that. If that hits me, I'll be stuck in the ground. He would fall like a shot and be buried in the parade ground. Then he would really die. Damn. Magic or whatever. Please just move. As he thought this, Riadrin's fist struck his back. Crack. Hit by the fist, Choi Hyun-seok fell toward the ground at tremendous speed. The parade ground getting closer in real time. Choi Hyun-seok squeezed his eyes shut. Please just move. Along with his final prayer, the magic sleeping inside his body began to stir. There's something strange about Choi Hyun-seok. Riadrin thought. An hour had passed since he began the beating under the name of training. During that time, Riadrin had carefully observed Choi Hyun-seok's movements. Clearly, Choi Hyun-seok's physical abilities aren't that exceptional. Choi Hyun-seok had become stronger than before, but objectively speaking, he was still among the weak. If he went to the battlefield right now, there would be countless humans stronger than him. But his movements and reactions are like those of a knight who has trained for years. What Riadrin found strange was Choi Hyun-seok's combat sense, body balance, movement, reactions and such. The level of everything related to combat was remarkably high. Sometimes he showed such excellent sense that even Riadrin was impressed. As expected, what I felt on the first day wasn't wrong. Riadrin recalled their first meeting. The kick that Choi Hyun-seok threw then. Riadrin had no choice but to allow the attack defenseless. He thought it was strange even considering his defenseless state. Now he could understand why. To conclude, Choi Hyun-seok's physical abilities aren't keeping up with his mental abilities. To put it simply, Choi Hyun-seok's software is excellent. No, beyond excellent, it's top tier enough to impress even Riadrin. But the hardware doesn't support it. In other words, due to his weak body, he can't properly bring out his abilities. This should be impossible normally. Generally, combat sense comes from abundant experience. As one goes through such experiences, a warrior develops a strong body. Such an imbalance between body and mind shouldn't occur. Why was it? There was one secret here. The fact that Choi Hyun-seok had been a fighting champion before becoming a hero. During his time on Earth, as champion of the world's largest fighting league, Choi Hyun-seok was called the strongest man in the world. Natural talent, endless effort, and training methods accompanied by 21st century science and technology had pushed his movements to their limit. Thanks to this, Choi Hyun-seok, with his excellent physical abilities and sense, could become the strongest among Earthlings. But this place is different. The mysterious power called magic. Magic allows humans to exert power far beyond their limits. Superhumans and heroes that could only be seen in movies actually exist in this land. So there was an unbridgeable gap between Earth and this other world. Choi Hyun-seok, who had only just encountered magic, couldn't narrow this gap. Anyway, Riadrin realized once again that his thoughts were correct. Choi Hyun-seok can become strong. All he needs is time. Time to master magic and raise his physical abilities. If he could secure that, Choi Hyun-seok could become far stronger than Corps Commander Hemis expects. For that, he needs to use magic as quickly as possible. Whatever his future growth potential might be, it's useless if he dies now. Riadrin needed to make Choi Hyun-seok handle magic as quickly as possible. Learning in one day would be impossible, but I'll somehow make him able to use magic within 3 days. Making someone who knows nothing about magic use it in 3 days? This is actually close to impossible. But the possibility or impossibility wasn't important. Now was the time to make the impossible possible. Choi Hyun-seok, if you don't want to die, use magic. Riadrin moved again. Choi Hyun-seok, exhausted to his limits, seemed unable to move even a finger. But he couldn't stop. The more Choi Hyun-seok's life hangs by a thread, the greater the possibility of magic moving. Given up on guarding too, he kicked at the exposed side. Kyuk. Choi Hyun-seok flew into the air with a groan. At that moment, Riadrin's eyes shone. Did the magic move? Though very slight, he could feel Choi Hyun-seok's internal magic stirring. Riadrin unconsciously swallowed a hollow laugh. Not even a day, but an hour. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps Choi Hyun-seok might be even more of a monster than he thought. Tat! Riadrin kicked off the ground. Choi Hyun-seok was still in the air. I'll strike him down like this. He intended to drive down the flying Choi Hyun-seok. If Choi Hyun-seok couldn't move his magic this time, he would die. But Riadrin was certain. He can do it. Crack! Hit by the fist, Choi Hyun-seok fell toward the ground at tremendous speed. Thud! A terrible sound came as Choi Hyun-seok collided with the ground. Though it seemed like a situation where he would surely be dead, Riadrin instead smiled. He approached Choi Hyun-seok. Are you alright? Kuluk? Kuluk. Choi Hyun-seok coughed up blood. Somehow, I'm still alive. You succeeded in moving your magic. Did you know? Looks like my prayers were answered. Kyuk. Choi Hyun-seok grinned like a madman. Riadrin looked at Choi Hyun-seok with a satisfied face. Well done. I'm proud of you. It was his honest feeling. He hadn't thought Choi Hyun-seok would be able to move magic this quickly. Not everyone could move magic just by being pushed to the extreme. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Lord Riadrin. Choi Hyun-seok said in a trembling voice. It was just like him to flatter even while dying. Ahem. Suddenly, Riadrin's large eyes grew moist. He turned his head briefly to wipe his eyes before turning back. At this rate of growth, you'll definitely be able to beat Kirkan. Sorry but I can't breathe. Kyuk. Seems your broken bones have caused problems with your lungs. I'll heal you now. Riadrin extended his hand. Dense magical energy flowed from his thick hand. Wait. I'll get you up soon. A simple healing magic. With his magic, he could heal injuries like this in an instant. However, the result was completely unexpected. Kwaa! Choi Hyun-seok screamed. The magical energy that touched him was causing a violent rejection reaction. Riadrin quickly realized his mistake. Choi Hyun-seok was human. He had forgotten that he wasn't a demon but a human. Honestly, his appearance wasn't inferior to most demons. This is bad. Demons convert magic power into magical energy to use it. And magical energy is like poison to humans. Even if it was healing magic, there was nothing to be done since humans and demons were fundamentally different. Kyuk. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes trembled before rolling back. Choi Hyun-seok? Get a hold of yourself. Kook. Choi Hyun-seok wasn't moving. A tear rolled down from Riadrin's round eyes. No. Choi Hyun-seok. The 3rd Corps headquarters of the Demon King's army. Commonly called the Black Giant Star, it was one of the most important strongholds of the Demon King's army. In the deepest room within this Black Giant Star, strangely, there was a single human woman there. Silver hair reaching down to her waist. Snow-white skin and eyes the same silver as her hair. Her well-sculpted features were enough to draw gasps of admiration just by looking at them. Despite possessing beauty that could make even a saint's eyes pop open, for some reason, her eyes were like those of a dead fish. A face completely devoid of life. The woman sat expressionless like a doll. Her name is Abelson Mariette, the next saint of the Holy Empire of Gatrin. She had been confined deep in this black giant star since being kidnapped by Riadrin recently. Her status as the next saint was quite a useful bargaining chip for the Demon King's army. Because of this, Corps Commander Hemis had made arrangements for her to live comfortably in her own way. Only silence lingered in her room. Abelson just sat quietly without saying anything. She didn't even pray to God. The condition for becoming a saint was being able to hear God's voice. Although she too could hear God's voice, she didn't seek God in this place. She knew it would all be futile anyway. Bang! Just then, the door burst open and someone rushed in. Abelson looked at the uninvited guest with an expressionless face. Riadrin. The Red Nightmare Riadrin. He was one of the famous high-ranking demons. Unlike most high-ranking demons who didn't appear on the battlefield directly, he was well known for fighting on the front lines for quite a long time. Huff, huff, saint. Having apparently run here urgently, Riadrin was breathing heavily. Abelson was puzzled seeing his anxious face. What's going on? The Red Nightmare Riadrin was known for usually showing no emotional changes. Riadrin who massacred countless humans on the battlefield. He showed no emotional fluctuation even when killing children and women. He would simply swing his fist and fairly crack open heads. There was no emotion in those actions. He was like a machine carrying out orders. Even on the day he kidnapped her, Riadrin had massacred the high-ranking holy knights expressionlessly. Come with me. The image of him extending his blood-soaked hand and speaking dryly was still unforgettable. That same Riadrin was now restless like a bull that had run out of feed. You have something you need to do. What is that? Instead of answering, Riadrin suddenly picked up Abelson. Kayak. For the first time, the emotion of bewilderment crossed Abelson's face. There's a human who needs treatment? Since there's no time, I'll take you there directly. What are you? Kayak. Riadrin started running without warning. His head felt like it was going to split. Choi Hyun-seok slowly traced his memories. The last moment. He remembered being struck by Riadrin and getting slammed into the ground. Riadrin said he would heal me, and then tremendous pain came. That's where his memory ended. What the hell did that bullhead bastard do? He did the crazy thing of injecting magi into a human. Not knowing the detailed circumstances, Choi Hyun-seok could only curse at Riadrin. I'm not dead, am I? Choi Hyun-seok carefully opened his eyes. He became convinced of his thoughts. I really am dead. There was an angel before his eyes. An angel with silver hair and silver eyes. The angel, who was reaching out to him with an expressionless face, didn't say anything. But to Choi Hyun-seok, it seemed like she was telling him good job. A warm energy was seeping into his body. Choi Hyun-seok opened his mouth. Angel, I will never do such crazy things again. You know what I mean? I'm quitting being a hero. The angel didn't answer. Choi Hyun-seok continued speaking without minding. I think it's actually good that I died. I was getting tired of doing this crappy stuff anyway. He could say anything in front of the angel. Angel. I have one thing to ask. You must tell God this. You must. At that moment, killing intent flashed in Choi Hyun-seok's eyes. Rachel. That woman needs to be thrown into hell. She's not fit to be an angel. For an angel, her mouth is so foul. Every time she opens her mouth, it's nothing but swearing. After thinking about something for a moment, Choi Hyun-seok continued. Is hell too harsh? Let's do this instead. Since I'll be going to heaven anyway, make her my servant. That seems good too. You must tell God this. Yes. The angel spoke for the first time. As expected of an angel, her voice was as beautiful as her appearance. Choi Hyun-seok grabbed the angel's hand suddenly. Angel, I have one last request. Choi Hyun-seok's face turned pink as he spoke. Could you give me a kiss? I've lived twice in this body. It's too sad to die a bachelor both times. The blonde noble lady, 5 rabbit-like kids, a mansion for my old age. I died like a dog without seeing any of it. So, Choi Hyun-seok gently closed his eyes. Think of it as a farewell gift and just one kiss. However, what came from the angel's mouth was completely unexpected. The worst. Pardon. Choi Hyun-seok doubted his ears. At that moment while he was blinking with a stupid expression. Bang! The door burst open and Riadrin barged in. Choi Hyun-seok? You're awake. Riadrin hugged Choi Hyun-seok with tears in his eyes. Squeeze. The tremendous pressure felt like it would make his body burst. Kahuk. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. But one thing was certain. At this rate, he would die again. Save me. Sorry. I was so happy that I... Ahem. Riadrin stepped back embarrassedly. Choi Hyun-seok looked around while catching his breath. The angel was still there. The bullhead was still there too. Ha. He started to understand the situation bit by bit. Choi Hyun-seok? I'm so glad you're alive. Yeah, I guess so. Choi Hyun-seok wiped his flowing tears. Actually, he wasn't dead but alive. And this place was still hell. But there was something even sadder than that. Shit. The woman before his eyes wasn't an angel but a human. This is so damn embarrassing. Choi Hyun-seok wished he had just died. Has Choi Hyun-seok been completely healed? Riadrin asked with an urgent expression. The next holy maiden, Abelson Mariette, shook her head. It's not certain. What do you mean? For a moment, Riadrin's face twisted menacingly. Despite it being an expression that would make ordinary people wet themselves, Abelson continued speaking with an indifferent face as if unbothered. Such concentrated magic was injected into a human. Normally, death would be expected. If I weren't the holy maiden, even saving him would have been difficult. So what's the core issue? Abelson glanced at Choi Hyun-seok and continued. As you can feel too, the magic isn't leaving this man's body. Nobody knows what effect this will have going forward. NGG. Riadrin couldn't deny it. Indeed, there was still a faint trace of magic lingering in Choi Hyun-seok's body. Dark magic belongs only to demonkind. Humans and dark magic can never coexist. Yet this impossible thing was happening right before their eyes. It could be temporary. The magic might naturally disappear with time, so let's observe the situation. Can't you erase the magic with holy power? That would be like handling a sensitive bomb. If mishandled, this man will die, Abelson said calmly. At that moment, Choi Hyun-seok, who had been listening from the side, quickly raised his hand. Lord Riadrin. It's fine, I'm completely better now, ha ha ha. Just a few minutes ago he thought it was good that he died, but now knowing he was alive, he didn't want to die. Choi Hyun-seok still had many things he wanted to do while alive. Riadrin reluctantly nodded. Choi Hyun-seok. I'm sorry. I will make this up to you somehow. Not at all. This is just a minor trouble that occurred during your guidance, Lord Riadrin. You don't need to worry about it at all. I'll just think of this as tuition fees. Ha 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 ha. Choi Hyun-seok's tongue danced brilliantly. The effect was tremendous. Sniff. As expected of you. Riadrin wiped his eyes with a moved expression. Abelson quietly watched this rural drama from the side. For the first time, an expression appeared on her face. What kind of people are these? Questions and disgust arose. A human living in the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps headquarters. From the circumstances, it seemed this human was receiving training from Riadrin, a high-ranking demon. Abelson guessed this man was likely a hero. Black hair and black eyes. Only demons or heroes possessed those traits. No matter how you looked at it, this man didn't appear to be a demon. Therefore, only hero remained as a possibility. Not all heroes were like this, but quite a few heroes had black hair like that man. A human hero receiving training from a high-ranking Demon King's army officer. A small laugh escaped at the absurdity of her own thoughts. It was a situation her mind simply couldn't comprehend. Choi Hyun-seok. Let's get moving, Riadrin said as he got up. Choi Hyun-seok looked at him with a puzzled face. Pardon? Moving? Now that you're all better, we should continue training, shouldn't we? For a moment, despair crossed Choi Hyun-seok's face. Though it was just a fleeting moment of about 0.1 seconds, Abelson saw it clearly. However, Choi Hyun-seok looked at Riadrin with a moved expression as if nothing had happened. Lo Lord Riadrin, he said while wiping his tears. I'm just grateful that you're teaching me so enthusiastically. Good, let's go. Yes. Tears welled up in Choi Hyun-seok's eyes as he answered energetically. Abelson thought. She didn't know how such a bizarre situation had come about. But one thing was certain. You're having a hard time too. That man was desperately trying to survive. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, Choi Hyun-seok couldn't continue training. Word came that Bobo was acting up because he hadn't shown his face for a long time. I'm sorry, Lord Riadrin. We'll have to continue training tomorrow. Yeah, it can't be helped. Choi Hyun-seok spoke with a genuinely regretful expression. Of course, his true feelings were completely different. Bobo, thank you. He knew this training was an incredible opportunity. He also knew he needed to work harder to survive. But if he took a few more hits from Riadrin, he felt he would really die. Nothing could be more foolish than dying during training meant to help you survive. Bobo, I'm here. Choi Hyun-seok spread his arms as he arrived at Bobo's house. Then an excited Bobo came running, panting, and drooling. Huff, huff. Yes, yes. You missed me that mew. Ugh. A powerful headbutt was delivered. While Choi Hyun-seok's eyes bulged from the pain, he inwardly smiled. It seems to hurt less than before. Was it just his imagination? He felt tougher than before, even though he still couldn't control magic at will. Maybe I've just been hit too many times by Riadrin. Perhaps he had simply gotten used to the pain. Pushing away these pointless thoughts, Choi Hyun-seok began playing with Bobo. Bobo, fetch. Heck, hyup. They played fetch with bones that the large dog loved. Good boy, eat well. He filled Bobo's belly with the remaining Tala's meat. While Hyun-seok was gone, Bobo apparently ate 3 goblins. Still seeming hungry, Bobo devoured the Tala's carcasses ravenously. Oh, how cute. Our Bobo. Hyun-seok kept patting Bobo's head. Though it looked like they were just playing, the reality was different. What should I do now? He was busy ruminating on the day's events. With survival being his top priority, he had no luxury to play carefreely. So, in conclusion, I'm in a really screwed up situation. He had finished grasping the general situation. That stupid bullhead Riadrin, for whatever reason, committed the atrocity of injecting magic into his body. Because of that, he nearly died, but barely survived thanks to help from the woman called the Holy Maiden. But that magic still remains in my body. Of course, the magic might naturally dissipate over time. But there's also a possibility it won't. In other words, a bomb that could go off at any time was planted in Hyun-seok's body. This is seriously messed up in all kinds of ways. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. Anyway, he knows nothing about magic, dark magic, or holy power. So this isn't a problem that can be solved by worrying about it. Let's focus on what I can do right now. Right now, freely controlling magic is the top priority. He decided to push everything else out of his mind for now. After organizing his thoughts, Hyun-seok noticed something strange. Something felt missing. Rachel isn't here. He hadn't seen Rachel once since waking up. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be? He recalled the conversation he had earlier with Holy Maiden Abelson. Rachel, make sure that girl gets thrown into hell. She's not fit to be an angel. And her mouth is so foul. Every time she opens it, it's nothing but cursing. Words he had spoken to Abelson mistaking her for an angel. Though meant as a joke, Rachel must have heard it. To be honest, I was half serious. That's why he felt even more sorry. Hyun-seok carefully called out to Rachel. Rachel, where are you? No answer. Hyun-seok called Rachel again. Rachel, what? Rachel's voice came from the corner of the room. Oh, so you were there. Hyun-seok suddenly stopped mid-sentence. There was Rachel, with eyes swollen from crying. Rachel is about 30 centimeters tall, similar to a doll's size. With that small body, she had cried so much that tears had pooled in one corner of the room. Ahem. Rachel, why are you like that over there? It's nothing. Heroes, don't worry about a lowly thing like me. Rachel's voice was as weak as a dying person's. She came before Hyun-seok and banged her head on the floor. Bang! Hyun-seok's eyes widened in surprise. Please forgive me. Hey, why suddenly? Hero, shall I serve you? I'll have to serve in heaven eternally anyway, so I should practice in advance. Rachel, it was a joke. Why are you so dejected? Wait. You're bleeding from your head. Blood was trickling down Rachel's head. She wiped her forehead and smiled wryly. That's good. I should atone. I'm a stupid, useless, foul-mouthed, very bad girl. I should just die. Rachel tried to bang her head on the floor again. Hyun-seok quickly caught her. Rachel struggled in his grip. Eek! Leave me alone. You should live lovey-dovey with that pretty silver-haired angel girl and kiss her. Even in this situation, Rachel couldn't fix her rough way of speaking. It was a joke. A joke? Rachel, you're the best. You're awesome. Don't say things you don't mean. I really mean it. Hyun-seok shouted with half sincerity. After all, she was pretty, that much was true. Pretty is the best. Rachel, you're the best, okay. That night, Hyun-seok had no choice but to comfort Rachel until dawn. The next day, Hyun-seok visited Riadrin's private training ground as usual. Gonna get beaten half to death again. It was for receiving what was called magic control training but was actually just a beating. However, today's training was a bit different from what he expected. Choi Hyun-seok, do you know what Tagai is? Riadrin suddenly threw out an unexpected question. Tagai. Generally, when one hears Tagai, what first comes to mind is obvious. Stock speculation. Real estate speculation. However, Hyun-seok was a martial arts fighter. To him, Tagai had a different, more familiar meaning. Fight technique. Literally meaning all sports involving fighting. Hyun-seok opened his mouth. Isn't it fighting techniques? In a broad sense, yes. But the Tagai I'm talking about isn't that. Suddenly, Riadrin took a combat stance. He seemed to have decided that showing was better than explaining with words. Watch carefully. Riadrin's body moved slowly. His angry muscles rippled beneath his red skin. What is he doing? Riadrin's stance was peculiar, like someone practicing martial arts. A natural movement that was neither fast nor slow. Overall, his movement looked similar to a normal straight punch. However, the result was anything but normal. Quajik, dash. A storm of magic blew in a straight line from Riadrin's thrown fist. Whoa. Hyun-seok's jaw dropped unconsciously. If someone gets hit by that, finding their corpse would be a challenge. They'd probably be torn to shreds with nothing left. After demonstrating such tremendous destructive power, Riadrin spoke matter-of-factly. Mages use magic to fight. Tagai, simply put, is magic for fighters like us. I understand. Hyun-seok roughly thought of it as something like a finishing move. Hyun-seok, your movements are clearly excellent, but your attacks lack something crucial. Something crucial? Yes. You lack killing intent. Attacks without the purpose of crushing and killing your enemy are only half complete. I don't know where or what martial arts you learned, but in that state, you'll never be able to defeat Kurkan. Riadrin's observation was accurate. The modern martial arts techniques Hyun-seok possessed lacked killing intent. The purpose of martial arts is not to kill the opponent, but to defeat them. Fighting according to rules versus fighting for one's life. This difference was bigger than one might think. Changing your combat tendencies in a short time would be unreasonable. Despite not knowing the details, Riadrin had perfectly grasped this. So you'll learn Tagai, because Tagai is a technique solely for killing enemies. I understand. Good. Of course, learning Tagai won't be easy, especially for you who has just awakened to magic. But, I believe you can do it. Hyun-seok, you can definitely master Tagai within the remaining time. I'll work hard. Hyun-seok's heart was pounding. Am I really becoming a hero? Heroes like those seen only in movies. He could use mysterious powers and destroy enemies like them. Even if he was learning from a villain, a Demon King's army executive. Power itself has no sin. As they say, earn like a dog, spend like a minister. He could learn well here and use it for good later. Then let's begin. Yes. Clench your molars tight. What? Why would he need to clench his molars to learn Tagai? The question was quickly answered. Originally, learning while getting hit is faster. If I get hit wrong, I could really die kahuk. Hyun-seok's ordeal was just beginning. Abelson Mariette. As the next holy maiden of the Holy Empire Gatrin, she had become Choi Hyun-seok's dedicated healer. It couldn't be helped. Only Abelson could heal Hyun-seok here. Thanks to this, she could closely observe Hyun-seok's training. Kyuk. You weak. Hyun-seok took absolutely brutal beatings. Vomiting blood was a daily occurrence, and he crossed death's threshold several times a day. Each time, Abelson healed Hyun-seok. As befitting the next holy maiden, her healing power was among the best on the continent, so there was no problem. The interesting thing was Hyun-seok's reaction. Even while nearly dead, he would chat every time he received treatment. Sorry about last time. I'm Choi Hyun-seok. What's your full name? Was your hair silver since birth? It's not dyed, right? Do you like taking walks? You're really beautiful. Do you hear that often? Even while hovering near death from Riadrin's beatings, Hyun-seok kept spouting nonsense. Though Abelson ignored him at first, she eventually surrendered to his persistence. Abelson Mariette. Yes, my hair was originally silver. I like walks. You're really pathetic. She wasn't friendly with Hyun-seok. Her answers were short, and sometimes she said things that could hurt him. Yet Hyun-seok remained unchanged. Whatever he found so pleasing, he would grin while receiving treatment, then leave to get beaten again. Soon after, he would return all battered and spout more nonsense. Time passed like this, and 3 days later, it was the night before the duel. Miss Abelson. After training ended, before returning to their rooms, Hyun-seok approached her. As you know, I have an important fight tomorrow. Yes. Could I ask for one favor? At the word favor, Abelson's expression hardened. She remembered how Hyun-seok had suddenly asked for a kiss during their first meeting. Seeing her expression, Hyun-seok realized his mistake and frantically waved his arms. It's not about kissing or anything like that. Then what is it? Could you say one prayer to that fellow called God for me? Prayer. Yes. Just a simple prayer. Hyun-seok grinned as he continued. I'm not going to resent them now for sending a fake hero like me to the Demon King's army. Just ask them to let me survive tomorrow without dying. Please make sure to convey that. Why was it? Hyun-seok's smiling face looked so pitiful. Abelson had no choice but to say she would. Is that all you wanted to say? There is one more thing. But I'll tell you that after the duel tomorrow. Ha ha ha. For some reason, Hyun-seok's face turned bright red and he laughed awkwardly. All right. Hey, if it's okay, would you come watch tomorrow? I'll think about it. Abelson could only give an ambiguous answer. She was a prisoner of war. She wasn't in a position to move around freely as she wished. Yes? Then get back safely. Hyun-seok turned around coolly, as if that answer was enough. Watching Hyun-seok's retreating back, Abelson became lost in thought. Prayer. How long has it been? It had been a very long time since she had prayed to God. Abelson turned around after pondering for a moment. A smile unconsciously escaped from her lips. A promise is a promise. Praying isn't such a difficult task. Returning to her room, Abelson knelt down and clasped her hands together, hoping that God would respond to her call after such a long time. The next morning, the day of the decisive battle had dawned. Ugh, my whole body aches. Choi Hyun-seok frowned while patting his body. Due to the intense training, his body was in tatters with pain everywhere. But I'm not nervous. Surprisingly, his mind was calm. His condition wasn't bad either. The pain in his body was proof of the harsh training. In other words, it meant he had become stronger. With newfound confidence, Hyun-seok checked his status window. Let's see. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 200. Strength, 80. Agility, 77. Stamina, 81. Magic power, 80. Charisma, 27. Bonus points, 0. White small square hero points, 450. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C. Leadership, E. Cooking, F. Magic control, F. White small square skills, Riadrin style fighting technique. The status window hadn't changed much from before. His level remained at 200. Thanks to the intense training, only his magic power and stamina had increased slightly. Nevertheless, Hyun-seok was certain he had become stronger than before. The decisive change lay in aspects beyond the stats. Magic control and Riadrin style fighting technique. With these, I've become stronger than before. Magic control is exactly what it sounds like, the ability to utilize magical power. It's the most basic technique for strengthening the body with magic and producing greater power. It was essential for exhibiting superhuman strength. And the Riadrin style fighting technique. This was the first skill he obtained thanks to Riadrin's guidance. This was what could truly be called a secret technique. Hyun-seok checked the detailed description of the Riadrin style fighting technique. Riadrin style fighting technique. Proficiency, 8%. Description, a dynamic martial art consisting of 10 forms. Background, a martial art that Riadrin modified based on the Cowden fighting technique passed down in the Cowden clan. It pursues overwhelming power to subdue opponents. After reading the description again, Hyun-seok nodded with satisfaction. The proficiency is still low, but that's okay. What mattered was that he had learned and could use martial arts. As Hyun-seok was contemplating when to use the martial art, Heg. Bobo approached and rubbed against his head. Hyun-seok smiled warmly at this display of affection. Kid, do you know it's an important day too? Kwang. Yeah. Your big bro will crush it and come back. Bobo's loud bark seemed like he was saying good luck. Hyun-seok patted Bobo's head and got up. Preparations are complete. He would absolutely not lose. The blonde noble lady. No, the silver-haired saint was within arm's reach. If I win this time, I'm asking her out on a date. Walking through the vast black star fortress with Saint to be Abelson. Just imagining it made him happy. Let's go, for love. Motivation charged to 200%. There are no ranks in the Demon King's army. There are only positions. Therefore, the Demon King's army can only be divided into two categories: regular soldiers and commanders. The method for determining commanders is the commander selection battle. The process for conducting the commander selection battle is simple. Challenge the desired opponent to a duel, and upon victory, take their position. While brutally simple in a way fitting the Demon King's army, it was an equally definitive method. A human doing a commander selection battle? Ridiculous? Kahaha. Kick. If Orkkurkan loses, I'll take the platoon leader position. At the main parade ground within the 3rd Corps, thousands of Demon King's army soldiers had gathered here. Not just regular soldiers, but even high-ranking commanders were present. The reason was Corps Commander Hemis. She had extensively promoted the commander selection battle between the human Choi Hyun-seok and Orkkurkan. A human becoming a commander in the Demon King's army. That alone drew crowds of interested spectators like clouds. So that's the rumored Choi Hyun-seok. The human favored by the Corps Commander. Favored? He's just the Corps Commander's entertainment. On a platform at one side of the parade ground, high-ranking commanders of battalion and regiment level were seated there. They had to come if only to understand what their superior intended by orchestrating this event. At the center of this strange excitement, Hemis, who could be called the instigator of all this, was calmly observing the situation. How do you think it will go? I think Choi Hyun-seok will win. Oh ho, really? Hemis's massive lips curled upward at Riadrin's response standing beside her. There wasn't much time. Did he prepare well enough? Both I and Hyun-seok did our best. Not everyone becomes stronger just by doing their best. Hyun-seok has talent surpassing anyone else. He'll definitely win. Riadrin. Yes. Want to make a bet with me? At the mention of a bet, Riadrin turned his head to look at Hemis. There was an eerily bright smile on her lips. A bet. A bet on whether Hyun-seok or Orkkurkan will win. If Hyun-seok wins, I'll allow you to continue teaching him. What happens if he loses? At that moment, Hemis licked her massive lips. You kill Hyun-seok with your own hands. Riadrin fell silent. Numerous thoughts crossed his mind. 1, 2, 3. Before 3 seconds passed, Riadrin opened his mouth. It would be dangerous to delay any longer. Understood. Hemis smiled as if pleased that the answer wasn't late. Good. Then let's see what cards each has prepared. I can't remember the last time my heart pounded like this. Oh ho ho. Hemis laughed while slightly covering her mouth with her hand. In contrast, Riadrin's expression remained stern. He looked at the front with a dark expression. The Corps Commander must have done something. What could it be? Whether fortunate or unfortunate, his concern was soon resolved. Whoa. With tremendous cheering, today's protagonist, Orkkurkan, appeared. Seeing him, Riadrin let out a small sigh. He swallowed demonic energy. Kurkan's demonic energy had increased explosively in a short time. It was obvious whose demonic energy it was without saying. That's dangerous. Orkkurkan now possessed demonic energy beyond what he could handle. He probably struggled just to maintain his sanity. Even if he won this duel, there was a high chance his body would collapse and he would die. To go this far, Riadrin unconsciously looked at his superior. Meeting his gaze, Hemis twisted her lips. Riadrin. No backing out. Understood. He had no intention of backing out of a bet with the Corps Commander. Unless one was suicidal, that wouldn't happen. Now all Riadrin could do was believe in the man who fit the Demon King's army better than anyone. You must win, Hyun-seok. The commander selection battle for the 1st platoon leader position of the 3rd Corps Direct Special Forces Headquarters Company will now begin. Unusually, this commander selection battle had an announcer. Even amidst the commotion, the demon's voice carrying the proceedings came through clearly. It was a simple voice projection magic. Sniff, sniff, start already. Kwaya. Cheers erupted that could shake the parade ground. In the middle of it all, Hyun-seok was steadying his breathing. I'm nervous. His earlier confidence felt like a lie. His body trembled slightly from tension. It couldn't be helped since his life was on the line. It's okay. I'm used to tension. Hyun-seok had competed in numerous matches on Earth. In terms of scale, he had fought in much larger arenas than this. For him, tension was rather familiar. Phew. Hyun-seok cleared his mind while slowly exhaling. At that moment, his opponent Kurkan walked over from the opposite side. Hyun-seok's face wrinkled at the sight. What is that? Something was wrong with his opponent Kurkan. Hyun-seok had definitely spied on Kurkan a few days ago, but now Kurkan had transformed into a completely different orc from then. Kruk. Kuu. Dark red light flowed from his eyes, and black mist-like substance leaked out with every breath. Whoa. The beast let out a roar. His voice, filled with magical power, thundered across the grounds. That's some fierce magical power. The beast's magical power far surpassed his own. Hyun-seok could tell immediately since he could now handle magical power himself. He put on the combat power meter he had brought just in case. Hyun-seok's eyes widened instantly. Combat power, 10,573. Holy. The number of digits had changed completely. Kurkan's combat power when previously checked was around 6,600. But in just a few days, it had exceeded 10,000. Hyun-seok sensed it. That lip monster must have pulled some trick. It was certainly Hemi's doing. There's no way such a power increase could happen in just a few days otherwise. Can I win? Hyunseok's current combat power was 3,655. Comparing simple numbers, there was nearly a threefold difference. Hyunseok clenched his fists. I have no choice but to try. Combat power was merely a numerical representation of abilities. In reality, Hyunseok had become much stronger through days of grueling training, but his combat power had barely increased. In other words, combat power wasn't an absolute measure of strength. So you never know until you fight. I believe I can win. I must believe. In the ring, everything starts with believing in yourself. Hyunseok knew this from long experience. Platoon leader selection battle. Begin. Finally, the duel began. Yuwuo. As soon as the duel began, Kurkin kicked off the ground. He charged forward with terrifying momentum, wielding a massive iron club. There was no feeling out period. He went straight for the attack. Phew, let's begin. Hyunseok also rushed forward to meet him. His movements were much faster than before, thanks to using magic. The enemy closed in instantly. Soon they were close enough to see each other's eyes. Kurkin launched the first attack. Yuo. He swung the iron club down with all his might. Hyunseok twisted his body and narrowly avoided it. Kyung dash. The ground split where the club struck, creating an explosion-like sound. Hyunseok gulped as he was hit by the flying sand. As expected, he's gotten stronger. This confirmed it. Kurkin had become stronger. Even though he could already crush rocks like tofu before, now he had become an unmanageable monster. One hit and it's over. The power and speed of his club swings far exceeded expectations. Even a graze would surely result in serious injury. I need to calmly dodge while building up damage. Hyunseok dodged the club and planted his fist into Kurkin's face. Kwajik. The punch landed heavily. It was a clean hit. In a fighting match, it would have been a knockout blow, but the enemy wasn't human. Kurkin only staggered briefly without falling. This was expected anyway. Keep moving. Hyunseok continued his attack without panic. His fists mercilessly pounded into the face. Pubibibuk. Kwa. Kurkin repeatedly staggered backwards. The momentum has shifted. He had gained the upper hand. Hyunseok planned to finish it while maintaining this momentum. Even Kurkin wouldn't be able to endure continuous hits to the head. As a living creature, he would eventually have to fall. That's what he thought. Until the monster glared at him with fierce eyes. Danger. Warning bells rang in his head. Even while taking punches to the face, Kurkin's eyes remained fixed on him. His pupils should have been unfocused, but they were too clear. I need to get away. Hyunseok instinctively realized something was wrong. Just as he tried to back away. Uwa. Kurkin swung his club as if he had been waiting for this moment. Can't dodge this. It was too late to avoid. In that case, there was only one option left. Block it. Hyunseok raised his arms to guard. The iron club came crashing down onto his arms. Kwajik. He felt the heavy impact and his body went airborne. Ugh, need to regain posture quickly. Hyunseok fought against his swimming consciousness. He had to prepare for the next attack. He slid across the training ground while correcting his posture. Even then, his eyes remained fixed on the enemy. Hyuk. His chest heaved with heavy breaths. His face twisted involuntarily. This is so unfair. He had landed dozens of clean hits. In contrast, the enemy only landed one. Yet even with his guard up, he had taken overwhelmingly more damage. His left arm was broken and couldn't move properly. Yuwuo. Kurkin moved again. He swung his club with terrifying momentum. Buwung, bung. Each time the club swung by, it made a sound like a hornet's wings. Cold sweat broke out as chills ran down his spine. Why is he getting even faster than before? For some reason, Kurkin had become even faster. It was enough to drive one crazy. Yuwo. Kurkin pressed Hyunseok hard. The momentum was shifting again. Does this muscle pig have infinite stamina or what? Hyunseok observed Kurkin again while dodging his attacks. Quack. His eyes had turned completely black by now, and drool was dripping from his mouth. That definitely wasn't normal. He was clearly going insane. What Hyunseok didn't know was that this was a phenomenon occurring as the demonic energy's corruption entered a critical stage. Phew, it's okay. I can still do this. He gathered his thoughts. He needed to find opportunity within crisis. His movements have become simpler. They weren't particularly skillful to begin with, but now they had become extremely crude beyond that. Though faster, they were easier to dodge due to their simplicity. Now, while dodging an attack, Hyunseok waited for his chance and launched a kick. Die. Kwajik. The kick connected with the jaw. Kurkin's head snapped back as he staggered backwards. Hyunseok sensed his opportunity had come. I need to use the martial technique now. Continuing to fight like this wouldn't be enough to kill him. He needed a powerful technique to finish this decisively. This was the moment to use the martial technique he learned from Riadrin. I need to succeed perfectly in one go. The Riadrin-style fighting technique was too advanced for Hyunseok. Not only was the physical burden immense, but it also consumed a lot of mana. Moreover, it required preparation time, so it had to be used at exactly the right moment. Focus. Hyunseok's right arm pulled back smoothly. Shwaye. A small wind stirred as magic gathered in his arm. At the same time, Kurkin regained his senses and his eyes flashed. Kuyo. He roared and swung his club, but Hyunseok didn't dodge. Instead, he thrust his fist toward the incoming club. Riadrin-style fighting technique. Form 1, First Battle Annihilation. Fist and iron club collided. Quajic? The iron club infused with powerful demonic energy was solid. It withstood the martial technique without breaking. However, Kurken's body holding the club was different. Quo. As Kurken's wrist snapped, the club flew into the air. In that moment, a smile appeared on Hyun-seok's face. Farewell. His fist touched Kurken's chest. Kwae. A storm of magic erupted. The impact sent both Hyun-seok and Kurken flying in opposite directions. Kyuk. Hyun-seok, smashed into the arena wall, coughed up blood. This technique is really brutal. Hyun-seok wasn't Riadrin. Therefore, even using the same technique produced completely different results. Anyone watching would think I was the one who got hit. His whole body creaked from the technique's recoil. Moreover, he had little magic left. Still, he must be dead. A technique that put this much strain on its user. Surely the opponent who took it directly couldn't have survived. But this assumption was utterly shattered. Yuwa. A battle cry came from the opposite side. When he looked up, he saw Kurken, already back on his feet, charging towards him. Choi Hyun-seok made a dumbfounded expression. What is that? There was a hole in the middle of Kurken's chest large enough to fit a baseball. Yet the creature was still moving alive. Black vein-like things could be seen weaving like cobwebs to fill the hole. What on earth did that lip monster do? Such grotesque and insane abilities didn't seem like Kurken's. It was probably Hemi's work. Choi Hyun-seok forcefully got up with his creaking body. Yuwa. Don't you have any conscience? Let me date too, damn it. Choi Hyun-seok ran forward while spouting nonsense. Dodge, and use fighting technique one more time. His body was already in tatters. Using fighting technique again here would be dangerous for Choi Hyun-seok himself. However, there was no choice. Without fighting technique, he couldn't inflict proper damage on the creature. Even if it was dangerous, he had to take the risk. Queek. Kurken charged forward while drooling. Choi Hyun-seok tried to dodge while watching the creature's movements. Dodge the club one more time and use fighting technique again. However, once again, Choi Hyun-seok's prediction was wrong. Kurken didn't swing the iron club he was holding. Instead, he just rammed into Choi Hyun-seok while running. Choi Hyun-seok, who was already exhausted, couldn't avoid this sudden attack. Bang! Hit by the body slam, Choi Hyun-seok flew like a bullet. Hemis was watching the match quite intently. He certainly fights well. In the early stages of the match, despite being physically inferior, Choi Hyun-seok pressured Kurken. Considering the short preparation period, it was an incredible skill. Oh, Riadrin-style fighting technique. Even Hemis couldn't help but be surprised when Choi Hyun-seok used fighting technique. To master fighting technique in such a short time, he's certainly not ordinary. She knew that Choi Hyun-seok's talent wasn't ordinary. But this wasn't just a matter of being exceptional. In just a few days, he not only learned to handle magical power but also mastered fighting technique. It was truly heaven-sent talent. Well, he still can't win though. Still, the outcome of this duel was predetermined. Hemis had prepared for the duel as maliciously as possible. Not only did she inject magical energy into Kurken, but she also cast a curse of immortality. As a result, Yuwa. Kurken was rampaging with a hole blown through his chest. Kurken can't last long in that state, but it doesn't matter. Choi Hyun-seok was already in tatters. If Kurken was given just a little time, he would decide the match. It was at that moment of thought. Bang! Finally, Choi Hyun-seok was hit by the body slam and flew. He remained motionless, embedded in the arena wall. It's over. Hemis said. Looks like I won the bet, don't you think? I should stop this now. The winner has been decided. While killing an opponent in the commander selection battle wouldn't be a problem, it shouldn't happen now. Choi Hyun-seok shouldn't die easily. After playing with him thoroughly, watching Riadrin kill him personally, that could truly be called the main event. Shall we go then? Just as Hemis was about to step forward, Riadrin, who was beside her, stopped her. Commander, it seems it's not over yet. What are you saying? Hyun-seok is all ready. Hemis stopped mid-sentence. The corner of her mouth slightly curled up. Oh, you're getting up. Hyun-seok was rising again. It should have been impossible. Hyun-seok's bones throughout his body were clearly shattered, making even breathing difficult. There was only one way such a Hyun-seok could move. Controlling the body using magical power. Using magical power to move the body in place of bones and muscles. Riadrin, what's the secret? How did you teach him that in such a short time? Hemis was genuinely curious. Controlling the body with magical power was quite an advanced technique. Hyun-seok had only been given about 3 days. In that time, a human who couldn't even handle magical power had learned to control it. Not only had he mastered martial arts, but he'd also learned advanced techniques. It should have been impossible. That's what made it more interesting. The match was becoming exciting again. I'm asking, what's the secret? How exactly did you teach him? Hemis asked. Riadrin's answer was unexpected. It wasn't me. I never taught him that technique. Riadrin had personally taught Hyun-seok. That's why he was more bewildered than anyone about the current situation. Because he had never taught Hyun-seok such techniques. Hyun-seok, just what have you done? Though the reason was unclear, one thing was certain. The real duel was just beginning. Hyun-seok was dying, embedded in the arena wall. The moment he took Kurken's charge, his bones throughout his body were crushed, making even breathing difficult. Cough. Blood spurted from his mouth along with a cough. His consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. Whoa-a-a-a-a. Kurken's roar could be heard. When he painfully lifted his head, he could faintly see Kurken shouting with his arms raised in victory. Hee heh. Suddenly, laughter escaped him. His situation seemed ridiculous. Of all things, dying from a simple body slam, not even a finishing move. What a pathetic way to go. Of all the many techniques, it had to be a body slam. It felt like being a minor character in a Japanese cartoon with the million-volt electric mouse. Ha! Hyun-seok let out a deep sigh. Fine. You all just do whatever you want. I'm tired now. He didn't want to stand up and fight anymore. It seemed meaningless to keep fighting anyway. Wasn't this duel's outcome decided from the start? Hemis had created a situation where he could never win. Whatever struggle he put up would be meaningless. Let me rest too. Hyun-seok decided to give up. He had done everything he could. That should be enough. He had no regrets. Wait. Thinking again, there was one thing he regretted. Not asking Holy Maiden Abelson out on a date. I was going to ask her out if I won today. The date was out of reach now, but maybe he could do some sightseeing in the afterlife? Should have just asked her for a walk yesterday. If he had known he'd die like this today, he would have asked her out yesterday. A walk. I really wanted to. Perhaps because he wanted it so desperately? Abelson's angelic face flickered among the demon folk. It must be a hallucination since Abelson couldn't possibly be here. Still beautiful even in a vision. Her mysterious silver eyes seemed to pull him in just by looking at them. If there's a heaven, I'll see you there again. Hyun-seok closed his eyes. Hallucination or not, he felt satisfied having seen Abelson's face one last time. At that moment, get up. A calm voice echoed in his head. Suddenly, his dim vision brightened. Huh? Is this real? The flickering image of Abelson's face wasn't a hallucination. She was watching him from a corner of the arena. Mr. Hyun-seok. If you win, I'll go on a walk with you. It was definitely Abelson. She seemed to be speaking to him through magic. That promise. You must keep it. A deep smile spread across Hyun-seok's face. His mind had changed. He would never give up. He didn't care if he looked unsightly. He would keep struggling. There were only two possible outcomes to this fight. Death. Or a date. Hyun-seok chose the date over death. However, regardless of his determination, Hyun-seok's situation was dire. My body won't move. His body wouldn't listen. It was natural. Just because his fighting spirit had recovered didn't mean his battered body had recovered too. His bones throughout his body were shattered, and his destroyed muscles refused to move. So what should he do? Would he have to die without even going on that date? That absolutely cannot happen. Hyun-seok's mind began racing. Magical power can substitute for muscles. He would use magical power to replace his broken bones and muscles. He didn't know if it was possible, but he had to make it possible. If he couldn't move, there would be no date. Please move. Hyun-seok squeezed out his remaining magical power and sent it throughout his body. At that moment, magic operation skill level has increased from F rightward arrow E. A system alert sounded. His body, which seemed like it would never move again, began to move slightly. But this wasn't enough. He couldn't defeat the monster before him just by barely wiggling his fingers. He needed stronger power. A faster body. I have to go on that date. Choi Hyun-seok shouted as if in desperation. An embarrassing cry echoed across the training grounds. And at that moment, a system alert was heard. Magic operation skill level has increased from E rightward arrow D. His ability level had increased by 2 grades in an extremely short time. Moreover, it wasn't even something he had learned from before, but a skill he had just picked up. Originally, this would have been absolutely impossible. But Choi Hyun-seok did it. SSS rank potential. And his desperate craving for romance created a miracle. Huff. Choi Hyun-seok rose from his spot, trembling. Kuruk. Seeing Hyun-seok stand up, Kurken smiled. Eyes stained black. Black mist exhaled with every breath. Dark red blood vessels that seemed ready to burst through muscle. A sight frightening enough to wet one's pants just by looking. But why? Hyun-seok's eyes were infinitely calm as he looked at Kurken's appearance. His mind was filled only with victory and dating. Choi Hyun-seok raised his hand. Come at me, muscle pig. He lightly wiggled his fingers. Kwai arg. Kurken immediately got excited and snorted. This kind of provocation seemed universal across the cosmos. Kurken charged like an enraged bull. It was more threatening and faster than it appeared. Move. Dodge it. Hyun-seok's body moved sluggishly. No miracle occurred where he suddenly became stronger just by substituting magi for physical strength. It was natural. What muscles and magic used to do together, now magic is doing alone. He could only be slower and weaker than before. Nevertheless, Hyun-seok didn't give up. I must win. Hyun-seok stared at Kurken with wide eyes. His thoughts accelerated, displaying tremendous concentration. The angry eyes. The muscles in the charging legs. The movement of the upper body swinging the iron club. Each of Kurken's movements was crystal clear, as if within reach. Whoosh! He narrowly avoided the iron club. Hyun-seok uppercut Kurken's chin with his fist. Kurken staggered back from the impact. It was different from before when he had remained unaffected by Hyun-seok's attacks. Kawa! A slower and weaker attack delivered a stronger impact. The creature seemed confused by this incomprehensible situation. How does that taste? Hyun-seok grinned. The attack he just performed was simple. Just infiltrating magic at the moment his fist made contact with Kurken. and using that infiltrated magic to shake Kurken's body from the inside. Easy to say, but it required excellent control ability to do this in such a brief moment. Magic operation skill increased by 2 levels, and his determination for a date. No, victory made it possible. Are you just going to stand there? I'm busy, so hurry up and come at me, bastard. Hyun-seok wiggled his fingers. At this renewed provocation, Kurken lost his reason. His mind was already crumbling. Fear was quickly consumed by rage. Kwaya. Kurken swung his club while drooling. Hyun-seok calmly watched him. It doesn't matter if the power is lacking. If my strength is insufficient, I just need to use my opponent's strength. The enraged boar before him had outstanding power if nothing else. Whoosh! The club barely grazed past his face. This was expected. Without hesitation, Hyun-seok dove in and tripped him. The creature's balance, already unstable from charging and swinging the club, collapsed. Kua! Kurken couldn't control his own power. His body lifted and flew forward. At this rate, he would crash into the arena wall. It would be quite an impact, but not enough to finish him. Need a stronger impact. Hyun-seok grabbed the creature's arm. He wasn't resisting the flow, just slightly changing the direction, altering the flow, adding his own strength to it. The resulting move looked similar to a shoulder throw. The only difference was that the opponent's head would be driven vertically into the ground. Crack dash! A chilling sound of flesh colliding with ground rang out. Kurken's head was driven into the floor. Gueo! Kurken's body trembled. Soon his body melted away, oxidizing into black blood. His flesh was collapsing as the demon energy's erosion reached its limit. Only then did Hyun-seok release the breath he'd been holding. He collapsed to the ground as if crumbling. I won. Though lying battered on the dirt floor, Hyun-seok's face was full of smiles. He muttered, thinking of Abelson who must be watching him somewhere in the arena. Let's make the walking course. A 2-day trip. In his mind, rabbit-like children were already growing. The duel was over. A terrible silence settled over the training grounds. Both Kurken and Hyun-seok had fallen, but the winner was clear. Slip. As Kurken's body melted away, it formed a pool of black blood. The victor was Hyun-seok. It was a reversal no one had expected. Even the high-ranking demon officials could only watch the training grounds with mouth agape. You won, Riadrin. Hemis, who had been watching, said. There was no inflection in her voice. Riadrin likewise responded matter-of-factly. It seems so. Congratulations. Though they exchanged words casually, both actually knew. Hyun-seok was strange. Their voices remained calm precisely because what happened before their eyes felt so unreal. Riadrin. Just one thing to say. Hemis brought her lips close to Riadrin's ear. Be careful. As you've noticed, that's a monster. The word monster came from her lips, a corps commander no less. Even to her, who held a position that none but the Demon King could challenge, Hyun-seok was a monster. No one knew what kind of threat he would become in the future. But, a promise is a promise. Hemis shrugged her shoulders. In any case, Hyun-seok had won the duel, so he would continue to remain under the protection of Hemis and Riadrin. I look forward to what's ahead. Do well. Riadrin silently bowed his head at Hemis's words. I'll go first. Please take care of the cleanup. Hemis headed straight for her office. On her way back, she thought about the duel that had just taken place. Hyun-seok. He was more impressive than expected. Though she had spoken casually in front of Riadrin, honestly, her feelings were quite complicated. What should I do with you? Right now, Hemis could kill Hyun-seok without lifting a finger. No matter how impressive Hyun-seok's performance was, to her it was merely child's play. The simple act of firing demon energy. That alone would be enough to kill Hyun-seok. But what about in a year? In 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Would she still be able to kill Hyun-seok as easily as now? When that moment comes, would Hyun-seok really obey her words so docilely? Hemis recalls. The Demon King at the highest position. Below are the 5 corps commanders, including herself. Coincidentally, one of the corps commanders is a former hero. Perhaps you too. Hemis's mouth unconsciously spread into a wide grin as she thought. This will be more fun from now on. Hemis, an ancient monster who had lived for far too long. By now, she didn't care what happened to her own life. Hyun-seok. How far will you go? Only entertainment. That was her sole pleasure. In a dark room, Hyun-seok was letting out suggestive moans. MMMMN. Lick, lick. AHH. You're moving too fast. Bobo was licking Hyun-seok's face with his rough tongue. Hyun-seok kept muttering nonsense while squirming. Lick. Wait. You're being too aggressive. Hyun-seok's face was completely covered in saliva. Whatever dream he was having, his face was flushed bright red. Rachel, who was beside him, put on her best expression of disdain. Sigh. AHH. Not there. What are you saying? You crazy perverted hero. Rachel reflexively struck Hyun-seok's nose bridge. Suddenly hit on the nose, Hyun-seok's eyes flew open. Shit. Hyun-seok jumped up with a curse. His eyes open now, he looked around in confusion. What's going on? What do you mean what? You were dreaming. Dream. His expression was still dazed, apparently not yet grasping reality. Rachel frowned deeply and pressed him. Hero, just what kind of dream were you having? Well. After pondering for a moment, Hyun-seok shook his head. It was nothing. He couldn't admit he'd dreamed of Abelson pouncing on him even with a knife to his throat. Not only would he face Rachel's disgusted gaze, but he might be arrested for blasphemy. Hyun-seok decided to change the subject. Ahem, anyway, what happened? Why am I suddenly at home? His memory was hazy since he lost consciousness at the end of the duel. He thought he'd beaten Kurkan, but even that wasn't certain. You won the duel and passed out right after. The bullhead brought you here. Really? Yes. That woman calling herself a saint was here too, but she just left after saying the treatment was done. Rachel clicked her tongue as if displeased. Hyun-seok deliberately ignored Rachel's muttering about how she could do healing too. Anyway, so I won. Yes. You won, hero. Only then did Hyun-seok let out a sigh of relief. I really thought I was going to die this time. Thinking about it now, it was truly unbelievable. Kurkan's combat power exceeded 10,000. And he had even received enhancement magic from Hemis. He had won against such an opponent. It could only be called a miracle. Kurkan died, right? Yes. His body melted away with his head stuck in the ground. I see. Why do you ask? Rachel worried that perhaps Hyun-seok was feeling guilty about the killing. But it was truly needless worry. I thought I might have leveled up. I see. Hyun-seok was just curious if he'd gained experience points. If it counted as his kill, he should have gained quite a few levels. Hyun-seok immediately opened his status window. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, hero candidate. White small square level, 212. Strength, 80. Agility, 77. Stamina, 82. Magic, 81. Charisma, 30. Bonus points, 12. White small square hero points, 450. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C, leadership, E, cooking, F, magic power, D. White small square skills, Riadrin style fighting technique. Seeing his status window, Hyun-seok smiled brightly. As expected, it went up. As he predicted, his level had increased. Not just by 1 or 2, but by a whole 12 levels. Besides leveling up, his magic and stamina each increased by 1, and for some reason his charisma went up by 3 points. However, what made Hyun-seok happiest was something else. Magic power. So it wasn't my imagination. The magic power, D, in the abilities section. That was F rank before the duel had risen to D rank. The 2 rank increase during battle wasn't a dream. Is this even possible? What is it? During the battle, my magic power went from F to D rank. Does it usually increase this easily? What? That's impossible. Rachel exclaimed in surprise, making a fuss. That's completely unprecedented. This is something that should be recorded in the hero textbooks. Is it that significant? Of course. It's amazing enough that you learned magic power in just a few days, but to raise it 2 ranks in 1 day? If you told other people, they'd call you a liar. Oh ho. Being praised so enthusiastically didn't feel bad at all. As expected of an SSS rank potential hero? But what's your secret? What secret? I heard that such explosive growth usually comes with some kind of awakening trigger. A trigger. After thinking for a moment, Choi Hyun-seok shook his head. Well, I just wanted to live. He absolutely couldn't mention Abelson. The moment he says he awakened for a date, Rachel's admiring gaze would turn into one of disgust. Well, anyway, winning is what matters, right? That's right. Haha. In the end, he survived and grew stronger. Before I forget, I need to invest my bonus points. Should spread them evenly, right? That would be good. Choi Hyun-seok invested all 12 points mainly in agility, which was relatively lacking. His changed stats were as follows. White small square level, 212. Strength, 83. Agility, 83. Stamina, 83. Magic power, 83. Charisma, 30. After investing all bonus points, coincidentally everything aligned at exactly 83. Good. Seeing the clean stats made him feel oddly satisfied. Just as Choi Hyun-seok was getting up from his seat. Thud. Something fell to the floor. A note. Choi Hyun-seok picked up the fallen paper. After unfolding the neatly folded note, his face hardened. This is. The paper contained something completely unexpected. See you in the castle courtyard after evening time tomorrow. An actual date invitation. Choi Hyun-seok's stiff face turned bright red. He. Laughter involuntarily leaked out. Rachel's lips protruded fully as she watched from the side. Rachel, who had been puffing her cheeks, suddenly shouted. Hero. Geez, why are you screaming? I'm not deaf. Your smile's reaching your ears. Are you that happy? What are you talking about? This is a duel challenge note. A duel? Are you planning to have a lip-pressing match? No. I saw everything while you were in Dreamland earlier. Choi Hyun-seok made a deflated expression. You should have said that earlier. Anyway, hero. What? Do you like that woman that much? Choi Hyun-seok's cheeks turned bright red at the direct question. And no. The sight of a massive muscular man turning his head away with a coy expression was quite repulsive. No way. I know you were talking with that woman even while fighting the orc. Ahem. If you knew, why ask? Since he was already caught, Choi Hyun-seok decided to be bold about it. There's no reason for me to back down, is there? He is the hero, and Rachel is his dedicated fairy. What had Rachel said before going to this other world anyway? Wait a minute. Weren't you the one who said that in the other world, I could have wealth, honor, and beautiful women all to myself? He remembered clearly. Wealth? Honor? Beautiful women for a grand adventure. A hero can do anything. He couldn't help but remember falling for Rachel's sales pitch. Choi Hyun-seok felt increasingly wronged. What exactly have I had all to myself since coming here? The only thing he had exclusively in this other world was the love of a bullhead demon race. I'm not even asking for anything that grand anymore. Choi Hyun-seok, who had been muttering with a pitiful expression, suddenly widened his eyes. Let me date too. After struggling like a dog in this other world, I'm finally seeing some light. Huh? I just want to date someone? Is that a problem? His glaring eyes looked concerning. As he spoke, he became genuinely angry. Okay, just calm down. Rachel carefully backed away. She had to admit she had touched a nerve. He's completely lost it. The vengeful spirit of an old bachelor was stronger than she had thought. Yeah, let me see some bunny-like kids too. Kaye, you're spitting. Tu. Choi Hyun-seok kept barking all through the night. Abelson Mariette was thinking about Choi Hyun-seok. Her evaluation of Choi Hyun-seok could be summarized in one sentence. A strange person. Their first meeting was definitely the worst. Suddenly calling her an angel and asking for a kiss. She thought there couldn't be a bigger madman. But after realizing that was a misunderstanding, and watching Choi Hyun-seok train, her opinion gradually changed. He's abnormal in many ways. Choi Hyun-seok was even more insane than she had thought. He would persistently cling on even while getting hit. And then his talent was so incredible that in just 3 days, he not only learned to control magic but even mastered fighting aura. Abelson knew how impossible this was. It usually takes over a month for a formal knight to learn fighting aura. Moreover, Choi Hyun-seok had just awakened to magic right in front of her. For such a man to immediately learn fighting aura? This was like a baby who just learned to walk suddenly standing up and doing 100 backflips. And Choi Hyun-seok had accomplished such an insane feat. Even for a warrior, that should be impossible. She had seen countless warriors until now. Among them, there were certainly some whose strength transcended imagination. Nevertheless, Abelson was certain. Choi Hyun-seok's talent overwhelmed all heroes. How interesting. Abelson, who knew too much, had rather given up on everything. To her, Choi Hyun-seok was a completely unexpected variable. Not through established institutions, but in the extraordinary place called the Demon King's army territory. Because he grew stronger without anyone knowing, his power could show its true worth. Someday, he might be able to overturn everything. Although she knew the possibility was infinitely close to zero, he was still the only hope. That's why she accepted Choi Hyun-seok's request the day before the duel. Could you pray to that guy called God just once for me? Please just ask that I survive tomorrow without dying. Abelson prayed to God for the first time in a very long while. To help this crazy hero, she could confirm the result with her own eyes. She still doesn't know whether God really answered the prayer, or if the crazy hero just unleashed his insane potential. Either way, it doesn't matter. In the end, Choi Hyun-seok overturned an unwinnable situation. Even Abelson hadn't thought he could win while watching the duel. That alone was reason enough to have a conversation with him. Creak. Abelson opened the door. There stood guards with fierce expressions. What is it? These direct subordinates of Riadrin had extremely fierce faces. Though they looked like they might hit you just for looking at them, Abelson knew that wasn't the case. The guards didn't act unnecessarily harsh toward her. Rather, she was treated quite well for a prisoner. They had even readily accepted her request to watch the duel. I have a favor to ask. What is it? I'd like to go for a walk. In the courtyard at the center of the Black Giant Star, Choi Hyun-seok stood there, unable to stay still. Thump, thump. His heart was beating wildly. Perhaps due to excessive nervousness, his hands trembled unconsciously and he felt dizzy. How far should I go? When was the last time he had a date alone with a woman? Though he couldn't remember clearly, it was probably 29 years ago. In other words, this was his first time. It might be troublesome if I'm too forward like in the dream. Obviously, he didn't dislike it. What man would dislike an assertive woman? It's just that Choi Hyun-seok was worried about. I should play hard to get so I don't seem too easy. This was because of what he'd read in some strange dating guide in the past. For today, I'll just go for a kiss. Just as Choi Hyun-seok's delusions were spreading uncontrollably. Russell? A presence was heard from behind. Choi Hyun-seok turned around with a grin. Ah, you're here. His face froze as he spoke. Behind Abelson stood 2 muscular bullheads. Hello. Abelson stood there calmly with her usual expressionless face. Who are these these impressive individuals behind you? Guards. They said I absolutely cannot go out alone. It was an indirect way of saying the bullheads were monitoring her. Since Choi Hyun-seok had at least minimal awareness, he could only nod reluctantly. Yes. He felt pathetic for getting excited thinking they would be alone. Shall we walk? Since we came out for a stroll. Let's do that. The Black Giant Star is enormously large. This garden, one of many inside it, naturally boasted an incredible size as well. Mr. Choi Hyun-seok, you're a hero, right? Abelson suddenly asked while walking. She's asking this now. Though slightly taken aback, Choi Hyun-seok nodded. He figured it didn't matter since Hemis knew everything anyway. That's right. How did you know? Only demon race or heroes have black hair. Though not all heroes have black hair. Your performance at yesterday's duel was impressive. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Embarrassed by the praise, Choi Hyun-seok laughed awkwardly. May I ask you something too? Yes. How old are you, Miss Abelson? I'm 21. After hearing her age, Choi Hyun-seok kept nodding. There's an old saying that an 8-year age gap doesn't even need compatibility checking. What? Deep bewilderment showed on Abelson's face. This was a very rare emotional change for her. What is this madman talking about? Looking back to see if he was joking, his face was completely serious. Then Choi Hyun-seok, noticing Abelson's confusion, asked again, "Are holy maidens not allowed to marry?" Abelson couldn't help but close her eyes. "Where is my scripture?" She began searching for her thick scripture. "If I hit this black-haired beast's head with it, he might come to his senses." The scripture containing doctrine is very thick. If she swung it at his head with holy power, surely even this hopeless hero would come to his senses. A holy maiden thinking about hitting a hero's head with sacred scripture. It was quite a peculiar situation in many ways. If it's difficult, you can answer later. I'm only 29, so I can wait plenty. The words "you'll never have to answer" rose to her throat. What kind of thoughts did this Roy live with? Abelson had to admit this man who broke her composure was more dangerous than expected. "Mr. Choi Hyun-seok, as you said, about that story later." Just as Abelson was muttering through gritted teeth, an entirely unexpected lifeline appeared. "Choi Hyun-seok? So you were here." Riadrin had appeared. Choi Hyun-seok's face crumpled at the sudden appearance of the bullhead boss, but he immediately changed his expression as if nothing had happened. "Lord Riadrin? What brings you here?" Choi Hyun-seok greeted him with a bright smile without a trace of his previous expression. At a glance, he looked genuinely happy to see Riadrin. "The more I know him, the stranger he is." Abelson watched the situation while letting out a small sigh. Riadrin continued speaking. "Choi Hyun-seok, you won the duel, isn't that right?" "Yes, that's correct. So you must take over the platoon leader position." "What? Follow me. First, the corps commander wishes to see you. We'll hold the platoon leader's inauguration ceremony when dawn breaks tomorrow." It was truly a bolt from the blue. Lightning had struck twice from a clear sky. They say lovers grow to resemble each other, don't they? Choi Hyun-seok's expression as he followed the bullhead Riadrin was identical to that of a cow being led to slaughter. For two parties to grow similar, they don't both need to be in love. Choi Hyun-seok was demonstrating with his whole body that one-sided love was enough to make them resemble each other. "My dreamlike date." The date ended without even holding hands once. He felt like going crazy from the injustice. Never had he resented Hemis and Riadrin more than at this moment. The mood was really good too. This was entirely his own thinking. In fact, objectively speaking, Hemis and Riadrin were saviors. If the conversation had continued, he might have been slapped by Abelson, or in the worst case, had his head smashed by the scripture. Regardless of what he thought, thanks to Riadrin's intervention at the right timing, he had avoided the worst situation. But why is the lip monster looking for me? As they kept walking, his head gradually cooled down. As his ability to think rationally returned, anxiety crept in. And platoon leader. This wasn't in the plan. Getting a position didn't make him feel good at all. No, rather, it was depressing. He never thought he'd become a proper Demon King's army member just because he beat Kirkan. He was human to begin with. There was no way he could hold out among monster-like Demon King's army members. Wasn't that why Hemis had assigned him as Bobo's caretaker? Let's wait and see first. Maybe they'll just decide the next duel opponent and that'll be it. While continuing such thoughts, they had already arrived at Hemis's office. Knock knock. Riadrin knocked on the door and, "Come in." Hemis's voice, still excellent in tone quality, was heard. "I've brought Choi Hyun-seok." "Good work." Hemis was sitting cross-legged on her office desk. She opened her lips while looking at Choi Hyun-seok. "I watched the duel well. Thank you. Your recent achievements have been quite impressive." It's nothing. Surviving the care facility we threw you into to die, surviving against Queen Talas, and surviving in the duel arena." Choi Hyun-seok, who had been scratching the back of his head thinking he was being praised, froze in place. "Really, I have to acknowledge at least our hero's tenacity." "I'm sorry." Choi Hyun-seok said with a darkened face. "Oh my, why are you sorry? I'm praising you right now. Don't tremble, be comfortable." Hemis said with a voice mixed with laughter. That made it even more mortifying. "How can you say that?" Hemis had said it outright. That they had thrown him into the care facility to die, thrown him into the duel arena. All Choi Hyun-seok had done was desperately survive. In effect, it's the same as interfering with Hemis's plans. To put it bluntly, if she says I don't like him, and flicks her finger once, I would have to die. "Do you remember the proposal I made to you?" "Yes, I remember. There's no way I could forget. It wasn't particularly complicated either. You said you would protect me during that period in exchange for me dueling opponents you designated, Commander. A duel held once a month. In return, Hemis would guarantee Choi Hyun-seok's safety. That was the promise Choi Hyun-seok remembered. Right. But do you remember why that proposal came up in the first place?" At Hemis's question, Choi Hyun-seok rolled his eyes around, desperately trying to turn his thoughts. Why did Hemis propose the deal? He quickly traced back through his memories. The Demon King's army is full of idiots. Don't you want to become an executive? If we just make you a battalion commander, wouldn't you be useful? Fortunately, he could recall the words exchanged with Hemis. "You told me to become an executive and work under you? You remember well." Hemis nodded with satisfaction. "To tell you now, that was just an excuse. You could call it false hope? I thought you wouldn't last long and would die anyway." All this time, Choi Hyun-seok was just a toy to Hemis, one that could die at any moment without being strange. But my thoughts have changed. However, after seeing this duel, her mind changed. Choi Hyun-seok's talent was more outstanding than she had thought. Perhaps he really could become a commander or staff officer in a short time. From now on, I'm going to think about you more seriously. Thank you. Don't get too excited. The way things have been won't change. Choi Hyun-seok's bright smile darkened at her following words. I will still block your path, and you'll have to pass through trials. The immediate situation hasn't changed. Hemis will continue to give trials. Just that when all this is over, she could genuinely accept Choi Hyun-seok as her subordinate. Should I be happy about this? Choi Hyun-seok, whose goal was to escape from the Demon King's army, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now, let's get to the main point. Why do you think I called you here today? Is it to designate my next duel opponent? No, wrong. Hemis's lips stretched into a grin. Riadrin, didn't you say it? That Choi Hyun-seok is a man most suited to the Demon King's army and has the talent to become a commander. Yes, that's correct. Riadrin, who was standing beside them, answered. So this time, instead of a duel, I thought we'd try something different. Hemis came down from her desk and slowly approached. We can't just use our great hero as a mere platoon leader, can we? Stroking Choi Hyun-seok's chest with her pale white hand, Hemis continued. You're now a company commander. More specifically, the culinary company commander. What? It was a completely unexpected proposal. Choi Hyun-seok blinked his eyes. You know we have a separate culinary company in our unit, right? Yes, I know. How could he not know? After all, he had hunted for quite a while with Chef Kulkan and the cooking soldiers. As you know, the culinary company suffered devastating casualties this time, so the executives aren't able to have proper meals. Regular soldiers mostly sustain themselves, but high-ranking executives are different. Executives eat food made from freshly caught monster meat. The Demon King's army executives are a group of gourmets no less than Bobo, but with all the cooking soldiers dead, they couldn't eat proper meals, and complaints were piling up. I understand the situation. Choi Hyun-seok nodded after hearing the explanation. I'll give you authority. Recruit cooking soldiers as you wish. Can you do it? Before considering whether he could or couldn't, he had to do it. When the corps commander orders, there's no such thing as having a choice. Choi Hyun-seok stood at attention and sharply raised his hand. Leave it to me. Yes, that's the spirit. This is more important than you think. I hope you complete it successfully. I will not disappoint you, Commander. Culinary head Choi Hyun-seok? Suddenly becoming Kulkan's successor, he has only one wish. I must not die pathetically like Kulkan. Choi Hyun-seok wanted to live a long life. Hero, hero, hero. What? Congratulations on your promotion. You're a company commander now, Rachel teased. Choi Hyun-seok stared blankly at Rachel. Didn't you used to go on about a hero's duty and all that? Rachel was the one who was shocked when Choi Hyun-seok said he would be a slave master. Now he's become a Demon King's army commander, and instead of cursing, she's congratulating him? At Choi Hyun-seok's question, Rachel gave a slight smile. I've given up now too. Let's just succeed here. Sigh. You shouldn't say things like that. Choi Hyun-seok made a tired expression. Where are we going now? First we need to go to the cooking facility. There wasn't much time. Hemis had ordered the cooking facility to be operational by tomorrow. Let's see. One day should be enough to organize the unit, right? Start normal operations from the day after tomorrow. When she said this while pushing forward her huge lips, he couldn't dare ask for more time. Thanks to that, Choi Hyun-seok was heading to the cooking facility despite the late hour. Today we'll assess the situation at the cooking facility, finish organizing tomorrow. We must start hunting the day after tomorrow. Oh, our company commander. You're overflowing with charisma. You're acting especially frivolous today. Humph, humph, humph. Rachel crossed her arms and snorted 3 times in succession. What's wrong with her? Choi Hyun-seok shook his head. It seemed best to just leave her be. We're here. While thinking various thoughts, they had arrived at the cooking facility. Opening the familiar door, they saw the desolate cooking facility. No one is he dash. Suddenly Choi Hyun-seok closed his mouth. Chomp, chomp, chomp. An ominous sound was coming from one side of the cooking facility. He carefully approached the direction of the sound. Chomp chomp, munch munch. There was a cooking soldier greedily eating something. Combat power 2500. Below mine. After checking the ranking with the combat power meter, Choi Hyun-seok immediately took action. Hey you bastard. Choi Hyun-seok kicked the cooking soldier in the back. Ugh. From the sudden blow, the cooking soldier rolled and crashed into the wall. WH what? Who are you to be eating supplies at this hour? Huh. Choi Hyun-seok. The cooking soldier recognized Choi Hyun-seok. Tisk tisk, from now on call me chef. Choi Hyun-seok held out a parchment. It was the order appointing Choi Hyun-seok as the culinary company commander. Letters? Don't know them. From today I'm the chef. Commander's orders. Ah, the cooking soldier easily accepted it. So why are you eating like a stray cat at this hour? No, wait. Hey, what's your name? Gollum. Gollum was over 2 m tall with a thin, hunched body. Though he was quite large, with his bald head and various other features, he resembled a certain ring-loving friend. Gollum. Gather all the cooking soldiers. Right now, it's Gollum. Whatever, just gather the cooking soldiers. No, why? Gulam doesn't listen to weak ones. Okay, got it. Choi Hyun-seok nodded at Gulam's words. Then he immediately threw a low kick. Whack! A crisp sound rang out. Since he hit with full force using magic power, Gulam felt pain like his leg was breaking. Now, who's the weak one? Gulam cannot accept dash. Whack! I'll go right now. Whack! Gah! I said I'd go. Why are you hitting me? Just didn't like how Gulam acted up against me. Choi Hyun-seok said with an evil smile. Gulam began crawling with tears in his eyes. Gulam. Hurts, leg hurts. It seemed it would take quite some time for him to toddle around and bring all the cooking soldiers. Choi Hyun-seok roughly checked the remaining food inventory. Meanwhile, cooking soldiers began gathering one by one. Choi Hyun-seok quickly scanned them with his combat power meter. Average combat power 2000. The highest one is around 3,500. Originally, cooking soldiers had very high average combat power. But fortunately or unfortunately, they had become much weaker than before. Fortunately, it seems there won't be any problem controlling them. The problem was the number of cooking soldiers. Why are there so few? Despite ordering all cooking soldiers to gather, only about 30 had assembled. It was too few, even for too few. Choi Hyun-seok frowned while looking at Gulam. Is this it? Are you sure everyone's here? Why yes. Gulam spoke while still sitting down. You should say yes, sir. Choi Hyun-seok said with a fierce smile. Gulam's head nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Good. Everyone focus. Choi Hyun-seok clapped his hands to get their attention. Now that all cooking soldiers had gathered, it was time to get to the main point. All familiar faces here. You know who I am, right? You're Choi Hyun-seok. Choi Hyun-seok. Human. Makes delicious meat. A delicious human. At that moment, Choi Hyun-seok raised his hand. Hey, you there. The one who just blabbered about delicious human. Yeah, you. Come out. An orc walked out with a sullen face. Do I look like a delicious human to you? Yes. With the answer came a lightning-fast low kick. Whack! The orc immediately grabbed his leg and collapsed. Do I look like a delicious human to you? Yeah dash. The orc's eyes quickly darted to Gulam. It wasn't hard to assess the situation. A few more hits and he would end up crippled too. I don't think so. You probably wouldn't taste good. Whack! Why are you hitting me? Saying I wouldn't taste good somehow pisses me off too. Leaving behind the orc who was looking at him with the most wronged expression in the world, Choi Hyun-seok turned back to the cooking soldiers. He held out the order document. Here, this is Commander's order. As you can see, it states that I'm appointed as the chef from now on. In truth, Choi Hyun-seok didn't know what was written on the order either. Since I couldn't read the letters, I'm just repeating what I heard the content was. So when you address me, call me head chef. Understood? Yes. The kitchen soldiers reluctantly nodded. In the short time he was gone, Choi Hyun-seok, who used to grill meat with a smile, had transformed into a tyrant. Who's the smartest one here? At Choi Hyun-seok's question, the kitchen soldiers started whispering. Cardin was smart. Stupid fool. Cardin died yesterday. Maliam is smart. Maliam is stupid. Maliam is smart. Maliam is a complete idiot. Chaos broke out immediately. Everyone shut up. The situation was immediately brought under control with one thunderous shout. Anyway, you there. Choi Hyun-seok called out to a kitchen soldier he had noticed earlier. That one spoke the most fluently earlier. Though it was brief, Choi Hyun-seok had caught everything the kitchen soldiers were saying. What's your name? It's Krone. Good. Krong. Do you remember when Kulkin was alive? Yes. How many kitchen soldiers were there then? Krone repeatedly folded and unfolded his fingers. I think there were over 300. Right. That's what I remember too. So why are there so few now? When he faced Queen Talaz, there were only about 100 kitchen soldiers including Kulkin. Even if they had all been killed then, there should still be 200 left. They all died. How? They went hunting and were killed by magical beasts. Choi Hyun-seok found himself nodding unconsciously. The situation was obvious without having to see it. Without leadership, there was no management. Kulkin was quite smart for a Demon King's army commander. With combat power of 35,000, his skills were exceptional too. But in the Talaz incident, not only Kulkin but also the sous chef and elite kitchen soldiers all died at once. No matter how strong the remaining kitchen soldiers were, they weren't as strong as magical beasts. They must have charged in recklessly and gotten massacred. Sigh. The situation is more serious than I thought. His head was already starting to hurt. Even if we can handle hunting by recruiting new kitchen soldiers, what about the cooking? Kitchen soldiers had two main duties. Hunting and cooking. Anyone could hunt, but cooking was different. Since they prepared meals for the officers, cooking required certain skilled techniques. Krong. It's Krone. Anyway, who's the best cook here? It's Gulam. Really? Choi Hyun-seok looked with surprise at Gulam sitting on the floor. Gollum. Yes. From now on, you're the sous chef. If anyone has complaints, speak now. Good. Choi Hyun-seok smiled with satisfaction. Now everyone go in. You'll be busy from tomorrow. Get plenty of rest. Today's work was done. From tomorrow, they would need to recruit new kitchen soldiers. I can do this well. Today Choi Hyun-seok was confident. He had become stronger. Let's only recruit the weakest ones. A typical case of the strong bullying the weak while being submissive to the stronger. He intended to show them what it truly meant to be a vicious tyrant. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Choi Hyun-seok left Bobo's house. Bobo, let's go for a walk. Not really a fun walk with Bobo. He was moving to recruit new kitchen soldiers. The reason for bringing Bobo was to intimidate opponents if necessary. Heck, Heb. Unaware of the caretaker's dark intentions, Bobo followed Choi Hyun-seok with a purely happy face. Hero, where will you go first? Well, now that I'm actually trying to gather soldiers, it's overwhelming. Hemis only gave permission to recruit soldiers. He didn't explain at all specifically where, how many, or who to recruit. We'll figure something out. I suppose so. If all else fails, I can just hide behind Bobo and threaten them. Wow, what a terrible hero, proudly saying such underhanded things. What's new about that? True enough. It's laughable to even discuss things like being underhanded or evil at this point. They were a hero and his dedicated fairy who had long since abandoned everything. Good. Let's start with that one. Choi Hyun-seok pointed at a soldier. He was a muscular soldier with a face resembling a mole. Why that mole in particular? He looks easy to push around. More precisely, his combat power looked manageable. Combat power, 1931. Choi Hyun-seok nodded as he checked the combat power displayed in his goggles. Not too high, not too low, just right. If the combat power is too high, they're hard to handle. But if it's too low, they're useless. In that sense, combat power between 1500 and 3000 is most suitable. Aha, you're surprisingly smart, hero. Not surprisingly smart, just smart. Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel approached the soldier while exchanging silly jokes. Hey, you there. Choi Hyun-seok called out to the soldier. The soldier looked around and pointed at himself. Yeah, mole. I'm talking to you. Veins popped up on the soldier's face at being called mole. Choi Hyun-seok continued speaking, ignoring this. Be a kitchen soldier. Kitchen soldier. Yeah, I'll feed you delicious food until you burst. The mole soldier was momentarily confused by the sudden proposal. Then he suddenly frowned fiercely. No, besides, human, how dare you call me, Digden, a mole? Huh? You don't want to be a kitchen soldier. I said no. That's strange. Choi Hyun-seok wore a puzzled expression. He thought the soldier would jump at the chance to become a kitchen soldier, but this was unexpected. I'll rip your head off. The mole soldier, angered at being called a mole, suddenly threw a punch. Choi Hyun-seok easily dodged it by tilting his head. Well, if you don't want to. Simultaneously, a blazing low kick. Thwack. The mole guy grimaced at the burning pain in his thigh. Be a kitchen soldier. I said no. Thwack. Want to be a kitchen soldier. Choi Hyun-seok threw another low kick without waiting for an answer. Thwack. The mole guy sat down with an aggrieved expression. Why are you hitting without listening to the answer? I'll do it. I'll be a kitchen soldier. Even at these words, Choi Hyun-seok shook his head. No, that's not it. What? What's wrong when I'm saying I'll be a kitchen soldier like you want? Say please make me a kitchen soldier with a more desperate expression. At that moment, the mole guy realized. This guy is crazy. To survive, he must do as told. Won't you do it? Please? Please make me a kitchen soldier. Perhaps the mole guy's desperation got through. Choi Hyun-seok grinned. Well, if you want it that badly, I guess I have no choice. I'll let you do it. Leaving behind the mole guy who hung his head with a despairing expression, Rachel approached and said, Hero, I'm surprised. You're a master negotiator. At the praise, Choi Hyun-seok rubbed his nose with his finger. Well, this much is a piece of cake. At this rate, we might recruit everyone today. Great. Let's go. Hero Choi Hyun-seok and his dedicated fairy Rachel struck fighting poses with enthusiasm. Battalion Commander Doris? He was a relatively new battalion commander who had been in the position for less than 3 years. Peaceful. So peaceful. Doris was quite lucky. As soon as he became battalion commander, he got to work at the 3rd Corps headquarters. This black giant star was one of the safest places in the Demon King's army. The Corps commander resided here, and over 10,000 soldiers were stationed here. Humans wouldn't dare come here, and even if they did attack, the Corps commander would handle it instantly. So there was no threat of war. Since becoming battalion commander, every day had been very peaceful for Doris. Though he had gotten quite plump as a result, Doris liked even that. After all, this thick build was proof of peace. Peaceful. So peaceful. A man who loves peace despite being in the Demon King's army? Doris was peacefully smiling while eating some unknown fruit. Bang bang. Someone urgently knocked on the door. Doris frowned at the disruption of peace. Commander Doris? There's big trouble. The soldier who burst through the door was a familiar one. He was the soldier who handled various miscellaneous tasks in his place. What's the big trouble? Doris said with an annoyed expression. How dare they disturb his leisurely peace? If it was something trivial, he planned to kill the soldier and replace him. Many battalion members have left en masse. What? Doris jumped up. Could it be desertion? There was no other reason for soldiers to leave en masse except desertion. Why? Why on earth? He didn't think he had treated the soldiers particularly badly. Just occasionally gathering them when he was bored to toss him in the air or making them build a huge palanquin so he could lie down and enjoy walks. Though he made them do various other small things, he hadn't made any unreasonable demands. But desertion? His position could be in danger if he wasn't careful. However, the soldier's next words were completely unexpected. It's not desertion. Huh? Not desertion. If not desertion, what reason could there be for soldiers to leave en masse? They've been recruited as kitchen soldiers. Ah, so that's what it was. Doris let out a sigh of relief. He collapsed back into his chair, making such a fuss over something like that. Recruiting kitchen soldiers was a common occurrence, though typically they would get permission from him, the battalion commander, first. I heard a human became the head chef this time. The new head chef was human. Well, a stupid human might not know the proper procedures. I'll be generous and let it slide. Just tell them to be more careful next time. This human was someone the corps commander was watching with great interest. There was no reason to cause trouble and disturb the peace. That's not it, Commander. What now? Half the battalion has already been recruited as kitchen soldiers. Huh? Half the battalion? What kind of brutal recruitment of kitchen soldiers was this? Half the battalion? Just how many did they take? Over 200 have been confirmed already. Have you ever seen such a crazy human? Doris's peace was crumbling. At the same time, Choi Hyun-seok was still recruiting kitchen soldiers. I'll be a kitchen soldier. A Demon King's army soldier who resembled a hedgehog said with tears in his eyes. You. Go bring one friend. A friend. Yeah. Just bring any one of the guys you eat, sleep, and poop with. I'll make them a kitchen soldier too. Understood. Though limping, the soldier moved enthusiastically. I can't be the only one to suffer. Joy doubles when shared, and sorrow halves when shared. The soldier ran off, forgetting his pain at the thought of giving this good opportunity to a comrade he hadn't particularly liked. Good. Going very smoothly. After marketing like this for over 2 hours, quite a lot of soldiers had gathered. Hero, you've got lots of subordinates now, Rachel said excitedly. Wow, how many are there? Look at this. It's like an animal kingdom. Dogs, pigs, bulls, horses, lions, and more. Behind Hyun-seok, soldiers with various faces were limping along. This was only possible because of my excellent character. Rachel thought for a moment. The soldiers were following not because of his excellent character, but rather because of his excellent low kicks. But whatever. As long as the results were good, that's all that mattered. Things were finally going well for once, and she didn't want to nitpick. That's right. Hero, you're the best. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Rachel and Hyun-seok laughed heartily. The following soldiers looked at them with disapproving eyes. Those demons. To think they're human. Their blood was boiling, but all they could do was grumble complaints quietly. The law was far, but low kicks were near. By the way, Hero, how many are you going to gather? It seems like we already have over 200. Well, wouldn't about 300 be enough? That many? They're going to die in masses every time we go hunting anyway, so I want to recruit plenty in advance. It's annoying to go around frequently. Ah, I see. Hemis didn't specify how many soldiers to recruit. So the plan was to recruit as many as possible while they could. But why isn't this one coming? The last hedgehog they sent hasn't returned. Surely, they wouldn't have run away? If they did escape, we'll catch them and pluck out all their needles. That's a great idea. The hero and his dedicated fairy were perfectly in sync when it came to mischief. Ah, there they come. Speak of the devil, the hedgehog they were just talking about came into view. Hyun-seok narrowed his eyes. Something seemed off about the soldier coming with the hedgehog. What's this? I told them to bring a comrade, but why did they bring a pig? Behind the hedgehog, a plump pig was waddling along. Are there even ones like that in the Demon King's army? It was an unusual build among the soldiers here who were naturally muscular. Rachel made a sour face. Hero, doesn't that pig seem strange? Of course it's strange. How could someone like that be in the Demon King's army? No, I mean, the magical power. Rachel shares magical power with Hyun-seok. Therefore, she naturally grew as much as Hyun-seok did. Rachel sensed an unusual energy from the approaching pig. Try using the combat power meter. All right. Hyun-seok used the meter without question. He frowned at the text that appeared in the lens. What's wrong with this? Is it broken? He took off the meter, hit it a few times, and put it back on. But his furrowed brow wouldn't smooth out. This is strange. What is it? What does it say? This pig. It says the power level is unmeasurable. Hyun-seok and Rachel silently looked at each other. They both instinctively felt something was wrong. Should we run? Should we run? The suggestion to escape came simultaneously from both of them, as if rehearsed. Hyun-seok and Rachel nodded at each other and turned around. Naturally. Like nothing happened. Though they tried to slip away quietly, it was already too late. Hey, you there. Hyun-seok ignored it and kept walking. Don't ignore me, human with Bobo? Hyun-seok. The pig called out Hyun-seok specifically. Right, Bobo was here. Ha. When his name was called, Bobo turned around with a smile. No choice. With someone that big around, it was impossible to escape without being caught. Hyun-seok had no choice but to turn around. He put on his brightest smile to emphasize that he knew nothing. Yes? Are you talking to me? Yes. I am Doris, captain of the 3rd Direct Division. So you're the battalion commander? I'm Choi Hyun-seok, who was recently appointed as the head chef. Sweat dripped down the back of Hyun-seok's head. I already know you're Hyun-seok, who was appointed as head chef. I'm honored. But why would someone of your status? Stop playing dumb. I know everything. Pardon. What were you thinking? Taking all of my battalion's soldiers? What? Taking all the battalion's soldiers? This was news to him. Suddenly, something crossed Hyun-seok's mind. These guys were all from the same unit. Due to his multi-level recruitment approach, he had inadvertently taken all the soldiers from a single battalion. I'm sore dash. No excuses. Hyun-seok shut his mouth tight. Pig Battalion Commander Doris narrowed his eyes that were buried in fat. Follow me. We need to talk in my office. Yes. Hyun-seok sighed internally. I thought things were going too well. As soon as they entered Doris's office, a fragrant smell wafted over. That smells delicious. Doris's desk was loaded with luscious fruits and juicy meat. What were you thinking? Doris asked while eating fruit from his seat. Finally coming to his senses, Hyun-seok spoke. I apologize. It wasn't intentional at all. Not intentional. Yes? The Corps commander said I could recruit kitchen soldiers as I pleased. So I brought the most gallant-looking soldiers, who just happened to be your excellent subordinates, Commander. Hyun-seok's tongue danced eloquently. He subtly mentioned Corps Commander Beck's backing while simultaneously flattering Battalion Commander Doris. Is that so? The flattery was successful. Doris's expression softened. In fact, he had no choice. All the high-ranking commanders in the Corps knew about Hyun-seok. Hemis had directly ordered them not to interfere. Doris didn't want to cause problems with Hyun-seok either. All he wanted was peace. It was due to my ignorance. I'm sorry. I'll return the recruited soldiers to their unit. And Hyun-seok also didn't want to cause problems. I can just recruit soldiers from somewhere else. He planned to return all the soldiers recruited from here and gather new ones. Though slightly troublesome, it was the cleanest and quietest way to handle things. However, what came from Doris's mouth was unexpected. That won't do. Pardon. Sending back already recruited soldiers? Wouldn't that look strange? No, it happened because of my mistake. No. How could I take back soldiers recruited under the Corps commander's authority? Doris tore off a chunk of meat. Chomp, chomp. He stared at Hyun-seok with crafty eyes while gobbling the meat. Something's wrong. Hyun-seok, who was very perceptive about such things, instinctively sensed it. This evil pig was plotting something. Keep the soldiers you took. Is that really all right? Well, I can always get more soldiers. But there is one condition. A condition. Finally, here it comes, he thought. Nothing much. I just want you to take one more soldier from our battalion as a kitchen soldier. That's fine, right? Fortunately, Doris's request seemed simple. Just taking one more soldier is nothing. Hyun-seok nodded. Yes, leave it to me. Doris's intentions were obvious anyway. He's probably pawning off a troublemaker. There must be a problematic soldier he didn't want to deal with. It's probably not a physical issue. Must be political. From his time in the Demon King's army, Hyun-seok learned one thing. That even among demons, there exists a form of social life. In some ways, it resembled human noble society. Demons placed great importance on family and bloodline. It was inevitable since their abilities and growth limits generally depended on bloodline. It's probably some troublesome young master from some family. Hyun-seok imagined various scenarios. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. In conclusion, Hyun-seok was relatively free from such political issues. My backing is the Corps commander, you fool. Behind Hyun-seok was one of only 5 Corps commanders in the entire Demon King's army. Unless the person was the Demon King's son, there was no reason to yield. Thump, thump. Just then, noise came from afar and the office began to shake. Oh, looks like they've arrived. Doris grinned. It must be the soldier he mentioned. Something feels off. For some reason, Hyun-seok instinctively felt that things were going wrong. What was approaching wasn't some troublesome young master from a noble family. Finally, the office door opened. Let me introduce. This is Yusaru. Doris explained. Hyun-seok looked at the soldier who appeared with a shocked face. What is this? The soldier was a giant of enormous proportions. USARU. A monster whose head alone seemed to be more than an armful was poking its face into the office. Commander, this soldier is... I forgot to mention. Yusaru is a hybrid born between an ogre and an orc. Doris said nonchalantly. That's not something you just forget. It wasn't something that could be forgotten at all. Please take good care of our Yusaru. Yes. USARU. He had suddenly been saddled with something clearly troublesome. Crunch. Chomp. Chomp. Battalion Commander Doris was voraciously eating with food in both hands. The meat tastes even better than usual today. His appetite seemed better than usual. It feels so refreshing, like a bad tooth finally fell out. Yusaru, the soldier he pawned off to Choi Hyun-seok. That guy was the battalion's troublemaker. A hybrid between an ogre and an orc. Between magical beasts and magical beings. Yusaru, who was somewhere in between, was incredibly stupid. Despite that, his strength was so overwhelming that he couldn't be dealt with carelessly. If he had been smart, he might have risen to the position of battalion commander. Even now while being stupid, he's someone who could easily crush a company commander with just his physical abilities. If such a Yusaru had possessed superior intelligence, it wouldn't have been unreasonable for him to dream of becoming battalion commander. Burp. Doris let out a satisfying belch. He was like a thorn in my side. Too strong to drive out. Left alone, he keeps causing trouble. From Doris's perspective of wanting peace, he was an extremely irritating fellow. Although the battalion's fighting power will be weakened by this incident, there won't be any problems. Many soldiers had deserted, and Yusaru, the strongest in the battalion besides himself, had left. Doris wasn't concerned. There wouldn't be any battles to fight at army headquarters anyway. The soldiers who left could simply be replaced. Thank you, Choi Hyun-seok. Doris was sincerely grateful to Choi Hyun-seok. After all, he was the one who brought him true peace. Ha ha ha, meat? Bring more meat. That night, the sound of chomping echoed throughout Doris's office all night long. 267, 268, 270. Exactly 270 creatures. The previously quiet mess hall was now bustling. The newly recruited cooking soldiers were gathered in disorder, including the original ones, that makes about 300 in total. This should be enough to get things started. Ahem, everyone, attention. Choi Hyun-seok shouted loudly. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Choi Hyun-seok, the handler of Bobo, who will be in charge of the mess hall. Choi Hyun-seok finished his brief self-introduction. Of course, he didn't forget to create an intimidating atmosphere by mentioning Bobo. Kwang. The quick-witted Bobo roared impressively. The soldiers who had been forcibly made into cooking staff looked at Bobo with fearful eyes. It was a good start. From now on, we're reorganizing the unit. Forget the old framework? Our cooking company moves by its own rules. Choi Hyun-seok wore the combat power meter and examined the soldiers. You, and you. From now on, you're platoon leaders. He selected platoon leaders mainly from those with strong fighting power. You over there too? Yes. Gulam, Digdan, Krong, you guys come forward too. He selected soldiers dedicated to cooking, centered around the existing cooking staff. Phew, the organization is roughly done. In the end, about 100 soldiers were assigned to cooking duty and 200 to hunting duty. If anyone has complaints about the current organization, step forward. I'll transfer you. As soon as he finished speaking, the cooking duty soldiers raised their hands and massé. I want to hunt too. If we don't hunt, we can't eat meat. We want to eat meat. The soldiers shouted like children throwing tantrums. Choi Hyun-seok shook his head. These guys don't know their place. He had deliberately assigned weaker soldiers to cooking duty, because mediocre soldiers would be of no help in hunting anyway. Those who raised their hands, line up in front of me in order. The soldiers hoping to transfer lined up in a single file. I'm going to hit you exactly twice. If you can endure it, I'll transfer you to the hunting team. Then the goblin standing at the front, right in front of Choi Hyun-seok, blinked his eyes. What does that mean? Before he could grasp the situation, a low kick struck. Crack. The goblin who was hit in the thigh spun 360 degrees in the air before crashing to the ground. Kek. My leg. Maybe I kicked too hard. The goblin grabbed his leg while crying streams of tears. It was probably broken. Anyway, you're too weak so it won't work. Come back when you're stronger. Choi Hyun-seok said coldly. He turned his head to look at the next soldier. Next. Come here. Behind the goblin stood an orc. He silently returned to where he was originally standing. Where are you going? Suddenly I don't want to hunt anymore. All right then. Next. The situation remained the same after that. After seeing the goblin with his leg destroyed, most soldiers returned to cooking duty out of fear. Of course, there were a few persistent ones who remained. Crack. I think it's better not to hunt. 2 low kicks of negotiation were enough to make them realize their place. Within less than 5 minutes, all cooking duty soldiers returned to their positions. Don't be too discouraged. The cooking staff will get meat too. Actually, you're better off, right? You get to eat meat without having to hunt. The cooking staff's eyes sparkled at the mention of getting meat. Well, I'll only give them a mouse's portion. Choi Hyun-seok smiled wickedly. Getting even a little was better than nothing. Now the organization is really complete. Choi Hyun-seok wiped away non-existent sweat. The general framework seemed to be all set. It ended faster than expected. The soldiers followed orders more readily than anticipated. It was surprising since he thought they would be resistant to having a human superior. You have commanded soldiers with excellent leadership, reorganized and stabilized the unit. Hidden stat charisma has increased. Ability command rank has increased. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes widened. This was completely unexpected gain. No wonder the soldiers were being too obedient. Was it because of these? He had been wondering why the soldiers were following orders so readily. It seemed insufficient to attribute it just to fear of low kicks. After seeing the system alert, he finally understood why. These turned out to be unexpectedly useful. The hidden stat charisma and ability command that he gained from being a slave master before. Honestly, he had thought they were completely useless until now, but that thought was wrong. These 2 powers showed their true value when the moment called for them. Charisma, 34. White small square ability, command, D. Charisma increased from 30 to 34. Command rose from E rank to D rank. It was quite generous compensation for such brief hardship. Excellent. Just as Choi Hyun-seok was smiling with satisfaction, an unidentified strange cry was heard from outside the mess hall. USA are you? I forgot about that guy. Choi Hyun-seok sighed while holding his forehead. Name, Yuseru? Height, approximately 5 m. A hybrid between an ogre and an orc, no less. His characteristic is always carrying a club about the size of Choi Hyun-seok's body. USA are you? Bored. Estimated mental age is roughly kindergarten level. Communication is possible, but that doesn't mean he listens well. Sigh, what should we do about that? Yeah, the problem is that Yuseru is too strong. He's unnecessarily, incredibly strong despite not being properly controlled. Choi Hyun-seok put on the combat power meter again and looked at Yusero. Combat power, measurement impossible. This piece of junk says measurement impossible whenever it feels like it. Choi Hyun-seok irritably took off the meter. Warning, this meter cannot measure combat power above 50,000. Continuously observing unmeasurable targets will rapidly consume the meter's durability. Ah, so that's what it was. Now that he looked at it, it seemed the meter could only measure up to 50,000 combat power. Come to think of it, no reading had ever exceeded 50,000 until now. So anyway, that guy's combat power exceeds 50,000. That's right. Unlike the others, we can't make him listen by beating him. This is troublesome. Just then, Yusero recognized Choi Hyun-seok and shouted, Choi Hyun-seok? Yusero is bored. Hey, call me chef. I'm the captain, captain. You know what that means. He tries to initiate dialogue first. Captain? Yusero is bored. It seems about half successful. Choi Hyun-seok fell into contemplation while watching Yusero. Since it's come to this, should we go hunting right away? Maybe that would be better. Do you want to go hunting? You know what hunting is, right? Yusero's eyes lit up at the word hunting. USA are you? Hunting? Want to go? Okay. Let's leave right away while we're at it. Originally, he had planned to just organize the unit today and end it there. He was going to start hunting in earnest from tomorrow. But the unit organization finished faster than expected. The sun was still high in the sky. There was no reason to waste precious time. Choi Hyun-seok gathered the hunting specialist soldiers. Everyone grab your tools. It's time to go cut some meat. The long-awaited hunting trip. Choi Hyun-seok led 200 cooking soldiers and Bobo out to hunt. Rachel, I've been thinking. Choi Hyun-seok spoke to Rachel while moving. How about having these guys capture magical beasts alive? You're planning to let them do all the hard work catching them, then swoop in for the final blow, aren't you? Like master, like fairy, you could say. Rachel quickly caught on to Choi Hyun-seok's intentions. It's not a bad plan, but there's a problem. What problem? Capturing them alive is much harder than killing them. Can these brainless Demon King's army do it? As long as the magical beasts are still breathing, it doesn't matter if we cut off their limbs or whatever. If we make nets later and teach them how to use them, I think it could work really well. Oh ho, that does sound good. Rachel nodded. Besides, we can just recruit more if these idiots die. Let's boost your level like crazy while we're at it, hero. Yeah, right. Choi Hyun-seok looked at Rachel with an awkward expression. Although it was his plan, there's a difference between saying ah and oh. Something about Rachel's expression was strangely rough. Choi Hyun-seok carefully opened his mouth. I know I'm not one to talk, but your personality seems to be getting more eccentric. Hero, this world is impossible to live in sober. Well, that's true. If only we had alcohol, I'd drink so much. The words isn't it your fault that we fell into this world where we can't stay sane, rose to his throat. You must have been under a lot of stress too. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud. After all, she was going through hardships with him. He didn't want to bicker about past events unnecessarily. Wait. Isn't something strange? Just then, Choi Hyun-seok suddenly stopped. Rachel turned around with a puzzled face. What's strange? No magical beasts are showing up. They had passed the forest entrance quite a while ago, but there wasn't a single magical beast in sight. It was too strange to be a coincidence. Hero, could it be because of Bobo? That's right. Choi Hyun-seok clapped his hands. He remembered the conversation he had with the former chef Kulkin. Lord Bobo cannot join. What? Why not? When Lord Bobo comes along, the magical beasts run away and we can't hunt. When they went hunting for the first time, Choi Hyun-seok had said he wanted to take Bobo along, but was refused. I thought it was just an excuse then, but maybe it was true. Although Bobo is still a baby, his lineage is different. A magical beast inheriting the highest bloodline raised directly by the Demon King? He could be considered royalty in the magical beast world. And then there's this Yusero fellow too. Bobo alone would be enough, but now there's also this giant Yusero who might be either magical beast or magical being. It was entirely possible that the magical beasts were hiding out of fear. What should we do? Choi Hyun-seok pondered. Sending Bobo and Yusero back now doesn't make sense. Who knows what disaster might occur if those two were sent back alone. He would definitely need to go with them, but that would leave only the newly recruited misfit cooking soldiers here. There's no way they could properly carry out their duties. A situation where neither option works. Hero, I have an idea. Just then, Rachel clapped her hands as if she'd thought of something. She looked at Choi Hyun-seok with a devious smile. Let's use bait. Bait. When catching fish, it's inefficient to go into the water to look for them. See how all the fish have run away? Right. So we cast a fishing rod and dangle some tasty bait. Where is this tasty bait? Rachel shook her head as if she couldn't believe he didn't know. We have plenty right behind us. 200 pieces of tasty bait? Isn't that enough? The hero and his dedicated fairy. A plan that would make even the Demon King weep was being crafted in their hands. You too. You come too. Choi Hyun-seok pointed at several soldiers while walking around. In total, he picked 5 soldiers. They would make excellent bait. Looking at the selected bait candidates, Rachel tilted her head. Hero, I have a question. What is it? Is there a specific reason you picked those 5? Not really. Is there a problem? I thought it might be better to pick ones that look faster. What's most important when it comes to being bait? Speed. After all, it would be a pointless death if they met a monster but couldn't escape and got eaten. Look. Especially this one who looks like a sloth seems like he'd be really slow. It's fine. Their running abilities are all about the same anyway. Those who'll live will live, those who'll die will die. Is that so? Yeah. So I just picked the ones with annoying faces. Choi Hyun-seok said with a grin. Rachel nodded with a slightly bewildered expression. Ah, I see. Just going by how he talked, he seemed more like an unhinged psycho killer than a hero. Since the hero will deal with the Demon King's army anyway, it's not really a problem. While there wasn't a problem, it just left her feeling somewhat complicated and ambivalent. Well, enough chit-chat, let's get started. Choi Hyun-seok brought the 5 selected soldiers to a secluded spot. I'm going to give you all a very special mission now. Mission. The soldier who resembled a sloth asked with a puzzled expression. Even the way he tilted his head was so slow, he really did look like he'd be slow at running too. Yes, this is a very important mission. Choi Hyun-seok nodded with a serious expression. Hey sloth, why do you think we came to this forest? To hunt. That's right, but we can't hunt right now, can we? That's correct. Right? Like you said, we need to hunt but we can't. This is a serious problem. That's why I need your help. Choi Hyun-seok raised his hand to point at the forest. Go make one round through there and come back. All 5 members of the Demon King's army tilted their heads 45 degrees. As if to say, what nonsense is this? What do you mean? I don't understand. The sloth asked as their representative. Just go take a walk in the forest and come back. There are monsters in that forest. I know. We'll die if we go alone. The sloth spoke quite logically. The other soldiers nodded in agreement. No, we'll die is wrong. Choi Hyun-seok wagged his index finger. Might die. That's the correct way to put it. Isn't that basically the same thing? Anyway, I don't want to go. All the soldiers nodded in unison at the sloth's words. Right. Why only us? I want to live long and eat lots of meat. I don't want to go either. Kuruk? The forest is scary. Kururuk. The soldiers raised their hands and each made their complaints. The atmosphere quickly became chaotic. Choi Hyun-seok sighed while holding his forehead. Can't be helped. Unlike his troubled expression, Choi Hyun-seok was actually at ease. This level of resistance was well within expectations. If asking nicely doesn't work, I'll have to threaten them. Choi Hyun-seok decided to bring out his next negotiation card right away. I'm going to give you 2 choices now. Choi Hyun-seok pointed at the forest with his finger. First, quietly explore the forest as I said. You might die, but you might also live. He then moved his finger from the forest to point at Bobo beside him. Second, explore the inside of a very hungry Bobo's stomach right now. With this one, you might die, and you definitely won't live. Perhaps understanding Choi Hyun-seok's words, saliva dripped heavily from Bobo's mouth. Kwang. His energetic bark seemed to urge them to choose the second option. Choi Hyun-seok leaned in close with a devilish smile. Choose. What will it be? Naturally, all the poor soldiers chose the first option. Having a chance of dying was better than certain death. Good. Are you ready? This is strange. This is strange. The sloth shouted as if struggling. Chef, you said to go for a walk? This isn't a walk. What are you talking about? This is all for your convenience. Instead of making you run round trip, I changed it to one way. You should be grateful. Currently, the sloth soldier was being held by Usera. With one word from Choi Hyun-seok, the sloth would have the rare experience of flying through the air. It won't work if these guys just wander around nearby and come back. There would be no point if the ones meant to lure monsters just circled the area. After some thought, Choi Hyun-seok decided to have Usera throw the bait. Don't worry too much. See the fire we lit? Just run towards the smoke when you see it. Easy, right? Save me? Save me. Someone might misunderstand if they hear you. Choi Hyun-seok smirked and lightly tapped Usera. You know, throw with all your might, full power. Usera nodded with a bright smile. He seemed really excited, as if finding this situation fun. All right, throw. Usera. Usera swung his giant arm. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn rang out. And simultaneously, the sloth flew through the sky. Kya. Watching the sloth quickly disappear into the distance, Choi Hyun-seok smiled with satisfaction. Good. Next, throw in that direction. Usera? Got it. Usera picked up the next sacrifice. Please spare me, chef. The soldier even switched to honorifics to try to survive, but it was useless. Someone might think you're going to die. Just run and you can live. And no. Choi Hyun-seok casually wiggled his finger. Throw. Usera. Kya. The second soldier also flew through the sky. Hero, they're really flying far. Rachel shielded her eyes from the sun and craned her neck. She seemed curious about how far the soldier would fly. Hero, I have a question. What is it? What if they die right when they land? Choi Hyun-seok fell into thought at Rachel's question. That was a problem he hadn't considered. They'll probably live, right? In movies and anime, they always hit tree branches or something and survive. But they're not main characters. Only main characters survive like that. Would minor extra soldiers from the Demon King's army have such luck? You have a point. It was quite convincing. Scratching his head, Choi Hyun-seok spoke. I don't know. Let's just throw them all and wait and see. They were busy keeping the bonfire going to send up smoke. If the thrown soldiers were alive, they would return by following this smoke. Continue. Yusero. The excited Yusero kept throwing the bait one after another. Kai save me. It didn't take long for all 5 pieces of bait to fly through the sky. The cooking soldiers watched trembling. Kick. I want to live a long life. The chef human is insane. They're just crazy. Complaints could be heard from here and there, but no one actually stepped forward. It was obvious they'd end up as bait if they spoke up unnecessarily. The Demon King's army was an organization where rank equaled power. Here, only Yusero and Bobo were stronger than Choi Hyun-seok. Of course, if the soldiers attacked together, they could subdue Choi Hyun-seok instantly. But as mentioned above, with Yusero and Bobo present, that was impossible. With 2 extraordinary monsters standing guard, the soldiers wouldn't dare think of attacking even in their dreams. They're quite late. Choi Hyun-seok frowned while looking at the sky. Hero, let's wait a bit more. It's only been 10 minutes. Rachel said while checking her wrist. There was a clock drawn with pen there. Maybe they all died from the fall like you said. That's possible too. What should we do? Hero, how about throwing a few more? Throw more. There's no harm in having extra bait ready. That's true. The only loss would be the lives of those thrown. Just as Choi Hyun-seok was seriously considering throwing more soldiers. Screams started coming from inside the forest. Oh, they're coming. Rachel said in an excited voice. Save me. The first bait to return was the sloth. Unlike his previous sluggish movements, he was sprinting through the forest at incredible speed. See, even the slow ones get fast when they're desperate. Oh, you're right. Wonder how many they brought though. Choi Hyun-seok watched the forest intently. Keek. There weren't many monsters chasing the sloth. Only 3. All were monsters he'd seen in useful encyclopedia. Monster edition. It didn't seem too difficult to handle even alone. Well then, shall we? Just as Choi Hyun-seok was about to step forward. Yusero. Excited at seeing the monsters, Yusero rushed out first. Hey, where are you going? Hey, you. Choi Hyun-seok tried to catch up belatedly, but he couldn't match Yusero's superior physical abilities. Yusero. Arriving in front of the monsters, Yusero started swinging his giant 2-meter wooden club. USA. Bang. USA. Are you? Kwang? It took less than 10 seconds for the monsters to become bloody pulp. Looking at the monsters reduced to bloody mush, Choi Hyun-seok wore a dejected expression. Wonder if we can salvage any meat properly. It seemed they'd have to use it all as ground meat. The bait operation was carried out several more times. The results were all the same. USA. Whenever Yusero saw monsters, he'd get excited, rush out, and turn them all to pulp. Kwang. With the hungry Bobo joining in too, it became a complete monster battle. In between, Choi Hyun-seok desperately tried to gather experience points but the results were disappointing. Only gained 2 levels in total. Despite hunting dozens of monsters, his level barely increased. Choi Hyun-seok returned to the kitchen with a dejected face. Good work everyone today. Rest well and see you early tomorrow morning. The cooking soldiers left with gloomy faces at Choi Hyun-seok's words. I want to quit being a cook. Mom? I miss mom. I taste bad? I taste bad. Some soldiers who became bait were showing symptoms of PTSD. They would all spend sleepless nights worrying about who would become bait next. Yeah. Good work everyone and see you tomorrow. He couldn't care less what happened to the Demon King's army. Hero Choi Hyun-seok just waved his hand casually and returned to the kitchen. Now the real fight begins. While the hunting soldiers' work was done for the day, the cooking soldiers were just getting started. As the chef, Choi Hyun-seok naturally had many tasks left too. Where's Gollum? Choi Hyun-seok looked for the sous chef Gollum. Here I am. Gollum came running out from inside the kitchen in a hurry. Why is he calling me again? He was already troubled by all the meat being brought as ground meat. He anxiously watched what the crazy human chef would order next. I called because I have something to ask. Yes. The officers who eat food made in the kitchen start from battalion commander, right? That's correct. Where do they eat? Do the officers come here directly? Gollum shook his head. Assigned soldiers come to take the food away. Is that so? Choi Hyun-seok's mind worked quickly. Hemi's said to operate the kitchen normally from tomorrow, so the officers will eat from tomorrow or the day after. In other words, they could use today's meat however they wanted. After finishing his thoughts, Choi Hyun-seok looked at Gollum. Gather all the cooking soldiers. We're going to have cooking practice now. It was a good opportunity to assess the soldiers' cooking skills. The first task was to assess the skills of the kitchen soldiers. How they originally cooked. What types of food the officers usually ate. Various information needed to be gathered. Krong, explain. Choi Hyun-seok pointed to Krone, who had the best language skills in the cooking unit. We grill meat. Good. And that's it. Just grilling meat, that's all. Yes. Choi Hyun-seok made a dumbfounded expression. This is food for high-ranking officers, and that's all. Actually, what the cooking unit makes is more like snacks than meals. Snacks. The Demon King's army is self-sufficient in food, and each battalion has its own cooks. Thinking about it, it made sense. This small kitchen couldn't feed numerous soldiers anyway. Then why does this kitchen exist? If each unit had its own cooks, what was the purpose of this place? He wondered why soldiers died every day hunting magical beasts. It's to provide the officers with fresh magical beast meat containing magical power. Fresh meat. So usually we just grill the meat, or sometimes send it raw. Is that why the magical beast meat needs to be eaten within 3 days? That's right. Magical beast meat maintains its freshness for 3 days. This is because after 3 days, the magical power contained in the meat rapidly dissipates. Choi Hyun-seok could finally understand the overall situation. So the Corps is providing fresh meat daily as special food for the officers. Yes. Good. Thank you. Choi Hyun-seok stroked his chin in thought. So I don't need exceptional cooking skills right away. Just need to grill meat well. What's needed is fresh meat. And just enough skill to properly grill meat. Compared to what he had done before, this was an extremely easy task. If I do this well, I could turn this into a good opportunity. His mind started working quickly. Message-infused salt. Using that might help gain the officer's favor. Having tested it on Kulkin before, the effect was certain. It might be possible to gain the high-ranking officer's favor with this opportunity. But not right away. There's something more important right now. While having the high-ranking officer's favor would be better than not, it wasn't immediately necessary. After all, Choi Hyun-seok's fate was controlled by Corps Commander Hemis. I'll start with that first. Having made a decision, Choi Hyun-seok began grilling meat on the pan. Knock knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door was heard. Abelson Mariette turned her head with an empty expression. May I come in? A voice from outside the door. It was a familiar male voice. Yes. As permission was given, the door opened. What a nice smell. A fragrant meat smell wafted in strongly. I thought you might not have had dinner yet, so I brought some. Hehe. Choi Hyun-seok grinned broadly while holding out a plate. This is. After winning that duel, somehow I ended up becoming the kitchen chief. Well anyway, please eat before it gets cold. Aren't you going to eat, Mr. Choi Hyun-seok? Just watching you eat is enough to make me full, Miss Abelson. I see. Abelson nodded with a somewhat dubious expression. I should eat. Whatever his purpose, he had cooked for her. It would be courteous to eat it. Abelson picked up the provided utensils. It's so tender and soft. This was thanks to Yusaru tenderizing it with a club. Clank. Abelson picked up meat with her fork. As she was bringing the meat to her mouth, she suddenly shifted her gaze. There was Choi Hyun-seok, staring at her with wide eyes. Abelson put her fork back down on the plate. Excuse me? Yes? Is there a problem? It's too burdensome. I'm sorry? I've rarely seen such a beautiful person eating in my life. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. She thought he was someone who could say such embarrassing things so naturally. Abelson picked up the meat again. The moment she put it in her mouth and chewed, Abelson's eyes grew round. It was a rare change in expression. Delicious. As the next holy maiden of the Holy Empire, she had already tasted all sorts of delicacies. Even for someone like Abelson, this food was delicious enough to be quite shocking. What is this? Has my palate changed from eating Demon King's army food? Abelson turned to look at Choi Hyun-seok. Choi Hyun-seok was looking at her with an expectant expression. Is it delicious? Yes. It's delicious. Then that's good. Choi Hyun-seok smiled brightly. That smile was so pure that Abelson found herself smiling without realizing it. Thank you. I should be thanking you. I never thought I'd be able to have a conversation with a beauty like this in this hell. Yes. Though Abelson was well accustomed to all sorts of compliments throughout her life, she still wasn't immune to that pure directness. Clank, clank. Abelson finished eating the meat. Despite the considerable portion, she was able to finish it in no time. Choi Hyun-seok just sat quietly watching until she finished eating. Have you finished? Yes. Thank you. It was delicious. Then I'll take my leave. Choi Hyun-seok stood up holding the empty plate. Abelson stopped him as he was about to leave immediately. Mr. Choi Hyun-seok. Just a moment. Yes. I have something I want to ask. Please ask. I'll tell you anything. Choi Hyun-seok looked at Abelson with sparkling eyes. After thinking for a moment, Abelson spoke. What do you plan to do when you leave this place, Mr. Choi Hyun-seok? Well. As if it was an unexpected question, Choi Hyun-seok sat back down and fell into thought. First, there are 3 things I really want to do. What are they? Marry a blonde noble lady after a sweet romance. Have about 5 rabbit-like children. And spend my later years watching grandchildren running around in a mansion before peacefully passing away. Abelson frowned. Is he joking? She observed Choi Hyun-seok carefully. His expression was completely serious. Abelson slowly nodded. Well, that's just like him. In a way, it was a wish that perfectly suited Choi Hyun-seok. I might have said something that could be misunderstood. Yes. It doesn't have to be a blonde noble lady. Silver hair is good too, and a clergywoman would also. Ahem. Choi Hyun-seok cleared his throat unnecessarily. Yes. Abelson started searching around for where her scripture was. She might need to hit this impudent hero's head if necessary. Then Choi Hyun-seok continued speaking. What I just mentioned are actually my long-term life goals. What I really want to do is something else. What do you want to do? Yes. I want to go on adventures. Choi Hyun-seok said with a serious face. But his eyes were shining even brighter than when he talked about women. To travel the world and have real hero-like adventures. defeating magical beasts, helping people in need, and maybe meeting the village chief's beautiful daughter along the way. I see. So that's it. Though there was something strange added at the end, she let it slide. But why did you ask that? I was just curious. It's not common for a hero to be captured by the Demon King's army. A holy maiden captured by the Demon King's army isn't common either, right? Technically, I'm the next holy maiden. Same difference, really. Choi Hyun-seok continued with a smile. I have something I'd like to ask too, may I? Yes. Go ahead. I'll ask you the same question back. What do you want to do when you leave here, Miss Abelson? At Choi Hyun-seok's words, Abelson fell into deep thought. Choi Hyun-seok waited patiently until she spoke. Finally, she opened her mouth. And what followed was completely unexpected. I don't want to do anything. The next day, Choi Hyun-seok's day begins very early in the morning. Inhale. Exhale. He threw a powerful punch while regulating his breathing. Hape. A strong gust of wind arose in front of him along with his extending fist. Whoosh. Feeling the wind blow, Choi Hyun-seok nodded. Excellent. Though he had won the duel and become the kitchen chief, Choi Hyun-seok didn't neglect his training. Rather, he was even more diligent than before. You never know when you'll have to fight someone again. He needed to level up more and hone his skills more, to be unafraid of any enemy. And when he becomes strong enough to feel confident, that will be the time to leave this black giant star. By the way, not wanting to do anything, what did she mean? Suddenly, he recalled last evening's conversation with Abelson. Why did Abelson say such a thing? Choi Hyun-seok wanted to ask in detail, but Abelson shook her head. I'm sorry. Let's end our conversation here for today. It seemed like a personal matter, so there was no need to pry further. Just then, sunlight began to shine through the dawn twilight. It's already this late. Choi Hyun-seok turned around while covering his eyes with his hand. Should get ready soon. Training ends here. It's time to go hunting soon. As Choi Hyun-seok was checking the supplies needed for hunting. Ugh. Did you sleep well, hero? Rachel, crawling out of Bobo's embrace, said while rubbing her eyes. Yeah, get ready. We're leaving soon. Okay. Rachel snapped her fingers with a half-asleep expression. Then a gust of wind blew around her body, instantly cleaning it. Ready. Rachel said with a refreshed face. Hey, aren't you wasting too much magic while using mine? TCH, don't be so stingy. If you're jealous, should I do it for you too, hero? Yeah, he was actually jealous. With a crisp snap sound, fingers snapped. Wind began to blow around Choi Hyun-seok, washing away sweat and dust. Oh, feels good, right? It does, but do you have to do that finger snapping? No, it's just more exciting to use magic this way. I see. While exchanging trivial conversation, Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel quickly arrived at the kitchen. Everyone gather? It's time to go hunting. Starting today, they would be even busier since they had to serve meals to the officers. Choi Hyun-seok hurriedly led the cooks toward the hunting grounds. Of course, leaving Yusero behind. It's worrying but can't be helped. Yusero was completely uncontrollable. It felt like even Bobo was smarter and more obedient than Yusero. As expected, our Bobo is the best. Kwang. Bobo barked energetically at Choi Hyun-seok's praise. Come to think of it, it seems like he's getting bigger these days. Whether it was his imagination or not, it felt like Bobo's size was increasing day by day. It shouldn't matter. He was no longer such a weakling that he had to worry about dying while playing with Bobo. He didn't think there would be any problems even if Bobo grew bigger. All right. Everyone wait. Having entered the forest somewhat, Choi Hyun-seok stopped everyone. All platoon leaders step forward. At Choi Hyun-seok's words, 10 platoon leaders stepped forward. The platoon leaders nervously watched Choi Hyun-seok's expression. What is he planning to do today? Fortunately, since Yusero wasn't around, it seemed he wouldn't do crazy things like throwing soldiers into the forest. Still, they couldn't feel at ease. Now, each of you eat one bite. Choi Hyun-seok said something completely unexpected. What are you doing? I said eat. What he held out was meat he had personally cooked the day before. Despite quite some time having passed since it was cooked, a fragrant smell wafted from it. But the platoon leaders still had uneasy faces. The kitchen's credibility had already hit rock bottom. Is he experimenting with new poison? He might force us to work as much as we eat. I can hear everything, you bastards. Keep those thoughts to yourself. Choi Hyun-seok said with a frown. Decide quickly. Will you eat this? Or get eaten by Bobo? We'll eat. The platoon leaders reluctantly ate the meat. Munch munch. Chomp chomp. Being all big guys, it didn't even take a minute for them to devour the fist-sized pieces of meat. Kitchen chief, what is this? Delicious, right? It's too delicious. The cooks began to shed tears. I'm glad I became a cook. The kitchen chief is a good person. I'll work hard from now on. Please give me one more piece. The platoon leaders shouted excitedly. Choi Hyun-seok wagged his index finger. You can't get it for free. He raised his hand pointing to the forest. Now we'll start a game. A game. Catch the magical beasts alive no matter what. Cut off their limbs or whatever, I don't care. Just keep them breathing. Whichever platoon catches the most, regardless of type, gets a feast for the whole platoon. You have 1 hour. The platoon leaders looked at each other with bewildered faces. What are you doing? Run. Choi Hyun-seok said with an evil smile. Oh yeah. It was the moment a life or death game for meat began. The Holy Gatrin Empire. one of only 2 nations on the continent that bears the title of empire. The Gatran Empire has one unique characteristic that sets it apart from other nations. That is its system of unified religious and political authority. The decisive faith has the largest following on the continent. The Pope of the decisive faith is also the emperor who rules the Gatran Empire, an empire ruled by the Pope. That's why people called Gatran the Holy Empire. In the deepest part of Gratium, the capital of the Gatran Empire, an old man was kneeling with his eyes closed in the place where the Pope worships God. You've arrived, Cardinal Elrond. The old man spoke as he opened his eyes. He slowly rose from his position. His pure white robe and golden crown gleamed in the dim light. You've completed your mission. A man also wearing a white robe bowed his head. Yes. As your holiness instructed, I have discovered the whereabouts of the next saint, Lady Abelson Mariette. The old man was none other than Orban IV, Emperor of the Holy Gatran Empire and Pope of the decisive faith. The Pope's face lit up at hearing the location of the next saint Abelson Mariette. Oh, where is the saint? The Black Giant Star. The Pope's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the Black Giant Star. The Black Giant Star. The Black Giant Star. The Pope muttered the same words as if contemplating something. Isn't the Black Giant Star where that gluttonous witch resides? The gluttonous witch, commonly known as the gourmand. That was what humans called the Third Corps Commander Hemis. It pains my heart. How did the next saint end up captured in such a dangerous place? I am deeply sorry. No, Cardinal Elrond has nothing to apologize for. Rather, I am grateful to you. It must not have been easy to obtain this information. A benevolent smile graced the Pope's face. Cardinal Elrond bowed his head and continued speaking. Your Holiness, what do you plan to do? The Pope closed his eyes briefly in thought before speaking. In the hundreds of years of war history, the times humans have set foot in the Black Giant Star can be counted on one hand. Between humans and demons, more than 500 years had passed since the war began. During that long time, humans had only conquered the Black Giant Star 3 times. And even those were all when the gourmand was absent. Those 3 instances were all when Hemis was away. In other words, humans had never successfully invaded the Black Giant Star while Hemis was present. Sending an army to rescue the next saint would be reckless. Yes. Has there been any contact from the Demon King's army? Not yet. There must be a reason they kidnapped the next saint. However, for some reason, the Demon King's army hadn't made any demands. Then we have no choice but to send a rescue team. A rescue team. The Pope nodded. We must call for Lord Osseld. Osseld Gufen. The name of a hero hidden in the shadows of the Holy Empire. Gweek. Stay still. I'm coming right now. A giant monster let out a scream. Choi Hyun-seok rushed forward wielding a massive kitchen knife. Slash. The kitchen knife buried itself in the struggling monster's neck. Even with its neck half severed, the monster continued to struggle. This one's got fight. Choi Hyun-seok swung the kitchen knife again. Finally, the monster's head came off. The fierce red light in its eyes gradually faded. Imbuing weapons with magic still feels awkward. Perhaps because he was used to fighting with his body, handling weapons just wouldn't become familiar. Should I just stick to using my body? As Choi Hyun-seok was seriously contemplating weapon usage. Level up. The awaited alert sounded. Good. Very good. It didn't seem like much time had passed, but he had already gained 10 levels. He immediately checked his status window to raise his stats. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, Hero Candidate. White small square level, 224. Strength, 86. Agility, 86. Stamina, 86. Magic power, 86. Charisma, 39. Bonus points. White small square hero points, 450. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C, leadership, D, cooking, F, magic control, D. White small square skills, Riadrin style fighting technique. 2 levels from yesterday and 10 levels today. A total increase of 12 levels brought him to level 224. Additionally, his charisma had risen quite a bit. Charisma has been increasing rapidly lately. The growth rate of charisma, which couldn't be increased with points, was quite steep. It had already increased by 5 points compared to a few days ago. Choi Hyun-seok smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the cooks. Good work everyone, let's call it a day. The gathered cooks collapsed right where they stood. So tired. Why do I have to go through this? Hey, Kulkan died here. Can we eat him for dinner? I'm Kakan and I'm still alive. You idiot. Leaving the noisy cooks behind. 10 platoon leaders gathered in front of Choi Hyun-seok. You all worked hard too. The platoon leaders stared at Choi Hyun-seok with fierce eyes. Meat. I want meat. I'm first place. Give me meat quickly. I'm first place. The meat is mine. It seemed like there would be bloodshed if meat wasn't provided immediately. Choi Hyun-seok raised his hands to calm the platoon leaders. Wait. The party's just getting started. They had hunted quite a few monsters so there was plenty of meat. However, Choi Hyun-seok was alone. He couldn't grill meat for all 200 cooks by himself. First, light the fires. Whoa. The cooks began gathering firewood while shouting. Soon, firewood was piled up like a mountain, and the smell of grilling meat began rising from everywhere. You. What's your name? Wolfkin. As promised, Choi Hyun-seok planned to personally grill meat for the platoon that caught the most monsters. Your platoon is first place. I'll grill the meat for you myself, so wait. Whoa. Platoon leader Wolfgang let out a victory roar. The other platoon leaders looked at him enviously for a moment but soon turned away. No need to be envious. There's plenty of meat here too. With meat right in front of them, they figured it didn't matter if they didn't eat what Choi Hyun-seok grilled personally. Delicious? Becoming a cook was the right choice. Mom, I want to send meat to Dad. I'll hide it at home and eat it all myself when I return. The regular cooks were eating meat with absolutely blissful expressions. However, the platoon leaders were different. Quack! Chewing sounds. This is the taste? This is it. Wolfgan's platoon eating meat grilled by Choi Hyun-seok on one side. Their eyes kept wandering in that direction. The meat is delicious. But the head cook's grilled meat is even better. Those who had already tasted meat full of proper message, tasteful salt and juices made a resolution. Tomorrow, I'll be first place. No matter how many subordinates died. They were determined to catch every monster they could to eat meat grilled by Choi Hyun-seok. Everyone worked hard today. Now rest well and let's eat meat again tomorrow. Woo-ah. Their morale, which had hit rock bottom the previous day, soared sky high. About 30 cooks died today, but no one cared. I'll need to recruit more cooks before tomorrow's hunt. Choi Hyun-seok returned to the kitchen while pondering where to find replacement soldiers. Gollum. As soon as he arrived at the kitchen, Choi Hyun-seok called for Gollum. Gollum came running out from inside the kitchen, out of breath. Yes, I'm here. Did you check the meat we brought today? Yes. The condition is quite good this time. Of course. Who do you think caught it? Fortunately, Ysera wasn't present for today's hunt. So the monsters didn't end up as ground meat. The officers' meals will start from today, so prepare in advance. Yes. If anything goes wrong, you're responsible, so make sure everything's perfect. What? Gollum stared at Choi Hyun-seok with round eyes. Why are you staring blankly? I'm the head cook in charge of hunting, you're the deputy head cook in charge of cooking. We agreed to this division, right? Gollum felt wronged. When did you ever say that? Not only was he made deputy head cook without wanting it, but now he had to take responsibility if anything went wrong. This was absolutely unacceptable. Gollum squeezed out his courage. I never heard anything about that. Huh? That's strange. I'm sure you agreed to it. Choi Hyun-seok's face gradually twisted into a menacing expression. He brought his face close to Gollum's. You really don't remember. I asked if you don't remember. Think carefully. I think I'm starting to remember. You think you remember? Or do you definitely remember? I remember. Right? Ha ha ha. Only then did Choi Hyun-seok's face brighten. He's not even human. He's a bastard. Even though it was unfair, there was nothing he could do. The law was far away, but low kicks were close by. Chin. A moment later, Choi Hyun-seok was busy grilling meat in one corner of the kitchen. Good. Perfect. He carefully placed the grilled meat on a plate. He looked at Gollum. Well then, I'm counting on you, Gollum. I'm busy so I'm off. Yes. Gollum sighed as he watched the human head cook walk away. I don't know what the Demon King is doing, not catching humans like him. Choi Hyun-seok was humming while heading somewhere. Suddenly, Rachel appeared and shouted in his ear. Hero, you scared me. Use your turn signal before entering. He almost dropped the plate in surprise. I almost spilled this precious food. Choi Hyun-seok glared as he spoke. But Rachel didn't seem to care at all. Her lips protruded like a duck as she crossed her arms, clearly displeased about something. Hero, where are you going right now? Why do you ask? Again? You're going to that Abelson or whatever saint, aren't you? Choi Hyun-seok's expression stiffened at Rachel's words. She hit the nail on the head. What about it? Is there a problem? Hero, is this the time to be casually dating? You need to get stronger quickly and escape from the Demon King's army. Ahem, I know that too. You've seen how hard I train every day. That's not enough. Go train right now. I'll go train after I deliver this. No, go right now. I said I'll go after delivering this. I said let's go train right now. I said I'll go after this. Go. No, go. I said no. The conversation had devolved beyond childishness into something like a toddler's tantrum. Even kindergartners these days would probably argue more maturely than this. Don't worry. I'll just talk briefly and come back. In the end, Choi Hyun-seok was the winner. After all, Rachel was bound to Choi Hyun-seok. Even if her head wanted to go, her limbs couldn't resist. Rachel made a frustrated expression. Eek. The hero is bewitched and neglecting his training. That woman must be a witch, not a saint. Choi Hyun-seok ignored Rachel's grumbling behind him and continued walking. I need to hurry before the meat gets cold. Soon it would be the perfect resting time for the meat. He wanted Abelson to eat the meat when it was at its most delicious. Splash. Choi Hyun-seok stopped walking. Red liquid was pooled on the floor. Blood. Now that he noticed, there was a metallic smell, the distinctive scent of blood rising up. What's going on? Choi Hyun-seok instinctively concealed his presence. He moved carefully through the corridor. All the soldiers are dead. Soldiers were collapsed throughout the corridor, bleeding. All of their throats were cut in a single strike. There weren't even signs of struggle, as if they couldn't even resist. Some even had peaceful expressions, as if they died without realizing their throats had been cut. Dangerous. This sudden bloodbath. Choi Hyun-seok instinctively knew this was related to Abelson. His steps gradually quickened. It's okay. The bullheads are guarding Abelson's room. The bullheads guarding Abelson's room were Riadrin's direct subordinates. When he checked with the combat power meter before, their combat power was over 40,000. Such strong warriors guarded Abelson's room 24 hours in shifts. There couldn't be any problems. It'll be fine. Even as he repeated this to himself, somehow his anxiety only grew deeper. I'm almost there. Just one more corner and he'd reach Abelson's room. Choi Hyun-seok practically ran across the corridor. Finally reaching the room, Choi Hyun-seok flung open the door. Miss Abelson? Are you okay? Choi Hyun-seok's shout cut off abruptly. Inside Abelson's room stood an unfamiliar man. A handsome man who appeared to be in his 30s. At his feet lay Riadrin's subordinates with their throats cut. Red blood dripped down his pure white sword. A human. The man looked at Choi Hyun-seok with puzzled eyes. Why is there a human here? That doesn't seem to be the important thing right now. Choi Hyun-seok ground his teeth. No, it's quite important to me. Who are you to be in this black giant star? Could it be you're not human but a demon? Shut up. Get your hands off her first. Choi Hyun-seok spat out his words. His eyes were fixed on one spot. Ugh. Kook. Abelson, dangling in midair as the man gripped her collar. She was letting out painful groans as if breathing was difficult. Ah, you're talking about our next saint. The man looked at Abelson and smiled wickedly. Don't worry. I plan to take her with all limbs intact. Can't damage such a precious body. Choi Hyun-seok didn't know who the man was. What was certain was that he was someone related to Abelson, and that he was far too strong for Choi Hyun-seok to approach. But whoever the man was didn't matter. Only one thing was important now, that this man was an obstacle blocking love. I said get your hands off her, you bastard. Choi Hyun-seok threw down the plate and began running. Geffen. Born in a rural territory, he showed exceptional talent in swordsmanship from an early age. Coming from an extremely poor, utterly ordinary family, they couldn't afford to provide him with sword training. Nevertheless, by the time he turned 15, there was no one in the territory who could match him with a sword. This included even the Lord's Knights. Rumors about Geffen spread quickly. It made for good gossip that a commoner with nothing had defeated the Lord's Knight. Soon after, a renowned knight came looking for Oseld. Will you become my apprentice? Are you strong, sir? Would you like to test me? Yes. The knight was truly strong. So strong that even giving it his all, Oseld couldn't graze a single hair. Oseld decided to become his apprentice. Time passed, and when he turned 20, Oseld killed the knight he had served. And in front of the dead knight's corpse, he said, "Now you're weaker than me, aren't you?" Naturally, Oseld was caught in the act. The punishment was death. One day, while waiting for his death in the underground prison, salvation came without warning. Do you believe in God? An old man wearing an ornate crown came and abruptly asked if he believed in God. If I believe, will you spare me? Ha ha ha. Salvation is open to everyone. From then on, Oseld became the hidden hound of the Holy Empire of Riadrin. Moving only on the Pope's orders, he handled all sorts of dirty work. But Oseld was satisfied. Because he could fight plenty of strong opponents. Because he could kill plenty of weak ones. That was enough for him. During this time, his talent, as if gifted by the devil, continued to develop. He defeated renowned strong fighters from each region one by one. Finally, he succeeded in killing even a knight who was called a hero in another country. Recently, Oseld received a new mission. Rescue the next holy maiden. Yes. It wouldn't be good if word spread that the next holy maiden was kidnapped. I'd like Sir Oseld to rescue her discreetly. His first thought was that it was trivial. Just rescuing a kidnapped future holy maiden. However, when he heard she was imprisoned in the Black Giant Star, his mind changed. Blood began coursing through his body. Sir Oseld, remember, you must absolutely not fight with the monster eater. Don't worry. Oseld set out confidently. Over more than 10 years of missions, he had continued to develop. Not just swordsmanship, but he had long mastered various skills like stealth and infiltration. Sneaking into the Black Giant Star wasn't too difficult. The worthless demons died without even detecting his presence. He broke through to his destination like an unstoppable force. What are you? Finally reaching where the next holy maiden was, he was greeted by two muscular demons with bull heads. Unlike the idiots who had died so far, they emanated quite strong presences. Normally he would have enjoyed the fight with boiling blood, but unfortunately, fighting wasn't today's objective. There was no commotion. Their heads fell to the ground before they could do anything. Phew. The target, next holy maiden Abelson Mariette, appeared before his eyes. Oseld swept back his hair while exhaling the breath he had been holding. Lady Abelson Mariette, I've come to rescue you. Did His Holiness send you? Of course. Oseld smirked. But his face hardened at Abelson's next words. I'm sorry, but I cannot go. Please leave. Abelson spoke without even twitching an eyebrow. A consistently cold demeanor, like an emotionless doll. Oseld felt something unbearable boiling up inside him. Listen here, woman. Harsh words naturally flowed from his mouth. Despite appearances, I'm someone who came a long way to rescue you, you know? Don't you think that attitude of yours is problematic? I sincerely apologize to you. However, separate from that, I truly have no intention of returning. Your thoughts don't matter. I received a mission, and I must complete it. Oseld reached out his arm. Abelson roughly knocked his arm away. Are you picking a fight? Oseld said in a growling voice. Abelson continued in a calm voice. You must know too. The monster eater is somewhere in this place. If you try to take me by force, I'll release holy power to make her come find us. Abelson is the next holy maiden. If she wishes, she can release holy power strong enough to be felt anywhere in the Black Giant Star. Then the master of this Black Giant Star, Monster Eater Hemis, would come. Are you threatening me? Yes, that's right. So, Kahawk. In an instant, moving like lightning, Oseld grabbed Abelson's collar. Insolent wench. If you weren't the next holy maiden, I would have split your body in half. Kuryuk. Abelson struggled, but it was futile. The holy power won't move. For some reason, the vast holy power dormant in her body wouldn't budge an inch. Take a nap. When you wake up, you'll be in the capital. At that moment when Oseld was speaking, Ms. Abelson, are you all right? Choi Hyun-seok burst in as the door swung open. Oseld carefully examined Choi Hyun-seok who had appeared. He seems human, but what exactly is he? He thought the man gave off a strange aura. Black hair. He must be either a demon or a hero. There are only two types of beings in the world with black hair. Demons. Or heroes. Demons are visibly different from humans in appearance. Therefore, the man before him must be a hero. For some reason, I can sense demon energy from him. But demon energy could also be felt from the man before him. Though very faint, demon energy definitely existed within the man. Interesting fellow. Just as Oseld smirked. Get your hands off her, you bastard. The black-haired hero, Choi Hyun-seok, began charging forward. Oseld quickly struck the holy maiden's nape to knock her unconscious, then dodged. His movements are better than expected. Though he hadn't expected much due to the negligible magical power, Choi Hyun-seok's movements far exceeded Oseld's expectations. Of course, he didn't feel the slightest hint that he might lose. After all, no one would feel threatened just because an ant on the street moved faster than expected. But it was enough to pique Oseld's interest. You'll have to come along too. He decided to take Choi Hyun-seok along with the holy maiden. Don't screw with me. Choi Hyun-seok swung his fist. It contained quite strong magical power. Oseld could have dodged, but he didn't. It might cause a commotion. He extended his arm to block the punch. Crunch. Choi Hyun-seok's fist was crushed in Oseld's grip. SHH. We mustn't cause a disturbance. Instead of answering, Choi Hyun-seok threw a low kick. It was a completely unexpected attack method. Crack. Oseld's brow furrowed as he took the low kick. Ha, you two are really being annoying together. He throws a light punch. Soon his fist connects with Choi Hyun-seok's abdomen and... Kahawk. Choi Hyun-seok spat out blood and lost consciousness. Did I kill him? Perhaps he failed to control his strength in a moment of anger. Oseld placed his hand on Choi Hyun-seok's limp neck. He's still alive. Fortunately, he didn't seem to be dead. There was still a pulse. Then shall I complete the mission? Just as Oseld was about to carry the unconscious Abelson and Choi Hyun-seok. What might you be doing? A terribly beautiful voice rang out. Oseld froze with his eyes wide open. I didn't sense any presence at all. He hadn't sensed any presence until they approached right behind him. Oseld hid his surprise and turned around slowly. What appeared before his eyes was a woman with white skin and curved figure. Instead of eyes, nose, and mouth, her face was filled only with red lips. Monster Eater Hemis. Oh my, you know me. How could I not know the demon who's second most famous after the Demon King on the continent? Hemis covered her mouth and laughed at Oseld's words. Of course, her pretty hand couldn't even cover half of her enormous lips. Oh ho ho, I didn't know I was that famous. But if possible, would you call me gourmand rather than a monster eater? Hemis joked with a laugh. Oseld remained frozen. His mind was racing. Can I win? The Pope had absolutely forbidden fighting with the monster eater. Oseld had scoffed, but now facing the monster eater directly, he understood why the Pope had insisted so strongly. I can't sense any demon energy. Despite being right in front of him, he couldn't sense anything from Hemis. This was not a good sign. It meant the gap between them was that severe. But battles aren't just about the amount of magic or demon energy. Oseld hadn't always won because he was stronger. He became stronger because he won. He had countless victories against those stronger than him. Oseld gripped his sword tightly. Blood raced madly through his entire body with each heartbeat. How strong is she? Over 500 years had passed since demons first appeared on the continent. During that time, countless demons had appeared and disappeared. But two demons were exceptions. The Demon King and Hemis. They continued to maintain their positions like great mountains. The Demon King rarely shows himself directly. But the Monster Eater is different. Unlike the Demon King who almost never appeared officially, Hemis showed herself relatively frequently. Though only once every few decades. She had appeared not too infrequently in human history. But every time she appeared, her actions were all unbelievable. They say her enormous mouth devoured thousands of soldiers at once. Even renowned heroes of the continent were mere meals before the Monster Eater. Since her last appearance was roughly 100 years ago, these incidents are now passed down like legends. But they were definitely real history. After all, the subject of those legends was right before him now. What are you thinking so deeply about? Hemis tilted her head 45 degrees. Snapped from his thoughts by her voice, Oseld grinned. I was thinking about how strong I'd become if I kill you. Oh ho 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 ho. Hemis started laughing loudly. Simultaneously, the demon energy she had been concealing spread in all directions. Whoosh! Oseld was shocked. This is insane. Is she even a living being? She wasn't intentionally releasing demon energy. Just naturally loosening what she had bound was enough to make the air vibrate with demon energy. I must end this in one strike. Hemis's demon energy far transcended what he had expected. A head-on battle was impossible. Aseld tried to charge first, but Hemis was one step faster. How interesting. Shall we test your skills then? Rip. Hemis's lips split vertically, and tentacles with small lips sprouted from within. This monster. Aseld tried to dodge without panicking but... Kook. Aseld's face contorted. His thigh suddenly lost strength. It was where Choi Hyun-seok's low kick had hit. Why? Aseld couldn't understand. The gap between him and Choi Hyun-seok was immense. Though he had allowed the attack due to carelessness, he thought he had perfectly blocked it by instantly surrounding himself with magical power. Yet at this crucial moment, it became his downfall. Damn it. What Aseld missed was less than a second, just a fleeting moment. However, the price for that brief time was far too heavy. Crack. Everything below Aseld's left elbow cleanly vanished as if nothing had ever been there. Splash. Red blood sprayed everywhere from the severed surface. Hemis laughed as she was drenched in that blood. It's been a while since I've tasted human blood. Aseld gave up. The mission is a failure. Let alone escaping with the Holy Maiden, it was questionable whether he could even preserve his own life. Aseld took out a scroll from his chest and put it in his mouth. It was a scroll containing the highest level holy magic, prepared for emergencies. Oh my, trying to escape? Without playing a bit more. Instead of answering, Aseld tore the scroll. Whoosh! Light so bright it was impossible to open one's eyes spread in all directions. A powerful light that burns away demon energy from its source. Holy power so intense that ordinary demons or magical beasts would melt just from contact. This energy feels disgusting no matter when I feel it. Even exposed to such light, Hemis merely frowned for a moment. Oh my, he's gone. In the blink of an eye, Aseld had disappeared. His escape skills are quite good. It wasn't particularly problematic that Aseld escaped. She had half-intentionally let him go anyway. If she had truly wanted to, she had several chances to kill Aseld. By the way, are these Riadrin's subordinates? Hemis looked at the bullhead corpses of Riadrin's subordinates on the floor. Riadrin will be sad. The corpses and blood floated up and merged together with grotesque noises. Crunch. Hemis, licking her lips, devoured them in one go. Delicious. She smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to the excellent bait, such fun things happen. Oh ho ho. The bait referred to Abelson Mariette. A quite decent one got caught from the start. The man who just escaped was at least hero level among humans. Not someone commonly seen. I wonder who will come next. The card of the next Holy Maiden. It was an exciting day looking forward to what humans would bring to reclaim it. And Choi Hyun-seok. Hemis looked at Choi Hyun-seok. Your grilled meat was delicious too. The fact that Choi Hyun-seok could cook was completely unexpected. And the meat he grilled exceeded expectations in taste. Looking forward to more. After speaking to the unconscious Choi Hyun-seok, she returned straight to her office. The smile never left her mouth even as she walked back. These days are so fun I might go crazy. Oh ho ho ho. Hemis was thoroughly enjoying her happy days in many ways. Choi Hyun-seok narrowly opened his eyes. Did he go? The mysterious man had fled, and it seemed that Hemis had also left. It was only then that Choi Hyun-seok, who had risen from his seat, let out a sigh of relief. Wow, I thought I was going to die. Choi Hyun-seok had not completely fainted. He was just temporarily unconscious. He had already regained consciousness by the time Hemis appeared. Originally, he was going to take the final blow by taking advantage of Aseld's moment of carelessness. But seeing Hemis appear, he held back his actions and decided to observe the situation. Thanks to this, Choi Hyun-seok was able to witness everything that happened. That guy who looks like a parasitic animal is also clearly very strong. Right now, Choi Hyun-seok doesn't know anything about Aseld Gafen, but he can be sure that he is an incredibly strong person. In Choi Hyun-seok's opinion, he is at least on par with Riadrin. It's hard to make an accurate comparison between Aseld and Riadrin, as they are both too strong. But it's certain that Aseld's abilities are not inferior to Riadrin's. Even that man is like that, but the lip monster is really on another level. Hemis toyed with the powerful Aseld as if he were a child. The reason he was able to escape was not only because of his own great abilities, but also because Hemis did not seem to have the intention to catch him. I absolutely must not mess with her again. Choi Hyun-seok reaffirmed that he would not dare to confront Hemis again. Miss Abelson? Are you okay? Choi Hyun-seok examined the still unconscious Abelson. Unlike Choi Hyun-seok, who was just pretending to be fainted, Abelson was truly unconscious and still could not open her eyes. Fortunately, her pulse was normal. I should first lay her down on the bed. Just as Choi Hyun-seok was carefully lifting Abelson to lay her on the bed. Hero. It's now. Rachel whispered in Choi Hyun-seok's ear, appearing without a sound. You startled me? Where were you and why are you showing up now? What? It was you who told me not to interfere when you need to focus, right? Oh, and you said not to show up when that monster Hemis is around. That's why I was just observing the situation. In fact, there was no particular problem even if Rachel was discovered by Hemis. She already knew that Choi Hyun-seok was a hero. Still, it felt a bit awkward to show Rachel in front of Hemis. It feels like I'm openly advertising that I'm a hero. It's okay. I don't want to appear in front of that monster either. Rachel shuddered at the mere thought of it. The room was filled with corpses and blood, not to mention the meat that Choi Hyun-seok had brought, all of which had disappeared into Hemi's mouth. What if she finds me tasty and eats me? She might actually do that. It was not something to be dismissed as a joke. With Hemis, it would not be strange at all if she were to catch and eat Rachel out of curiosity about how she might taste. By the way, Rachel, what did you mean by it's now? You said it's now when you appeared just now. Yes. Hero, this is the perfect opportunity, let's take care of it right away. What? Rachel made an ominous expression, like a cliched villain plotting something. Isn't that silver-haired person too suspicious? What if she's not a saint, but a witch? You're still going on about that. Think about it. That man used a holy magic spell at the end, right? So if he's on our side, why were they fighting? He did seem to know Abelson. He called her a saint. Exactly, but even so, he just grabbed her collar and hit her like that. Rachel gestured as if grabbing an invisible collar and striking. Now that he thinks about it, it was really strange. Although he doesn't know exactly what the next saint is, it's clear that he or she is an extremely precious existence. So the sight of Abelson, who is supposedly the next saint, having her collar grabbed like that seemed rather odd. So you're saying we should deal with her now? Yes. Rachel nodded happily. Talk some sense. Choi Hyun-seok gave her a good whack. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Enough with the useless talk. Let's just go back for now. When Abelson wakes up, we can talk to her then. Despite Choi Hyun-seok's words, Rachel did not give up. Let's deal with her now. Stop being so stubborn. Are you really an angel? You're worse than a demon. I'm not him, I'm her, and I'm not an angel, I'm a fairy. Choi Hyun-seok used every facial muscle to express a look of pitiful exasperation. You're actually jealous that Abelson is prettier than you, aren't you? No, that's not it. I'm much prettier and cuter. Your voice is trembling, so it seems like it is true. No, it's not. It's not. It is, isn't it? You're jealous? Oh, she's jealous, she's jealous. Choi Hyun-seok teased Rachel with an excited expression. Rachel is a jealous person. It's not true. The hero and his dedicated fairy were becoming more and more childish by the day. After becoming a head chef, Choi Hyun-seok's daily routine was like a hamster running on a wheel, unchanging. He wakes up early in the morning to train. He then sets out on a hunt with the cooking staff. After the hunt is over, he cooks the day's catch of monsters, and when evening comes, he goes home. That's where his daily routine ends. However, there is one change after the Assassination incident. Are you already giving up? Ugh. Phew, not yet. On a night when the moon had not yet risen, Choi Hyun-seok was facing Riadrin in the dark training ground. Torches burning in various places illuminated the two. Riadrin looked at Choi Hyun-seok with a serious expression. Then don't stop. As if Riadrin's words were a signal, Choi Hyun-seok pushed off the ground and dashed. His body shot forward like an arrow. Due to his magically enhanced physique, his speed far exceeded that of a regular human. Choi Hyun-seok thrust his fist with a shout. Swoosh! His fist tore through the air, flying towards Riadrin. It was an attack containing enough force to shatter even a rock. However, the expression on Riadrin, the target of the attack, remained calmly composed. He lightly twisted his body to evade the fist and pushed Choi Hyun-seok's chest. Ugh! It felt like his chest was about to shatter, even though the push seemed light. Choi Hyun-seok staggered back. Didn't I tell you? Your attacks are too honest. Riadrin said. Choi Hyun-seok, you do not have the upper hand in terms of strength and speed. Nor can you use powerful magic. Yes, you certainly possess excellent talent. Your ability to control your physical body and magic is quite impressive. The problem lies here. Riadrin tapped his head with his finger. You have limitations in your imagination. As a result, your movements are monotonous and honest. Forget your previous common sense. Magic makes anything possible. Don't limit yourself. I will keep that in mind. This problem will continue to hinder you, but you must remember this. No matter how strong you become, you will always be the weak one. There will always be someone stronger than you. That's why you must keep all possibilities open. To defeat the strong, the weak must not hesitate to use any means necessary. You must not forget that honesty is a privilege only the strong can afford. Yes. Riadrin raised his hand and patted Choi Hyun-seok's shoulder. That's enough for today. Good work. Thank you. Choi Hyun-seok bowed his head. Riadrin left, and Choi Hyun-seok was left alone in the training ground, sprawled on the ground. Arg, I'm really dying here. His whole body was screaming in pain. There wasn't a single part that didn't hurt. Hero, are you alright? Rachel appeared on Choi Hyun-seok's chest and said. You're heavy, so get off. How rude to call a lady heavy. I don't even have the energy to joke. Just hurry and heal me. Okay. Without a word, Rachel cast a healing spell on Choi Hyun-seok. I feel a bit better now. Choi Hyun-seok let out a sigh of relief as the wounds all over his body began to heal. Can I keep doing this? It's been nearly a month since he started sparring with Riadrin, but the gap between them has not narrowed at all. Rather, it feels like the gap is only widening. I need to get stronger quickly. Choi Hyun-seok briefly recalled the past. He remembered the day Assassination appeared, when he was helplessly defeated by a fellow human. He said he couldn't tell me the details. Choi Hyun-seok had asked Abelson about the identity of that man, Assassination, and why he was attacking Abelson. But the response he received was a different question instead. Choi Hyun-seok, isn't it strange? Why has the war between humans and demons been going on for over 500 years? Don't you find it strange that this war never ends? Choi Hyun-seok had nothing to answer this sudden question. He was a foreigner who had not been in this strange world for long. It was only through Abelson's words that he learned the war between demons and humans had been going on for over 500 years. The only thing I can tell you now is this: you need to become stronger, and believe in no one else but yourself. That is the only thing that will protect Choi Hyun-seok from this chaos. With those words, Abelson fell silent. Choi Hyun-seok had many more questions, but he did not ask. He instinctively knew that Abelson would not answer further. So that's why I started training. Choi Hyun-seok muttered as he gazed at the night sky. Is this really okay? After his conversation with Abelson, Choi Hyun-seok had redoubled his training efforts. He could confidently say that he was truly working hard. The results were not negligible either. Thanks to the consistent hunting and training with Riadrin, his stats had risen quite significantly. Choi Hyun-seok opened his status window to check. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, Hero Candidate. White small square level, 335. Strength, 110. Agility, 108. Stamina, 112. Magic, 114. Charisma, 52. Bonus points. White small square savior points, 450. White small square abilities, pickaxe usage, C. Leadership, D. Cooking, E. Magic control, D. White small square skills, Riadrin style fighting technique. His level had increased by over 100 in just a month. All his stats except charisma had surpassed 100. Even Choi Hyun-seok himself felt that his body had become ridiculously powerful, beyond that of a normal human. Yet, it was still not enough. There were too many monsters in this world. There's something else I need. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. He wanted to become strong enough to escape the Demon King's army and be free. He wanted to live in a grand mansion, have a romance with a noble golden-haired lady, and raise a rabbit-like child in his retirement. For that, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Right. I have to take Abelson with me too. I almost forgot. Hero, I told you to give up on that woman. She's a witch. Keep talking like that and you'll really get divine retribution, you know. Just as Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel were exchanging silly banter. Huff, huff. A soldier was approaching them, panting strangely. Upon closer inspection, it was one of the cooking staff. Chef? I'm able to find you? I've been looking everywhere. What is it? Choi Hyun-seok asked with a puzzled expression. It was unusual for a cooking staff member to be looking for him at this time. The commander is looking for the chef. Go quickly. So that's why it's been quiet lately. Choi Hyun-seok wasn't particularly surprised. He got up from his seat with an expression that said, so it's finally time. The ornate door made of black wood was about 3 meters tall. Standing in front of the door, Choi Hyun-seok took a deep breath. Phew. He carefully knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A beautiful voice came from inside. As he entered, Choi Hyun-seok saw Hemis, as usual, sitting with her legs crossed on the desk. Her lips seem even bigger today. Thinking this trivial thought, Choi Hyun-seok bowed his head. I heard you were looking for me. Have you been bored lately? Choi Hyun-seok blinked his eyes at the unexpected remark. Far from being bored, he had been feeling like there was never enough time in the day. No, you seem to have been quite bored lately. Hemis spoke again. Choi Hyun-seok finally understood the implication of her words. She just wants something to entertain her. After the Oseldgafen incident, there had been no incidents for nearly a month. It was obvious that the monster was planning to stir up some trouble. So, I want to give you something fun to do. Yes. You seem to be performing the role of battalion commander well, so don't you think it's time to move on to the stage of division commander? Choi Hyun-seok made an expression as if to say, no way. It can't be. Unfortunately, his bad premonitions always turned out to be true. Hemi's smiling lips stretched wide. I'll give you a month. Capture the division commander. A new storm was brewing. Hemis had lived for far too long. At some point, she had given up even trying to keep track of time. How old was she exactly? 800 years? 900? She might even have surpassed 1,000. No, thinking about it again, she was definitely over 1,000. More than a millennium. That was too much time for a being with reason to endure. How boring. Lately, Hemis had been unusually bored. There had been no incidents for about a month. It was an incredibly quiet and peaceful daily life. While a peaceful daily life might be the most precious thing for someone, it was not so for Hemis. She craved stimulating events that would make her brain tingle. Why are those fanatics so quiet? Have they already given up on the Holy Maiden? She had captured the next Holy Maiden, Abelson Mariette, for the sake of entertainment, and soon after, a reaction came. The Holy Empire had sent the hero human, Oseld, in an attempt to rescue her. That day, she had tasted the blood of a human with dense magical power, which was very satisfying. But that was it. A month had passed since then, yet the Holy Empire had not sent any additional rescue teams. Sigh, in the old days I would have just gone there and captured them all. She was not allowed to move from this black giant star unless it was the Demon King's order. That was the promise, after all. As a result, Hemis was stuck in the castle, just looking for toys to play with. Choi Hyun-seok has also been quiet lately. How boring. As Hemis murmured while stroking her chin, she suddenly stood up. That's right, Choi Hyun-seok. She had forgotten about her best toy for a while. Why did I forget about him? Choi Hyun-seok was given the task of stabilizing the junior officer's mess. The meat he had personally roasted was quite delicious and satisfactory. It's been a month, so the mess hall should be stabilized by now, but Hemis preferred new events over delicious meat. It was time to start manipulating Choi Hyun-seok again. In fact, she might have left him alone for too long. Bring Choi Hyun-seok. As Hemis' order was given, Choi Hyun-seok soon arrived. I heard you were looking for me. Have you been bored lately? Excuse me. Choi Hyun-seok blinked his eyes in a perplexed expression. Hemis silently chuckled. How dare he question her? If it were other beings, she would have torn them apart and swallowed them, but Choi Hyun-seok was an exception. Hemis had expected this kind of reaction from him in the first place. Even his trivial reactions were refreshing and entertaining. It's fun to tease him. Choi Hyun-seok was a fresh breeze for Hemis, who had grown weary of the long years and everything had become dull. The unpredictable human who constantly defied her expectations. It was time to give him a new mission. I'll give you a month. Capture the battalion commander. Excuse me. Choi Hyun-seok's face hardened. What's with that expression? Don't you want to do it? No, not at all. Choi Hyun-seok put on a self-assured expression. I was just momentarily surprised by the honor you have bestowed upon me. Is that so? Yes, I will definitely achieve the task given by the great corps commander. Oh ho ho, that's right. Hemis laughed happily. He was still an excellent liar among humans. Suddenly, Hemis felt a mischievous urge. Shall I shake him up a bit? She licked her lips and continued. But can you really do it? Excuse me, Choi Hyun-seok. I know you've gotten quite strong. It's unbelievable compared to when you first came here. This was sincere. Choi Hyun-seok's rate of growth was beyond anyone's imagination. It had not even been 3 months since he came to this black giant star. The once ordinary human, Choi Hyun-seok, now possessed the strength of a typical human knight. That level was something that ordinary humans would have to train for over 10 years to reach. Even those with talent would have to struggle for several years to attain such a level. But Choi Hyun-seok had reached that level in just 3 months. Of course, his rapid growth is also thanks to the training from Riadrin and the support I've provided. Choi Hyun-seok's explosive growth was the result of everyone's combined efforts. Choi Hyun-seok's own outstanding talent, Riadrin's excellent guidance, and the trials Hemis had bestowed upon him. It was a miraculous event where coincidences overlapped and intertwined. But you know, even though you've gotten that strong, I still think capturing the battalion commander is too much for you. There was a significant gap between the company commander and the battalion commander levels. From the battalion level, they could carry out independent tactical missions. That's why among the Demon King's army, those at the battalion commander rank were considered true officers. And those battalion commanders are all top-notch guys. Most battalion commanders were the equivalent of aristocrats among humans. In other words, they were demons with bloodlines. The strength of demons with bloodlines was vastly different from ordinary hybrids. As an ordinary human, can you really defeat such a battalion commander in just a month? Choi Hyun-seok's face hardened. In my opinion, you need to become at least twice as strong as you are now to have a chance. I'll do my best to accomplish it somehow. Choi Hyun-seok answered with determination. No, I still think it's impossible. So, let me make an additional proposal for you. An additional proposal, you say? You have a bit of demonic energy, don't you, being a human? Yes, I have a little. Choi Hyun-seok nodded reluctantly. Suddenly, Hemis' lips stretched wide. I'll share my demonic energy with you. And it's free of charge. How about it? Quite a generous offer, isn't it? Hemis leaned in close, her lips almost touching Choi Hyun-seok's. Well, that's... Choi Hyun-seok's voice was already half-choked. Click. The antique black wooden door closed. Choi Hyun-seok, who had left Hemis' office, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I really went through 10 years worth of stress. Asking me to receive her demonic energy out of the blue. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. The demand to capture the battalion commander was already an unreasonable request, and on top of that, Hemis said she would share her demonic energy since Choi Hyun-seok might have trouble with it. If I fail, I'll die, and if I succeed, I'll end up like that orc I fought before. Orc Kirkin, whom Choi Hyun-seok had fought. The orc had temporarily become stronger after accepting Hemis' demonic energy, but eventually went mad and melted away. Choi Hyun-seok didn't even want to imagine what would happen if, as a human, he accepted Hemis' demonic energy. If I'm going to go mad, I'd rather do it gracefully. Who would accept such nonsense? SHH, hero. The office is not far away yet? Corps commander might hear you. Huh. Startled by Rachel's warning, Choi Hyun-seok looked around. A brief silence. Relieved to find no one around, Choi Hyun-seok relaxed. By the way, why are you suddenly calling her corps commander and being so polite? Usually, you just call her a monster and all sorts of things. When talking about Hemis, Rachel would usually rant and use harsh words. So, it was strange to see her suddenly addressing her with such formality. Rachel responded with an expression as if it was obvious. What if she's listening? If it's discovered that the hero has been bad-mouthing her behind her back, I need to at least save myself. Rachel stretched her arms up to the sky. Great Corps Commander? I have no association with this insolent hero whatsoever. So this is the duty of a dedicated fairy. Choi Hyun-seok grabbed and shook Rachel vigorously. Ack, I can't breathe. Then die. Their bickering, if it could be called that, continued until they reached Bobo's house. Geez. Hero, haven't you become a lot more violent lately? If you keep living like a piece of trash, you might even lose your hero status. Have you never thought that your big mouth is the violent one? Is that so? Rachel shrugged her shoulders with a clueless expression. Choi Hyun-seok was almost amazed by her sheer audacity. You're really remarkable in so many ways. And I'd be happy to lose this hero status right now. Ugh, don't say that. You're my only lifeline, hero. We need to quickly defeat the Demon King and win together. Hero, you know what withdrawal is, right? I haven't been able to have macarons and coffee lately, and it's driving me crazy. Enough, I should just shut up. In the end, Choi Hyun-seok was the first to surrender. As soon as they arrived at Bobo's house, Choi Hyun-seok rested his head on Bobo's belly. Woof. Bobo, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes slightly, then closed them again after confirming Choi Hyun-seok. Forget the useless talk and start thinking about what to do next. What do you mean? The lipstick monster told you to capture the battalion commander, didn't she? Yes. Do you think I can defeat the battalion commander now? If you win, I'll cook for you. I might just grill you right now. Choi Hyun-seok glared fiercely. Rachel cleared her throat and continued. Ahem, I was just joking, but the truth is, with your current level, even if you die and come back to life, you won't be able to beat a battalion commander. I suppose so. The difference in raw physical specs was simply too overwhelming. Wasn't my combat power around 9,500 today? It was exactly 9,550. Rachel had checked Choi Hyun-seok's combat power that morning, but the battalion commanders are at least in the late 40,000s. Based on Choi Hyun-seok's findings so far, the weakest battalion commander had a combat power of around 49,000, and the rest were all unmeasurable. The combat power meter could only measure up to 50,000, so the average combat power of the battalion commanders must be over 50,000. Even if combat power is just a simple stat, it's not easy to overturn such an overwhelming difference. Furthermore, the battalion commanders were not just mindless brutes relying on power. From what he had gathered, they were an elite group, professional fighters who had systematically trained in combat techniques. Unlike the foolish regular soldiers, the battalion commanders would know how to maximize their combat power. I should have at least received the demonic energy. If you had, you'd probably go mad even before a month is up. I was just saying that out of frustration. Suddenly asking him to defeat a battalion commander. He knew it would happen someday, but the timing was too early. No matter how I look at it, a month is just impossible. And lately, my leveling up hasn't been going well either. That's right. The loopholes have reached their limit. The hunting method of easily catching monsters by using the cooks was now at its end. His level was increasing, but only by 1 or 2 a day. At this rate, even if he trained hard for a month, it would be impossible to defeat a battalion commander. I need to find some kind of solution. Choi Hyun-seok buried his head in Bobo's fur. When bristled, even a sword couldn't penetrate it, but normally it was soft and silky. Bobo, it would be so great if you could fight in my place. The pet of the Demon King. Bobo really showed the true importance of bloodline. He was growing stronger at a steep rate just by eating without doing anything. In just a month, his size had increased by more than 1.5 times, and his combat power had long since become immeasurable. Choi Hyun-seok was reminded of when Hemis had first entrusted Bobo, saying he was in a growth period. At the time, he thought it was a lie, but now he could see that Bobo was truly in a growth period. Well, if it's Bobo, he might even be able to fight on par with a battalion commander. Maybe he could even win. At Choi Hyun-seok's words, Rachel let out a sigh. Ugh, what's the use of that? In the end, duels are one-on-one fights. That's right, duels are one-on-one. Choi Hyun-seok muttered, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. That's it, the leadership decision match. If it's a duel, it has to be one-on-one. That's right. Then I just have to not have a duel, right? Suddenly, Rachel started examining Choi Hyun-seok's head. That's strange, you don't seem to have hit your head on the way here. Hero, do you remember who I am? Choi Hyun-seok carelessly tossed Rachel aside. Kaya, I'm not joking, I'm serious? Was that truly what you meant? Rachel said, fixing her disheveled hair. Yes. Hemis said that, didn't she? Capture any battalion commander. I think she did say that. No, I'm sure of it. Choi Hyun-seok clearly remembered. I'll give you a month. Capture the battalion commander. Hemis had told him to capture the battalion commander. She didn't point out a specific person like with Kirkan, and she didn't say anything about a duel either. So I don't have to worry about the means and methods, right? At Choi Hyun-seok's explanation, Rachel made a wary expression. Aren't you interpreting it too freely? I don't know. It was her own words? I'm just doing as I was told. A crazed look began to gleam in Choi Hyun-seok's eyes. Rachel shook her head. Based on her past experiences, there was no reasoning with Choi Hyun-seok when he was in this kind of manic state. 1 month. I'll capture him no matter what. Choi Hyun-seok stroked Bobo's head as he spoke. Our Bobo, you can do it, right? Huh. Woof. Bobo responded drowsily, though it was uncertain whether he truly understood Choi Hyun-seok's words. Hyun-seok. It's already been a month since he became the head chef. He has naturally become quite familiar with the duties of a head chef now. His work can be broadly divided into 3 main tasks. First, hunting. Second, recruiting new chefs. Third, personally cooking the food that Hemis, Riadrin, and Abelson will eat. First, the hunting is the basic skill of a chef. This is because the special dish, fresh monster meat, needs to be procured as the goal of the executive chefs here. In this regard, Hyun-seok did not hesitate to abuse his authority and satisfy his own greed. Hurry up! Only the squad that comes in first today will get to eat the meat. He has the chefs catch the monsters alive, and then he personally kills them to easily level up. In this way, he was able to increase his level by over 100 in just 1 month. Next is recruiting new chefs. Hunting monsters is difficult. It's even harder to catch them alive rather than killing them. Naturally, the chefs suffered greater casualties. There were massive casualties every day, and Hyun-seok had to recruit new chefs daily to fill the vacant positions. This was quite a hassle, but since it was for his own level progression, he didn't have much complaint about it. The last is directly cooking the food. In the past, Hyun-seok had purchased cooking skills at the hero's shop. And now, as the head chef, that cooking ability he once deemed useless is shining. The Heavenly Corps Commander Hemis, Riadrin, the spiritual pillar and martial arts mentor, and Abelson Mariette, who may one day become his wife. Hyun-seok only cooked and delivered directly to the 3 of them. He didn't care what the other high-ranking officers ate. After all, they had been happy so far as long as he just threw them fresh meat chunks. But not from now on. Hyun-seok thinks. The cooking skills of the Demon King's army are terrible, and yet, they are quite discerning of taste and have huge appetites. In fact, the soldiers of the culinary battalion would leap into a bonfire for just a single piece of roasted meat. I think this will also work on the other high-ranking officers. Then what about the high-ranking officers? Couldn't he captivate them with his meat just like the regular soldiers? Hemis and Riadrin praised it as delicious. High-ranking demons don't seem to have vastly different tastes. Hyun-seok's eyes gleamed. So let's stew and simmer a battalion commander with food. And then drag him to a secluded place and ambush him together with Rachel. Hearing Hyun-seok's plan, Rachel made a creepy expression. You're just accumulating more and more schemes, hero. Thank you for the compliment. But will there really be an idiot who will fall for it with just food? The battalion commanders seem to have some intelligence, don't they? There will be. After all, this place is full of fools. Well, that's true, but... Rachel still looked worried. Rachel, do you remember when I first became the head chef and recruited the chefs? Huh? Yes, I remember. That time when we were summoned to a certain battalion commander and nearly got in big trouble. She naturally remembered it. At the time, they really thought they were in big trouble. In the end, it was resolved by taking on the nuisance Usera, but still, that fat battalion commander. Didn't he look like he had a huge appetite? That's true. The name didn't come to mind, but they definitely remembered the exceptionally fat battalion commander. Since most in the Demon King's army were muscular, he stood out. That pig. Didn't he have a scent of being an easy target? Rachel said, her eyes sparkling. That's right. Let's start with that guy first. Okay, we'll have to work fast if we want to take him down in a month. That's right. Let's get moving right away. Yes. A new fraud team. No, the hero and the dedicated fairy have begun to move. Battalion Commander Doris, the lover of peace, was peacefully tearing into the meat as usual today. Krua, chomp, chomp. A month ago, there had almost been a disruption to his peace because of Hyun-seok. But he managed to turn the crisis into an opportunity by taking on the nuisance of the battalion, Usero. After that, he had gained true peace. As a result, his appetite had exploded, and his body had grown even larger than before. His bloated body was now beyond simply being big, bordering on flabby. With each step, his flesh would wobble. If he were human, he would have to worry about various adult diseases like severe obesity, hypertension, diabetes, myocardial infarction, malignant tumors, cataracts, arteriosclerosis, and emphysema. But despite his appearance, Doris, who had risen to the rank of battalion commander, was living a healthy and peaceful life without any minor illnesses. Knock, knock. In the midst of tearing into the meat, someone knocked on the door of his office. What is it? Seeing the entering soldier, Doris made a slightly displeased expression. To disturb his mealtime like this. If it's a trivial matter, he had resolved to put that soldier on the dinner table tonight. Lord Doris, the head of the culinary battalion has come to see you. The head of the culinary battalion? Surely you don't mean that person. Yes, it's head chef Hyun-seok. Ugh. At the mention of Hyun-seok, Doris let out a groan. I don't want to be involved with him. Hyun-seok is under the protection of the corps commander. Moreover, Riadrin, who is the corps commander's direct subordinate, is known to be pathologically fond of Hyun-seok. He didn't want to get entangled with such a dangerous person. If he needs chefs, just tell him to recruit them like before. At Doris' words, the soldier shook his head. No, he said he wants to deliver a thank you message. Thank you message. Yes, he wants to personally serve the meat he cooked. At the mention of meat, Doris' eyes widened greatly. Though it was buried in fat, it could still be seen. Let him in. Yes, sir. The soldier left, and shortly after, the human, Hyun-seok, appeared, carrying a large platter. He bowed his head deeply. Lord Doris, it's been a while. Ahem. So, you've come to deliver a thank you message. Yes. A month ago, thanks to Lord Doris' consideration, I was able to comfortably settle into the position of head chef. Hyun-seok smiled warmly and continued. I should have visited you sooner, but I've been quite busy with work, so I'm sorry for the delay. That's understandable. Anyway, what do you have there? Doris already knew, but he pretended not to and asked. He couldn't wait to eat the new meat. So that meat he cooked is really that delicious, huh? There had been rumors circulating among the battalion commanders recently. The rumor was that the meat Hyun-seok cooked himself was incredibly delicious. But since he was only serving it to the corps commander and Riadrin, there was no insane officer who dared to demand the meat first. Yet, the opportunity had now come to him. Hehe. Since he's the one offering it and I didn't ask for it, it should be fine. Just as Doris expected, the platter contained well-roasted meat. My skills may be lacking, but I cooked this with heartfelt gratitude for you, Lord Doris. I hope you will find it to your liking. Hyun-seok's tongue danced flawlessly, but Doris didn't even hear it. His gaze was already fixed on the meat that had been placed on the table. Shall we give it a try? Then let me have a taste. Doris didn't decline and picked up a large piece of meat. Regardless of propriety, he was dying to know the taste of that meat. Wow, mmm. Doris put the meat in his mouth and slowly savored it. Soon, an unpleasant groan came out of the pig's mouth. Haa. For a moment, a murderous aura flashed across Hyun-seok's face, but it was only for a brief instant, so Doris didn't notice. Ahem, the meat is excellent. Doris blushed as he spoke. He seemed embarrassed that he had acted in an undignified manner. I'm glad it was to your liking. Hyun-seok gave a friendly smile. Anyone watching would think he was genuinely delighted. If he had been an actor on Earth instead of a martial artist, he could have been a great success. His rugged build and ominous appearance might have limited his roles, but still. Then I shall take my leave now. Are you leaving already? Inwardly, he wished Hyun-seok would just leave now, but Doris pretended to be reluctant. But since I was treated to such delicious meat, I can't send him away coldly. Maybe Hyun-seok would bring him more meat next time. Yes, then I'll be going. Just as Hyun-seok was leaving the office, he suddenly stopped and turned back. Battalion Commander Doris, if it's all right, may I continue to serve you meals from time to time? Actually, the meals I serve are primarily for the corps commander and Lord Riadrin, so I don't often have the opportunity. But, Hyun-seok looked at Doris with sparkling eyes. Since a person of such admirable character as yourself seems to have enjoyed it so much, if possible, I'd like to continue serving you meals. Haha, of course. I'd even want to ask you to do so. Doris didn't decline at all. To be precise, he didn't have the mind to decline. He was simply gaping, delighted at the prospect of being able to continue eating the meat. Thank you. Then I must be going, as I'm quite busy with work. All right. Take care on your way. Unusually, Doris even got up from his chair to see Hyun-seok off. Thud. Soon, Hyun-seok left, and the office door closed. Only then did Doris unleash the laughter he had been holding back. Hehe. Ha. This is wonderful. This is true peace. There is no more peaceful moment than when eating delicious meat. Krua, smack. What on earth did he do to the meat to make it taste this good? Tearing into the meat frantically, Doris thought. Hyun-seok. I don't need to view him solely in a bad light. No, he might even be a good person. After all, the corps commander Hemis didn't keep the human close for no reason. On the return journey after completing the mission, Hyun-seok couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Beside him, Rachel also stifled her laughter. He. The hero and the dedicated fairy were laughing. Ha. Kaya haha, Kia. In the end, the two couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter. Hero. Rachel called out to Hyun-seok with great excitement. Pahyu, what is it? Did you see that pig's expression just now? He was completely captivated. Right? He totally lost his mind. How on earth do you make someone go HAAA while eating meat? Suddenly, Rachel made a horrified expression. Hyun-seok also hardened his face as he continued. To be honest, for a moment there I considered smashing his head with the platter. That you resisted is amazing, hero. Is that so? Ha. Yes? Kaya haha. Maybe the fact that the operation had succeeded so beautifully was just too enjoyable. The two were practically going insane. Shortly after, they arrived at Bobo's place. With her excitement calmed, Rachel spoke in a serious tone. By the way, hero, what's the next plan? The real fun is just beginning. Oh ho. Rachel made an expression full of interest. From now on, I have to play a balancing act with that pig. I'll provide him with meat periodically, but make sure he doesn't take it for granted. So you're making him a slave to the meat, huh? It's similar. By gently coaxing him like that, and when the right time comes. Hyun-seok made a cunning expression. We'll go hunting together. Hunting the pig. That's right. Hunting the pig. Hee. That sounds fun. The remaining time is 1 month. Within that, they plan to somehow capture the pig. No, the battalion commander Doris. A week has passed since then. The order from Hemis to capture the battalion commander has been issued, but Choi Hyun-seok's daily life has not really changed. He hunts, cooks, and trains with Riadrin late at night. The only added item is that he has to cook for battalion commander Doris as well. Well, let's go. Choi Hyun-seok, who has prepared a dish on a plate, leaves the kitchen again. The destination is Doris' office. Winning Doris' favor is the core of Choi Hyun-seok's plan, so he must not forget it. That pig. I wonder what reaction he'll show this time. He'll probably make those weird moaning sounds while eating again. Lately, it seems like he's gained even more weight. Isn't he going to be unable to go out of the office later? That would be a bit troublesome. Choi Hyun-seok's goal is to take Doris to the forest and dispose of him. If he gets too fat and can't go out the door, it will be a big problem. I'll give him more meat, so should I tell him to lose some weight? It seems a bit contradictory, but let's give it a try. Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel continued their silly talk as they moved. Finally, they arrived at Doris' office. Knock, knock. As he knocked on the door, a familiar voice was heard. Come in. When he opened the door, Choi Hyun-seok thought, the voice is a little different from usual. Doris knows that Choi Hyun-seok visits at this time every day. So when Choi Hyun-seok knocks on the door, he welcomes him enthusiastically, as if he were a lover. But today, he just told him to come in with a dry voice. Somehow, Choi Hyun-seok had an ominous premonition. You've come again. As he opened the door, Doris was sitting in a chair as usual. Yes, I hope you have been well. Well, so. Choi Hyun-seok immediately noticed the change. There's no food on the table. There has never been a time when Doris' table was without food, such as fruit or meat. But for some reason, today he is just sitting there blankly. Did you bring meat? Doris asked. Choi Hyun-seok placed the dish on the table and nodded. Yes. But Doris, is something wrong? You don't look well. Choi Hyun-seok asked with a worried expression. Then Doris smiled faintly. As always, only you know my mood. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok laughed awkwardly, and then he was surprised by Doris' next words. Peace has been broken. Huh. Suddenly, peace has been broken? Did that pig take the wrong antibiotic or something? My peace has been broken. What do you mean by peace has been broken? The commander's decision battle. At the mention of the commander's decision battle, Choi Hyun-seok's eyes widened. You don't mean? That's right. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a commander's decision battle for the battalion commander position. It was a thunderbolt. Doris is going to have a commander's decision battle. If he loses, he may be demoted from the position of battalion commander. In the worst case, Doris might even die. It's probably because I've become this kind of physique, so they look down on me. Doris smiled self-deprecatingly as he looked at his plump body. That's why I don't have much appetite today. But I have to eat the meat you brought deliciously. Suddenly, Doris changed his attitude and began to eat the meat greedily. Quahak? Soup? Since I've been starving for 3 hours, it tastes even better. Choi Hyun-seok closed his eyes. It's the end. A week's worth of effort has gone to waste. It didn't look like that stupid pig would win the commander's decision battle. So he should have taken care of himself better, you stupid pig. Choi Hyun-seok wanted to grab Doris by the collar and yell at him. If Doris had shown a more commander-like appearance, this wouldn't have happened. Of course, if that had been the case, he wouldn't have become Choi Hyun-seok target either. That's a big problem. Munch munch. Slurp. Yeah. If it's okay, can you come and watch the commander's decision battle tomorrow? If you, Quahak. Sup? Watch over me, I think I'll gain strength. Yes. Choi Hyun-seok nodded his head and prayed inwardly. Please. I hope the one who challenges him is even more pathetic than Doris. The next day, Choi Hyun-seok finished his duties with sunken eyes. Hero, are you okay? No. Choi Hyun-seok couldn't help but stay up all night. After all, what he had worked for a week was about to be in vain. And it's not just any week, but a quarter of the 1-month period given to him. Cheer up. Maybe that pig will awaken and turn into a boar? Then there would be hope. Would that even happen? No, it wouldn't. Rachel answered in a very dejected tone. Honestly, she felt the same way as Choi Hyun-seok. The possibility of Doris winning seemed too slim. Compared to the other battalion commanders, Doris looked too weak. No matter how much you can't judge everything just by appearance, Doris was in that bad of a shape. That pig who looks like he weighs over 500 kilograms, I'm worried if he can even move properly. Honestly, I'm worried he might have a heart attack on the way to the commander's decision battle. Yeah, Doris' height is around 3 meters, which is quite tall. The problem is that he seems to be around 2 meters wide as well, looking almost spherical. It was questionable whether he could even walk with that massive body. Ugh. All the work I did for a week has been in vain. Well, what can we do? We'll have to find someone else. But still, don't give up hope until the end. The opponent might be a stupid goblin, you know. What's with you, saying something sensible for once? At Choi Hyun-seok's praise, Rachel put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. Ahem. Hero and I are comrades in destiny, aren't we? We have to cheer each other on. Alright, let's just go. Maybe the opponent will be a regular soldier with a few too many screws loose in his head. That's right. Until we open the lid, no one knows for sure. Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel prayed. They hoped that Doris' opponent would be a stupid person who didn't know the subject. It's over. The result of their prayer was devastating. As soon as they arrived at the duel arena, what came into view was a massive figure with a deer-like head from the Demon King's army. At least the height is similar. The deer-headed one had a similar height to Doris. The problem was that his entire body was made of steel-like muscles. The black skin revealed muscles that were clearly top-notch at first glance. Boom, boom. The deer-headed one swung the heavy iron hammer, which seemed burdensome even to lift, like swinging a cotton swab. If he gets hit even once, it's over. The moment he gets hit by that monstrous iron hammer, Doris would become well-tenderized pork. Oh, Choi Hyun-seok, you've come. At that moment, Doris, who had spotted Choi Hyun-seok, waved his hand. Whether he knew the situation or not, his silly laughter was not to Choi Hyun-seok's liking. He seemed to be struggling to even stand, already sweating profusely. Fighting. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok forced a smile and waved his hand. Even he couldn't control his expression at this moment. The situation was that desperate. From tomorrow, I'll have to busily tour the battalion. I don't know if there will be another idiot like Doris, but... Choi Hyun-seok's mind was already busy looking for a replacement for Doris. Have both of you finished preparing? Yes, Lord Loiger. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared between Doris and the deer-headed one. When did he get there? Choi Hyun-seok looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. Human? No, a demon. He was different from the demons Choi Hyun-seok had seen so far. His appearance resembled a human. About 2 meters tall, with a well-built physique. He was also properly dressed. His face was a bit different from a human's, but he was still handsome enough to be considered one. And the crucial feature was his black hair. Since coming to this world, Choi Hyun-seok had never seen anyone else with black hair like his own. So that's the high-ranking demon they've been talking about. Since this was a duel to decide the battalion commander, the one overseeing it must be a commander from a higher echelon. Choi Hyun-seok guessed that this demon was at least a regimental commander, or even a division commander. Then let's start right away. I'm in a hurry, so I'd like to finish this quickly. The high-ranking demon said, and Doris and the muscular deer-headed one began to charge at each other. At the same time, Choi Hyun-seok's eyes widened. What the? He couldn't help but blurt out a curse. It was because Doris, who seemed to have trouble even walking, was running at an insane speed. Boom, 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 boom. Whenever Doris struck the ground, the earth cracked. Choi Hyun-seok had trouble even keeping up with Doris' speed with his eyes. Eeeeee. The deer-headed one on the other side also let out a strange cry and charged. His movements were also remarkable. It was clear he had the skills to covet the battalion commander's position, but Choi Hyun-seok had a premonition. He's still one step below Doris. As soon as the two massive figures collided, Choi Hyun-seok knew his prediction was correct. Kwang, Kong. Doris pushed the opponent back fiercely, like an African buffalo. The deer-headed one couldn't even swing his hammer and was just desperately defending. Is it over? The match was decided in less than a minute. Eek. The deer-headed one fell to the ground, covered in blood. Occasionally twitching, it seemed he was still clinging to life. It's over. The winner is Doris. The high-ranking demon said briefly, and then disappeared just as quickly as he had appeared. Doris didn't seem to be particularly concerned about it, as if it was a familiar occurrence. It's been a while since I've moved, so I'm a little tired. Doris approached, dragging his bulky body. Choi Hyun-seok? I think the meat you gave me made me stronger. Thank you. Yes. I'm glad it was helpful. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At Bobo's house. In the dark room, a lone desk stood. Flicker? A single candle on the desk struggled to illuminate the room. Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel sat across from each other, with serious expressions. This is a big problem. It is a big problem indeed. Kwang. Bobo let out a small bark, seemingly in agreement. Hero, why did you bring Bobo here when we're having a strategy meeting? You just ruined the atmosphere. Don't be so harsh. Bobo is in the same boat as us. And besides, this is Bobo's house, after all. Ah, that's right. It was so familiar that she had forgotten, but this was Bobo's house, and Choi Hyun-seok was Bobo's caretaker. In a sense, he was a moocher. Anyway, the important thing now is not the atmosphere, but what we should do going forward. You're right. Who would have thought that stupid pig would be so strong? The overwhelming power Doris displayed in the duel today far exceeded their expectations. If this continued, their plan would be seriously disrupted. I knew the battalion commander would be strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Normally, not just anyone can come to the army headquarters. Only those with exceptional skills or distinguished service among the battalion commanders are allowed. So Doris, who was serving as a battalion commander here, had to be incredibly strong. What if we start working on choosing a different battalion commander from now on? Rachel's suggestion made Choi Hyun-seok shake his head. Rejected. Who knows how strong the other one will be? They might even be stronger than Doris. And there's no guarantee they'll be as obsessed with meat as Doris. But do we really have to fight that monster pig? Even with Bobo, it seems too risky. That's true. Aside from whether Bobo could defeat Doris or not, the moment the fight started, Choi Hyun-seok had a high chance of becoming a bloody mess. Choi Hyun-seok sighed and spoke up. I didn't want to bring this up, but do you have another plan? Yes. It's risky and has a lot of variables, so I was trying to avoid using it if possible, but I have no choice now. Choi Hyun-seok pulled something out of his pocket. What is it? First, this is an encyclopedia of demonic beasts. Choi Hyun-seok presented a thick book. It was the useful encyclopedia. Monsters edition he had purchased from the hero's shop before. And this is a map showing the distribution of monsters in the surrounding forests. Next, he showed a map crudely drawn on parchment with various lines and drawings. We'll use these two things to lure Doris into a trap. Hero, you don't mean... Rachel seemed to have caught on and grinned wickedly. Choi Hyun-seok also smiled and nodded. That's right. There's an old saying that goes. The next words were spoken in unison by Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. To survive, they had to borrow the power of demonic beasts. 3rd Corps Army Headquarters, also known as the Black Giant Star. Except for the well-maintained roads, this area is surrounded by forests. The cooks hunt monsters in those forests. Choi Hyun-seok, as the head cook, has been drawing a map every time he goes hunting, to avoid dangerous monsters, like when the former Queen Tala's incident occurred. If you look closely, even the monsters have their own territories, Choi Hyun-seok said as he spread out the map. Of course, not just anyone can have a territory. Only incredibly strong individuals or groups can hold a territory. Oh ho, Rachel looked at the map with interest. But this map, I have no idea what's drawn on it. It's too crude. It's fine as long as I can understand it. Anyway, look at this. Choi Hyun-seok pointed to the circled areas on the map. These are the areas where the cooks suffered great damage while hunting, and they said they'll never go back there again. So you encountered something dangerous there. That's right. Since Doris is strong, we need to lure an even more threatening monster to match it. Aha, I see. In other words, the plan is to find the most threatening monster among those living in the marked areas and confront it with Doris. But the cooks are all so stupid that no matter how much I explain, they don't know what they saw. So I at least wrote down the characteristics. As Choi Hyun-seok said, the circled areas were filled with tiny writing. Rachel's eyes widened as she looked at the text. This is in Hangul. I'm Korean, but I'm more curious how you know Hangul. I really enjoy Korean dramas, especially ones like My Love from the Star or Master's Sunday. I was really impressed by them. So there's TV and computers in heaven, huh? Well, something like that. That's why I've been studying Hangul in my free time. It was unclear whether Rachel was proud or embarrassed. Anyway, let's get back to the main issue. We need to figure out what kind of monsters these are, based on the characteristics written here. By referencing the monster encyclopedia, right? That's right. And then we need to choose the one that would be a threat to Doris. Let me see. Rachel approached the map and carefully read through the characteristics. Its head is big. Its teeth are protruding. It has a lot of legs. Its face is, fierce and scary. Her reading was a bit clumsy since it was in Hangul. As Rachel continued reading the monster's characteristics, she suddenly called out to Choi Hyun-seok. Hero, what is it? Did you maybe not go to school when you were young? Middle school dropout? Or even elementary school dropout? Why are you picking a fight again? It's not a fight, it's just the truth, right? How can you find a monster with such shoddy information? Rachel's scathing criticism made Choi Hyun-seok flustered. Shoddy? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into this? It's shoddy because it's shoddy. Where's the monster that has a big head, protruding teeth, and a scary-looking face? It would be faster to find a monster that doesn't have those traits. I see. Now that she mentioned it, it did seem a bit strange. Come to think of it, there were plenty of monsters in the army camps that didn't have those characteristics. But it also says it has a lot of legs, right? Anyway, with this kind of information, you'd never find it even if you searched for 100 years. You're right, Choi Hyun-seok said in a dejected tone. He had put in a lot of effort to make the map, so it was painful to hear that it was essentially useless. By the way, I'm a high school graduate, not a middle or elementary school dropout. Never mind, I was just saying that. It seems the comment Rachel made earlier really got to him. Hero, enough with the nonsense, listen to me, I have an idea. What is it? First, since you're busy, I'll memorize the entire monster encyclopedia for you. Can you really do that? It shouldn't take that long, right? We can just get rid of the useless ones and focus on memorizing the incredibly strong and threatening ones. That's not a bad idea, but isn't it too dangerous? Rachel's plan was certainly the most reliable method, but the danger was a concern. However, Rachel smiled confidently. It'll be fine. If things get dicey, we can just use the stupid cooks as bait and run away. In times of crisis, using subordinates as a shield to escape. A truly vicious plan worthy of the hero's fairy companion. Rachel, I just had a thought. Yes. When God created you, did something really unpleasant happen? Like, did your boyfriend dump you or did you just get your new car scratched or something? What are you trying to say? I'm just wondering why your personality is like that. So, are you not going to do this plan? Choi Hyun-seok grinned. Of course we're going to do it. I don't care if the Demon King's army brats die or not. I'm the hero after all. As expected of the hero. Despite their flaws, Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel still had a sense of being a hero team. That's what made it even more problematic, though. Useful Encyclopedia, Monsters Edition. This book is incredibly thick. It's so thick that it could be used as a deadly weapon, not just a reference book. Ugh, my head is splitting. Rachel had devoured this thick encyclopedia in just 3 days. And 2 days after that, she had managed to completely memorize the information on the major monsters. Of course, it wasn't perfect. What Rachel had memorized was just the basic information on about 100 of the top threats. But even that was clearly an immense feat of effort. Choi Hyun-seok looked at Rachel, whose eyes were ringed with dark circles. Is it okay to start today? If you're tired, we can do it tomorrow instead. NGH. It's fine. I won't be the one directly fighting anyway. But still. Enough talking, let's go. Hero, time is money, you know. Choi Hyun-seok nodded. If she said she was fine, then there was no problem. It's not like Rachel would be the one actually fighting, as she said. Shortly after, Choi Hyun-seok arrived at the cooking quarters and, as usual, led the cooks out on a hunting expedition. Once they had entered the forest, Choi Hyun-seok checked the map. I think it should be around here. He alternated his gaze between the map and the forest. That's right. If we head in the direction of that tree, we should be able to enter the circled area. Choi Hyun-seok read the monster's characteristics written next to the circle. Let's see. First, it's a solitary individual that emerges from the ground. It has a large worm-like appearance. This one seems pretty dangerous. At that moment, Rachel took out a pair of red-rimmed glasses from her pocket. Ahem, that's a Serpaf. Serpaf? That's an interesting name. Rachel pushed up her glasses as she continued explaining. Serpaf comes from the ancient term for forest worm. Oh, similar types of monsters could be Morsefip or Estumbia, but I don't think so. Their habitats aren't forests. Oh ho. To add, it's best to avoid the Serpaf. It's strong, but very cowardly and not very aggressive. If it encounters a powerful being like Doris, it's likely to flee out of fear. Rachel? Incredible. Choi Hyun-seok was genuinely impressed. It was truly remarkable how she could talk about it so fluently without even needing to refer to the book. Rachel snapped her glasses shut with a click and tucked them back into her pocket. Feel free to ask if you have any other questions. I'll answer them all, since I'm now Dr. Rachel, monster expert. Rachel's nose was raised high in pride. This time, Choi Hyun-seok decided not to pick on her and instead give her genuine praise. If I praise her like this, she'll study more and become more useful, right? It would be better to gently guide Rachel and make use of her, rather than directly contradicting her. Maybe Rachel can learn things faster because her head is empty. I should make good use of that going forward. So for now, he would boost Rachel up, even if it meant feeding her ego a bit. Rachel, with that empty head of yours, you sure do pick up knowledge quickly. Suddenly, Rachel's expression soured. Realizing his mistake, Choi Hyun-seok hurriedly waved his hands. No, I didn't mean anything by that. He had accidentally blended his true feelings and false flattery. He had originally intended to praise her, saying her quick knowledge acquisition was due to her sharp mind. But Rachel's cheeks were puffed out as she glared at him. It seemed better to change the subject for now. Anyway, shall we head over here? Choi Hyun-seok pointed to another circled area on the map. What's there? Let's see. Enormous size. Scales like steel. Resembles a dragon. Just hearing that, I'm not sure. A few things come to mind, but I think we'll need to see it directly to know for sure. Alright, then let's head that way. Choi Hyun-seok called the cooks. Chef, aren't we going to hunt today? I'm really hungry for some meat. Don't worry, we're going now. Choi Hyun-seok raised his hand and pointed in one direction. Today, we're all moving that way together. Since this wasn't the usual order to hunt in squads, the cooks looked puzzled. But they still eagerly urged Choi Hyun-seok to hurry, as they were hungry. Choi Hyun-seok told the first squad to take the lead, which made their leader tilt his head. Head chef, the front is dangerous. I know. Why the first squad? They'll get the most meat. Understood, we'll depart immediately. The first squad, excited at the prospect of getting the most meat, took off running. Unaware of the impending disaster, the cooks were simply chattering excitedly. After some time had passed since entering deeper into the forest, the group had encountered quite a few monsters. The cooks were in high spirits, enthusiastically hunting and collecting the meat. In contrast, Choi Hyun-seok was growing rather anxious. Why isn't the monster showing up? It was about time for the unnamed monster to appear. They would soon need to head back to camp. If the monster didn't show up, this day would have been a waste. I don't know. Let's just start a fire first? It's a party. Woo. Choi Hyun-seok decided to focus on grilling the meat first. If they waited any longer, the cooks wouldn't even get to eat before returning. That could potentially spark a mutiny. I hope the smell of the grilling meat will lure the monster over. Choi Hyun-seok ate the meat while saying things that would make the other cooks panic if they heard. Just as they were settling in for the impromptu feast, the ground suddenly started trembling. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes lit up. It's here. He couldn't tell what it was, but an enormous creature was approaching. Choi Hyun-seok guessed the tremors were caused by the powerful monster they were seeking. Soon, the monster emerged, knocking down trees. Roar! Standing over 5 meters tall, the creature had a dragon-like head and its entire body was covered in black scales. Choi Hyun-seok quickly equipped his combat power meter. Combat power, unable to measure. Great. Passed the combat power test. It was now Rachel's turn. Hero, that's a monster called Nidlark. Okay. While Choi Hyun-seok and Rachel identified the monster, the cooks scattered in panic. A dragon has appeared. No, I have to grab the meat and run away, gak. In the chaos, one cook who tried to grab the meat disappeared into Nidlark's mouth. The cooks were being killed off one by one, either swallowed or trampled by the monster. Some rushed to Choi Hyun-seok, seeing him as the strongest here. Choi Hyun-seok had a grim expression as he looked at the gathering subordinates. Everyone, get it together. Is there a way to beat this thing? Starting now, we're all going to run back to the cooking quarters. Survival is first come, first served. The late ones will die. With that, Choi Hyun-seok began sprinting, leaving the cooks behind. His running speed was undoubtedly first class, befitting a cook leader. Chapter 45. Somewhere within the Black Giant Star headquarters, in Hemi's office. Hemis was unusually sitting at her desk, working. What has Choi Hyun-seok been up to lately? A deep voice responded. It was Riadrin, the squad leader. He's been carrying out his duties as the cook leader, as usual. Oh really? Yes. In his spare time, he's been training with me like before. That's unexpected. It was strange. Normally, he would have been frantically trying to get stronger, but he was just carrying out his cook duties as usual. It had already been 3 weeks since Hemis ordered him to take down the battalion commander. At this rate, Choi Hyun-seok wouldn't be able to defeat the battalion commander even if he died and came back to life. Surely he doesn't think he can get as strong as the battalion commander just by hunting a few monsters. Hemis had known for a while that Choi Hyun-seok was using the cooks for his own growth. She had simply left him alone since there was no need to intervene. But if he was truly satisfied with that level, it would be a grave miscalculation. Riadrin, have you been teaching him incredible things again? No, that's not the case. Choi Hyun-seok has been steadily growing stronger, but not at the same explosive rate as before. Then Riadrin, in your opinion, what are Choi Hyun-seok's chances of defeating the battalion commander? None, Riadrin said with certainty. As someone who knew Choi Hyun-seok's abilities better than anyone, his assessment was likely accurate. I wonder what he's thinking. A slight smile crept onto Hemi's lips. Another person might have thought he was becoming arrogant or giving up, but not Choi Hyun-seok. That cockroach of a man won't die so easily. If he could be defeated by such trials, he would have died multiple times over by now. Riadrin, do you understand what Choi Hyun-seok is thinking? I'm not sure myself. Riadrin's face was filled with worry. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he spoke up. There is one thing I haven't mentioned about Choi Hyun-seok. Lately, he's been on good terms with Battalion Commander Doris. Doris? Who's that? He's the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Roiger Regiment, which is under the direct command of the Corps. I see. I don't really know him. He's considered to be one of the more approachable battalion commanders. At the mention of approachable, Hemis clapped her hands. That pig. Yes, that's correct. Riadrin, you should have just said the pig from the start instead of beating around the bush. Oh ho ho, my apologies. Anyway, so Choi Hyun-seok has been getting close with that pig of a battalion commander. Yes. Hemi's lips stretched into a wide grin. I told him to take down the battalion commander, and now he's getting friendly with him. Isn't it just so exciting to imagine what kind of scheme he's plotting? Oh ho ho. She wanted to call Choi Hyun-seok in and interrogate him right away, but she had to restrain herself. Watching the ending of a play before it happens ruins half the fun. Hurry up and entertain me more. Hemis could only hope time would pass quickly. At the same time, Choi Hyun-seok visited Doris' office, as usual, carrying meat. GRRRWWW? As expected, the meat you've brought is the best. Haha, thank you. Doris no longer bothered with propriety, immediately devouring the meat as soon as Choi Hyun-seok brought it. He finished the large platter of meat in less than 5 minutes. That hit the spot. After patting his jiggling belly, he immediately reached for the fruit on the table. Now, time for dessert. Choi Hyun-seok watched this, then suddenly let out an exaggerated sigh. Phew. Doris, grabbing a fruit, looked at Choi Hyun-seok with a puzzled expression. A sudden sigh? Is something troubling you? My apologies. I was just thinking about a worrying matter. Speaking with a gloomy expression, Choi Hyun-seok suddenly jolted and waved his hands. It's nothing that would concern you, Battalion Commander Doris. It's related to my duties as a cook. I'm sorry for worrying you. Haha. No, if there's a problem with the cook's duties, please tell me. No, I wouldn't want to burden you, Commander Doris. At Choi Hyun-seok's words, Doris made a show of looking upset. What? Is that all we're to each other? I thought of you as a friend, you know. Commander Doris. Choi Hyun-seok looked touched. Doris smiled warmly as he continued. A friend's problem is my problem too. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Of course, Doris didn't truly see Choi Hyun-seok as a friend. I don't care what happens to the human, but if Choi Hyun-seok has a problem, he might not be able to bring me meat. His concern was for the meat, not Choi Hyun-seok. But on the surface, it seemed like he was genuinely looking out for Choi Hyun-seok. Well, the thing is, Choi Hyun-seok began cautiously. After hearing the full explanation, Doris nodded. So the Corps commander wants to try the delicious marbling monster, but your soldiers can't capture it. Yes, marbling is the monster, and they say its meat is incredibly delicious. But it's so strong that we can't do anything about it. Marbling? Huh? I've never heard of that monster before. The former cook leader, Kulkin, told me about it, so I'm certain. Of course, that was a blatant lie. Marbling? There can't be a monster with such a name. I didn't say Nidlark so he won't get scared and refuse it. It took a bit to incorporate the Corps commander's name. But oh well, surely Doris wouldn't go to Hemis to talk about meat unless he's gone mad. Marbling? Great. I'll help you out. Really now, how can I ignore a friend's difficulties? I'll send support troops from the battalion tomorrow. At the mention of sending troops, Choi Hyun-seok bit his lip. Commander Doris, I don't think just sending troops will be enough. What do you mean? Even if all the troops in this battalion gather, they won't be able to beat you, Commander. That's true. The same goes for the monster marbling. The troops will just end up getting more hurt if they go. In the end, it was a request for Doris to go himself. It's a hassle to move out myself. As Doris seemed to ponder it, Choi Hyun-seok frowned. Whenever it's about helping a friend, he dares to hesitate because it's a hassle. He knew Doris was blunt, but seeing him speak so boldly was exasperating. Choi Hyun-seok decided to drive the point home. If this operation is a success, I'll give you some marbling meat as well. And he whispered cautiously into Doris' ear. I'll report directly to the Corps Commander, saying that you made a great contribution to this hunt. Doris' eyes widened at Choi Hyun-seok's whisper. Is that really true? Yes. Since it's no secret that I'm on intimate terms with the Corps Commander, I have no reason to hide it from you. Of course, it was a lie. Choi Hyun-seok's position was ultimately Hemi's most beloved toy, but since Doris was unaware of this fact externally, he readily took the bait. All right, I'll go myself tomorrow then. Doris acted as if he was reluctantly agreeing, but couldn't hide the slight upward curl of his lips. Not only would he get to eat the highest quality meat, but he also had a chance to gain the Corps Commander's favor. How could he not be pleased? Thank you. I'm sure the Corps Commander will be delighted as well. Choi Hyun-seok bowed 90 degrees as he spoke. A deep smile was plastered on his lowered face. It's a success. He had been offering meat to Doris, all for this moment. Tomorrow, he will reap the fruits of his labor. Don't blame me too much. After all, the world is just like this, right? It's not like I lied completely. Not everything Choi Hyun-seok said to Doris was a lie. After capturing Battalion Commander Doris, he would report to Hemis as promised. And she would likely be thrilled by Choi Hyun-seok's outrageous actions. In the end, I'll be making an impression on Hemis, so it's not a complete lie, even if it was after his death. The next day, Choi Hyun-seok, who had risen early, was gazing at the rising sun. Phew. He clenched his fist, his expression somehow solemn. Ha! Beside him, Rachel was also exhaling with a resolute look, unlike her usual self. Is this the day of the final battle? Yes. Today was the start of the operation codenamed Pig Hunt. There was still some time left until the deadline Hemis had set, but they decided to start a little earlier. It could go wrong. This operation was almost like a gamble. They needed to leave some time as a buffer in case things went awry. The target is to make Nidlark and Doris cross paths. Choi Hyun-seok had been wandering the forest, searching for various dangerous monsters. He had considered multiple candidates, pondering which monster to pit against Doris. It couldn't be too strong either. It wouldn't do for the monster to defeat Doris before Choi Hyun-seok could kill him. So it had to be just the right level of strength, capable of draining Doris' power to the brink. After much deliberation, the monster they ultimately chose was Nidlark, the one Choi Hyun-seok had encountered first. The huge beast with steel-like scales was perfect for sapping Doris' strength. Bobo, remember? When I give the signal, you attack that pig. Got it. Kwang. Bobo responded enthusiastically. Good. I'm counting on you. Bobo was also participating in this operation. Choi Hyun-seok had already practiced with Bobo countless times beforehand, just in case Bobo didn't follow his orders. Fortunately, our clever Bobo understood and followed Choi Hyun-seok's instructions well. Yusera, you two, help Bobo attack Battalion Commander Doris when I signal. Understand. Yusera, the hybrid soldier of ogre and orc, was the bane of the platoon. Choi Hyun-seok had decided to deploy Yusera in this operation as well. He had originally wanted to exclude the guy who was under Battalion Commander Doris, but Rachel had dissuaded him. Hero, if things go wrong, we can just bury Doris together, right? That method. He had already been a hassle to control. The devil's whisper to eliminate this nuisance along with Doris was irresistible. Yusera, don't worry. You really understand, right? Yusera, the meat promise? I'll definitely keep it. Okay. The only downside was that Yusera was so stupid. But Choi Hyun-seok decided to trust, not Yusera, but his own cooking skills. How much meat did I have to grill and offer to that guy to explain the plan and persuade him? My arms are still sore. Thanks to that, Yusera had become a wonderful meat slave. Phew. The preparations are complete now. Choi Hyun-seok took a step forward. Starting the pig hunt operation now. The most terrifying pig hunt in the world was about to begin. Choi Hyun-seok headed towards Doris' unit. There, he was scheduled to meet Doris and move together into the forest. Shortly after, Choi Hyun-seok arrived in front of Doris' unit and was a bit surprised. Could it be that they've all come out? Hundreds of soldiers were standing in disarray on the battalion training ground. That's too much, isn't it? Of course, he didn't think Doris would go hunting alone. At least he thought a few aides, or even dozens, would move together. However, the problem was that Doris was trying to move the entire battalion force, beyond Choi Hyun-seok's expectations. Choi Hyun-seok. You've come? Doris, who had spotted Choi Hyun-seok, greeted him. Yes, Doris. Did you sleep well last night? Of course. Haha, let's get going now. Doris seemed excited about the rare outing. That's because Doris was sitting on a large palanquin carried by 10 soldiers. Whatever. He could just walk. The soldiers carrying the heavy palanquin from below seemed to be struggling. Yes, we'll depart right away. After some hesitation, Choi Hyun-seok decided to go on the hunt as planned. The plan had already started. He couldn't cancel it now just because the number of soldiers had increased. It doesn't matter. Ordinary soldiers won't be a big threat anyway. The most important thing was the battle with Doris, the monster, Bobo, and Yusera. The increase in the number of soldiers didn't seem to jeopardize the plan. As they moved towards the forest, the soldiers were making quite a commotion. With a battalion force of 500 soldiers and 200 kitchen soldiers, it was inevitable. Choi Hyun-seok glanced sidelong at the kitchen soldiers, worrying that Doris might notice something strange if they kept talking. Choi Hyun-seok, how much farther do we have to go? Doris, who was still sitting on the palanquin, asked. We've just entered the territory of the marbling. It won't be long before the creature shows itself. Good. I hope it shows up quickly, it's so hot. Doris, who was comfortably riding the palanquin, was sweating the most, even though the day was rather cool. Phew, just looking at him, he really looks like a cooked pig. Outwardly, he seemed unable to control his own body, but Choi Hyun-seok knew that when the battle started, this morbidly obese pig would transform into the most threatening wild boar. Focus now. The timing is crucial. I can't make any mistakes. He had to strike the decisive blow in a single move. The battle must not be prolonged, as there was a high probability that the battalion soldiers would join in. Before Doris soldiers can grasp the situation, I have to take down Doris and seize control of the situation. As Choi Hyun-seok continued to repeat the plan in his mind, they had gone deep into the forest. Boom, boom. The sound he had been waiting for began to be heard. The shaking earth, only something as massive as the black dragon-like monster Nidlark could cause. Choi Hyun-seok swallowed his saliva. That's the one. Let's start moving then. Doris stretched and got down from the carriage. Boom. Doris, being a sizable figure himself, raised a cloud of dust just by stepping onto the ground. At the same time, Nidlark appeared, knocking down the trees in the forest. Arg. Nidlark's roar made Doris frown. Is that the marbling monster? Yes, that's right. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Doris seemed to be deep in thought, possibly having encountered Nidlark somewhere in the past. Choi Hyun-seok quickly moved in before Doris could figure it out. All monster creatures look pretty similar, don't they? Haha. Fortunately, Doris easily accepted the explanation. Judging by its magical power, it won't be an easy one. It seemed that a person of Doris' level could sense the approximate combat power of a monster just by detecting its magical power. My battalion soldiers and I will handle the fight. You make sure no other monsters interfere. Of course. Leave it to me. And make sure to report properly to the commander. Doris said in a subtle tone, implying that Choi Hyun-seok should emphasize that the hunt was carried out solely by Doris and his battalion. Choi Hyun-seok smiled wryly. Of course, I'll make sure to report it clearly to the commander. That's why I like how quickly you understand. Haha. Doris laughed heartily and confidently stepped forward, with the 500-strong battalion force following behind him. Even in the forest of monsters, there was a kind of ecosystem. The food chain in the pyramid of monsters was like the natural order, where the stronger monsters would prey on the weaker ones. However, this principle is not always upheld. At the top of the pyramid, the beings in the highest tiers of the food chain do not fight each other. There was no need to, as they had plenty of weaker prey to easily consume without risking any danger. That's how the territories were created, an unspoken rule made by the strong to enjoy a comfortable life. But now, that established rule was being shaken. Loud noises could be heard in the distance. It was a sizable battle. The monsters perked up their ears. Normally, they wouldn't care about what was happening outside their own territories, but now it was different. Growling. Their stress levels were at an all-time high. There was one insane unit of the Demon King's army that had been rampaging through the entire forest recently. Because of them, the monsters' territories were becoming entangled and distorted. As a result, the monsters who had avoided confronting each other were now facing off more frequently, leading to intense battles that were unprecedented. The monsters had to make a choice. Would they let the growing commotion in the forest continue, or would they try to suppress it? Greya. The decision didn't take long. If they didn't know when a knife would be plunged into their back, they might as well be the first to strike the enemy's back. Thud. Boom. The powerful monsters of the forest began to move, lifting their heavy haunches. Whenever Doris and Nidlark clashed, thunderous booms rang out. The ground was being torn apart, and rocks were shattering. The trees had already fallen and been blown away, leaving the forest in a state of chaos. Master, when will you start? Rachel, who was in Choi Hyun-seok's arms, asked. Wait, the time hasn't come yet. The battle was still raging. Doris and Nidlark seemed to be getting tired, but they didn't appear completely exhausted yet. Gra. Nidlark swung its front paw. The soldiers blocking its path were sent flying like toy soldiers. Arg. Leaving the soldiers' screams behind, Doris charged in. Boom. A raging body slam. Nidlark's scales rippled, and its massive body slightly lifted off the ground. Considering the difference in size, it should have been impossible, but Doris' magical power and strength made it possible. Arg. Nidlark let out a pained groan. This is bad. Doris is overwhelming it more than expected. So far, Doris had barely taken any direct hits, as most of the attacks had been absorbed by his battalion soldiers. But now, Nidlark was alone, facing the concentrated attacks of Doris and his troops, so the damage was accumulating rapidly. Master? At this rate, that pig will kill the poor monster. Ugh. Choi Hyun-seok's expression darkened quickly. He turned his head to check his surroundings. Huff, huff. Bobo, waiting for his orders behind him. Yusero, who seemed to be enjoying the battle and eager to join in. It was time to make a decision. Well, whatever happens, happens. If he couldn't kill Doris here, Choi Hyun-seok himself would be the one to die. If he was going to die anyway, he might as well make a desperate attempt. When I give the signal, attack Doris. Just as Choi Hyun-seok was about to step forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. What is that? Soon, a massive worm-like monster burst through the ground. That's Serpaf. Rachel shouted, recognizing the monster at a glance. Why is that suddenly appearing? Choi Hyun-seok yelled. It was a situation he couldn't comprehend at all. But it was still too early to be surprised. Eek. Gigantic birds covered the sky. Those are Indringhamel. Indringhamel, meaning sky invaders, acted in groups. Like Nidlark, they also occupied a territory in this forest. Huh? What's suddenly happening? The appearing demons were not the end. Even after the Indringhamel, the monsters that were said to be doing their own thing in the forest began to reveal themselves one by one. This was content that was not at all planned. Choi Hyun-seok? What is this? Doris was also perplexed by the situation he could not understand. The attack of Nidlark, who did not miss the opportunity to move, hit the mark. Ugh. Doris, hit by the huge paw, flew and was embedded in the rock. Arg! Monsters? Monsters have appeared. Run away, we'll run away, we'll run away. The sudden large-scale attack of monsters. The confused soldiers scattered in all directions. Eek. Graya. The monsters did not just attack the soldiers. They also attacked each other, biting and tearing each other. The forest quickly turned into a cauldron of confusion. Everyone could not come to their senses and only struggled to survive. Ugh. It won't work. We need to retreat first. In the midst of this, the composed Choi Hyun-seok appeared. Doris was suddenly furious. Choi Hyun-seok? What are you going to do about this situation? Everyone is about to die. No, this isn't right. Let's retreat first. I'll talk about it after we return to the troops. Choi Hyun-seok calmly regulated his breathing. What are you doing? You two, hurry and run away. Forget about the meat, we're about to die. Doris glared at him with wide eyes. Choi Hyun-seok silently gazed at the furious Doris. Riadrin-style fighting technique. Form 1. Huh? What are you talking about now? Choi Hyun-seok continued to gaze at Doris with cold eyes. Crushing fist. With a low murmur, his fist shot out and struck Doris' thick abdomen. Ugh, you bastard. Doris' face turned red and blue. At the same time, tremendous force exploded from Choi Hyun-seok's fist. Bang! Doris' massive body flew through the air once more. Choi Hyun-seok shouted with half-turned eyes. There is no retreat. Tonight's dinner is stir-fried pork. Only those who survive have the right to enjoy the party. His resounding voice covered the confused forest. If you understand, get crushed. Doris pondered. When do demons get most angry? When they are beaten to the point of being bruised and battered. No. When they are defeated in a decisive battle and have to retreat. No. When their food is snatched away. No. Well, this one makes me a bit conflicted. But this is also not it. The most infuriating thing is a different matter. It's when they are betrayed by a bug-like human. He had pampered him, and yet he dared to betray him? He wanted to rush over and rip Choi Hyun-seok's limbs apart right away. He was so angry that his body was trembling uncontrollably. His plump flesh shook along with his trembling body. From a distance, it looked like a huge pudding swaying back and forth. Choi Hyun-seok. A red glow emanated from Doris' eyes. Choi Hyun-seok. Rage consumed his reason. At this moment, Doris' mind was filled with only the thought of killing Choi Hyun-seok. Doris decided. He will use his ultimate technique. Fightcraft. Fightcraft, as the word implies, is the art of fighting. So most fightcraft is a kind of martial art. Choi Hyun-seok's Riadrin-style fighting technique also belongs to this category. But not all fightcraft is like this. Originally, fightcraft was one of the ways to use magic. There was no need to be confined to the form of just moving the body, when one could use magic that can do anything. In this context, formless fightcraft was born. Plomat, Stage 1. Blossoming. Doris shouted as he put his palms together. Then Doris' body began to glow bright red. Gore. His body grew hot. The plomat he used was an ancient fightcraft that had been passed down from long ago. This fightcraft, which means flower of death in the ancient language, is divided into 3 stages: blossoming, full bloom, withering, and its characteristic is to burn one's own life to unleash explosive power. Hue. A few seconds later, Doris' body, having completed the first stage of blossoming, was dyed pink. I'll kill you. Normally, he should have stopped here. As he progresses to the next stage, he would gain greater power, but it was too risky. Doris' level of mastery of plomat was still low, so going any further was dangerous. But Doris did not stop. The burning anger was lashing him on. Stage 2. Full bloom. As he spat out the words, a terrifying pain swept over him. A pain like his body was being burned. Crunch. Doris inadvertently gritted his teeth. His body grew redder and redder, until it was as red as if he had been drenched in blood. It looked just like a red flower in full bloom. The second stage of plomat. Full bloom. A chaotic war. There are no allies, everyone is an enemy. Screams echo from all sides, and blood is rampant. Amidst this confusion, Choi Hyun-seok's mind was pushed to the limit. That pig. He's completely lost it. Doris had gone mad. The fully crimson Doris had transformed into a mass murderer. Crack. Qua. He destroys everything that blocks his path. His entire body was like a deadly weapon. The Nidlark who had been fiercely fighting Doris just a moment ago was already dead with his head smashed. Choi Hyun-seok. Doris glared at Choi Hyun-seok with a murderous gaze. Hero, Doris has gone crazy. Is this the time to argue? Instead of complaining, just run. The only thing Choi Hyun-seok could do was run away. Fortunately, there were plenty of hiding places. Huge monsters were fighting all around, so he could use the terrain and the monsters to evade Doris. Stand there, I'll cut off your legs. Would you stand there if you were me? If he's caught, it's the end. If it ends with his legs being cut off as the demon said, it would be a relief. Judging from his crazed eyes, he would clearly cut off his limbs and then smash his head to kill him. Rachel, the buff is wearing off. Got it. Rachel cast the buff again. If it weren't for Rachel's help, he wouldn't have been able to escape and would have died. This is not the answer. If only there was something that could help. Choi Hyun-seok looked around. Ayah. Kwang. USA, 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 USA. The situation was at its worst. Bobo and Yusero were busy fighting other monsters, and the regular soldiers were being trampled on like ants by the monsters. There was no one left with the strength to help Choi Hyun-seok. Choi Hyun-seok? If you get caught, I'll tear you apart alive. Doris shouted as he tore a monster blocking the way in half. I have to find a way to resolve this myself. Choi Hyun-seok's head was spinning frantically, trying to find a way out. At least it's fortunate that more monsters keep pouring in. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Choi Hyun-seok's head. Crisis is opportunity. What nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Choi Hyun-seok didn't answer and just ran towards the huge swarm of monsters in front of him. Hero, those are ogres? If you approach them carelessly, it'll be disastrous. It's fine. I have a plan. Ogres are powerful monsters with a minimum individual combat power of 30,000. With them gathered in a swarm, they were the most dangerous group present. Running straight into them was pure madness, a suicidal act. But at this moment, to survive, he had to do this crazy thing. You think you can escape by running? Black. Choi Hyun-seok heard Doris' voice shouting behind him. A glance back showed Doris vomiting blood. Suddenly, hope flickered in Choi Hyun-seok's eyes. Could it be that there's something wrong with his body? But Doris was still chasing him, his eyes glowing red. That's right. Choi Hyun-seok quickly formulated his plan. These monsters will prioritize attacking the powerful Doris. From the monster's perspective, Choi Hyun-seok was just a minnow. As long as he didn't provoke them first, they wouldn't bother him. But Doris was different. If asked to pick the most threatening individual here, it would undoubtedly be Doris. And the same went for the ogre swarm. You arg. The ogre's attention turned to the charging Doris. You pathetic monster spawn. Get out of my way. Doris charged, swinging and smashing the ogres. Now's the time. Choi Hyun-seok ran around, scanning the ogres. Just one hit. I just need to find the one that looks like it'll die from a single blow. Normally, Choi Hyun-seok alone could never take on an ogre. Even in a one-on-one fight, he would most likely lose. But an ogre that Doris had already beaten half to death was a different story. That one. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes landed on an ogre with its head half smashed in. It seemed dead, but its chest was still rising and falling. It was still alive. Finishing blow? Thank you. Choi Hyun-seok charged and struck the ogre's head with all his might. Kwaya? Then, without even looking back, he ran. Simultaneously, alerts sounded in his ear. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Just a single attack. Merely tapping the already half-dead creature had earned him 6 level UPS. This is it. Excitement filled Choi Hyun-seok's eyes. If it's too hard to escape in my current state, I'll just become stronger. These days, hunting yielded meager experience points. He could only gain 1 or at most 2 levels a day. But here, the forest's mightiest were gathered. And Doris, the ultimate trump card, was here too. If Doris softens them up, I'll finish them off. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. The level up alerts kept coming without pause. This is it. This is it. When was the last time he had leveled up this explosively? It had been since the Tala's Nest incident. Even as he ran, Choi Hyun-seok opened his status window to allocate his points. Can't waste a single point. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, Hero Candidate. White small square level, 405. Strength, 122. Agility, 119. Stamina, 123. Magic, 121. Charisma, 56. Bonus points, 33. White small square hero points, 450. White small square skills, Pickaxe Mastery, C, Leadership, D, Cooking, D, Magic Control, D. White small square skill, Riadrin style fighting technique. When the battle started today, Choi Hyun-seok was level 372, but in just a short moment, he had leveled up 33 times, reaching level 405 now. Choi Hyun-seok quickly distributed the bonus points evenly. Kuhuhuhu. It felt exhilarating. This freely gained experience was the best. It was like getting a free meal with just a spoon. The ultimate best-case scenario. Crisis is opportunity. The worries from just a moment ago were nowhere to be seen. The unexpected and explosive leveling up had erased Choi Hyun-seok's fear, flooding him with dopamine. Doris? Can you even catch me as you stagger around like that? What? That's why you should have taken off that fat a long time ago, you pig. Ayoff. Ayoff. Doris was fuming, on the verge of madness. If I could just catch him, I could tear him apart in an instant. That insignificant human running away was truly a masterpiece. Clearly, Doris was superior in every aspect of strength, speed, and more. If they were to engage in a one-on-one fight, Doris was confident he could tear him apart in under 3 seconds. The problem is the monsters scattered all around. Choi Hyun-seok used the powerful monsters as a shield, buying time, and repeatedly fleeing. It was driving Doris crazy. That cockroach of a man. Doris had to make a decision. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to catch Choi Hyun-seok. The monsters were not decreasing, but only increasing. And the side effects of using Ploma were starting to take a toll on Doris' body. At this rate, Doris' body would collapse before he could catch Choi Hyun-seok. I'll just kill you. Doris made his decision. Plomat, Stage 3. Using the final stage of Plomat, Withering, he could catch Choi Hyun-seok. There was a high chance he would also meet his demise, but it didn't matter. As long as he could tear that bug-like human apart. Wythe. Black. Just as he was about to use Withering, a surge of black blood suddenly spilled out. No. His body had reached its limit. He could no longer maintain Plomat. His fiery red body was rapidly reverting to its original color. When the Plomat effect ended, severe side effects would follow. He could temporarily become combat incapable or even faint, and in severe cases, die. Doris wouldn't die, but he would suffer excruciating pain, unable to even move for a while. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! One way or another, the conclusion was clear. Doris' body had reached its limit. Killing Choi Hyun-seok today was impossible. Ayoff. Choi Hyun-seok. Doris, feeling aggrieved, grabbed a rock and started pounding his head. Why is that pig behaving like that? Looks like he's gone mad. Choi Hyun-seok and the fairy buzzing next to him muttered. Doris glared at Choi Hyun-seok with a menacing gaze. Wait. I won't just kill you. You'd better be alive when I come for you. What nonsense are you spouting all of a sudden? Ayoff. Doris let out an anguished roar and ran in the direction of the camp. Huh? Where are you going? Choi Hyun-seok's bewildered voice rang out from behind. As soon as the Plomat side effects wear off, I'll kill you. Until then, stay alive. He would recover at the camp. Then he would find and kill Choi Hyun-seok later. Commander Hemi's protection? If he couldn't kill Choi Hyun-seok, he might as well die from bile. If I can just get back to the camp. Just as Doris was spitting out those words. Get back to the camp? Not a chance, you pig. Choi Hyun-seok's voice was coming from right behind him. Doris' eyes widened. He caught up. Was it because he had pushed himself too hard? The side effects were progressing faster than expected. The speed that had easily surpassed Choi Hyun-seok was now nearly equal. Pig, looks like some side effect is making you run away, huh? Making him run away. Choi Hyun-seok, who had already assessed the situation, grinned. The equally enthusiastic Rachel shouted alongside Choi Hyun-seok. I made a promise, you know. Tonight's dinner is a stir-fried pork party. A stir-fried pork party. You got that. Rachel, nestled in Choi Hyun-seok's arms, was swinging her fists excitedly. So, you can't run away. Don't even think about running. You wicked pig. Heat. Ha ha ha. What could have made the hero and his dedicated fairy like this? Probably the extreme circumstances. They had no choice but to do whatever it took to survive. After all, there are no bad heroes in this world. Ugh, ugh. Doris was breathing roughly. He looked like he might stop breathing at any moment. Damn it. How did I end up in a situation where I'm being chased by a mere human? Whether it was Choi Hyun-seok chasing him from behind, or the fact that he had been trapped by that man's lies, he just resented everything. Ugh, if you surrender now, I'll spare your life. Doris shouted, panting. Ugh, pant. Choi Hyun-seok was also out of breath, just as exhausted. Don't give me that crap. But he couldn't stop. If he didn't catch Doris now, Choi Hyun-seok himself would die. To survive, Doris had to die. Just fall already? You leech-like bastard. Doris swung his fist. Choi Hyun-seok also struck out with his fist, not backing down. There was no avoiding it. Since they were both already exhausted, they didn't have the strength to evade the attacks. Pow! Choi Hyun-seok and Doris were pushed back on either side. Doris could feel that he was slightly more exhausted. TCH. Normally this wouldn't have happened, but with the limits of his martial arts abilities, he was weakening in real time. Damn it! Just you wait. Doris started running back towards the camp again. Stop. Just die quietly already. The chase continued, with the two men alternating between fighting and running. Choi Hyun-seok panted and shouted. Ugh, pant. How is that pig still running? He had also reached the limits of his physical strength. He had leveled up, but this was reality, not a game. There was no miraculous healing of injuries and recovery of stamina from leveling up. He had been running, fighting monsters, and chasing Doris, even engaging in battles. It was only natural that his stamina and magic were depleted. Hero, that pig's strength is also fading. Just a little more, hang in there. All right, just a little further. Just as Choi Hyun-seok was about to move again at Rachel's encouragement. Gra! A familiar roar came from behind. Bobo. Bobo was following them, covered in wounds. You're alive? Our Bobo. As Choi Hyun-seok was speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. Ah, help me. Kaya. Grey. For some reason, a pursuit was unfolding between the monsters and the soldiers. The fleeing soldiers were being chased by a line of massive monsters. What's going on? Does that matter right now? Just run. But if we go that way, the monsters will invade the camp. The hero is about to die. What does that have to do with anything? Right. He didn't know the details of the situation, but the task at hand was the same. I don't know either. He would run towards the camp for now. Then he would deal with the cornered Doris afterwards. He would think about what to do next when the time came. Hermes was in the office, reviewing documents, reports on the situation at the front lines, and the recent movements of the Holy Empire of Riadrin. Sounds like there's some commotion. The corners of her huge mouth slightly turned up. The camp's magic had started to become turbulent just a little while ago, and now there was a commotion outside. What's going on? She had been feeling bored anyway. Interested, Hermes got up from her seat just as knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Come in. It was one of Hermes' secretaries. What is it? Commander, monsters have attacked the camp. Monsters. Yes, and quite powerful ones at that. Hermes was a bit taken aback. She knew there was commotion, but an attack by monsters? The forest monsters don't usually bother the places where the demons are. It's a kind of unspoken territorial concept. So it's unheard of for them to collectively attack the camp like this. Shall I go take a look? There was an interesting scent in the air. Hermes immediately left the office and headed out of the castle. There, a total mess had already unfolded. It's a monster. Kill it. The camp that kills first gets to claim the corpse. The huge monsters and soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle. How entertaining. Hermes grinned. There was no need for her to intervene directly. The higher-ranking officers here would be able to deal with those monsters easily. What Hermes was curious about was why this was happening in the first place. At that moment, Greya, a massive ogre, appeared in front of Hermes. It held a club bigger than Hermes' torso. Greya. The club rose into the sky, just as it was about to come crashing down on Hermes' head. Crash. Hermes' lips opened as wide as the ogre's body. There was a momentary look of surprise in the ogre's eyes, but it was too late. Thud. Her lips closed. The massive ogre disappeared just like that. Not too bad a taste. Hermes walked on, wearing a satisfied smile. Choi Hyun-seok. I wonder where he might be. Choi Hyun-seok must be somewhere around here. The reason is clear. The reason the monsters invaded the camp is that something must have provoked them. And the only one in the camp who would do such a thing is Choi Hyun-seok, who is always out hunting as the camp's chef. Well, so he was up to this mischievous trick. Oh ho ho ho. She was just so curious about what kind of thought process led him to do something like this. After walking for a while, Commander, a familiar pig came running up in front of him. His name was Doris, wasn't it? She remembered the battalion commander who had been friendly with Choi Hyun-seok recently. Commander, please save me. Doris was covered in wounds and half dead. Seemingly too weak to even walk, he collapsed in front of Hermes as soon as he reached her. What happened? Ugh. That bug-like creature. Bug. Hermes' question was quickly answered. Ugh. The equally wounded Choi Hyun-seok appeared. Oh, Choi Hyun-seok, there you are. Commander. A hint of bewilderment appeared in Choi Hyun-seok's eyes upon seeing Hermes, but he quickly regained his composure and put on a grim expression. Approaching Doris, he said, Phew. Commander, I've captured the battalion commander as you instructed. What did you say? Doris' eyes suddenly widened. How was the situation unfolding? He had come to the commander to save his life, but Choi Hyun-seok had captured him as per the commander orders. Could it be that the commander had instructed him to eliminate Doris? No, that couldn't be. Commander Hermes wouldn't bother with having a human do such a troublesome task. Doris looked at Hermes with questioning eyes. Commander, what is the meaning of this? Shut up. A burst of intense magical energy shot from Hermes. Doris immediately closed his mouth. So you've captured the battalion commander, huh? That's true enough. Hermes' huge lips stretched out in a long horizontal grin. Oh ho ho ho, how amusing. Laughter burst out. You were told to capture the battalion commander, and you did it this way. I used every possible method at my disposal. And that's why you made a mess of the camp. Choi Hyun-seok had no words in response to that. With his lips firmly shut, Hermes spoke to him. But it seems the mission isn't quite over yet. I told you to capture the battalion commander. That means to kill him. Normally, there would be no need to kill Doris. He is a somewhat valuable resource as a battalion commander. Choi Hyun-seok had essentially completed the mission. Killing Doris was just because Hermes was in a bad mood. That pathetic pig bastard. Doris is strong. As this is the main headquarters of the Corps, he is even stronger than a typical battalion commander. That means he is a powerful figure among the battalion commanders. Against such a Doris, Choi Hyun-seok would never be able to defeat him, even if he died and was reborn. That's why Hermes didn't directly intervene in this mission either. After all, there was no chance of Choi Hyun-seok succeeding. And he still lost to a human. Doris was that strong, yet he ultimately lost to Choi Hyun-seok. Just how stupid does one have to be for that to be possible? Powerful in might but empty-headed commanders. That was the type of commander that Hermes most despised among the Demon King's army. Commander? No, please don't. Spare me, please. Doris clung to Hermes' pant leg, begging with tears and snot streaming down his face. It was quite an unsightly sight. You have no self-respect at all. I might as well just as Hemis was about to directly end Doris' life. Crack! Choi Hyun-seok's kick struck the back of his head. Doris, already on the verge of death, slumped to the ground, his head buried in the dirt. Just yesterday, he had been reigning as a battalion commander, living in comfort. But his end was miserable. I apologize for causing you trouble, Commander. No big deal. You did well. Hemis turned around with a grin. Come along, I have many questions. Back in the office, Hemis listened to Choi Hyun-seok recount the entire incident. She did not stop laughing the entire time. Oh ho 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 ho. Choi Hyun-seok's cunning tricks had far exceeded her expectations. Were humans really this kind of species? Or maybe it was just Choi Hyun-seok. Luring in the battalion commander and pitting him against the monsters is funny enough, but then having all the forest monsters come rushing in too, that was an unexpected development even for me. Choi Hyun-seok admitted honestly. Luck had played a big part in the success this time. If the monsters hadn't swarmed in en masse back then, Choi Hyun-seok, even with Bobo, wouldn't have been able to defeat Doris. It's really entertaining, you know? I wonder what kind of brilliant ideas are swimming around in that head of yours? Would you mind if I took a peek inside? That's a bit. Choi Hyun-seok was sweating profusely. With Hemis, she really might dissect his head to take a look inside. Oh well, can't be helped. Anyway, I'll count this mission as a success. It was my fault for not giving clearer instructions. You really exploited that loophole well. Very human-like. Choi Hyun-seok could only bow his head in gratitude. But while the mission was a success, you still haven't risen above the level of a captain, have you? Well, that's Hemis' goal is for Choi Hyun-seok to rise to the rank of battalion commander. However, since Choi Hyun-seok has now captured Doris through cunning tricks, Hemis can't officially give him the position of battalion commander. Even if she did, given Choi Hyun-seok's current level, he wouldn't be able to hold onto it for a single day before it was taken from him. Well, next time I'll just order you to defeat the battalion commander in a duel, that should solve it. Don't you agree? Why yes, absolutely. Haha, if the commander commands me to do so, I'll ascend to the battalion commander position no matter what. Oh ho ho, excellent, your antics really do make life worth living. The gleefully laughing Hemis continued. Alright, I'll pretend the damage to the camp this time didn't happen. Thank you. Choi Hyun-seok responded enthusiastically. He had been worried about bringing the monsters, but it seemed to be resolved amicably. At that moment, Hemis' lips twisted. But there won't be a next time. If you pull another annoying stunt like this, you know what'll happen then, right? Yes. There won't be a next time. Choi Hyun-seok mulled over those words as he left Hemis' office. Back at Bobo's house, Choi Hyun-seok collapsed to the floor, exhausted. Ugh. I thought I was going to die for real. It had been an incredibly tiring day. Having to walk on thin ice at every moment, it was only natural. Hero, you worked hard. Thanks, I somehow managed to survive again today. Yeah. Their conversation was interrupted as Bobo poked his head out from where he had been resting. Simir, Bobo. Sorry I couldn't take good care of you today. Woof, woof. Bobo barked vigorously, as if to say he was fine. Ah, you're so cute. Choi Hyun-seok repeatedly stroked Bobo's head. By the way, I do feel a bit bad for Doris. That pig. Yeah, I treated him decently, but I ended up deceiving him. Can't be helped. You're the hero, and he was a Demon King's army member. He probably wasn't too upset about it either. But he looked really resentful. Did he? Rachel giggled mischievously. Then, hero, shall we pray for the pig who gave us a parting gift? Doris' final gift, a massive level up. Sure, thanks to him, I was able to level up an additional 15 times. In the final moment, when Hemis was about to kill Doris, Choi Hyun-seok acted because of the level up. 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 The successive level up notifications were still ringing in his ears. His previous level from fighting monsters was 33. On top of that, he gained an additional 15 levels from defeating Doris. In the end, thanks to Doris, he had leveled up a total of 48 levels in just one day. Pig. Rachel closed her eyes and clasped her hands together tightly. Eat lots of delicious things in heaven. Maybe there'll be food in hell too, who knows? Choi Hyun-seok shook his head at Rachel's audacious personality that was beyond his reach. You truly are the best. What do you mean? I just mean you're the best. Rachel, the ultimate supreme being in the universe. Early dawn. Hyun-seok was training as usual. Post-AHH. Every morning. Before going on a hunt, Hyun-seok was training for an hour without missing a single day. Eventually, Hyun-seok, who had finished his training, slowly caught his breath. Phew, it's cool today. Hero, you worked hard. Rachel approached with a disheveled appearance, rubbing her eyes. She always woke up just in time for the end of the training. Okay, shall we start the day energetically today? Wah! Rachel raised her arms halfway with her eyes half closed and cheered. The swaying of her raised arms looked just like a sea anemone in the sea. Ah, before we leave, can you check my combat power one more time? Suddenly, thanks to Doris, my level has risen a lot. I'm curious how much I've grown. As he spoke, Hyun-seok checked the status. White small square level, 420. Strength, 134. Agility, 132. Stamina, 137. Magic, 133. Charisma, 56. Bonus points. The ability scores had risen quite a bit compared to before. Of course, the level had increased, and it had also steadily increased during training or combat. While looking at the status window with satisfaction, something strange caught his eye. Huh? What's this? There was a strange square in the middle of the status window. Hyunseok's head tilted 45 degrees. A square and a question mark. What could this be? At times like this, it's faster to ask Rachel. Rachel, something strange has appeared in the status window. Strange thing. Rachel, who was struggling with the combat power meter, looked back. Yeah, there's a square shape and a question mark that popped up. What's this? A square and a question mark. Rachel picked up a branch and drew end on the dirt ground. Like this. Yeah, Rachel chuckled. Don't mess around. I'm serious? Don't talk nonsense and just stand aside a little. Your image isn't showing up properly in the goggles. Rachel picked up the measurement device again and struggled. No, I'm telling you there really is a square and a question mark. Oh, come tell me again when a circle, a triangle, and an at symbol, show up too. Got it. Rachel answered casually. Hyunseok clenched his fists and trembled. That's... He had spoken seriously, but she didn't believe him. Ugh, I don't know. Hyunseok decided to ignore it. Judging from Rachel's reaction, she didn't seem to know either. He decided to forget about the square and question mark and continue the combat power measurement. Stand over here. A little more to the left. Here. Okay, just stay right there. Rachel pressed her face close to the goggles, which were as big as her head. Ding ding ding. Beep. Combat power, 13,936. Oh, seeing the number displayed on the meter, Rachel exclaimed in admiration. What is it? How much is it? Rachel read the combat power displayed on the goggles. 13,936. Oh, you've risen quite a lot, haven't you? It felt like just the other day when he was barely making it past 1,500, but now he is approaching 15,000. When I first used the combat power meter, I thought I might be able to exceed 10,000, but it's really skyrocketed in no time. That's true. It feels fresh all over again. It's been about 2 months since they bought the combat power meter, and Hyunseok's combat power had increased nearly tenfold. Of course, combat power is limited to just physical abilities and magic capacity. But maybe that's why it's even more remarkable. If we keep growing like this, we'll break through 20,000. Yes, break through 20,000, 100,000, and 1 million. Good. Until we pierce the Demon King's head. Yeah. Hyunseok was momentarily flustered by Rachel's unrestrained words. But he soon regained his composure and lifted Rachel onto his shoulder. Shall we set out now? Yes, let's go. The adventurer party set out from Bobo's house with vigor. Their minds were filled with thoughts on how they could drag the minions even further. That evening, after returning from the butler duty, Hyunseok started the raid run and training as usual. Just before the sparring began as always. Lord Riadrin, I have a question. Hyunseok said. What is it? I want to learn more about fighting techniques. Riadrin closed his eyes, seeming to ponder something. Eventually, he nodded his head and spoke. It's a little early, but... Hyunseok, I think you can handle it. Riadrin had actually planned to teach fighting techniques a bit later. In the past, he had no choice but to teach fighting, but it was an extremely dangerous thing. If you learn fighting techniques without a solid foundation, your body could be ruined. First, tell me. I feel like you have something you want to ask. Actually. Hyunseok conveyed what had happened with Doris, the fighting technique Doris used, Plomat. Seeing that, Hyunseok had secretly envied it. He wished he had such a trump card technique as well. Plomat, After hearing the story, Riadrin stroked his chin. First, I'll give you a general explanation about fighting techniques. I'll talk about Plomat afterward. Riadrin began explaining fighting techniques. Fighting techniques are broadly divided into 2 types. Techniques that involve moving the body, with a certain form, and non-form fighting techniques like Plomat, which lack such a form. Compared to general fighting techniques, non-form fighting techniques are quite rare. Fighting techniques are the domain of a select few to begin with, but non-form ones are even more closely guarded. To monopolize power, right? Yes. Riadrin nodded and continued. But Plomat is an exception. Plomat is a non-form fighting technique, but it is widely known. Why is that? Because Plomat is an ancient fighting technique that has been passed down among the demons for a long time. It's impossible for anyone to exclusively own it. I see. It's impossible to keep hidden a fighting technique that is already widely known. But even so, those who learn it are extremely rare. Any idea why? Is it perhaps because it's dangerous? Hyunseok recalled Doris, who was dying after using Plomat. That's right. Plomat is extremely dangerous. Even though I've attained a fair level of proficiency, I don't want to pass it on to you. In fact, Riadrin was already proficient in Plomat. Moreover, the number of fighting techniques he had mastered already exceeded 10. Creating one's own unique original fighting style in the first place was an incredible feat. Without extensive experience, skill, and talent, one couldn't even attempt it. Riadrin already possessed those elements, which allowed him to create his own unique Riadrin-style fighting technique. Hyunseok pondered. That did look really useful though. He didn't know exactly what Plomat was, but he could tell that it temporarily granted great power. If he was granted such an ability, he would undoubtedly be able to overcome more hardships, even if it's dangerous. Could you perhaps teach it to me? Hyun-seok asked cautiously. Riadrin grabbed his forehead and bowed his head. Ugh. If you really insist, then I have no choice. Thank you, but you must be prepared. Your life may be in danger. I have been risking my life every moment here. It was true. Since coming to this black fortress, Hyun-seok's life had never been free from danger. He didn't think learning a single technique would cause an even bigger problem. Alright, let's begin. Riadrin started teaching Hyun-seok how to use the fighting technique Plomat. As time passed, Hyun-seok, are you alright? Somehow, Riadrin was looking at Hyun-seok with wide eyes and calling out to him. Ugh, ugh. Hyun-seok was trembling and foaming at the mouth. What's going on? Pull yourself together, Hyun-seok. Riadrin slapped Hyun-seok's cheeks and shouted. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. Could it be? Riadrin finally realized his mistake. I see. Plomat is a fighting technique exclusive to demons. It's having a bad effect on Hyun-seok. Plomat was a fighting technique that had been passed down among demons since ancient times. It was not meant for humans. The situation was different from when he was teaching Riadrin-style fighting technique. Riadrin's unique fighting style had a specific form of body movement. As long as one had 4 limbs and magic, there was no problem using it. But Plomat utilizes the very nature of magic itself, so humans cannot use it. Finally realizing what he had done, Riadrin started running at full speed. Hyun-seok, wait just a bit. You must absolutely not die. The only one who could save Hyun-seok now was the saint, Abelson Mariette. The immense empire of Gatrin, the Holy Empire. Emperor Orban IV was the emperor of Gartrin and the pope of the Decisive religion, which had the largest following on the continent. Despite being over 70 years old, he was still vigorous. Although old age had bent his back, the youthful vigor radiating from his eyes was greater than in his younger days. The absolute power had gifted him with an energy surpassing even youth. Orban IV was undoubtedly the most powerful human on the continent. Before this Pope Orban stood a man, covered in wounds and bleeding, with his left arm severed below the elbow. Lord Oseld, are you conscious? The criminal's name is Oseld Guffen. He was one of the hidden hounds of the Holy Empire of Gatrin who had recently set out to rescue the saint. Hearing the voice calling him, Oseld opened his eyes with difficulty. He parted his trembling lips. Is that the Pope? Yes, that's correct. The Pope smiled benevolently as he spoke. At the same time, Oseld thought. Is it starting again? Another round of torture was about to begin. Torture in the name of penance. Whenever Oseld failed a mission, he would be bound in this penance chamber and whipped for days on end. Normally, it was a high-ranking knight like himself who conducted the torture, but sometimes the Pope himself would personally wield the whip. A new record, huh? How much time had passed, exactly? He had been tortured for nearly a month before, but this was the first time it had dragged on so long. That old man. He's becoming more and more cruel. Oseld inwardly scoffed. He had no intention of begging for his life. Even though his left arm was severed, he was still a useful existence to the Pope. As long as his value had not been exhausted, the Pope would never kill him. Of course, he would not be released either. After briefly entertaining some idle thoughts, Oseld spoke up. Well, let's get started. Ha ha ha. Lord Oseld, what do you mean get started? The torture. No, the penance, isn't that why you're here? No, the penance is already over. If not penance, then the next mission. At Oseld's words, the Pope nodded. That's correct. Although you committed a crime this time, there is no such thing as an eternal sinner. I will give you an opportunity to atone for the sin you have committed. Oseld felt like he was about to vomit at the Pope's abhorrent words. But he still did not want to die. What kind of opportunity is that? Kill Abelson Mariette. The Pope spoke without a change in expression. Oseld doubted if he had heard correctly. Huh? What did you say? The next saint, Abelson Mariette. I told you to kill her. Why? He didn't particularly have any connection with Abelson. Even without the Pope's order, he would have wanted to slit Abelson's throat. Yet, he asked because he simply could not understand it. Kill the next saint? What benefit is there in doing such a thing? Do you need to know that much? Well, I mean, but. Oseld shook his head. I cannot accept that mission. The Pope's eyes grew cold. Are you refusing my order? I can't help it. The abomination in the black giant star, that's beyond my ability to handle. Ah, I see. The Pope's expression, which had turned icy, changed back to a benevolent one. Don't worry, we'll start the operation when the abomination is gone from the black giant star. I said the abomination will be gone from the black giant star. So, Lord Oseld, you can carry out the mission without any worries. How are you going to? At Oseld's question, the Pope shook his head. Don't try to comprehend every whim of the divine. Just follow where I guide you, and all will be well. The Pope smiled brightly. The next saint, Abelson Mariette. She was lost in serious thought. At this rate, I won't last long. Choi Hyun-seok's condition was critical. Ugh. He groaned, his whole body covered in dark sweat, on the verge of death. What should I do? When Riadrin came hurriedly, Abelson wondered what the fuss was about. But the actual state of Choi Hyun-seok was more serious than she thought. His body is being eroded by magic. No, is fusion a more appropriate term? Bodily erosion by magic. Thinking back, there was a similar incident before, when Riadrin injected magic to treat Choi Hyun-seok. Since then, magic has remained in Choi Hyun-seok's body. In retrospect, that day was the beginning of everything. Since then, magic has been lingering in Choi Hyun-seok's body. Magic is like a poison to humans. The fortunate thing is that the magic inside Choi Hyun-seok was not moving. That's why she was just a little relieved, but the incident eventually happened. I thought it would happen someday, but not in this way. Abelson glared at Riadrin. Teaching demonic martial arts to a human. Because of the use of demonic martial arts, the magic inside Choi Hyun-seok had gone berserk. No matter how I think about it, it's not sane. Choi Hyun-seok was already abnormal, but what was Riadrin thinking? That elite demon was very smart and strong, but became foolish at strange times. It seems to happen only when he's involved with Choi Hyun-seok. As if reading Abelson's thoughts, Riadrin spoke. How is Choi Hyun-seok's condition? It's dangerous. At this rate, he won't last long. Does that mean he's going to die? Abelson silently nodded. If left as is, Choi Hyun-seok's chance of survival is less than 1%. Riadrin's expression darkened rapidly. Is there no way? There is one. You have a way. Yes. I'm not sure if it will work, but it's the only method worth trying. What is it? Riadrin approached closely. He looked ready to grab Abelson's collar if she didn't speak immediately. It's to completely fuse the magic with Choi Hyun-seok's body. That's hard to understand. Is it possible for a human magi fusing with a human's body? This was a completely different issue from the previous case where magic remained as residue. It was a change in the very foundation of the human species itself. It was something that was impossible by common sense. I don't understand it either. But it's already happening right before our eyes. Abelson began to explain what she had grasped. The magic currently inside Choi Hyun-seok is eroding his body. Of course, a body eroded by magic rots and decays. This is why magic is called a poison to humans. But Choi Hyun-seok is being eroded by magic and fused at the same time. You mean Choi Hyun-seok's body is changing to accept the magic? Yes. But Choi Hyun-seok's case was a little different. His body was being eroded by magic while fusing with it at the same time. The only problem was that the speed of fusion was not keeping up with the speed of erosion. So if we slow down the speed of magic's erosion and let the fusion complete first, Choi Hyun-seok will be able to survive. It's just my idea, though. How can we slow down the erosion speed? I can use my sacred power to block the erosion. Then start right away. That won't work. Why? Riadrin's expression contorted. If there was a way to save Choi Hyun-seok, why wasn't he acting immediately? There was clearly a problem. It's too risky. Since the magie has already spread throughout his whole body, I don't know what will happen if sacred power is injected. So it's a gamble. Yes. It's a gamble with his life. Trying to slow down the magic's erosion speed with sacred power could actually worsen the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Riadrin spoke up. Let's ask Choi Hyun-seok. Ask Choi Hyun-seok. Yes. Since it's a matter of his own life, he should be the one to decide. I see. Abelson also agreed with that. If it's a matter of his own life, he should be the one to decide. Abelson gently caressed Choi Hyun-seok's cheek. Choi Hyun-seok. Ugh. Are you conscious? Ms. Abelson. Choi Hyun-seok opened his eyelids with great difficulty, trembling. I'll explain the situation to you. Abelson briefly explained Choi Hyun-seok's current predicament. Whether to pray to survive as is, or take the risk and gamble to survive. That's it. Do you understand? Abelson asked after finishing the explanation. Choi Hyun-seok gave a faint smile. I will trust Ms. Abelson. It's possible that you'll end up in even more pain than now. Still want to do it? Yes. Please. After all, if left as is, his death is virtually certain. Then he had to try any and all methods to find a way to live. All right, prepare your mind. Yes. Give me the signal, and I'll. The sacred power emanating from Abelson began to seep into Choi Hyun-seok. Riadrin, the Holy Empire. There exists a group of hunting hounds that handle secret missions in that place. One of those hunting hounds, Aseldgafen, was moving his newly made left hand. I'm not satisfied with this. In the previous mission, his left arm was severed by Hemis. In Riadrin, they had concentrated all magical technologies to create the best prosthetic arm, but it was still inferior to the original hand. After all, Aseld's physique was so robust that it could be called heroic, so it was an unavoidable situation. Sir Aseld, are the preparations complete? Aseld turned around at the voice from behind. What was visible were 3 men. They were also hunting hounds entrusted with secret missions from Riadrin. These 3 were helping to ensure the success of this mission, as Aseld alone, even though he was at the level of a hero, would have been sufficient for a mere black comet without a devourer. But the Pope seemed to have forcibly assigned them, as if this mission must succeed at all costs. The preparations are complete. Then let's depart immediately. Aseld and the 3 men set out for their mission. Slurp, slurp, ugh. Choi Hyun-seok opened his eyes, groaning. Slurp? What he saw in front of his eyes was a huge tongue. Disgusting. Slurp? That dog. The dog's tongue was rough. It might be doing it for Choi Hyun-seok's sake, but from the recipient's perspective, it felt like being tortured by having his skin peeled off. Stop it, you stupid mutt. That's when Rachel punched the dog's snout. The hero is in pain, you know. Woof. The dog also barked, as if protesting something. Stop it. Woof, woof. Where do you get the nerve to talk back? Woof. The dog is chasing me? Save me. Bobo and Rachel ran around in all directions. Damn it. Shoo, quiet. Choi Hyun-seok muttered as if sleep-talking. Even without that, his head was pounding like crazy. If he had to compare it, it felt like the worst hangover, but 10 times worse. With the two of them yelling like that, his head was ringing, about to split open. SHH, be quiet. Fortunately, as if hearing Choi Hyun-seok's groans, Rachel and Bobo calmed down. Rachel stared intently at Choi Hyun-seok. Hero, are you okay? Yeah. Are you really okay? Yeah. Choi Hyun-seok answered in a voice that sounded almost dead. Hero, how are the symptoms? Tell me about it. I might be able to help. Yeah. It was unclear whether he didn't understand the words or just couldn't answer properly, but Choi Hyun-seok only repeated the word yeah. Suddenly, Rachel's eyes lit up. Hero, are you in a lot of pain? Yeah. Your head is ringing and you have no strength, right? Yeah. Then Rachel is the prettiest in the world, right? Huh. Choi Hyun-seok opened his eyes slightly at the sudden nonsense. Rachel continued to babble, unaware that he had opened his eyes. That silver-haired saint? You actually don't like her, right? Rachel is 100 times prettier, isn't she? Isn't that right? No, that's absolutely not true. Choi Hyun-seok answered clearly and distinctly. Huh? Hero, you've woken up. Rachel's eyes widened. I'm really dying here. I'm so glad you've regained consciousness. It's thanks to you. Thanks to Rachel's nonsensical babbling, Choi Hyun-seok had fortunately regained his senses. Choi Hyun-seok grabbed his head and frowned. What on earth happened? Hero, you were unconscious for almost 3 days. 3 days? Yes? Aren't you hungry? My stomach is fine. He had been unconscious for 3 days, which he never expected. Why did I faint? Choi Hyun-seok retraced his memories. I'm sure I said I would learn the martial arts. Riadrin had kindly explained how to use plomat. I moved the magic following that. And then, excruciating pain came. Even Choi Hyun-seok, who had developed tolerance to most pain, could not bear it. It felt as if his very soul was being gnawed at. What the hell happened to make me like this? Choi Hyun-seok quietly looked at his own body. Fortunately, there were no wounds, and his limbs were all still intact. There's nothing strange. Suddenly, something flashed in Choi Hyun-seok's mind. He hurriedly opened the status window. White small square name, Choi Hyun-seok. White small square title, Hero Candidate. White small square level, 420. Strength, 136. Agility, 134. Stamina, 138. Magic, 141. Magi, Charisma, 56. Bonus points. White small square hero points, 450. White small square abilities, Pickaxe Mastery, C. Leadership, D. Cooking, D. Magic Control, D. White small square skills, Riadrin style fighting technique, Plomat. After checking the status window, Choi Hyun-seok let out a sigh. As I thought, the dreaded thing had happened. The square, that had suddenly appeared in his status window some time ago had changed to Magi. It seems like something really messed up has happened. Huh? What are you suddenly saying? Rachel, can a hero have Magi? Rachel waved her hand with a smile. Goodness? Hero, you're even making jokes now, so you must be really okay. No, that's not. Anyway, I'm so relieved. I was actually really worried. I was so worried that if the hero died, what would I do? I couldn't even sleep. It wasn't a lie. Even now, dark circles were clearly visible under her eyes. But seeing you even joking around, I can relax a bit. No, I'm serious. There's really Magi in my status. Huh. I'm telling you, there's Magi. Rachel silently approached Choi Hyun-seok. She flipped his eyelid and checked his eyes. Did your vision get affected since you were in pain? I'm telling you it's real. Choi Hyun-seok irritably pushed Rachel away. Then Hero, how many fingers am I holding up? Rachel spread her fingers. 2, right. Whoa, you really can see them? You didn't just guess it. How many times do I have to say it's real? Unbelievable. Rachel dropped to her knees, as if giving up on everything. Choi Hyun-seok looked at Rachel with a perplexed expression. What's wrong? Is having Magi that serious? No, I don't know either. Then why are you overreacting? From Rachel's reaction, he thought he must have contracted some fatal illness. I just wanted to express how surprised I was with my whole body. Geez, forget it. Choi Hyun-seok sighed. At least, since the Magi didn't immediately cause a problem, he could relax a bit. By the way, it's time for that saint to come visit. Huh? What are you talking about? She must be referring to Abelson. Actually, that woman has been coming and nursing you every day. Rachel muttered with a disgruntled expression. It seemed she was angry at the fact that she couldn't do anything and had to rely on Abelson for everything. But now that the hero has woken up, she should acknowledge it a bit. I see. Hearing that, he vaguely recalled the conversation he had with Abelson. So what she said worked. It seems Abelson had succeeded in treating him. She was practically a savior of his life. He thought he should thank Abelson when he sees her. At that moment, you're awake. The door opened and a haggard-looking Abelson entered. Ugh. Choi Hyun-seok gritted his teeth and stifled a groan. Black sweat continued to drip from his body. About an hour passed like that. Phew. It's over, Abelson said with a tired expression. Choi Hyun-seok lowered his head. Thank you again. You don't really need to thank me. It was your own willpower that allowed you to overcome this. It wasn't a lie. It was clear that Choi Hyun-seok's recovery was due to Abelson's abilities, but it would have been impossible without Choi Hyun-seok's willpower. In fact, I think Choi Hyun-seok's obsession with life created this miracle. Haha. At Abelson's words, Choi Hyun-seok smiled awkwardly. Having so many things I still want to do is what helped in this way. The things Choi Hyun-seok constantly talked about, the blonde-haired girl, the rabbit-like children, the mansion in old age. Choi Hyun-seok truly wanted to achieve all of these. That's why he couldn't die yet. This kind of sticky will seemed to have ignited the spark of life. But don't be too at ease. Your body hasn't stabilized yet, you see. It hasn't stabilized. Yes. Right now, Choi Hyun-seok, you could die at any moment and it wouldn't be strange. You have to receive treatment like this every day until your body reaches a perfect stabilization period. Every day. I don't know when your body will stabilize. It could be as soon as today, or it may never happen. In other words, it meant that from now on, Abelson would have to come visit and suffer through this every day. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I didn't have much to do anyway. And Abelson muttered softly, you're also my only hope. Pardon. It's nothing. The treatment is over, so I'll be going now. Abelson stood up from her seat. You're leaving already? If you're alright, let me at least treat you to a meal. No, I might get too tired from just moving around. I see. Then, I'll be going. Choi Hyun-seok watched the departing Abelson with a look of disappointment. She's gone. Yes, she's gone. At that moment, Rachel suddenly popped up and stood in front of Choi Hyun-seok with a smile. Hero, how are you feeling? I'm alright, but this is quite tiring. It must have been difficult for Abelson, but for Choi Hyun-seok who was receiving the treatment, it felt like he was about to die. This was because every time Abelson's sacred power entered, Choi Hyun-seok's magic would rebel and cause him excruciating pain. So I have to receive this kind of treatment every day from now on. The corners of Choi Hyun-seok's mouth lifted slightly. That's great. Huh. Being able to see Abelson every day. Isn't that a stroke of good luck? Wadash? Are you saying something like that right now? Rachel kept punching Choi Hyun-seok's chest. Ow, it hurts. Didn't I say I need to rest? I don't care. Just die. In this moment, Rachel was truly earnest. Sometime later, Choi Hyun-seok, leaning against Bobo's back and resting, was just about to fall asleep again when the door suddenly burst open. Choi Hyun-seok? You're finally awake. The intruder was Riadrin. He rushed over with a bright smile. Choi Hyun-seok awkwardly smiled and got up from his seat. I'm alive thanks to your concern. No, it's all my fault. I should have been more mindful that you're human. No, it was my own foolishness. The atmosphere was quite warm. By the way, are you really okay? Yes. I still have to continue receiving treatment, but I'll eventually fully recover. I see. Riadrin scrutinized Choi Hyun-seok's body as if to check if he was truly alright. He narrowed his eyes. By the way, you've gotten stronger, haven't you? Especially your magic and magical power have increased quite a bit. Huh. Suddenly stronger? Choi Hyun-seok tilted his head, unable to understand these incomprehensible words. So you still don't know? Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, don't even think about training or anything like that for a while, just rest. Understood. I almost forgot. Choi Hyun-seok, I was on my way when Hemi summoned me. She originally said to bring you along if you're doing well, but if it's too difficult, just rest more. I'll inform the Corps Commander myself. At Riadrin's words, Choi Hyun-seok shook his head. I think I'll be fine just moving around. Is that so? To be honest, he just wanted to lie down again right away. Although not as severe as before, the pain that felt like his whole body was shattering still lingered. But since the Corps Commander is summoning me, I have no choice. What if he said he couldn't go because his body was a bit sore? He might get gobbled up in one bite, told to rest forever in her arms. Let's depart right away then. By any chance? At that moment, Riadrin spoke in a careful tone. Would you like me to carry you on my back? If it's difficult, you can ride on my back. It might be embarrassing. Riadrin's red skin tone seemed even darker than usual. Come on, hurry. No, I am fine. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok couldn't help but shudder, feeling a chill down his spine. Upon entering the familiar office, a beautiful figure with her back turned was seen. Hemi stood gazing out the window without turning around. Still with her back turned, she spoke. You're here. Yes. I have a question. What's your relationship with Riadrin? Pardon. I saw you being carried by Riadrin. Riadrin kept his mouth firmly shut. Choi Hyun-seok sighed and pressed his forehead. Shit. She saw it. If there was a mouse hole, he'd want to hide in it. I couldn't help it either. Choi Hyun-seok had absolutely no desire to be carried on a man's back. Maybe if it was Abelson's back, but... However, when he tried to refuse Riadrin's kind offer to carry him and ended up walking, his legs just gave out. Ugh. Choi Hyun-seok? Are you alright? Even though his physical condition was not normal, he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to walk properly. In the end, Choi Hyun-seok had no choice but to be carried by Riadrin. If he stubbornly insisted otherwise, that would just be a nuisance. I thought I could get off at the door and she wouldn't know, but she was watching from the window. An unexpected turn of events. Should I just commit suicide? No, more importantly, where the hell are that monster's eyes located? He couldn't help but think about the useless question of how she could see without any eyes. Just as Choi Hyun-seok's thoughts were wandering around as usual, Riadrin spoke up. Choi Hyun-seok's body was not well, so I had no choice. Ah, I see. Hemis turned around, finally revealing her face. Her enormous lips were split wide across her face. I understand? Oh ho ho ho. Her usual way of covering her mouth while laughing, but for some reason it seemed more infuriating than usual today. I don't know what kind of imagination she has, but that's not it. That's not it at all. It was humiliating. He felt like he was being used for some inappropriate desire. Enough with the jokes. The reason I summoned you two today is that I have something to convey. Hemis returned to her usual self and spoke. I'll be away for a week starting today. A week means the regular Corps Commander meeting. That's right. Riadrin stroked his chin, seeming to ponder something. This year's timing is quite early. Normally, the meeting would be held in December. The regular Corps Commander meeting. A meeting where the Demon King and the 5 Corps Commanders gather periodically. It's usually held in December, with the main purpose of reporting on the past year's affairs and planning for the next year. Yeah, there was a non-regular meeting just a while ago, too. Not long ago, Hemis had attended a non-regular Corps Commander meeting. The main agenda was about who would get the rights to Bobo, but regardless, various discussions took place in the gathering of all the Corps Commanders. And now, barely a few months later, they're suddenly having the regular Corps Commanders meeting, and even moving up the schedule? It was strange. Well, there's nothing to be done. Even if it's not a non-regular meeting but the regular one, I have to attend. While you can refuse to attend a non-regular meeting, the rules state that you must attend the regular meeting. That's why I called you two here to ask Riadrin to take care of the division while I'm away. Understood. Riadrin nodded without much hesitation. The 3rd Division of the Demon King's army, led by Hemis, did not have a vice commander, and Riadrin was the most trusted one, having taken on similar duties several times before. And Choi Hyun-seok. After finishing her business with Riadrin, Hemis turned her gaze to Choi Hyun-seok. Choi Hyun-seok nodded with a tense expression. I heard the story. Not only did you gain magic, but you also used a demon race exclusive martial art. Huh. Yes. You and Riadrin both seem quite smart, yet you become idiotic in strange places. Oh ho ho ho. Choi Hyun-seok and Riadrin silently bowed their heads. There was nothing they could say, even if they had 10 mouths. Anyway, I was going to give you your next mission right away, but... Suddenly, Hemis' voice lowered. Looking at your condition, it seems unwise. Is that so? He doesn't have to take on a mission. Choi Hyun-seok pretended to be disappointed on the outside, but inwardly he was cheering. Then Hemis continued speaking. This is a first for me. It's strange that you're even still alive. So that's why the humans call her a saint. Hemis looked at Abelson with newfound respect. She had simply thought of her as a fool with an abundance of sacred power, but it seems she had more ability than expected. Shall I help you a little? Suddenly, Hemis' lips split open wide. She approached, smiling. The enormous lips drew closer and closer. Corps Commander. Since dying would be inconvenient for me, I'll give you a little help this time. SSSSSS. Hemis' lips parted, and something tentacle-like emerged from within. At the end of the tentacle were numerous grotesque-looking teeth. Well, that's... Just as Choi Hyun-seok was about to step back, a suddenly darting tentacle latched onto the back of his neck. Chomp. Ugh. Ugh. Along with the excruciating pain, his consciousness began to fade. It's fine. When you wake up, you'll feel refreshed. The voice sounded distant. How long was I out this time? After being unconscious for a long time, he had just barely regained consciousness, and now he's about to pass out again. Consider it an honor. With those final incomprehensible words, Choi Hyun-seok's consciousness was completely severed. Several days had passed since Hemis left. Fortunately, the fallen Choi Hyun-seok was able to get up and move around vigorously again. He even seemed healthier than before. Are you really all right? Riadrin looked at Choi Hyun-seok with a worried expression. Yes. I even got permission from Abelson that as long as I don't use magi or magical power, I should be fine. Choi Hyun-seok asked Riadrin to start training him again. No matter how abnormal his body was, he couldn't just lie around forever. With the possibility of something happening at any moment, he couldn't afford to waste a single day. In that case, I have no choice. Riadrin conducted the training while emphasizing the avoidance of using magi or relying too much on physical exertion. As a result, the training naturally became more theory-based. That's how it can be said. That's the end of the explanation on Plomat. Today's training was about the demon race exclusive martial art, Plomat. It was an education on how to deal with demons who use Plomat, not for Choi Hyun-seok to use it himself. Thank you. If you even think of using Plomat, stop it. Your body hasn't stabilized yet. Of course. Haha. Choi Hyun-seok himself had no desire to commit suicide. Seeing him laugh, Riadrin had a different thought. Choi Hyun-seok has indeed grown stronger, Riadrin thought. For some reason, Choi Hyun-seok was gradually growing stronger. He seemed unaware of it himself. Is his body developing and adapting to the magi? Perhaps Choi Hyun-seok's body was undergoing changes as it adapted to the magi. Just as he was pondering the cause of this growth, Riadrin's expression suddenly hardened. This is sacred power. He could sense sacred power emanating from the Black Giant Star, the headquarters of the 3rd Division of the Demon King's army. It was an unusual occurrence. Of course, this place housed the next saint, Abelson Mariette. Her sacred power was so formidable that it could be felt anywhere in the Black Giant Star. But the sacred power he was sensing now was not Abelson's. They're hiding their sacred power. 3 of them? No, 4. Concealed sacred power. If Riadrin, who was unusually sensitive to sacred power, hadn't been here, he would never have detected it. It seems trouble is brewing. Choi Hyun-seok was taken aback by Riadrin's sudden statement. Huh? Trouble? I don't have time to explain. You stay here and wait. Leaving the bewildered Choi Hyun-seok behind, Riadrin hurriedly rushed off somewhere. The Riadrin quickly walk around the black giant star. Fortunately, it is not moving too fast. It seems that the intruders are moving slowly, perhaps to move stealthily. It didn't seem too difficult to catch up. As a result of running for a few minutes, Riadrin was able to block the path of the intruders. What is visible are 4 human figures wearing black hooded cloaks. The culprits hesitated at the sudden appearance of Riadrin. We've been exposed. That fellow's magic feels anything but ordinary. Everyone, be careful. The intruders distanced themselves while keeping a cautious attitude towards Riadrin. At that moment, the one in the center stepped forward and removed his hood. That's only natural, for he is the Red Nightmare. The one who stepped forward was Assassination. His face was heavily flushed, seemingly out of anticipation for the battle. If he is the Red Nightmare, it won't be easy. In contrast, the other figures had a more serious demeanor. Riadrin, the Red Nightmare. He was one of the most famous demons among humans. Not only was his physical power outstanding, but he was also known for his merciless slaughter, acting like a machine without a trace of emotion. Being a martial artist rather than a mage, he engaged in even rawer and more brutal combat. His relentless speed on the battlefield was more than enough to instill terror in many humans. Sir Asseld, is it possible? Enough? Of course it is possible. Asseld, unable to hide his excitement, said. I thought it would be a boring mission without a monster, but such an opportunity has presented itself. This is just perfect. There was a glint of madness in his eyes as he gazed at them. Riadrin could not help but frown at meeting that gaze. That man is at least a division commander level. Asseld, drenched in madness. Riadrin could feel the division commander level magic power from him. Even if he was just a hollow shell with strong magic, judging from the atmosphere, that possibility seemed low. Their target is probably Abelson Marriott. Their original purpose was to rescue Abelson Marriott, so they had brought the best elite troops. And the remaining 3 are also at least regimental commander level. Honestly, just Asseld alone would be a formidable opponent. The chance of winning a one-on-one fight would be less than 30%. And in the midst of that, the other humans were also absolutely not to be underestimated. If they all joined forces, the odds would approach 0. The situation was not good. Of all times, why did this have to happen when Lady Hemis is not here? It was impossible for Riadrin alone to stop such powerful enemies. If all the soldiers stationed on the Black Giant Star mobilized, it might be possible, but the culprits would surely escape with Abelson before that. What should I do? As his worries deepened, Hyun-seok's voice was heard from behind. Hyun-seok. Has he come chasing after me? Even though I told him to wait there, it seems he followed. I should be grateful for that now. Every bit of help is precious in this situation. Of course, it's not for combat. Even if Hyun-seok was perfectly healthy, he had nothing that could stand up to such powerful adversaries. What Hyun-seok should do now was something else. Riadrin. What's going on? Sensing the serious atmosphere, Hyun-seok asked cautiously. Riadrin, without looking back, kept his eyes on the enemy and spoke. Those are the ones who have snuck in to kidnap the next holy maiden. So they're after Abelson again. Hyun-seok. Listen carefully, I don't have much time. Riadrin continued in a rapid-fire manner. Right now, take the next holy maiden and flee. And you must gather all the senior officers. The regular soldiers are not needed. Only find the division commander level or higher ranking officers. They are the only ones who can stop those fellows. Understood. Hyun-seok nodded without asking anything further. There was no doubt that he had properly understood the order. He was an intelligent man, after all. Go. With Riadrin's shout, Hyun-seok started running. Simultaneously, the humans also started moving. Where do you think you're going? Stop that man. If there's a commotion, things will get complicated. 3 men began chasing after Hyun-seok. At that moment, Riadrin raised his fist and slammed it into the ground. Riadrin's fighting technique. 7th form, quaking tremor wave. As his fist touched the ground, a thunderous noise erupted, and the ground flipped over, spewing forth soil and rocks. Boom! Ugh! The pursuing intruders had no choice but to fall back. The air was thick with a haze of dirt, obstructing their vision. If they went in there, they might end up getting attacked. Soon, the dirt haze cleared, and the revealed scene made the intruder's eyes widen slightly. Riadrin was standing there, his fist still planted on the ground. A fist? Did he just strike the ground with his bare fist? They had naturally assumed it was a magic spell, given the considerable explosion, but they were completely caught off guard. Without Lady Hemis's permission, you cannot take the Holy Maiden. Riadrin rose from his position. He glared at the intruders, his gaze fierce like a buffalo, unlike his usual docile ox-like eyes. Permission? We never intended to seek that witch's approval in the first place. Asseld grinned slyly. Riadrin's face hardened even more. How disrespectful. The only one who need not seek Lady Hemis's permission is the Demon King himself. From now on, I shall teach you proper etiquette. So learn it well. Riadrin lightly stretched his body as he continued. and may you be reborn as a more courteous human in your next life. Riadrin was also an excellent teacher when it came to matters of propriety. Hyun-seok immediately headed towards the room where Abelson was. Ta-da-da-da-da-da! Even though it was not a combat situation, he was sprinting at full speed, receiving a buff from Rachel. At that moment, hero quest. Wicked humans have come to kill Abelson Mariette. As the hero, you have an obligation to protect the next holy maiden. You must protect her at all costs. And, who knows, as you overcome the adversity together, love may even start to blossom. Objective, protect Abelson Mariette. Reward, 1000 hero points. A hero quest at a time like this. Not only the timing, but the content was also rather absurd. Love may start to blossom. What kind of nonsense is this? Who are they mocking? If only the quest could ensure the definite blossoming of love, that would be a small wish. Forget it. The hero quests have always been spouting such nonsense. It was a regular occurrence for the hero quests to mock him. The truly strange thing was the first sentence written in the quest. What is this supposed to mean? Hyun-seok read the quest content again. Wicked humans have come to kill Abelson Mariette. No matter how he looked at it, the sentence was odd. Wicked humans? Kill Abelson Mariette. The ones chasing him now were probably the rescue squad sent from the Holy Empire of Riadrin. In other words, objectively speaking, they were on the side of justice. But wicked humans? The content made it seem like the humans were the villains and the demon army was on the side of justice. And the reward is too high. The reward was a whopping 1000 hero points. He had no idea what criteria were used to determine the rewards. Hyun-seok shook his head to shake off his thoughts. Now is not the time to ponder the quest content. I need to focus on rescuing Abelson first. Just then, he saw Abelson's room. There were a total of 4 guards guarding the entrance. The head guard with a bullhead stepped forward. He looked at the panting Hyun-seok, who had suddenly appeared at a late hour, with suspicion. What's the matter? Ugh, humans. Humans have invaded. Hyun-seok said breathlessly. Humans. Yes, their target is Abelson. We have to quickly hide her in a safe place. At Hyun-seok's words, the head guard shook his head. No, can't do. I haven't heard a single word from Lord Riadrin. I'm coming here directly on Lord Riadrin's orders. I can't believe that. If what you say is true, Lord Riadrin would have told me himself. True to his rank and file, this bullhead guard captain had the same stubborn behavior as Riadrin. Frustrated, Hyun-seok yelled. This is not the time for that. Step aside quickly. You insolent. Just as Hyun-seok was about to forcefully break through, commotion erupted from behind. Looking back, he saw 3 men in black robes approaching. They've already caught up. Judging by the dripping red blood on their swords, they had already slain many demons on the way here. That's. The guard captain's eyes widened briefly, then quickly turned cold. He opened the way. Go inside. Huh. We'll hold them off. The guard captain sensed that they would die here. Yet, with an impassive expression, he drew his weapon. Take this with you. Show it to the other commanders, and they'll believe your words. The guard captain handed him a plaque with a bull's head engraved on it. Hyun-seok nodded once and took the plaque. He burst open the door to the room where Abelson was. Abelson's startled face came into view. Hyun-seok. Humans have invaded. We need to escape. It was a brief explanation, but she understood the situation. Bam, boom, the sounds of battle could already be heard outside. Hyun-seok grabbed Abelson and carried her. Kya, I'm sorry, but the situation is urgent. Time was of the essence. To move as quickly as possible, he had to carry Abelson and run. It was definitely not an act to satisfy any selfish desires. Absolutely not. Where should I go next? Hyun-seok's mind raced. The first ones I need to meet are the regimental commanders. Currently, there are 2 regimental commanders on the Black Giant Star, and each regiment has 5 battalion commanders. 2 regimental commanders and 10 battalion commanders. Originally there were a total of 10 battalion commanders, but Doris died, so now there are only 9. Anyway, I have to gather those bastards in one place. Choi Hyun-seok continued running, organizing his thoughts. At that moment, the sounds of battle that had been heard suddenly stopped. Already, his heart grew urgent. The cessation of the sounds meant that the fight had ended. The escorts must all be dead. Choi Hyun-seok gritted his teeth. I have to run faster. He had managed to figure out the whereabouts of the regimental commander while staying in the Black Giant Star. Just as he was heading towards the nearest regiment, a familiar sound reached his ears. Kruong. Bobo. For some reason, Bobo was running towards him. You rascal, you came to brother because you were worried about you. Kruong. Sure enough, the noble bloodline. He must have sensed something unusual and come looking for him. Miss Abelson, get on top of Bobo. Choi Hyun-seok placed Abelson on top of Bobo. Since he was such a huge body, there was no problem getting on. Choi Hyun-seok himself also got on Bobo's back. Bobo was much faster than Choi Hyun-seok running. Good. Bobo, run. Dash. Bobo started running at an incredible speed. It was like riding a motorcycle at full speed. Choi Hyun-seok felt a little relieved. That's enough. At this rate, they won't catch up anytime soon. Up until then, Choi Hyun-seok had thought that as long as he reached the regimental commander, they would be able to survive, no matter how strong the enemy was. But the expectations were shattered in no time. At the same time, Riadrin was facing off against Oseldgafen. I expected this. But it's certain now. Riadrin's gaze turned cold. At least division commander level. In human terms, he'd be called a hero. Riadrin had tried to hold back all the attackers, but it wasn't possible. Except for Asseld, the other three had already gone after Hyun-seok. To be honest, just blocking this one human alone is quite burdensome. Asseld's power was clearly at division commander level. Riadrin's power fell slightly short of that. Still, he had to stop him. Because he was the only one in this black giant star who could fight against him. The Red Nightmare. Seems less impressive than the rumors. Riadrin smirked at Asseld's words. You seem quite relaxed. Shouldn't you hurry after your subordinates? It was deliberately meant to provoke Asseld. He needed to make him hasty. When one becomes hasty, mistakes happen, and such gaps determine the outcome. However, for some reason, Asseld remained composed. Not really. I think the mission will succeed just by keeping you tied up here. If anything, aren't you the one who's too relaxed? Shouldn't you hurry to protect the Holy Maiden? Asseld grinned. Does he already know the situation here? Asseld clearly knew that Hermes wasn't in the Black Giant Star. He might even know the composition of soldiers here. Otherwise, such a relaxed response wouldn't be possible. Information has leaked. They had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. If that's the case, there was only one solution to the current situation. To fight and win against this human. No choice then. Let's begin. What's the rush? Let's take our time and enjoy this. It's been a while since I've had a proper fight, so I'm really looking forward to it. Asseld and Riadrin began to clash. Thanks to Bobo's hard running, Hyun-seok was able to arrive at his destination, the regiment headquarters building. What is this? The soldiers guarding the headquarters blocked their path. They were visibly shocked at the sudden appearance of the giant magical beast Bobo and Hyun-seok. Where is the regiment commander? The regiment commander is in a meeting. So he's inside. When Hyun-seok tried to enter, the soldiers blocked his way. You cannot enter. It's urgent, move aside. No, we'll be in big trouble. Hyun-seok held out the bull's head nameplate he had received from the guard captain earlier. See this? Move aside. What's that? I don't know what it is. We can't move. If you enter, we'll all die. You stupid idiots. These regular soldiers didn't seem to know about the nameplate. In that case, there was only one option. No choice. I'll have to force my way through. Just as Hyun-seok reluctantly decided to break through forcefully. What's all this commotion? A group of figures walked out from inside the regiment headquarters. The soldiers bowed their heads, recognizing their superior. Regiment Commander Roiger. The regiment commander who appeared had an appearance similar to a human. Hyun-seok had seen him before. He's the high-ranked demon who appeared during Doris's command decision battle. The high-ranked demon who had suddenly appeared and vanished just as quickly. As expected, he was the regiment commander. Behind him stood several burly figures in a row, some of whom Hyun-seok recognized. The battalion commanders. They said he was in a meeting, and it seemed everyone was gathered. You're the human in charge of cooking. And Hermes' pet. What brings you here? Regiment Commander Roiger stepped forward and spoke. Hyun-seok quickly explained the situation while holding out the bull's head nameplate. That's what happened. After hearing everything, Regiment Commander Roiger nodded. He ordered one soldier. Go bring Regiment Commander Ryakal and his battalion commanders. Tell them to get here immediately if they don't want to die. Yes. The soldier who received the order disappeared somewhere. It seemed he was going to bring the other regiment commander and battalion commanders. I made it. Fortunately, he had succeeded in completing the mission Riadrin had entrusted to him. If all the officers gathered like this, even if they were strong opponents, they couldn't do anything. Just as he was thinking that, 3 figures dropped from the sky. Swoosh! It was the persistent black hoodie trio. You're too late, bastards. They had already secured one regiment commander and the battalion commanders here. Plus, another regiment commander and battalion commanders would join soon. No matter how strong these humans were, they probably couldn't handle those numbers. At that moment, Regiment Commander Roiger walked forward alone. Is he going to take them out by himself? Was the regiment commander such a monster that he could defeat those 3 alone? Hyun-seok watched the situation with expectant eyes. However, the situation didn't flow as expected at all. Swoosh! The 3 figures passed by the regiment commander and charged straight ahead. Their target was obviously Abelson. How dare! Perhaps angered at being ignored, Regiment Commander Roiger let out a roar. However, he was only able to catch one enemy. Roiger shouted urgently. Stop them! The battalion commanders joined in. They blocked with all their might, but ultimately let one enemy slip through. Confusion appeared on Hyun-seok's face. Shit. The last remaining one approached instantly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At that moment, Hyun-seok couldn't help but realize. These guys, they really intend to kill Miss Abelson. Just as stated in the hero quest, their objective wasn't to rescue Abelson. It was to execute Abelson. A sharp sword flew in with enough force to pierce through everything. Hyun-seok pushed Abelson back. Caught by the sudden attack, Abelson flew helplessly. Kayak. Hyun-seok didn't look back but rather rushed forward. When I should be protecting a beauty, you dare swing a sword. Anger welled up in that instant. Why is this happening? He felt wronged and wronged again. Why were there so many blocking his path? Hyun-seok just wanted to peacefully enjoy his adventure in another world. Along the way, maybe marry a blonde noble lady too. Have about 5 rabbit-like children. All he wanted was to spend his later years watching his grandchildren play in a mansion. That's not a crime, is it? But this damn other world seemed desperate to torment him. It seemed determined to interfere however possible and watch him fall into despair. I absolutely won't let that happen. Along with Hyun-seok's anger, magical power, and demonic energy began to boil within his body. Whoosh! The enemy who had approached was now swinging their sword. Hyun-seok didn't dodge. He extended his leg. His leg split 180 degrees as his right foot shot up towards the sky. The enemy's pupils widened slightly in surprise, visible as if in slow motion. Too late now. Hyun-seok muttered quietly. Riadrin style fighting technique. Form 2, head crushing strike. Head, step, split, flame form. Hyun-seok's eyes glowed red as his right foot came crashing down at terrifying speed. Foot and sword collided. Kwaya dash! With a thunderous sound, dust scattered in all directions. Regiment Commander Roiger was an elite demon from a famous family. These days, Roiger had been extremely busy. It was because of his recently deceased subordinate, Battalion Commander Doris. Restore everything to normal while I'm away at the regular Corps Commander meeting. That's what Hemis had said before leaving. The timing will be tight. Already 4 days had passed out of the given week. At this rate, meeting the deadline would be challenging. Stupid pig. I knew this would happen someday. This was all Doris's fault. Not only did he pathetically die losing to a human, but he effectively got his entire battalion wiped out. Because of this, they had to completely reorganize the battalion. Roiger had no choice but to hold meetings with stupid battalion commanders until late every day. And so today too, in the middle of a late meeting, an incident occurred. It's urgent, move aside. Hearing the commotion, he saw Hyun-seok and Hemis's pet. After hearing a brief explanation from Hyun-seok, unidentified attackers appeared just as he had said. I thought I felt some disgusting sacred power. It wasn't my imagination. They all emanated irritating sacred power. He wanted to burn them all with magic, but it wasn't possible. Where did such beings come from? Each human possessed combat ability similar to Roiger himself. And there were 3 such enemies. The situation wasn't good. I need to buy time somehow. He had called for Ryakal, another regiment commander in the Black Giant Star, so he needed to hold out at least until he arrived. I am Regiment Commander Roiger of the Demon King's Army 3rd Corps. Roiger stepped forward and spoke. Nothing was better than dialogue for buying time. Who are you? However, before he could finish speaking, the humans began their attack. Damn it. Roiger raised his demonic energy in preparation for the attack. But contrary to expectations, they simply passed by him. The humans charged straight for the Holy Maiden. Along with confusion, rage welled up at being ignored. How dare you? Demonic energy exploded along with his roar. Black demonic energy spread in all directions. The humans avoided it with swift movements, and Roiger only managed to bind one person's feet. Stop them. The battalion commanders who grasped the situation stepped in, but they too were insufficient. They managed to stop one, but enemies still remained. The last human who broke through the encirclement. They were approaching the Holy Maiden. Their sword was imbued with a sharp killing intent. In that moment, Roiger's eyes showed a strange light. The killing intent is aimed at the Holy Maiden. Why? The sword's killing intent was directed at the next Holy Maiden, Abelson Mariette. A thought flashed through Roiger's mind. Could it be their goal isn't to rescue the Holy Maiden but to kill her? Humans trying to kill the Holy Maiden. He hadn't expected this at all. That's why they were completely defenseless. It's over. There was only one human in front of the Holy Maiden, Hyun-seok. He knew quite a bit about him as he had been a hot topic in the Corps recently. Though he knew Hyun-seok had grown stronger quickly, he was still only at company commander level. In contrast, the enemy was strong enough to give even Roiger trouble. There was no way Hyun-seok could hold out. Just as he thought that, Roiger's eyes widened. Clang! Hyun-seok's descending foot collided with the sword. He had expected Hyun-seok's leg to be cleanly severed, but the result flowed in a completely unexpected direction. Kwaya dash! Hyun-seok's foot pushed back the sword and came crashing down on the enemy's head. That's Lord Riadrin's fighting technique. It was a technique Roiger had seen before. Despite its seemingly crude appearance, Riadrin's unique fighting technique required extremely difficult control. Yet this human was executing it perfectly. Ugh! The enemy whose head had been driven into the ground suddenly stood up. They were bewildered. Even they seemed confused about how they had been overwhelmed by Hyun-seok. It couldn't be helped. From their perspective, they had been thoroughly beaten by someone who should have been like a child to them. In that moment, Roiger's eyes flashed. Now they could protect the Holy Maiden. Everyone protect the Holy Maiden? Their goal is to kill her. Originally they would have cleanly lost with the Holy Maiden's death, but the situation had changed. Thanks to Hyun-seok they had gained some time, and they now knew the enemy's objective. It won't be easy, but we must do it. Roiger prepared himself to fight with his life on the line. A Demon King's army officer risking his life to protect a human Holy Maiden. It might sound like a bad joke, but there was no choice. Hemis's words still echoed in his ears. You must protect the next Holy Maiden while I'm gone. You understand? If her beloved Holy Maiden died, the Corps commander might go berserk. Though the Corps commander usually appeared gentle, Roiger knew that a witch steeped in madness slumbered within her. Roiger didn't even want to imagine what would happen if that witch awakened. Use your worthless lives to protect the Holy Maiden. Shouting while releasing demonic energy, Roiger was more desperate than ever before. Choi Hyun-seok's face contorted. His whole body felt like it was being crushed by excruciating pain. Hero, are you alright? I'm barely alive. I'll heal you right now. While receiving Rachel's healing, Hyun-seok thought to himself, to be in this state just from blocking one attack. This is ridiculous. Strictly speaking, he hadn't even blocked it. Attack had collided with attack. On the surface, Hyun-seok appeared victorious. After all, his opponent's head had been slammed into the ground from his kick. However, the enemy got right back up after falling. Meanwhile, Hyun-seok, who had delivered the attack, felt like every bone and muscle in his body was screaming in agony. I expected him to be strong, but this is a completely different level. A human who was perfectly fine even after taking a direct hit to the head. He questioned whether such a being could even be called human. Arg. Keek. Before they knew it, the surroundings were filled with screams and blood. All of it belonged to the Demon King's army soldiers. Crunch. The three intruders were rampaging like wolves among sheep. Countless soldiers were being slaughtered. This situation isn't good. Hyun-seok's eyes sank. Though fortunately Abelson had managed to dodge backward, the overall situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Roiger, I've come to help. Soon, regiment commander and battalion commanders from other units all joined in, and for a moment it seemed like they were pushing back the enemy, but the battle returned to a deadlock once again. No, if anything, the Demon King's army was gradually being pushed back. Even with virtually all the high-ranking executives stationed at the Black Giant Star gathered, they couldn't suppress the enemy. The intruders continued killing soldiers while gradually getting closer to Abelson. The conditions are too disadvantageous. Hyun-seok thinks. This was a fight they could never win from the start. If the enemy randomly swings an attack toward Abelson, our side has to throw their bodies to block it. Those who have something to protect are inevitably forced to fight an overwhelmingly disadvantageous battle against those who have nothing to lose. We need to escape with Ms. Abelson. As long as Abelson was here, they had no choice but to fight at a disadvantage. To resolve this, Abelson needed to leave this place. Just as Hyun-seok was having such thoughts, human, take the saint and go, we'll hold them here. As if having the same thought, Regiment Commander Roiger shouted. Hyun-seok moved immediately without hesitation. Bobo, let's go, we need to escape with Ms. Abelson. Hyun-seok placed Abelson on Bobo's back and escaped from the chaotic battlefield. Bobo, run at full speed. Kwang. Bobo sprints through the Black Giant Star. No one knew where they should go. They were just running to get away from the enemy. Ms. Abelson, are you alright? Yes. Although Abelson had minor injuries, she didn't appear to be seriously hurt. Suddenly, Hyun-seok became curious. Ms. Abelson, why are they trying to kill you? Why would humans try to kill the next saint, who could be considered their ally? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. After contemplating briefly, Abelson spoke. It's probably because I didn't follow their orders. Didn't follow their orders? Yes. They don't need a real saint. They only want a puppet saint who will follow their commands. It was difficult to understand. Who were they, and what did she mean by puppet saint? Are you saying you're not the real saint? No, I can truly hear the voice of God. Then why? As I just said, they need a puppet, not a real saint. They abandoned God long ago. As Abelson was explaining, strong magical power was felt from behind. Duck. Hyun-seok pressed down hard on Abelson's head. Ping Kwang. The magic that grazed above their heads exploded as it hit a building. Hyun-seok turned his head to check behind them. They've caught up already. In the distance, an enemy was closing the gap at an incredible speed. Although there was only one, that alone would be enough to kill Hyun-seok and the saint. They're too fast. At this rate, they'll be caught up too soon. Hyun-seok quickly made his decision. I'll fight here. What? While Bobo and I hold them off, Ms. Abelson, you escape. That's not possible. Their goal is to kill me anyway. Abelson shook her head. She continued with a sorrowful expression. Leave me here and go. Then you'll be able to live, Mr. Hyun-seok. Leave you here and save only myself. Yes. That would be the better judgment for the world too. No. If you die, won't I die anyway? That's. Only Abelson can stabilize Hyun-seok's currently unstable body. If she dies, how long could Hyun-seok last on his own? Though uncertain, it probably wouldn't be very long. So now they had to save Abelson by any means necessary. That was the way for everyone to live. And also, Hyun-seok continued with an utterly serious expression. It's every man's duty to protect a beautiful woman. The world would surely want a beauty like Ms. Abelson to survive. Abelson didn't know how to respond. Hyun-seok smiled slightly. In exchange, if we both survive, let's continue that date we couldn't finish. This isn't the time for such jokes. Bobo, stop. Ignoring Abelson, Hyun-seok patted Bobo's back. Bobo came to a stop, and Hyun-seok got down to the ground. Bobo, we have to fight that gloomy person from earlier. Can you do it? Kwang. Bobo barked as if saying not to worry. You rascal, you're all I've got. Just as Hyun-seok was repeatedly patting Bobo's head, suddenly Bobo's fur stood on end. Huh? Bobo, growling. A deep and dark growl never heard before. Kwaya. In that instant, Bobo roared and charged forward. Soon, along with the noise of battle, a tremendous wind arose. Hyun-seok raised his arm to block the incoming wind. We have no choice but to try somehow. He had to move while Bobo bought them time. Hyun-seok steeled his resolve. I'll use Plomot. Plomot, the flower of death. A demon-exclusive technique that enables momentary bursts of intense power. He had nearly died trying to learn it after seeing Doris use it. It's registered as an official skill. I should definitely be able to use it. After that near-death experience, Plomat appeared in the skills section of Hyun-seok's status window. This meant that Hyun-seok could use Plomat. Plomat. Proficiency, 2%. Though the proficiency is low, this isn't the time to be picky. Hyun-seok brought his hands together and concentrated. The magical power and demonic energy in Hyun-seok's body began to mix and vibrate. Mr. Hyun-seok? You can't move the demonic energy right now. Abelson, sensing something wrong, shouted. Without looking back, Hyun-seok said, "We'll all die at this rate anyway, but if I collapse, please take care of the aftermath." Hyun-seok concentrated even harder. I can do this. I must do this. The demonic energy spread to every corner, activating his body to its limits. Plomat Stage 1, blooming. Hyun-seok's skin turned bright red. His heartbeat quickened, and his eyes became bloodshot. Though he had fully entered Stage 1, Hyun-seok didn't stop. This isn't enough. Although they had only clashed once, Hyun-seok could clearly feel the gap between himself and the enemy. Just Stage 1 of Plomat. This level of power wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Plomat Stage 2, full bloom. Hyun-seok's body turned completely red, and hot steam began rising from it. Asterisk thump, bang, thump, bang, asterisk. His heart was beating like it would burst. It felt like it was screaming for him to stop this madness. Hyun-seok had never even managed to activate Stage 1 of Plomat before. Even that had essentially been a failure. Though he knew in theory how to progress to Stages 2 and 3, this was his first time attempting it. Never proceed to Stage 2 before Stage 1 is fully mastered. You could lose your life if you're not careful. The image of Riadrin emphasizing this while explaining Plomat flashed through his mind. I'm sorry, Sir Riadrin. I'll push myself just this once. Hyun-seok continued the technique without stopping. In this moment, he was exhibiting concentration beyond his limits. Don't think about anything. Just focus on controlling the magical power and demonic energy. His reddened body began turning black and dying, like fallen flower petals. It looked as if all life had been burned away. Plomat Stage 3, falling flowers. Finally, Hyun-seok's skin was dyed in complete darkness and he opened his eyes. Haya. With a light breath, he struck the ground. That simple action caused the ground to crack, unable to withstand the impact. Crack, quang. With an explosion, Hyun-seok's body shot out like a bullet. Lucas was one of the Holy Empire's hounds deployed for this operation. Originally of noble birth, he was a man who had abandoned his worldly family for true faith. While chasing Hyun-seok and Abelson, he smiled. As expected, His Holiness was right. The rumors about the next holy maiden Abelson Mariette being a traitor were true. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Demon King's army to protect her so desperately. Only death awaits traitors. Lucas ran at full speed after breaking through the encirclement. With his other companions tied down, he was the only one who could deal with Abelson now. Fortunately, I have enough holy power. Though there had been several battles, he still had about half his holy power remaining. Of course, he wasn't in optimal condition. He had sustained quite a few injuries during the battles. But it wasn't a problem. The ones who fled were the traitor hero and saint. He could handle those two without much difficulty. That bastard. To think a hero would side with the Demon King's army. Lucas recalled the man he had just clashed with, Choi Hyun-seok. An arrogant traitor who had struck his head despite possessing worthless skills. His body heated up at the thought of dealing with both traitors at once. His Holiness would surely be pleased and commend him. Have you given up on running? Finally, Lucas was able to catch up to the fugitives. Kwaya. Suddenly, a demonic beast charged at him. It possessed quite strong demonic energy. Though it's a devil's creation, salvation is open to all. Lucas's eyes gleamed. I shall grant you salvation. His already blood-stained sword flashed. Slash. Spider web-like wounds appeared on the demonic beast Bobo's body as new blood sprayed onto the sword. Kwaya. Bobo screamed. It's tough. This one has sturdy hide. He had intended to take its life in one strike, but it seemed it would take some time. Lucas turned his eyes to watch Hyun-seok and Abelson. Things would become troublesome if they escaped while he was dealing with the demonic beast. Seems they don't plan to run. Fortunately, they remained standing in place without moving. Then Lucas's brow furrowed. Could that be? Something was strange about Hyun-seok's condition. Demonic energy was flowing from the body of the who should be a hero, and his skin color was changing. Lucas knew well what this phenomenon was. Plomat. A demon-exclusive technique. Something that grants explosive power momentarily by burning life force. Having fought countless demons, Lucas knew well its dangers. I must stop it. Though he didn't know why a human was using this technique, it couldn't be left alone. Lucas, who had been about to move forward, suddenly stopped. No, it's already too late. Hyun-seok's flesh had completely turned black. Black flesh is proof that Plomat has been operated to Stage 3. He couldn't help but be surprised. Stage 3 Plomat was a high-level technique that even most high-ranking demons couldn't use. Even if they succeeded, their life couldn't be guaranteed afterward. That's how dangerous and difficult Plomat was. Yet someone of such a low level, and a human at that, had achieved it. It was an unbelievable sight even as he watched it with his own eyes. I'll need to prepare for the attack. Lucas watched Hyun-seok as calmly as possible. Since stopping Plomat was no longer possible, all he could do was be as careful as possible while blocking the attack. However, the movement was too fast to block. Crack, quang, he disappeared. As the ground split with an explosion, Hyun-seok's figure vanished instantaneously. Lucas reflexively raised his sword. Clang! The sword that received the attack shook as if it would break. Lucas stared at Hyun-seok with sharp eyes, thinking calmly. Killing him now would be impossible. It wouldn't be easy even if Lucas was in his normal state. But now Lucas was completely exhausted. Hyun-seok, operating Plomat at its limits, was definitely an overwhelming opponent. However, there is a way. Lucas laughed inwardly. The duration of Plomat isn't very long. Lucas had already fought demons using Plomat several times before. The duration of Plomat varies greatly depending on proficiency. It ranges from as short as tens of seconds to as long as 10 minutes. This guy is operating Plomat at its limits. The duration would be around 3 minutes at most. Judging from Hyun-seok's condition, the time he could maintain Plomat wouldn't be long. It might not even last a full minute. Enduring that much time wouldn't be difficult. And when Plomat ends, the moment his Plomat operation ends, this battle would be over. Hyun-seok would have to pay the price for pushing his body to its limits. He'll die on his own if left alone. I'll focus on defense as much as possible. A hero who sided with demons dying from using a demon-exclusive technique. It was truly a fitting end for a traitor. Kukuk. Just wait a little longer. Lucas had not a shred of doubt about his victory. Geffen. Among the 4 hounds dispatched for the Abelson assassination mission, he was the strongest. He could effectively be called the leader of this group of attackers. I'll hold off Riadrin, you all focus on killing the Holy Maiden. That's why volunteered to take on the role of containing the Red Nightmare Riadrin, the black giant star without the glutton Hemis. Currently, Riadrin is the strongest demon here, so if they just keep him contained, there shouldn't be much difficulty in achieving their mission. When he persuaded them this way, the other hounds easily agreed. Of course, it's all just an excuse. In truth, Asseld's real purpose was the battle itself. Nothing brought him more joy than fighting strong opponents. He couldn't let others interfere and ruin his fun. Let's take our time and enjoy this. And so Asseld entered the battle in high spirits. Pure joy, nothing more. He never even considered the possibility of defeat. Objectively speaking, between the two of them, Asseld was clearly superior in strength. His opponent Riadrin must have known this fact as well. So Asseld only thought about thoroughly enjoying the battle before killing Riadrin. That was certainly the plan. Kakak. To think I would lose. How absurd. Asseld lay on the ground, looking up at the sky. Blood continuously flowed from his crushed limbs. Why did I lose? If he had to find excuses, there were many. His condition wasn't good after enduring long periods of torture. The prosthetic arm replacing his severed left arm wasn't familiar yet. But even with these disadvantages, Asseld had gained the upper hand against Riadrin. That is, until he awakened. Of all moments to break through that wall, such bad luck. Just when he thought he had Riadrin cornered, he broke through his limits. After that, the awakened Riadrin overwhelmed him completely, leading to his defeat. Riadrin-style fighting technique, was it? What a joke. Creating a fighting style named after himself, he must really be full of himself. Well, either way, I'm grateful. Though he ended up losing, he had no regrets. He gave his all in the greatest battle. Honestly, he wondered if trash like himself deserved such a splendid end. This is it. His consciousness gradually faded. In his final moment, for some reason, the face of that detestable old man appeared in his mind. Pope. Go ahead and wait. Let's meet again in hell. Dark night. Choi Hyun-seok was fighting against his enemy, relying on the dim moonlight. Swoosh. A sword reflecting moonlight comes flying in. Choi Hyun-seok blocked it by raising his arm. Clang. Even though it was blade against skin, a metallic sound rang out. His body, extremely reinforced by magical power and demonic energy, was already no different from steel. Kahei. Choi Hyun-seok breathed out dark breath and threw a punch. The already exhausted enemy couldn't dodge. Thud. The fist connects with the chest. The enemy retreated while groaning in pain. Kook. Choi Hyun-seok rushed forward, pressing his advantage. Bang. Boom. Every time his fist struck, thunderous sounds rang out. The enemy could only frantically backpedal. The flow of battle was clearly in Choi Hyun-seok's favor to any observer. But Choi Hyun-seok felt no joy at all. I'm reaching my limit soon. Choi Hyun-seok sensed it. His body couldn't hold out much longer. He glanced around at his surroundings. Bobo lay collapsed, bleeding. Huff. Huff. Fortunately, his labored breathing meant he was still alive. But he wouldn't last much longer. Abelson stood with clasped hands and closed eyes. She was probably praying to the god she spoke of. Choi Hyun-seok looked forward again. If I lose, everyone dies. The moment he's defeated, everyone here dies. If he wants to live, if he wants to save them, he must win. At that moment, black blood suddenly poured from Choi Hyun-seok's mouth. Kyuk. It seemed he really didn't have much time left. Is this how I die? Though he fought while enduring pain as if his entire body was burning. Though he put his life on the line to fight. Victory only grew more distant as time passed. If only I had just one more powerful strike. Although he could pressure the enemy, due to lack of time. Due to lack of strength to deliver a decisive finishing blow, he couldn't win. That fact was so frustrating. But more than anything else, what angered him most was death itself. Even this life. Without ever dating? Am I going to die like a dog again just struggling? Choi Hyun-seok unconsciously ground his teeth. I can't accept this. It was unacceptable. Choi Hyun-seok absolutely could not accept it. He stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Have you reached your limit already? Huh. The enemy's mockery reached his ears. Let me tell you something. In a fight between strong ones, techniques like plomat are poison. If the opponent focuses only on defense, you're helplessly stuck. The enemy rambled on about facts nobody asked for. You'll die anyway, but I'm telling you this in case you might need it in hell. Remember it well? Kahahaha. He laughed loudly, seemingly certain of his victory. Choi Hyun-seok ignored him and steadied his breathing. Lord Riadrin. This was really unavoidable. Riadrin's teachings flowed through his mind. You cannot use other techniques while using plomat. Why is that? To begin with, martial techniques push the body to its extreme limits. What do you think happens if you push a body that's already reached its limit with plomat even further? Do you die? Yes, you die. If martial techniques had to be explained in one sentence, they are skills that push both body and magical power to their limits with maximum efficiency. That's why you can't use techniques while using plomat. It's like putting additional strain on a motor that's already overloaded at its limit. If you do something like that, the motor will explode. But you know what? I'll explode either way. Choi Hyun-seok thinks. His motor has already exceeded its limits. Even if he stopped moving right now, he couldn't prevent the motor from exploding. So then, if the motor is going to explode anyway, wouldn't it be fine to make one last sprint before it blows? You're a traitor and a heretic, but salvation is open to all. Kneel and repent even now, then you might at least get to step on heaven's threshold. While watching the enemy's babbling mouth, Choi Hyun-seok focused his mind. Riadrin-style fighting technique. He whips his already limit-pushed body once more. At that moment, Choi Hyun-seok's body tore and burst, spraying blood everywhere. Seeing this, the enemy sneered. Kahahaha, this is truly a rare spectacle. Choi Hyun-seok ignored him. He simply pulled back his fist slowly. With terrible pain, blood gushed out once again. His consciousness grew hazy. First form. Even amidst this, the magical power and demonic energy within his body swirled and steadily gathered in his fist. Proficiency in martial technique Riadrin-style fighting technique has increased. Proficiency in martial technique Riadrin-style fighting technique has increased. Proficiency in martial technique Riadrin-style martial arts has increased. He ignored the alerts too. He focused solely on completing the technique. Still thinking of fighting? I must acknowledge your willpower at least. The enemy clapped his hands while shaking his head exaggeratedly. Looking at him, Choi Hyun-seok grinned. I still have one shot left. In the final moment. For some reason, he no longer felt any pain. His mind was filled with only one thought, completing this technique. Riadrin-style fighting technique. First form, initial battle annihilation. As it activated, a violent wind shot forth. The enemy's face twisted in confusion for a moment. A storm of mixed magical power and demonic energy engulfed him. Kahuk, Kahyuk. Lucas opened his eyes wide. He frantically looked around. Did I lose consciousness? Fortunately, it didn't seem like much time had passed. He must have briefly lost consciousness from the impact. This one was really dangerous. Lucas stared at the ground. There lay Choi Hyun-seok, collapsed and covered in blood. This crazy bastard. You must not use another martial technique while using a continuous type technique. This was truly common sense among common sense. Something you absolutely shouldn't do unless you're trying to commit suicide. Yet this guy used another technique, and not just any technique but plomat, which could be considered the most dangerous, while already pushing it to its limits. Honestly, the fact that the technique even activated was like a miracle. Then Lucas frowned. He's still breathing. Choi Hyun-seok was still breathing. Though it was faint breathing that could stop at any moment, he was definitely alive. Tougher than a cockroach. Lucas raised his sword. His arm trembled, suggesting he too was quite injured. But it wouldn't be a problem to finish off this dying bug here. I'll end that tenacious life of yours. Just before Lucas's sword fell. Grab! Someone caught his hand. Lucas turned around with bewildered eyes. There stood a muscular bullhead demon covered in blood. Why are you? The red nightmare Riadrin. Why was the one who should have died to Auseldgafen here? Instead of an answer, a red fist came flying. The huge and solid-looking fist approached in slow motion. No. Lucas screamed internally. But no matter how much he screamed, reality wouldn't change. The red fist growing larger. Just before it touched his face, Lucas decided to close his eyes. Truly a red nightmare. As he thought this, the fist struck his face. Kwang! Lucas's head exploded outward. Blood and flesh fell from the sky. Tuduk, tuk. As those bodily fragments hit him, Riadrin knelt down. Sorry I'm late, Choi Hyun-seok. Tears welled up in Riadrin's round eyes. Choi Hyun-seok? What have you done? Shouting was futile. There was no way he could answer. Choi Hyun-seok had sustained injuries so severe it was amazing he was still alive. While the visible external injuries looked dangerous, inside, his internal injuries were even more serious than any external wound. His entire body was thoroughly destroyed from the inside. From organs to skin, not a single part was unscathed. I warned him so much not to use martial techniques. The reason for Choi Hyun-seok's condition was obvious. He must have used plomat. Perhaps he even used Riadrin-style fighting technique on top of that. Saint? You can save him, right? Riadrin shouted. Abelson frowned without looking back. Please be quiet, you're disturbing my concentration. She was currently focusing all her mental energy on Choi Hyun-seok. She had to save him somehow. Please. You can't die like this. Abelson prayed desperately. For Choi Hyun-seok to live. He absolutely must not die like this. You are the only hope. Abelson saw possibility in Choi Hyun-seok. To her who had already given up everything, Choi Hyun-seok was salvation and hope. For such a Choi Hyun-seok to die fighting for her? This was something she absolutely could not accept. Definitely. I'll save you no matter what it takes. So just hold on a little longer. As Abelson muttered internally, brilliant divine power began to pour from her body. Day 5 of the regular Corps Commander meeting. Hemis was walking through the corridors of the Demon King's castle. Click, click. With each step, her heels struck the floor making clear sounds. Just then, a large bullhead demon appeared from the opposite direction. A smile appeared on Hemis's lips. Oh my, isn't it Ozgiz? Corps Commander Ozgiz. He was the leader of the Cowden clan to which Riadrin belonged, and the commander of the Demon King's army's 5th Corps. He too bowed his head upon seeing Hemis. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Hemis. Ho ho ho, I told you to be casual. What's with the formality between fellow Corps commanders? No, how could I stand as an equal with you, Lady Hemis? The reason why Ozgiz showed such respect to Hemis was clear. Hemis was the demon who had lived the longest alongside the Demon King. In terms of actual combat power, it was widely believed that Hemis was a level above the other Corps commanders. Of course, even setting aside these various reasons, Ozgiz did tend to be somewhat overly formal. As they say, clear water flows from a clear source. Looking at Ozgiz, it was clear why Riadrin was so rigid and focused on etiquette. Are you heading to get a meal? Ozgiz asked. This was because the dining hall was ahead in this direction. Hemis nodded. Yes. Have you already eaten? Yes. That's too bad. Let's have a meal together before this regular meeting ends. I have something I want to talk about. Understood. Then I'll take my leave as I have some business to attend to. All right. See you at the meeting later. Yes. Enjoy your meal. Leaving Ozgiz behind as he walked away, Hemis arrived at the dining hall. She crossed her legs elegantly as she sat alone at the massive table. The usual. Shortly after ordering, an enormous amount of food that filled the entire table was served. Chomp. Hemis's lips split open and all the food disappeared into her mouth at once. Even though it was an incredible amount of food that could feed dozens of people, it all disappeared in less than 5 seconds. The chef here really does cook well. Hemis smiled with satisfaction. Just then she noticed a human woman sitting alone at another table. One might wonder why there was a human woman in the Demon King's castle. While it might seem strange, Hemis already knew who this woman was. At that moment, the human woman also raised her head and noticed Hemis. Sparks flew between Hemis and the woman. TCH lost my appetite. The woman who was glaring at Hemis stood up and spat on the floor with a tui. Hemis's lips twisted greatly at this rude behavior. When will that vulgar woman ever learn? Ho ho ho. Though she was laughing outwardly, thick veins were bulging on her lips. She wanted to devour her in one bite, but that vulgar and rude human is also a Corps commander. Fighting between Corps commanders was one of the taboos forbidden by the Demon King, so there was nothing she could do. Being elegant, must endure. Hemis quietly calmed her anger. A soldier approached her. Lady Hemis, there's urgent news from the Black Giant Star. Urgent news? Yes, there was an attack. Tell me the details. According to the report. The soldier continued his report in a careful voice. As the report continued, Hemis's expression grew increasingly rigid. I understand. You may go. After the brief report, Hemis dismissed the soldier. She rose from her seat. Click, click. The noise from her steps had become more irritable. Hemis headed straight for the Corps Commander meeting room in the depths of the Demon King's castle. Though there was still quite some time until the meeting, it didn't matter. The Demon King would already be there. Creak. Finally, the meeting room door opened. Hemis faced a man sitting alone in the vast space. The Demon King. The one called the pinnacle of all demonkind. His appearance wasn't particularly special. Gray skin. Like other demons, he had a tall stature with well-proportioned muscles. If there was one impressive point, it was his horns. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the massive horns rising from his head indicated he was no ordinary demon. The Demon King looked at Hemis, who had come before the meeting time, with indifferent eyes. My lord, do you remember? Hemis spoke as she stood before the Demon King. When you said we should make a deal with humans. I opposed it, but ultimately followed your will. The Demon King listened without any change in expression. And as promised, I've been stuck in that gloomy castle spending boring days. Isn't that right? What are you trying to say? The Demon King finally showed a reaction. At that moment, Hemis's lips split horizontally into a wide smile. Her smile contained deeper anger than ever before. I mean, it's troublesome if you act this way, my lord. Troublesome. How impudent. The Demon King's expression twisted slightly. Hemis's words just now were essentially a threat against him. No matter how special she might be, this was crossing a line. Hemis, have you lived so long that your senses have dulled? Thick demonic energy flowed from the Demon King. Hemis calmly smiled as she faced the demonic energy head-on. I wonder. Perhaps it's not me but you who has become dull from living too long. Intense demonic energy began to burn between their gazes. Choi Hyun-seok's eyes flew open as he gasped for breath. Kahook. Hero, you're awake. Rachel shouted while jumping up and down. Hyun-seok answered while panting. Hyuk. Rachel, I'm really alive, right? Yes, you're alive? You're alive. Rachel buried her head in Hyun-seok's chest with tears in her eyes. That hurts. I'm sorry. Rachel withdrew frantically. He didn't expect to feel pain from something so minor. Hero, does it hurt a lot? Yeah, it really fucking hurts. Specifically how and where does it hurt? I'll help you. It feels like my skin was completely peeled off and then scrubbed with a hot iron scouring pad. Ugh. Rachel dry heaved as if about to vomit at the graphic description. I'm sorry. It's impossible for me to heal that kind of pain. Aren't you giving up too quickly? I'm a woman who knows when to give up. Please don't strike poses like you're delivering some cool line. Hee. Rachel scratched her cheek at Hyun-seok's criticism. The two looking at each other suddenly burst into laughter. Kak. Kia hit. The small laughter soon turned into big laughter. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed heartily for a while. Hero, are you really okay now? Yeah, I feel much better. It wasn't just empty words, he really did feel the pain subsiding a bit. As always, when engaging in pointless banter with Rachel, all his worries seemed to disappear. Now more clear-headed, Hyun-seok began to properly assess the situation. So what happened? Hyun-seok traced back his memories. He remembered using Plomod up to level 3, and delivering the final blow using Riadrin-style fighting technique. He remembered that much clearly. I think that bastard didn't die. Though not certain, he vaguely recalled the guy looking down at him while saying something. That's right. Can you believe that monster was about to swing his sword even after taking your incredible attack? Rachel explained the situation while gesturing with her whole body. Just as that guy was about to bring down his sword like this, bam. Rachel continued with intensity in her eyes. That's when our hero appeared. Hero. Yes, it was the bull Lord Riadrin. It seemed Riadrin had appeared and saved him when he was about to die. When that bull Lord Riadrin swung his fist bam, the evil villain's head went boom, and he died? Isn't that amazing? Rachel passionately acted out the scene, even falling to the floor with a thud. Hyun-seok gave her a round of applause. Thanks. Good job. How was my acting? It was good. Wouldn't you say I'm on par with professional actors? Not quite. She was at the level where she might get slapped if she tried to become an actor. TCH. Anyway, after that, the bullhead and that silver-haired woman took turns looking after you. I see. I heard them talking. They said it's a miracle you're alive. They said you should have died several times over. Actually. Rachel then put her hand near Hyun-seok's ear and whispered, I know the reason why you survived. What is it? What else could it be? It's because I nursed you with dedication. Rachel pointed at herself with her finger. Her expression was full of pride. Thanks. At his dry response, Rachel's cheeks puffed up. What's with that? There's no soul in it? No soul. Really, thank you. Truly. Hyun-seok's expression contained not just dryness but even a hint of annoyance. Eek? I mean it? You don't know anything, hero. I know. I survived thanks to you, Rachel. Of course. Hyun-seok spoke without even looking at Rachel. He snuggled into Bobo's embrace, who was sleeping soundly nearby. Yawn. Really? Seriously, thank you Rachel. You're definitely going to heaven. Hyun-seok yawned and prepared to fall back asleep. Rachel stomped her foot. Fine. Hero, you're stupid. Stupid? Dork? Pervert who only chases women? Weirdo. Yeah. No matter what insults she threw, there was no reaction. Finally, Rachel decided to use her ultimate weapon. Honestly, Hero is super ugly. That's why you're still single at your age. Admit it. Yeah, admit it. You really want to die. There were certain lines that should never be crossed. That evening, Hyun-seok was facing Riadrin. Since his body wasn't back to normal yet, Riadrin had come to see him directly. While it's fortunate you recovered this time, you must never push yourself like that again. Yes. It felt like he'd already heard those words more than 10 times. How many hours would this tedious conversation continue? Hyun-seok was suffering more from the mental pain of Riadrin's nagging than the physical pain. Anyway, even though you survived this time, such luck won't continue forever. Remember that. Yes. Hyun-seok answered energetically. Was it finally ending? About how you were able to succeed with that technique. That's no such luck. Riadrin continued his explanation. Let me be clear, it was thanks to Lady Hemis. Without the demonic energy she planted, it would have been an impossible gamble. Yes, the magic power Hemis had planted before leaving. Without it, Hyun-seok would have died before even reaching level 3 of Plomod. It felt like he'd heard this at least 5 times already. What is this? This infinite loop. Mobius strip. His head was spinning. He gradually started letting Riadrin's words go in one ear and out the other. In the end, this victory wasn't yours alone. If it weren't for the demonic energy Lady Hemis arranged. Hyun-seok's eyes went wide. Strange. I feel like I heard this story just before. Am I imagining it? The demonic energy Hemis arranged. The demonic energy Hemis planted. The demonic energy Hemis left behind. The conversation was going in circles with almost the same repertoire. I'd rather pass out. He understood why Riadrin was going this far. It was probably because Hyun-seok had ignored his words and fought recklessly. That really couldn't be helped. He knew he had been reckless. But at that time, he had no choice. Even if Hyun-seok went back to that moment, he would fight the same way again. Of course, having to listen to Riadrin's nagging again was a different matter entirely. Therefore, Hyun-seok, you certainly possess outstanding talent. Frighteningly impressive talent. However, without the demonic energy Lady Hemi's injected, victory would have been absolutely. This time it was injected demonic energy. Hyun-seok gave up. I can't take it anymore. Just before he drifted off to sleep, salvation descended. That's enough. A beautiful voice pierced his ears. Hyun-seok and Riadrin turned their heads simultaneously. Lady Hemi's Corps Commander. How long had she been there? Hemis was looking at them with a grin. Riadrin, just how many times are you going to repeat the same thing? Even listening for a moment was unbearably boring. She tells it like it is. The most refreshing Corps Commander. It was Hemis' entrance.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.